As time wanes, the sun gently descends, soon followed by the onset of night, enveloping the land in a profound and tranquil darkness. This hour, one would expect to conclude a day of hard work and gather around the dining table with family to relish a delightful dinner, basking in the warmth of familial joy. Yet, the inhabitants of the hidden leaf village in the land of fire remain unaware that they are on the brink of a catastrophic disaster capable of obliterating their entire village. It hurts so much. This is so painful. Far from the bustling and vibrant ninja village lies a cave, heavily guarded by elite shinobi, where the anguished cries of a woman echo through the entrance. This is the first time I've seen Kushina in such agony. The usually composed Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, now squints his eyes, beads of sweat dotting his brow as he surveys his wife, who lies on a stone bed, crying out in pain. That he turns to the equally anxious female medical ninja beside him and inquires again, "Is Kushina really going to be all right?" This is the 8th time you've asked since Kushina started labor. Every woman experiences this stage. You are the Fourth Hokage. For heaven's sake, not be so overly alarmed. The 3rd Hokage's wife, Biwako Sarutobi, her expression equally tense and glistening with sweat, replies without lifting her gaze. She grits her teeth, channeling a bit more chakra to aid Kushina in alleviating her suffering. Rather than fretting about this, you should focus entirely on maintaining the seal on the Nine Tails. If it escapes, not only will Kushina and the child be in peril, but the entire Leaf Village could be undone. But Minato begins only to sense a wave of malevolent chakra cruelty, resentment, jealousy, greed, hatred, an embodiment of myriad negative emotions, manifesting as the Nine Tails chakra leaks. Damn it, Nine Tails, behave yourself. Minato's complexion pales further, disregarding his inquiries about Kushina. He stretches his hands, fingers splayed, and presses them against his wife's swollen belly, generously infusing his chakra into the dissipating beast seal, assisting in suppressing the increasingly agitated-tailed beast within her. I beg you, Naruto, hurry, come forth. Wah. It's a tear, perhaps sensing the fervent prayer of his father, or perhaps unwilling to prolong his mother's suffering. As the Nine Tails chakra settles into calmness, the resounding cries, heralding the arrival of new life, fill the ears of all present, invigorating them like a powerful tonic. Aha, congratulations, Minato. It's a healthy baby boy. You have a son. I have a son. From this moment on, I am a father. As his wife gradually relaxed, the delicate figure cradled like a treasured gem in the embrace of Lake Biwa caused the heartbeat of Minato to quicken uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by joy, he knelt beside his wife, tears of elation streaming down his face as he shouted, "Ha ha ha! Kushina, did you hear? We have a son. We have a son. I heard you. Look at you, already a Hokage and still crying. Be careful, or Naruto will mock you for being such a father." Kushina, still weak from childbirth, teased her husband with a hint of playful sarcasm, yet her words resonated with the same uncontainable joy and satisfaction as Minato's. Naruto, taking a deep breath to muster some strength, Kushina slowly turned her head, her gaze filled with curiosity and affection as she looked at the little one in Minato's arms, who was crying incessantly. She whispered softly, "Finally, we meet you, our child. Yes, from this day forth, we shall be Naruto's mom and dad." Kushina, Minato replied, striving to suppress his exuberance. As he gently wiped the tears from his face, he lowered his voice to respond tenderly to his wife. After a brief pause, he placed his hands firmly on the sealing mark on her abdomen. "All right, Kushina, though you have just given birth and are exhausted, we must quickly and thoroughly suppress the Nine Tails. That may not be as you wish, Fourth Hokage." A chilling voice interrupted the tender moment, shattering the blissful atmosphere. As Minato turned in shock, he was met not only by the sight of Sarutobi Biwako collapsing, clutching his throat, but also by a masked stranger wielding a kunai, poised to strike at his newborn child. "Stay away from the jinchūriki, or I will kill your child right now." Naruto, damn it, who is this guy? How'd he breach the barrier and infiltrate? Minato's heart raced as he witnessed his newborn child in peril. Struggling to contain his fury, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Just as he prepared to negotiate, the nine tails sealed within Kushina seemed to sense the disturbance in the air, and, as if adding fuel to the fire, it erupted violently, attempting to break free from the incomplete seal if the seal was not completed. Immediately, the weakened Kushina would surely be unable to contain the nine tails. Yet, if he chose to reinforce the seal, Naruto would undoubtedly be in danger from the menacing figure before him. In that moment, Minato felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. No matter which choice he made, the consequences were ones he could not bear to witness. Renowned as the golden flash of Konoha, he found himself for the first time lamenting the inadequacy of his proud space-time ninjutsu. Have you made up your mind? Will you save your wife's life, or? The masked man, sensing Minato's hesitation, afforded him little time to deliberate. Before the words had fully left his lips, he tossed the wailing Naruto high into the air, and with a kunai gleaming ominously in his hand, he aimed at the fragile infant with no trace of mercy, preparing to strike. No, Naruto! At the moment the masked man initiated his attack, Watergate sensed impending danger that, in an instant, his body transformed into a golden flash. Vanishing from a spot, this was his renowned signature space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. Within the blink of an eye, he had snatched his child back from the clutches of the masked man's blade. Naruto, how wonderful. Ha! The golden flash of Konoha truly lives up to its reputation. Despite the setback of losing his leverage and having the hostage rescued, the masked man remained composed, commending Watergate's skill. After a brief pause, his gaze fixated on Naruto. Nestled in Watergate's arms, his voice dripping with disdain as he coldly mocked, "Humph, but what will you do next?" What? Before Watergate could fully comprehend the implications of the masked man's words, the acrid scent of smoke and the sound of igniting fuses set alarm bells ringing in his mind. As he turned Naruto's body slightly, he was met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. An alarming number of explosive tags were tightly affixed to the swaddling. Such a massive quantity posed a grave threat not only to Naruto, but also to Kushina nearby. There's no other choice. A must. With no time to contemplate further strategies, Watergate clenched his teeth and swiftly tore away the swaddling from Naruto, simultaneously activating the Flying Thunder God technique once more. In an instant, the two figures vanished from the cavern. Watergate, Naruto, her beloved husband, and their newly born child. Kushina felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as the two most cherished men in her life faced an unprecedented crisis. Powerless to intervene, she could only watch in despair as they disappeared. Before her eyes, a pain more profound than the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails rampage. A heart-wrenching cry escaped her lips, her gaze towards the masked man, filled with mounting fury and hatred. "Who are you? And why are you doing this?" Do not worry. It will all be over soon, I promise." The masked man, unfazed by Kushina's glare, approached slowly. The hollow of his right eye glimmered with a sinister crimson light, and with the sound of clashing metal, a thick, resilient chain slipped from his voluminous sleeve, binding the already weakened Kushina, rendering her unable to resist. Now, let us begin. It is time to unleash the Nine Tails and let this false world experience true pain and despair. In the year marking the establishment of Konoha Ninja Village, 48 years into the Konoha calendar, on October 10th, the formidable Nine Tails, the Kaibi, went on a rampage. Its colossal form could eclipse the sun, and with a mere sweep of its tails, it wielded the power to cause mountains to crumble and the earth to quake. In the face of this fearsome creature, born of the very elements, even the mighty, Konoha Ninja Village suffered immense losses, teetering on the brink of destruction. But in that dire moment, a hero emerged, sealing the Nine Tails once more, saving the village. While sacrificing his own life, alongside his wife, they vanished without a trace, their souls still unfound, leaving behind a legacy of bravery. And this hero's name was the Fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze. Within the office building of the Hidden Leaf Village, typically bustling with the comings and goings of officials, The room now stood in an eerie silence, its doors firmly shut. Apart from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had taken over after Minato, the once lively space was occupied solely by three of his contemporaries, now esteemed advisors of the village elder council. Each face bore a frown, reflecting deep contemplation over weighty matters, yet none dared to break the silence. I object. Hiruzen's voice resonated powerfully, shattering the tense atmosphere. The years had etched signs of age upon him, yet he trembled with restrained fury. After a moment's pause, he placed his withered hand upon the crystalline orb on the table before him, infusing it with chakra. The orb illuminated with the vision he longed to witness, a glimpse of a bewildered, golden-haired child, under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Have you all forgotten? If it were not for this child's parents, his gaze softened as he observed the innocent smile of the young Naruto, a stark contrast to the grim discussions at hand. Casting a sidelong glance at his three companions, he continued, his words deliberate and forceful. What would have become of our village had Minato and Kushina not sacrificed their lives to seal the Nine Tails? Humph, this is why I say you are too lenient, Hiruzen. Your indecision renders you unfit for the role of Hokage. Before Hiruzen could respond further, a man standing to his left, who appeared to have just entered middle age yet carried a cane, stepped forward with a furrowed brow, interrupting him with a disdainful scoff. I acknowledge that Minato's actions during the Nine Tails rampage were commendable, befitting of the Fourth Hokage's legacy. However, do not overlook the fact that this calamity is intrinsically linked to their actions. Tans, what do you mean by that? Hiruzen's patience frayed at this insinuation from his former comrade, now the leader of the Umbu Root organization. His hand slammed against the table, demanding answers. Who knows? The heart is a fickle thing. It's not entirely implausible to consider that possibility, Tans. Tans's ambiguous stance provoked Hiruzen's temper, a stark contrast to his usually gentle demeanor. He could hardly fathom that the villagers' revered heroes, Minato and Kushina, who had given everything, even their lives, to save the village, could be viewed with suspicion as participants in the chaos of the Nine Tails rampage. Moreover, it was proposed to isolate and closely monitor their only child. All of this was merely for the sake of a casual remark made earlier regarding the convenient cultivation of the village's war machinery. This child is the offspring of a hero. He embodies the sole bloodline of the esteemed Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, who have left their mark upon this world. The couple not only sacrificed themselves to save the village, but also made the astonishing choice to have their newborn Naruto bear the burden of the Nine Tails jinchūriki, thereby dedicating everything they possessed for the good of the village. How could the third Hokage bear to see their child become the monstrous creature of slaughter that Danzo spoke of? Now, let us refrain from speaking too much, Hiruzen. We all know that Minato was an exceptional Hokage and a proud disciple of Jiraiya. Given that your wife, Bawako, tragically lost her life while delivering Kushina, it is indeed a difficult reality for you to accept. Just as the atmosphere between the third Hokage and Danzo grew increasingly tense, another elder, Mito Minyan, who had remained silent until now, expressed his regret and sought to comfort Hiruzen. He even inadvertently brought up the late third Hokage's wife, causing a pang of pain in Hiruzen's heart, though his expression gradually softened. However, the subsequent words brought back a storm of fury to his features. Yet, Danzo's words were not without merit. The Namikaze couple bore the dual burdens of Hokage and Nine Tails jinchūriki. They were fully aware that a female jinchūriki would be at her most vulnerable during childbirth, yet they still chose to bring this child into the world. Among the three advisors, the only woman, Tsunade, cast a disdainful glance at Naruto within the crystal ball, coldly supporting Danzo's decision with her words devoid of any compassion. Had the couple heeded my advice to terminate the pregnancy, they would not have fallen prey to enemies exploiting that vulnerability. Thus, not only would they have spared their own lives, but the village would not have faced such calamity. In other words, a hero who saves the village? Bah. Merely a Hokage who has failed in balancing their deeds. Try to see it from a broader perspective, Hiruzen. This is ultimately for the good of the village. To ensure that this child has the opportunity to fully control the Nine Tails, preventing similar tragedies from occurring again. This is not just our perspective. It is the unanimous decision of the council. Danzo leads, Mito plays the agreeable role, and Tsunade takes on the opposing stance, skillfully collaborating to deny Hiruzen any chance to contest this plan. It was evident that they had conspired in advance, prepared to confront him. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stared furiously at the three before him, who were once his close comrades but now appeared so foreign and loathsome. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, the council has the authority to discuss governance, and as the highest advisor, the trio of Danzo, Mito, and Tsunade could significantly influence the issuance of village laws. This institution was originally established by the previous Hokage to prevent any single Hokage from wielding absolute power. Yet it had tragically transformed into a weapon to coerce him into submission. Come to terms with reality. Your thoughts are excessively antiquated and timid. Without a firm and resolute hand, how can we ensure that the village possesses a military strength sufficient for self-preservation? How can we intimidate those other ninja villages that covet our resources in these perilous times? Witnessing one's rivals in a state of decline is indeed a profound delight in life, yet excessive coercion may easily provoke backlash. The noble sacrifice of the Fourth Hokage is an undeniable truth in the hearts of the villagers. His renown as Hokage has soared to unprecedented heights. Although he has only just resumed his duties, should the third Hokage be driven to desperation, leading him to protect Naruto at the cost of mutual destruction, it would certainly not be a scenario that Danzo would relish. Moreover, unlike the villagers who revere the Fourth Hokage, the Ninetales has become synonymous with fear and loathing. The currently defenseless child may be deemed a burdensome liability. While there may be long-term benefits, they are not the primary objective of this endeavor. Thus, after mocking and deriding the situation, Danzo, taking advantage of the third Hokage's restraint, made a calculated concession. Very well, let us each take a step back. We can postpone the training of this child. However, to ensure the secrecy and safety of his identity as a jinchūriki, it is imperative that he remain oblivious to his lineage. To avoid any accidental revelation of his heritage, he must adopt his mother's surname, Uzumaki, rather than that of his father. I see. No wonder you are so intent on targeting this child. You are truly unscrupulous in your pursuit of your goals. Upon hearing this concession from Danzo, the third Hokage's pent-up fury felt as though it had struck a cotton wall, ineffectual and without outlet. He paused momentarily to digest the implications of the words spoken. Concealing his lineage and altering his surname. What impact would that have on Naruto? Clearly, Naruto would be unable to inherit the elevated reputation of his father as the son of a hero. Furthermore, he would not be able to fulfill the third Hokage's prior expectations of being the natural choice for the role of fifth Hokage, cultivated with great care. Naturally, the one to benefit the most from this arrangement would be Danzo himself. After all the convoluted discussions, the proposal to train Naruto as a mere instrument of war, solely focused on slaughter, ultimately served to diminish the number of potential rivals threatening his bid for the position of fifth Hokage, even if that rival were merely an infant in swaddling clothes. Realizing Danzo's true intentions brought a sigh of relief to the third Hokage, who smirked disdainfully at Danzo, observing him intently. After taking a few deep puffs from his pipe, he continued, "Very well, but I have one condition. You must not interfere in the child's growth in any way. All members of your root organization assigned to monitor him must be withdrawn." Danzo's expression remained unchanged despite the mockery and derision in the third Hokage's words. He narrowed his eyes, unwavering as he met the third Hokage's gaze, tapping his cane against the ground as if contemplating the advantages and disadvantages. Finally, with a reluctant nod, he acquiesced. "Very well, it is settled. Within the secret base of the root organization. Indeed, it seems that this individual cannot be easily deceived. Oh, how much better it would be for you to retire peacefully and enjoy your twilight years, rather than stepping forth to thwart my endeavors." Tens, having just returned from the Hokage office, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, muttering to himself. Behind him, a number of elite ninjas, adorned with peculiar masks, knelt in silence. These were members of the root organization, who had originally been observing Naruto but were summoned back abruptly. The third Hokage's final condition was designed to prevent Tens from bypassing his scrutiny and directly contacting Naruto, aimed at safeguarding Naruto from the influences of the root organization, while also exploiting a subtle flaw in Tens's plan. Indeed, the third Hokage consented to keep Naruto's lineage a secret from him. However, what if Naruto were to inadvertently uncover the truth himself? In that case, the third Hokage could not be held accountable for breaking his promise. "My lord, you summoned us. The plan has changed. You are no longer required to monitor that Ninetales brat. I have a new mission for you. Starting tomorrow, the third Hokage will issue a new decree prohibiting anyone who knows the truth about the Ninetales from revealing it to him. Your task will be to discreetly disseminate a particular message to all villagers thereafter." A glint of cold malice flickered in Tens' narrowed eyes as he slowly turned to face them, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Naruto Uzumaki is the reincarnation of the Ninetales sealed by the Fourth Hokage. He is the very monster that shattered our village. Having meticulously orchestrated his scheme and invested a considerable price to bribe the other two advisors into aiding him, Tens would not allow any flaws in his plan. Indeed, while his conditions did not specifically include Naruto discovering his identity, what if the entire village were to harbor animosity and hatred towards him? Nurturing within him a heart filled with resentment against the village? Would the third Hokage still dare to allow him to learn of his lineage? Would he permit Naruto to know that everything stemmed from his father sealing the Nine Tails within him? Even if Naruto were to succumb to despair, allowing the Nine Tails to seize control of his body and break free once more, it would merely lead to the search for another suitable jinchūriki for sealing. As for the potential casualties during this period, in Tens's view, they were merely necessary sacrifices on the path to his ascension as Hokage. Just wait and see, Hiruzen. The position of Hokage will ultimately belong to me. The one who laughs last will undoubtedly be me. On November 1st, 48 years into the Konoha calendar, the unexpected rampage of the Nine Tails led to the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In the wake of this tragedy, Konoha found itself in disarray. Unable to identify a suitable candidate for the fifth Hokage, coupled with the immense devastation caused by the Nine Tails rampage, the village was thrown into chaos, leaving it vulnerable to the predatory gaze of neighboring ninja villages. In this critical moment, the aged and retired third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, resolutely stepped forward to reclaim the mantle of Hokage, shouldering once more the weight of its responsibilities. With swift and decisive decrees, he stabilized the situation, thwarting any potential external conflicts while ushering Konoha into a period of rapid recovery and rejuvenation. At this moment of surging crisis, a horrifying truth swiftly spread among the villagers, resulting in the devastation of many families. The Nine Tails, a fearsome beast that had once been sealed at the cost of the fourth Hokage's life, had now lost all memory and transformed into a helpless infant. This child, burdened with the villagers' hatred and cursed to an early demise, was now known as Naruto Uzumaki. Coming to light as the truth unfolded. Time has passed. It has been over 3 years since the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage. As the saying goes, time is the greatest healer of wounds. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, the Hidden Leaf Village has gradually emerged from the shadows of fear and sorrow caused by the Nine Tails rampage. However, one sentiment has not diminished with time. Rather, it has been nurtured and amplified by certain individuals in the shadows. Hey, did you see that? That brat is bouncing around again. Huh? He is still alive? I heard it was because of him that the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself. Why does he get to live so comfortably in this world? What can we do? He is the Nine Tails show. Did you forget the third Hokage's orders? He must never learn about that. TCH. I don't understand why the third Hokage protects that little brat. Honestly, wouldn't it be better to just eliminate him and prevent any future troubles? All right. Enough talking. The boy is coming over. Quickly, gather the children. We must not let this monster have a chance to harm them. Thus, the immense hatred and discrimination towards the reincarnation of the Nine Tails, Naruto Uzumaki, continued to grow. Today the villagers' attitudes remain as fervently hostile as ever. With the passage of time, Naruto, the talk of the town, has grown into a robust 3-year-old, strolling down the street with his hands behind his head, all the while discreetly observing the unabashed glares of disdain directed at him. He softly mutters to himself, though I am the child of a hero, I am treated like a monster. It's no wonder Gaara became a bloodthirsty fiend upon his introduction. It's all the fault of these gossiping fools. Curiosity peaks within him as he wonders how the original Naruto endured such a tragic childhood for 12 long years. If the villagers were to hear these musings, they would likely be perplexed, dismissing them as the childish ramblings of a boy attempting to appear profound. However, should Danzo, who has long sought to suppress Naruto, hear these words, he would surely be astounded, perhaps even wide-eyed with shock. For within Naruto's utterance, the mere mention of being the child of a hero signifies that this 3-year-old already comprehends his own lineage. All previous arrangements have proven futile. As for how Naruto came to know the truth, it is quite simple. He witnessed everything unfold before his very eyes. To be precise, it was on the computer in the home where he originally resided that he watched the entirety of the Nine Tails invasion incident, including its unfolding and future plot developments, with utmost clarity. After an all-nighter revisiting the theatrical version, he found himself inexplicably transported through time, an extraordinary event that seemed reserved only for protagonists of novels, yet unexpectedly occurred to him. While he silently marveled at this twist of fate, Naruto had no intention of continuing to serve as a spectacle for the villagers surrounding him. He quickened his pace, darting through the narrow alleyways, gradually disappearing from their watchful gaze. It was about time he had made his appearance for the day. Next on his agenda was to satiate his hunger, winding his way with practiced ease to the edge of the survival training forest. He skillfully slipped through a long-neglected hole in the protective barbed wire fence. Although Naruto now resided alone in the attic that originally belonged to the Fourth Hokage and his wife, and with the secret support of the Third Hokage ensuring his shelter and utilities, the most pressing concern remained his sustenance, which he had to devise for himself. It wasn't he that the Third Hokage ceased to provide him with food and living expenses after covering his utilities. But Naruto harbored an unshakable apprehension that the reclusive Danzo might go to the extreme of secretly lacing his food with some sinister substance. Better safe than sorry. In his previous life, the innocent and straightforward Naruto had indeed grown up safely to the age of 12. Yet, contemplating Danzo's ruthless ambition to become Hokage by any means necessary, including colluding with Orochimaru or the Akatsuki, Naruto preferred to exert extra effort to ensure his absolute safety, opting to resolve his daily meals at the Ichiraka ramen shop. Alternatively, as he did now, he ventured into the forest to forage for ingredients to cook. Upon returning home, he would deliberately conceal a portion of the food sent to him, creating an illusion that he had already consumed it, thus averting any suspicion. Beyond the matter of food, however, Naruto harbored an even more significant secret, a precious gift bestowed upon him by his father at the time of his departure, accompanied by the Nine Tails, which he must keep hidden from Danzo's prying eyes. This treasure was none other than the complete training method of the Flying Thunder God technique, a formidable ninjutsu that had earned the Fourth Hokage a fearsome reputation on the battlefield. Naruto vividly recalled that after his father, Minato Namikaze, had passed, only 3 ninjas remained capable of utilizing this technique, and they could only perform it through collaborative efforts, if not for their cognitive shortcomings. It could only suggest that his father had imparted to them an incomplete version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Even so, this flawed, rudimentary form of the technique was still regarded as a powerful skill not to be used lightly except in emergencies. If, during this vulnerable period of his youth, Danzo were to discover that Naruto possessed the complete training method, refined through his own diligence and experience, based on the foundation developed by the second Hokage, the threat and allure it would pose to Danzo would surely far exceed that of merely being the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, by several magnitudes. Moreover, in the ensuing decade, the Hidden Leaf Village shall endure the catastrophic events of the Uchiha Clan's annihilation and the invasion of Orochimaru. He would not naively presume that he could emulate the original Naruto, basking in an invincible protagonist's halo while effortlessly wielding the shamelessly powerful technique of the mouth of the unparalleled. At critical moments, he would not simply dissuade and sway enemies, gliding through life unscathed. In this world of ninjas, where strength reigns supreme, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique swiftly is imperative for him to possess a trump card capable of ensuring his safety and even securing an undefeated position. The abundance of resources at the outset of the Flying Thunder God technique is enticing. Despite still being puzzled about how I traversed into this world, I cannot squander this magnificent opportunity. Pausing momentarily, the young Naruto, with his short legs, leaned against a tree trunk to recuperate his strength. As he gazed at the lush green forest, his mind raced, gradually conjuring vivid images of various smiling figures who had departed this world. Asuma-sensei, the lecherous sage, Itachi, Niji, wait for me. Once I become powerful enough, I shall reflect on the tragic endings that once brought me to tears, unable to effect change. Naruto's delicate right hand clenched into a fist, and as he raised his arm high, a quiet murmur escaped his lips, gradually transforming into a radiant smile brimming with confidence and determination. I vow that I shall not allow your deaths to repeat. The lives of my comrades shall be safeguarded by me, Uzumaki Naruto. In the secluded No. 3 Wilderness Survival Training Ground, Naruto adjusted his stance, his muscles taut like a poised little cheetah, intently observing the magnificent tree before him, so vast that it would require the strength of dozens to encircle its trunk. Recently, aside from the necessary appearances before the villagers, Naruto had devoted nearly all his time to this expansive, tranquil forest, or more precisely, to this towering giant tree that dominated the landscape. I must surpass the record this time. With the innocent confidence of youth, he encouraged himself, and as his voice faded, he propelled himself off the ground, leaving a clear imprint of his small palm 3 inches deep in the earth, darting towards the giant tree like an arrow released from a bow. Hey, this initial burst feels promising. I can surely achieve it. With a playful grin, as blue waves of energy shimmered beneath his feet, Naruto's body surged forward, approaching the tree trunk without a hint of hesitation. Instead, he raised his right foot and forcefully planted it against the broad trunk. In an instant, he arched his back, aligning his body perpendicular to the ground, and, defying logic, began to sprint and climb along the tree's curves. By concentrating chakra at the soles of his feet, ascending the great tree using only his legs is a fundamental skill that most ninjas in the Naruto world master. Once proficient, it can significantly enhance Naruto's control over his own chakra. The reason for not opting to practice the Flying Thunder God technique is that Naruto, after numerous attempts, realized that the aspiration to master such an advanced skill instantaneously is utterly fanciful. What he truly requires at this juncture, and what he is capable of, is to establish a solid foundation before formally delving into this challenging space-time ninjutsu. Thus, the training methodology imparted by Kakashi to Team 7 in his previous life emerges as one of the most suitable strategies for him at present. During the steady ascent of his youthful form, the azure luminescence surrounding his feet fluctuated, sometimes intensifying and at other times fading. After several attempts, it seemed he had finally grasped a glimmer of insight, prompting Naruto to exuberantly shout, momentarily forgetting the ancient adage that warns against excessive joy leading to sorrow. Wait, not like this. Just a little more. Hold on a bit longer. He noticed the adhesive force of his body against the tree trunk diminishing, causing his previously radiant smile to freeze in place. As his lips quivered, he involuntarily attempted to increase his chakra output to remedy the awkward situation, only to discover that his chakra reserves had been depleted during the earlier adjustments. How could this happen? I was so close. As his ability to cling to the tree waned, and the pull of gravity became increasingly evident, Naruto cast a reluctant glance at the treetops whose outlines he could faintly discern ahead, though he yearned to surge to the pinnacle in one swift motion. Reason cautioned him that persisting forcefully would only result in a gruesome scene of a battered Naruto sprawled upon the training ground. It seems there is no choice but to wait for the next opportunity. After taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he summoned the last remnants of his chakra to empower his feet against the tree trunk, leveraging that force to propel his body backward into a flip. While adjusting his landing point, he seized a sharp stone nestled in his palm during his ascent, and with a vigorous swipe at his original position, he left a mark resembling the pale scratches on the tree trunk, just slightly higher than his previous peak. Upon completing this endeavor, Naruto found himself utterly drained of both stamina and chakra, suspended in midair with his face down. As the ground rushed toward him, he spread his body wide in an attempt to distribute the impending impact. Here we go again. Hey, you little brat, when will you stop? Wait, who just said ugh? My back. No, this can't be right. I've doubled the thickness of these leaves. Why does the sensation of falling feel no different from before? I thought the leap of faith would allow for a safe landing as long as there were piles of grass or leaves. The protagonists in Assassin's Creed must truly be extraordinary beings that defy the limits of physical understanding. Even with the cushioning of a pile of leaves and the experience of countless falls behind him, Naruto still found himself dizzy, his head spinning and his vision clouded by stars. With a forlorn expression, he cradled his belly with both hands, gently massaging it while lamenting his plight. After a brief pause, he shook off the leaves covering him with vigor, flipping his body slightly and collapsing in an undignified manner into the leaf pile, gasping for air. Reflecting on the earlier mocking voice, he realized, much to his amusement, that it was indeed as he had anticipated, under the seal's link. He and that individual were of one mind and spirit. A smile gradually crept into Naruto's eyes as he murmured to himself, reaching into his pocket. After a moment of searching, he extracted a handful of small, dark purple wild fruits, most of which were squished and oozing juice. These were a serendipitous find during his foraging at the training ground. Though their taste left much to be desired, they were rich in essential nutrients. Reputedly, one of the main ingredients of soldier pills. He tossed them into his mouth without hesitation, indifferent to the bitter flavor that spread throughout his mouth as the juice seeped forth, chewing vigorously to replenish the fluids and energy he had lost during his earlier exertions. He had come to understand the requisite amount of chakra output for climbing trees, allowing him to conserve the chakra he had wasted during his initial, tentative attempts. With this in mind, he calculated that his next attempt should be successful. As he lay back to make himself more comfortable, he inadvertently caught sight of the various remnants he had left on the tree trunk. From the base of the massive tree to about 3 meters high, the bark was marred with a multitude of clear footprints, remnants of his earlier clumsiness, where he had struggled to maintain his form and had fallen repeatedly. In this section, Almost no patch of bark remained intact, a testament to the chaotic beginnings of his training. Between 3 and 10 meters, footprints still remained. But a closer inspection revealed that the intervals between them had lengthened, signifying that Naruto, despite still encountering the occasional mishap, had begun to grasp the nuances of chakra control. Beyond the 10-meter mark, the footprints vanished entirely, replaced by faint white scratches that indicated he had finally begun to master the technique and was surging towards a final push. 3 stages, 3 distinct traces, bore witness to the significant progress Naruto had made through his diligent practice. After a well-deserved rest, bolstered by his improving chakra control and the assurance gained from repeated attempts, Naruto felt a surge of motivation. Coupled with his remarkable recovery and the intermittent sustenance from the unknown wild fruits, he soon shed his fatigue. With a swift motion, he sprang from the leaf pile, his leg muscles tensing once more in preparation for the challenges that lay ahead. I, the illustrious Naruto Uzumaki, am destined to alter the very fabric of this world. And my journey towards strength has only just commenced. How could I possibly be deterred by such trivial challenges? This time, I shall surely ascend and conquer this tree. Humph. Hey, brother. Will you teach me the art of shuriken tomorrow? Please. Within the Uchiha Clan leader's residence, the young Sasuke Uchiha, gazing at his elder brother's fully armed silhouette as he prepared to depart, hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to tug at his sleeve and plead earnestly. Teach you the shuriken technique. I'm afraid, Sasuke, that the third Hokage has assigned me a crucial emergency task at the last moment. Itachi Uchiha, poised to leave, paused slightly at the sound of Sasuke's voice. The warmth of affection and amusement in his eyes deepened, yet he shook his head in resignation, gently stroking the young boy's head as he spoke softly. Therefore, I must leave the village immediately and shall likely be away for several days. This means, regrettably, that I cannot teach you for now. Perhaps you could ask father instead? No, I only want you to teach me. Although Sasuke closed his eyes, reveling in the comfort and security brought by his brother's warm touch, a wave of disappointment washed over him upon hearing Itachi's words. He pouted in discontent, voicing his grievances. An emergency task again? How can this be? It's rare for you to have a day off. And you didn't have time for me last time either. You're a big liar. Alas, it is unavoidable. The task is urgent, and I truly cannot spare the time. Every time, it's the same excuse. All right, don't be upset. Come here. Noticing Sasuke's pouty, distressed expression, Itachi, who had cared for him since childhood, was almost tempted to relent and stay with him. He struggled to suppress his impulses and feelings of guilt while turning to beckon Sasuke closer. Brother, you're actually going to. Brother, you're playing this trick again. Seeing his brother gesture, Sasuke mistakenly believed Itachi had softened and agreed to stay. His previous disappointment vanished, replaced with excitement as he rushed forward. Before he could finish his sentence, however, Itachi playfully poked his forehead with his fingers, and realizing that nothing had changed regarding his brother's departure, Sasuke couldn't help but voice his frustrations childishly. Who can resist such a delightful child? Well, I must take my leave now. Forgive me, Sasuke. I promise to teach you next time. It's the same story again. We have a deal, okay? You must practice shuriken techniques with me next time. Indeed. It's a promise. TCH, it's always either an urgent mission or some other pressing matter. Next time, you always use this excuse. You used to smile and agree to everything I asked. In the bustling and vibrant commercial streets of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke Uchiha, having once again been denied his brother's guidance and shuriken training, wore a displeased expression, his cheeks puffed out in frustration. He lightly touched the spot on his forehead where Itachi had playfully flicked him earlier, muttering complaints under his breath while kicking at pebbles in a futile attempt to vent his dissatisfaction and sense of injustice. Could it be that my brother dislikes me? No, that simply cannot be the case. After all, I don't believe I have done anything to provoke his anger. Faced with my brother's unusual reticence and repeated evasions, I, a devoted younger sibling, could not help but tilt my head in contemplation, beginning to question my existence. I then crossed my arms and rested my chin in my hands, earnestly reflecting on whether I had played any mischievous prank that might have displeased him. Sigh. Perhaps I shall inquire again next time if he has any free moments. What is the reason for the crowd forming ahead? Puzzled, I could only shake my head in resignation and let out a sigh. As I lifted my gaze, preparing to discern the path home, I noticed that the previously bustling throng had come to a halt, surrounding the road on both sides, occasionally retreating. The expressions on their faces were a mixture of disdain, fear, and resentment, as if something monstrous and perilous lurked at the center of their attention. Why do they all appear so strange? It is still early for me to return home, so I might as well take a look. This unusual spectacle piqued my youthful curiosity, prompting me to change my direction. Utilizing my petite stature and agile movements, I navigated through the crowd with ease, soon finding myself breathlessly positioned at the forefront of the onlookers. Is that the peculiar individual I encountered before? I strained to elevate my view with my short legs, cupping my hands over my forehead to shield my eyes from the sun, as I curiously scanned the area for the focus of everyone's attention. To my surprise, I caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure with golden hair. If my memory serves me correctly, I often saw this person returning home, covered in dust and grime during my strolls, seemingly without a care in the world, likely playing with his friends until late into the evening without fearing parental reprimand. How fortunate he is compared to me, who spends each day alone while my brother is preoccupied. In a sense, I find myself a bit envious. It appears that this oddity has not yet met his demise today. With a smile tugging at my lips. I was momentarily frozen in place by a hushed conversation I inadvertently overheard, questioning whether my ears had deceived me. However, a stream of unexpected remarks continued to reach my ears. I heard someone say that this situation arose because the owner of Ichiraka Ramen meddled in affairs that did not concern him, claiming that the boy was too pitiable, being so small and uncared for, often inviting him to eat ramen to stave off hunger. Has Ichiraka lost his senses? That little brat is a nuisance. Everyone in the village wishes for his early demise. Ichirakan's misplaced sympathy is foolish. Rest assured, no one desires to look after that creature. He has always lived alone. And at such a tender age, he cannot stir up much trouble. Sooner or later, he will meet his end. Creature? Are they speaking of that peculiar individual? What does it mean to wish for his death? The words that reached my ears caused my curiosity to falter, compelling me to glance upward in disbelief at the faces surrounding me, filled with animosity and loathing, whispering venomous remarks. The individual before him appeared to be merely a child of similar stature, yet how could the adults surrounding them, whispering among themselves, so readily express their resentment and curses, even going so far as to wish for the other's untimely demise? As he felt the piercing, cold glares akin to blades directed at him, Sasuke's young heart was suddenly filled with confusion and a chilling sense of dread. Hey, child, when did you arrive here? Step back. Don't let that monster harm you. Oh. In a daze, Sasuke instinctively stepped back, his gaze drawn once more to the golden-haired child standing in the center of the road, who appeared to be of similar size. He was astounded to discover that merely the expressions of loathing from those around him sent shivers down his spine. Yet the golden-haired figure, surrounded by identical glances and expressions, seemed oddly unaffected. Instead, he confidently marched forward, hands clasped behind his head, whistling a whimsical tune while occasionally making comical faces at the villagers encircling him. This child, could he truly be so oblivious? Despite being the target of such animosity, he was still able to smile. Observing this carefree self-amusement, a smile crept onto Sasuke's face, and he found that the fear that had once gripped his heart began to dissipate without him realizing it. Indeed, you are quite an unusual character. Wait, I didn't expect this path would lead directly to the training ground. He mused, recalling that he had never noticed it before during his visits with his brother. As the golden-haired figure moved further away, Sasuke, instead of heading home as initially planned, felt a surge of curiosity about what this boy would do next and trailed behind him, inadvertently discovering a hidden entrance to the survival training grounds where he often practiced shuriken techniques with his brother. It appeared this was not his first time entering the training ground through here, so this was why he always returned home covered in dirt. Muttering to himself, Sasuke awkwardly squeezed through a wire fence, not pausing to smooth out the wrinkles left on his clothes from the barbs, and continued to follow the peculiar child at a distance. However, upon entering the training ground, the golden-haired figure's subsequent actions took Sasuke by surprise. Was this child not afraid of colliding with a tree as he sprinted so swiftly through the training ground? The slow, deliberate pace that had once characterized Sasuke's pursuit was replaced by a seemingly transformed being who navigated the complicated terrain with ease, increasing his speed to such an extent that he nearly vanished from Sasuke's sight, leaving him astonished. Could it be that my pursuit has provoked you into hastening your pace deliberately? I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. The childlike curiosity and competitive spirit within Sasuke caused him to forget his original intent of following, as the amusement in his eyes grew alongside his acceleration. How amusing. Attempting to shake me off will not be so effortless. I am eager to discover who is truly faster, you or I. Oh dear, is that so? Not only have I failed to lose the shadow trailing behind me, but it seems to have invigorated him even more. As he concentrated chakra at his feet to hasten his movement, Naruto inwardly lamented. Had his overly flamboyant display earlier aroused suspicion among Danzo's faction? Indeed. He should not have acted so boastfully. With the recent rigorous training aimed at mastering new jutsu on his mind, he hurriedly made his way to the training ground after the mundane appearances before the villagers. However, he sensed something amiss along the way, only to discover the indistinct figure shadowing him once he arrived at the training ground. TSK, if Danzo's men were to witness that jutsu, my training would be nullified. He had assumed that his familiarity with the routes to the training ground would allow him to easily evade his pursuer. But it was evident that the other party was equally well acquainted with this forest, having visited numerous times before. Speeding up would clearly exceed what one could expect from someone of his age. Alas, there was no other choice. I shall maintain this pace. If it comes down to chakra reserves, as a jinchūriki, I should be able to endure longer. If I can take a few more laps, I should be able to lose him. I absolutely cannot allow Danzo to refocus his attention on me. I must shake him off. I must catch up with him. With remarkably similar motives, Naruto and Sasuke seemed to share an unspoken determination, both accelerating their pace in unison. The misunderstandings born from this serendipitous circumstance led these partners, entwined in a complex bond, yet viewing each other as rivals, to engage in their first competition of victory. In the previously secluded and tranquil No. 3 outdoor survival training ground, two slender dark figures darted back and forth at high speed, as their chakra reserves dwindled. This real-life parkour race, spawned from coincidence, was gradually approaching its conclusion. How strange. In such a short span, how could that fellow have vanished from sight? Am I pursuing in the wrong direction? After glancing around and failing to spot Naruto, Sasuke, whose chakra was nearly depleted, gradually reduced his speed, abandoning the chase as he sought refuge against a massive tree, slumping against its trunk. His flushed cheeks heaved as he gasped for breath, attempting to calm his racing heart from the sudden exertion. Had I known, I should not have taken that shortcut. After such a prolonged game of chase, Sasuke had long forgotten that his initial reason for following Naruto to the No. 3 training ground was merely the result of a fleeting curiosity. Chubby little fists clenched in frustration swung vigorously, while a smile of barely contained mirth adorned Sasuke's face. Ever since his brother, Itachi Uchiha, graduated from the ninja academy, the moments spent playing with Sasuke had dwindled. Under the strict expectations of their father, Fugaku Uchiha, there had been nearly no friends to frolic with, and it had been far too long since he had enjoyed such carefree play. How could he have almost forgotten that today he was to practice the great fireball technique? It wasn't too late yet. He needed to hurry back. Muttering to himself, Sasuke gradually stood up, having regained some of his strength. As he instinctively stretched his limbs and looked up, he was unexpectedly met with the sight of Naruto, who he had assumed had run far away. More precisely, Naruto was clinging upside down from a branch above him, standing upright without any support, glaring down at Sasuke with a fierce gaze. How impressive. How did you manage that? Wait, you've been hiding up there the whole time? That's so cunning. You're cheating. Huh? Cheating? You simpleton, I can't even comprehend what you're saying. Could it be that you're just making excuses for not being able to catch up to me? If you're capable, come down. Let's compete fairly. Not a chance. If you're so capable, then come up here. Come down. You come up. Down. Up. With his face contorting in disbelief, Naruto's features twitched as he processed Sasuke's words. His eyes transformed into wide, white beads as he playfully pointed at Sasuke, engaging in a childish exchange of taunts. Yet beneath their bickering lay a heart that felt as though it had been trampled by a stampede of wild horses, filled with frustration and tears unshed. Earlier, while being pursued, Naruto had carefully managed his chakra output to avoid revealing any weaknesses that might attract the attention of those with ill intentions. He endeavored to match the speed of his peers, making it seem as though he was running at full capacity. Yet, much to his surprise, he found that the distance between them had not effectively narrowed. He had assumed that the cautious pace he maintained while following Sasuke was a clever game reminiscent of cat and mouse, only to discover that Sasuke was merely an unrelated child. What was he so anxious about? He had squandered so much precious training time engaging in a dance of wits, preparing numerous justifications, only to realize now that it was simply Naruto being overly cautious, battling with the air itself. How utterly embarrassing. Indeed, just as Naruto had said, maintaining a certain level of chakra was far more challenging than he had anticipated. In front of the massive tree where Naruto practiced climbing, Sasuke, now covered in dirt and fatigue, lay collapsed among the leaves. Too much chakra would damage the trunk, while too little would lack the necessary grip. In either case, he would fall before climbing very high, in a state of perspiration and slight breathlessness. Sasuke reflected on the lessons learned from his previous failures while scrutinizing the tree trunks he had previously climbed. The trunks bore numerous, uneven footprints and varying shades of white scratches, and in comparison, the marks he had left were but a mere fraction. These were the remnants of Naruto's solitary training. It appeared that Naruto had not exerted his full effort during their earlier encounters. Well, the defeat was not entirely unjust. With the last remnants of strength in his weary muscles, Sasuke forced himself to sit up against the tree trunk, his gaze gradually shifting from the stark evidence of his struggles to Naruto, who was intently carving a wooden block with a kunai. He raised an eyebrow and murmured to himself, pondering why this seemingly amiable fellow had been labeled a monster destined for early demise. What's wrong, Sasuke? Are you planning to give up so soon? Naruto, seemingly aware of Sasuke's inquisitive gaze, looked up from the nascent trident-shaped kunai he was shaping, a playful smile gracing his lips. How could I? Fool. I am a member of the Uchiha Clan, the most formidable in Konoha. Such trivial training could never best me. For reasons unknown, the gentle smile on Naruto's face evoked in Sasuke a fleeting sense of guidance akin to having an elder brother beside him. After a moment of distraction, his cheeks flushed slightly in embarrassment, and he turned away, grumbling defiantly, although the mirth in his eyes only grew. By the way, Naruto, do you know what the villagers think of you? After a brief pause, Sasuke refocused his attention on Naruto. As the embodiment of the feared and malevolent nine-tailed fox, a monster according to the villagers, Sasuke had witnessed firsthand a different side of Naruto, finding him to be surprisingly kind and approachable. This realization only deepened his initial curiosity, prompting him to inquire tentatively. Huh. Oh, you mean the ones who say I'm the fox that caused the death of the Fourth Hokage? The monster that should have died long ago? Despite Sasuke's abrupt question, Naruto's demeanor remained unaffected as he continued to carve his wooden kunai, casually shrugging off the inquiry. Being a reincarnated individual, Naruto was well aware that his parents had sacrificed their lives to protect him from the Nine Tails. In a certain sense, their demise was indeed linked to him, along with the sealed beast within him. Well, I've been hearing that since childhood, so I've long since become accustomed to it. It doesn't bother me. Huh? But let me ask you something, Naruto. Are those villagers irreplaceable family in my life? Observing Naruto's indifferent attitude, Sasuke felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Naruto's earnest counter-question interrupted him. Isn't that obvious? Ultimately, they are merely strangers to me. Since they bear no relation to my existence, why should I concern myself with their words? Ah, it seems that may indeed be the case. Upon hearing this, Sasuke paused slightly, and upon further contemplation, he found a semblance of truth in the words of the individual before him. Instinctively nodding, he quietly planted a seed of thought within his heart. Just because they whisper and point fingers behind my back, suggesting I should perish, does that mean I must obediently succumb to their whims? Hardly. I am not so foolish. Observing Sasuke, who was perplexed yet striving to grasp the essence of this sentiment, Naruto's eyes sparkled with mirth. After a brief pause, whether to elucidate for Sasuke or to offer clarity to himself, he murmured thoughtfully, enunciating each word. Regardless of their perceptions of me, be it as a demon fox or a monster, I remain true to myself, Uzumaki Naruto of the Hidden Leaf Village. The truth remains unchanged by the opinions of outsiders. Therefore, rather than squander time fretting over the trivial judgments of inconsequential individuals, it is far more prudent to devote my energies to training, striving to enhance my own strength, to live without guilt, leaving no room for regrets in my life. This, indeed, is what I ought to cherish. As dawn broke, while most remained ensconced in the embrace of sweet dreams, the Uchiha family had risen early, gathered around the dining table to relish a sumptuous breakfast. Delicious. Mom, another bowl, please. With his cheeks round from the food stuffed within, Sasuke diligently chewed and swallowed. Yet his hands remained steadfastly clutching his bowl and chopsticks, unexpectedly lifting them again towards his mother, mumbling incoherently. You want more? You've already had a second bowl. As Mikoto Uchiha accepted the bowl from Sasuke's hands, her gaze roamed over him, astonished. Your appetite seems quite remarkable lately, Sasuke. In her recollection, due to his father's insistence on cultivating a habit of rising early, Sasuke had always appeared reluctant and sluggish during breakfast. Yet, In recent days, not only had his appetite expanded, but he had also surprisingly shed his penchant for sleeping in. Besides his older brother Itachi, Sasuke was now the second to rise in the household, even waking his father, Fugaku, this morning. It's because mom's cooking is simply delightful. I always feel as though I could eat more. As he caught sight of his mother's astonished and curious expression, a slight blush crept across his cherubic cheeks. After swallowing the last morsel, he squinted playfully and replied, "Ah, you little charmer, have you learned to flatter your mother? Did Itachi teach you this?" At these words, Mikoto was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a light-hearted laugh. As she refilled his bowl with warm rice, she affectionately ruffled Sasuke's nose. "But you are at that age where you should eat more. A third bowl it is. I've only prepared this much today, but next time, I will make extra for you." "Not at all. I am merely speaking the truth." Thank you, Mom. I shall dig in." As Sasuke once again indulged in his delightful meal, Uchiha Fugaku, who had remained silent by his side, casually perused the newspaper while discreetly observing his energetic young son with the corner of his eye. "One must eat with decorum. Slow down, Sasuke. There is no one competing with you for the food. Do not devour your meal as if you were a famished spirit reborn." "Dear, what are you saying?" "Meek." The nurturing mother immediately objected, gently caressing Sasuke's bewildered little head while turning to chide her husband with a playful reproach. "Look, it's rare for Sasuke to have such a hearty appetite lately. With your scaring him like that, he might not dare to eat. Humph, you just indulge him. Don't you?" A doting mother often spoils her child. Observing Sasuke pause his meal, seemingly anxious not to upset his father, Fugaku couldn't help but emit a soft hum. Redirecting his gaze back to the newspaper, though a hidden smile flickered in his eyes, though he had never overtly expressed it, Fugaku was genuinely pleased with his younger son's recent changes and developments. Apart from the times when Sasuke returned home disheveled and dusty from his escapades, he had shown remarkable progress. He no longer sought excuses to be lazy nor pestered his elder brother with childish whims. Astonishingly, just yesterday, he had demonstrated the full version of the fireball technique, which was a considerable feat for a novice ninja. This was particularly noteworthy given that just a few days prior, Sasuke had struggled to conjure even a tiny flame. Such significant improvement inevitably reminded Fugaku of his eldest son, Itachi. He had expected Sasuke, overshadowed by his brother's genius, to resign himself to mediocrity, yet Sasuke had surprised him tremendously with his remarkable growth. Both of his sons were extraordinary talents, filling Fugaku with a sense of pride and contentment, which led him to refrain from reprimanding Sasuke for his daily excursions. He had a strong intuition that Sasuke's sudden transformation was closely linked to his ventures outside. Dad. Oh, what is it, Sasuke?" Lost in pride for his child, Fugaku was gradually brought back to reality by Sasuke's cautious inquiries. Unbeknownst to him, his typically impassive expression now bore a hint of a tender smile. "Dad, didn't you promise me before that once I mastered the fireball technique, I could choose a jutsu I like to practice?" Sensing his father's rare smile, Sasuke felt a deep sense of satisfaction, which only intensified his gratitude and fondness for Naruto, who had been diligently guiding him. After a brief pause, he tentatively made his request in accordance with his earlier agreement with Naruto. "Oh, of course, that's no problem, Sasuke. However, at your young age, I can only permit you to select a jutsu of the basic level for your practice." Gradually, Fugaku's demeanor towards Sasuke had softened considerably, reflecting the latter's growing determination. After a moment of contemplation, he selected a ninjutsu that he believed best suited Sasuke's current situation and continued speaking. "Haven't you always been fascinated by shuriken techniques? How about this? Aside from teaching you new shuriken techniques, I will also impart to you a ninjutsu that can complement them, the fire release, dragonfire technique. Although this technique is only of a low grade, it excels in its ability to synergize with the unique shuriken techniques of the Uchiha Clan. Even if the shuriken technique falters, it can serve as a surprising counterattack that inflicts significant damage on the enemy." In Fugaku's eyes, this undoubtedly represented the finest reward for Sasuke, who had harbored a keen interest in shuriken techniques since childhood. As Sasuke gazed at his father, who was earnestly contemplating for him, a warm feeling blossomed in his heart, yet he struggled to suppress his curiosity. To Fugaku's surprise, Sasuke slowly shook his head. "Can I choose for myself?" The younger son's unwavering refusal left the confident Fugaku momentarily stunned, compelling him to steady himself. While he reluctantly attempted to make his recommendation once more. "Huh? Why not? Sasuke, this is a ninjutsu that can be paired with your favorite shuriken techniques. Moreover, It's far more impressive and stylish than the great fireball technique. That sounds fantastic, but I've already decided on the ninjutsu I want to learn. I will learn the dragon fire technique next time. All right then. Observing his son, who remained entirely unmoved, Fugaku reaffirmed that Sasuke had indeed surpassed his expectations and grown independent. Yet, a sense of melancholy washed over him, a bittersweet realization that his child had spread his wings and matured. Amidst this emotional turmoil, he weakly inquired, pausing momentarily before reiterating his limits. However, you must consider this carefully. I will only teach you ninjutsu of the lowest grade. I won't instruct you in anything beyond that. Rest assured, father, I have made up my mind. Seeing his father acquiesce, Sasuke sighed in relief and, with a beaming smile, declared the name of the ninjutsu he had already resolved to learn. Father, I wish to learn the shadow clone technique of the lowest grade. Meanwhile, as Sasuke enjoyed the warmth of his daily interactions with his parents, Naruto, who had arrived early at the training ground, now lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted as if he had just endured a fierce battle. His orange jacket appeared as though it had been shredded by a blade, reduced to tattered remnants fluttering against his black shirt, while the vibrant green grass beneath him had become a vivid crimson, soaked with his blood that continuously dripped and stained the earth. At my age, am I truly too impatient? He mused. If it weren't for the partner residing within me providing backup, this reckless endeavor might have sent me straight to meet the Sage of Six Paths. In his current battered state, gasping for breath, even moving a finger felt like a luxury. Yet, despite his condition, the smile that usually adorned his face remained, perhaps even brighter than before, as if he had encountered the greatest fortune. Theoretical knowledge can never rival practical experience, although the cost of taking the first step exceeded expectations. It is, in comparison to the eventual gains, somewhat acceptable. As Naruto reflected upon the events that had transpired not long ago, he found himself devoid of any fear despite suffering grievous injuries. Instead, an exhilarating rush of adrenaline surged through him, igniting an unusual fervor. Clenching his teeth, Naruto disregarded the perilous state of his severely wounded body, extracting the scant remnants of energy within him to bend his fingers into a fist. With a slow tilt of his head, he grinned as he examined the wooden kunai in his palm, which was thoroughly soaked with his blood and sweat, revealing only faint, bizarre symbols. Although it was merely a transfer of less than 3 meters, it could still be deemed a successful first step. At last, I have touched the threshold. The Flying Thunder God technique, not only endowed with the formidable regenerative ability of the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, but also inheriting the astonishing vitality of the Uzumaki clan from his mother, Kushina. When Sasuke arrived at the training ground, bearing a scroll and a backpack, he found Naruto's figure. And the life-threatening injuries that would have caused an ordinary person to bleed to death had vanished without a trace. The young child's body had not only returned to its original state, but also bore no scars upon his delicate skin, which was as flawless as ever. After locating a water source to cleanse himself of the bloodstains, Naruto's previous appearance of weakness and near death seemed more like a fleeting dream, devoid of any remnants of its existence. Here, Naruto, this is the ninjutsu scroll you requested. Why aren't you wearing a shirt today? Sasuke, who had gradually become accustomed to visiting the training ground at their agreed time to find Naruto, curiously scrutinized the bare-chested Naruto while handing over the scroll detailing the advanced ninjutsu technique, the shadow clone technique, which he had received as a reward from his father. It's too hot. I just took it off to cool down, Naruto replied nonchalantly, offering a flimsy excuse while suppressing the rapid beating of his heart, striving to maintain an air of confidence as he accepted the ninjutsu scroll from Sasuke and quickly flipped through its contents. Is that so? Sasuke replied, somewhat skeptical, as he subtly observed the increasingly barren branches of the trees around them, whose leaves had begun to wither since the onset of autumn. He couldn't help but think, it's clearly getting colder. Naruto is indeed quite strange. This is it, without a doubt. Indeed, merely knowing the hand seals is insufficient. One must also understand how to circulate and allocate chakra. Now I have comprehended everything. If the information inscribed here is accurate, I can produce true shadow clones. Finally, I've acquired the experience cheat. With the long-desired information finally in his grasp, Naruto felt a surge of joy, dancing with excitement, while also marveling at how convenient it was to have a friend from a privileged background, aside from the ability to inflict tangible damage on adversaries. Akin to the entities created by other ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique possesses a more significant characteristic: upon dissolution or the infliction of fatal injuries, All experiences and memories gathered by the shadow clones are seamlessly relayed back to the original body. Consequently, even if a shadow clone infiltrates enemy lines and is discovered, subsequently pursued and cornered, it can still transmit invaluable intelligence and experiences without any loss. This is the true intent behind the second Hokage's development of this advanced ninjutsu, aimed at minimizing casualties in intelligence operations. Furthermore, the enhanced variant of the shadow clone technique, recorded in the original literature and later utilized by Naruto, is the signature skill known as the multi-shadow clone technique. However, it is important to note that neither the standard shadow clone technique nor the more sophisticated multi-shadow clone technique is accessible to Naruto, who bears the notorious reputation of the Nine Tails. Had it not been for the inexplicably acquired knowledge of the original work's improved Flying Thunder God technique, which the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, never had the chance to impart to Naruto, along with the insights gleaned from the memories of Kakashi Hatake and Jiraiya's training methods, Naruto would likely have remained stagnant in strength, unable to surpass his peers, much like in the original storyline, where he struggled against even the weakest of opponents. Despite the notable advancements in his abilities compared to his original counterpart, Naruto would still have to patiently await an opportunity to learn the shadow clone technique, likely from Mizuki, who would guide him in the future. Sasuke, therefore, represents the pivotal turning point that Naruto has long awaited. Based on Naruto's recollections of the Third Great Ninja War, it is evident that the enemy ninja from IWA, known as the Magic Leech, had utilized an improved version of the shadow clone technique, the forbidden multi-shadow clone technique. Thus, Naruto boldly deduces that acquiring the method for mastering the shadow clone technique may not be as impossible as initially depicted in the original narrative. While it may indeed be challenging for the average individual to access such techniques, Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha Clan and the minister of the Konoha police force, undoubtedly possesses the capability to teach his children the method for mastering the shadow clone technique. Sasuke's commendable performance today further affirms that Naruto's decision to invest his personal training time to patiently guide Sasuke was a gamble that yielded far greater benefits than drawbacks. Hey, Naruto. Yes? Ahem, what is it, Sasuke-kun? With the acquisition of the indispensable shadow clone technique and a clearer grasp of the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto, who has consistently presented a mature facade to Sasuke, can hardly contain his excitement, envisioning a future where he triumphs over the enigmatic Uchiha Obito and tramples the Akatsuki organization, until the complex and meaningful call from Sasuke beside him pulled him back to reality. Naruto, still floating in a blissful sense of satisfaction, unprecedentedly added the honorific Kuin after Sasuke's name. This obsequious display involuntarily sent shivers down Sasuke's spine, making him tremble uncomfortably all over. Ugh, Naruto. You truly are a weirdo. It's just a basic ninjutsu. Sasuke, oblivious to the true utility of the shadow clone technique, could not comprehend Naruto's unusual exuberance. He secretly doubted whether he had been blind to see a semblance of his brother in Naruto. Gradually, he took a few steps back, instinctively distancing himself, as if trying to avoid being infected by Naruto's foolishness. Cough, cough, cough. Once you learn this technique, you will understand why I am so delighted, Sasuke. Upon noticing Sasuke's disdainful expression, Naruto finally recognized just how much his carefully maintained image had crumbled in front of this little fan. He quickly composed himself, restoring a normal expression, and earnestly inquired, attempting to salvage his image while carefully placing the scroll documenting the training methods of the shadow clone technique into the inner pocket of his pants as if it were a precious treasure. Speaking of which, the tree climbing training I taught you has been thoroughly completed, and you have successfully mastered the great fireball technique. So, Sasuke, what are your plans next? Will you return to continue your training under your father's guidance? Huh? The youthful and innocent-minded Sasuke could hardly match wits with Naruto's cunning. The sudden inquiry left the previously disdainful Sasuke's mind in a daze, causing him to temporarily forget Naruto's earlier embarrassing display. He tilted his little head, pondering earnestly. From Sasuke's perspective, although Naruto appeared shrouded in mystery, he was ultimately just a child of similar age. Rationally analyzing the situation, considering the training results, it would indeed be the optimal choice for Sasuke, who had already attracted the attention of his father, Fugaku Uchiha, to receive personal instruction from him rather than continue honing his skills alongside Naruto. This notion had crossed Sasuke's mind earlier that morning when he witnessed his father's rare display of indulgence. However, for some reason, after Naruto articulated this sentiment, Sasuke found himself inexplicably resistant to what seemed the best choice. Was it to satisfy his initial curiosity, yearning to unearth more secrets hidden within Naruto? Or was it to preserve the bond that he had painstakingly built with Naruto, someone with whom he could genuinely connect and freely express himself? Not wishing to lose his only friend due to training? I don't know. No wonder Itachi Uchiha is an irredeemable brother complex. This kid is just too honest and adorable. ISNTE. Is he an angel? Naruto, who merely intended to divert attention to erase his earlier embarrassing display before Sasuke, was met with the sight of the little fan's chubby face scrunching up in serious contemplation. Ultimately, Sasuke lowered his head in a helpless and pitiful manner, his voice tinged with a hint of a whimper, making him all the more endearing, sufficiently proving that the young and innocent Sasuke has come to regard Naruto as an indispensable companion. This realization engenders a profound sense of guilt within Naruto for manipulating the pure feelings of a child, leaving him utterly flustered and on the verge of surrender. Well, never mind. No need to dwell on it for too long. You truly are a fool. I am not a fool. Idiot Naruto. Amidst gentle teasing, Naruto strives to suppress the overwhelming urge to embrace and comfort the adorably explosive little creature before him. His initial intention to merely exploit Sasuke for personal gain quietly shifts in light of Sasuke's unintentional display of genuine emotion. Fine. Not a fool. Naruto, while playfully mocking, instinctively raises his hand, his gaze softening with an unexpected hint of affection as he lightly pokes Sasuke's forehead with the tips of his fingers. Such a naive little fool. That's more like it. But I am not a little fool. Just as Sasuke begins to comprehend and prepares to retort, Naruto's familiar gesture silences him completely, causing his chubby cheeks to flush crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. As always, Sasuke, I will do my utmost to guide you in your training. Observing Sasuke's adorable, stunned demeanor, Naruto smiles gently, resolving the earlier question in his mind while quietly sighing. It seems I cannot simply watch idly as I had planned during the Uchiha clan's downfall, compared to the future, where ignorance breeds a cold, revenge-driven demeanor. I find myself far more fond of this charming, obedient little angel. Are you ready? The fox that you dread and suppress is about to stir things up ahead of schedule. Do not rush, Sasuke. Walking on flowing water is not the same as standing still like a tree. You must constantly monitor your chakra output. Standing on the pebbled, crystal-clear stream, Naruto remains steady, the water flowing beneath his feet creating ripples while not a drop touches his shoes. The technique that aids in mastering chakra distribution, aside from tree climbing practice, is this advanced challenge of walking on moving water. Of course, compared to Naruto, who has mastered this skill effortlessly, even descending waterfalls without getting wet, Sasuke's current struggle to maintain his balance appears quite awkward. Soaked by the chilling waters of winter, Sasuke's head, adorned with slightly pointed hair, droops after several tumbles into the stream, resembling his brother in his youth. Yes, just a bit more chakra. Hold it steady. Yes. Drawing from his own experience, Naruto patiently guides Sasuke while remaining actively engaged. In his right hand, he grasped a smooth balloon, simultaneously guiding Sasuke while channeling chakra from his palm, gradually infusing it until the water within began to rotate at a steady pace, causing the balloon to slowly flatten. Yet it remained unbroken. Is this truly the extent of my abilities? Not only can I not release a Rasengan with one hand, but I am also incapable of generating erratic chakra currents with a single hand. Must I truly rely on the half-hearted techniques learned through shadow clones? Success. Hooray. As Naruto gradually focused on weighing the pros and cons, Sasuke's exclamation of joy instinctively drew his gaze. There he saw Sasuke, who had once struggled to maintain his balance, now joyfully hopping on the water's surface. Children are indeed easily satisfied. If only I could be like him, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Though he spoke lightly, Naruto's eyes revealed a hint of fondness and satisfaction at Sasuke's success. Despite the time Sasuke took to master this stage being considerably longer than Naruto's, it was understandable. After all, Sasuke was not a child harboring an adult soul. Compared to his peers, Sasuke, blessed with both intelligence and diligence, truly lived up to the Uchiha clan's reputation for brilliance. Had it not been for the tragic massacre that forced him to witness the beloved older brother slaying their parents, he might have developed into a slightly tsundere version of Naruto. As Naruto muttered to himself, Sasuke gradually suppressed his excitement, regaining his composure. With hands on his hips and his small face slightly raised, his bright, sparkling eyes blinked eagerly, reminiscent of a pet seeking praise. For some reason, even though Naruto appeared to be of similar age, his mature demeanor and patient guidance made Sasuke unconsciously associate him with an older brother figure. Thus, though he never voiced it, a growing desire for Naruto's recognition and appreciation blossomed within him. Though there are still some flaws. This is quite impressive, truly befitting of an Uchiha genius. Observing Sasuke's increasing trust and affection towards him, Naruto pondered the likelihood of being incinerated by an envious, possessive younger brother one day. He then stood on tiptoes, gently patting Sasuke's head with his free left hand while offering praise. "Well done, Sasuke." "Hige, of course." Receiving the compliment, Sasuke's smile broadened, his eyes narrowing as he unconsciously nuzzled against Naruto's palm in a display of affection. "However, Sasuke, I advise you to consume a soldier pill immediately." "Huh? Why?" "Your chakra reserves are already less than mine. After today's training and the exertion from your earlier success, you likely lack sufficient chakra to remain standing on the water." Observing Sasuke's puzzled expression, Naruto's lips curled into a mischievous smile, instilling a sense of foreboding in Sasuke as he noticed his feet slowly sinking into the water. With a tone full of feigned innocence, Naruto continued speaking. Let me take a wild guess. The moment of complete supportlessness, plunging into the water, is now." Laughter erupted as the words faded. Before Sasuke could even react, he suddenly lost his footing and tumbled into the water with a splash, a familiar chill enveloping his body. Instinctively, the young Sasuke flailed his arms in a panic, while he loudly complained to his best friend, who was doubled over laughing and clutching his stomach. "Foolish Naruto, could you not have mentioned it sooner? Haha. It's your own fault for neglecting to monitor your chakra levels. You brought this upon yourself." Before Naruto could finish his retort, a wave of refreshing splashes doused him, transforming his previously carefree demeanor into that of a drenched chicken. After a moment of stunned silence, he rolled up his sleeves, feigning anger as he glared at the grinning Sasuke in the water. "How dare you splash me, Sasuke? It seems you've chosen rebellion." "Who was it that first bullied me? It serves you right. It's hardly fair that I alone ended up in the water. So tell me, Naruto, how does it feel to be a drenched chicken? Is the water freezing to your bones? Well, you've certainly grown bolder. Well, I shall show you my prowess." As he spoke, Naruto cracked his knuckles and released the chakra from his feet, allowing himself to plunge into the water as well, splashing playfully at Sasuke in a childish water fight. Is that all you've got, foolish Naruto? Watch this. Take that. Heya. Ora ora ora. Muda muda muda." While Naruto and Sasuke were engrossed in their playful skirmish, a white-haired elder, holding a pipe, stood quietly hidden behind the bushes in the distance. His gaze, filled with affection and pride, was mostly fixed on Naruto, though tinged with a hint of guilt. "Naruto, my boy, you are far stronger than I ever anticipated. And you've made friends who truly care for you." As he spoke, the elder brought the pipe to his lips, taking a slow puff. He turned slightly, smiling gently at the dense, shadowy forest before him. "And you are an exceptional ninja, am I not right, little one?" His words seemed to echo in the silence, as if he were merely conversing with himself, with no response in sight. "Though you may be shy about showing yourself, fret not, my dear grandson. I would never harm you." The elder shook his head in resignation, exhaling a wisp of smoke as he softened his tone, playfully coaxing as if engaging with a mischievous grandchild. "Or perhaps you wish to play a game of hide and seek with Grandpa." Indeed. You cannot hide from me." After the elder's words, he fell silent, kindly observing the forest, and after a brief pause, the sound of Naruto's laughter echoed from within. Subsequently, another Naruto, completely dry and untouched by water, slowly emerged into the elder's line of sight. With an air of bashfulness, he scratched the back of his head, inadvertently revealing the elder's identity. "It's our first meeting, or perhaps I should say, it has been a long time? Good afternoon, Grandpa Third Hokage." "Indeed, quite impressive." The Third Hokage replied, a smile gracing his lips as he gently stroked his beard. "Without anyone's guidance, you have not only mastered the shadow clone technique with remarkable proficiency, but also adeptly trained that child from the Uchiha Clan. You truly never cease to astonish your grandfather." Watching Naruto, who at last lowered his guard and revealed himself, the Third Hokage continued, "By the way, you recognize me? Of course. I see your statue carved into the Hokage rock every single day. How could I possibly not recognize it?" Naruto responded, a hint of pride evident as he playfully tapped his nose with his finger, standing tall with his hands on his hips, squinting and grinning broadly. "Well, that is fair enough. Although I have been diligently training, I cannot hide anything from you, Grandpa Third Hokage. As everyone says, you are the strongest ninja in the village." You may be young, but your flattery is quite adept." The Third Hokage chuckled, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he reached out to affectionately ruffle Naruto's hair. By the way, you mentioned it's been a long time since we met? Ah, indeed. Although I don't have much recollection. I believe this is not our first encounter, Naruto replied, suppressing a sense of embarrassment as he allowed the elder to pat his head, tilting it slightly upwards while maintaining his bright smile. After my parents sacrificed their lives for the village, I am certain you, as the third Hokage, must have been present to ascertain the situation, right? Given that, it makes perfect sense to assume we have met before. Your parents sacrificed for the village, Naruto? The third Hokage's expression turned grave, an icy chill creeping over him as he scrutinized Naruto's face, his hand trembling slightly. Who told you about this? Do you know who your parents are? Of course. As the child protected by my parents' sacrifice, how could I possibly be unaware of their identities? Noticing the scrutinizing gaze of the third Hokage, Naruto met his eyes boldly, tilting his head slightly as if merely stating an ordinary fact. He continued, enunciating clearly. My mother was the previous jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina Uzumaki, and my father was the great hero who sacrificed himself to save the village, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Am I right, Grandpa third Hokage? You are absolutely correct, my child. The third Hokage scrutinized the young lad before him, observing that Naruto, despite the years of indifference and discrimination from the villagers, harbored no resentment or dissatisfaction towards him. Instead, Naruto's azure and limpid eyes brimmed with affectionate trust, which greatly relieved the third Hokage's heart. Acknowledging Naruto's awareness of his lineage did not breach the pact with Danzo. He subtly nodded in affirmation of Naruto's response. Since you are aware of your origins, why did you not confide in your grandfather sooner? Doing so might have spared you from enduring such hardship. Hardship? Not at all. Naruto replied with a playful grin. From the moment I was born, this place has been filled with the love of my parents. All that remains is to regard these challenges as a form of training. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Naruto gestured towards the robust tree roots exposed by the earth with one hand, while the other lightly pressed against his heart. Moreover, the fact that even my grandfather, the third Hokage, could not prevent such circumstances from arising indicates that the village is not as peaceful and serene as it seems. A bit of suffering is inconsequential. I must not add to my grandfather's troubles. This sentiment was not a fade, but rather a sincere expression. Naruto understood how ruthless Danzo could be in his quest for power, recognizing that maintaining his despised identity as the Nine Tails was essential for navigating the perilous vulnerability of his childhood. Additionally, he felt a familiarity and respect for the kindly elder before him. Although Naruto harbored little fondness for the higher-ups of Konoha, who had contributed to his tragic upbringing, he held a genuine reverence for the amiable third Hokage. As a direct disciple of both the first and second Hokages, Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed mastery over all 5 chakra elements, enabling him to adeptly wield wind, lightning, earth, fire, and water ninjutsu. He earned the esteemed title of Professor of Ninjutsu while nurturing the legendary Sannin, who rose to prominence in the ninja world. Furthermore, the third Hokage's unparalleled strength allowed him to inherit the title of God of Shinobi from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He was the longest-serving Hokage in Konoha's history, leading the village during its golden era. In a later conflict, when Orochimaru led an invasion with the Sand and Sound villages, he valiantly battled against the reanimated first and second Hokages to protect the village, ultimately, to prevent its destruction at Orochimaru's hands. He sacrificed his own life by employing the dead demon-consuming seal. It can be said that he devoted his entire life selflessly to the village he cherished, embodying the true spirit of a noble ninja who served until his last breath. Certainly, relying solely on these factors would earn Naruto the respect of others. However, the crucial reason why Naruto completely trusts the third Hokage lies in the fact that during his times of ostracization and oppression by the villagers, when he was falsely accused of being the Nine Tails, the third Hokage was among the few, if not the only, high-ranking members of Konoha who genuinely sheltered and protected him. When young Naruto was consumed by resentment and confusion due to the villagers' rejection, it was the third Hokage who discreetly sought him out, providing companionship and patiently guiding him away from the shadows that could distort one's psyche into that of a monster. When Naruto, influenced by Mizuki, attempted to steal the Forbidden Scroll, it was Iruka, who had been touched by Naruto's spirit, that the third Hokage entrusted to care for him, concerned for his well-being. Additionally, the choice of Kakashi Hatake as the leader of Team 7 was a thoughtfully considered decision by the third Hokage, being the best option for Naruto. Although these events transpired solely within the original narrative of Naruto, having now assumed the identity of Uzumaki Naruto. He naturally holds dear the principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. My child, how much do you truly understand? Well, it's merely that during my training, I've taken some time to gather a bit of information, just a little, he replied innocently, playfully blinking his eyes in an effort to appear endearing and harmless. Yet, from Naruto's earlier subtle gestures towards the roots of the tree, the third Hokage discerned that the surprises and secrets hidden within this small frame exceeded his initial expectations by several folds. Then why, after enduring so much, have you suddenly chosen to reveal these truths to me? Are you no longer planning to keep them hidden? Or is there something significant prompting you to seek the old man's assistance? The third Hokage, who had gradually begun to view Naruto as more than just a child, gently retracted his hand and inquired softly, "No, I intend to continue concealing it. After all, given my current strength, living as the Nine-Tails is still the safer option. Thus, this will remain a secret between me and Grandpa Third Hokage." Naruto cast a fleeting glance at the small fan twirling playfully with a shadow clone by the distant stream. After a brief pause, he composed his cheerful demeanor and continued, "However, there are indeed several matters I wish to discuss earnestly with you, Grandpa Third Hokage." As Naruto methodically recounted his thoughts, a maturity that belied his youth began to emerge on his youthful visage, astonishing the third Hokage and evoking a sense of nostalgic familiarity. Reminiscent of the calm and astute figure of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, draped in his robes. The Uchiha massacre and the collusion with Orochimaru to destroy Konoha. How can this be? Are you jesting with your old grandpa? Despite having mentally prepared himself and knowing that this child was far from ordinary, the third Hokage could not help but exclaim in astonishment as Naruto casually recounted one chilling event after another. Over the years, Danzo's methods have indeed become exceedingly extreme. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge that his actions were ostensibly for the sake of the village. How could he possibly commit such acts, Naruto? If your grievances stem from the strategies Danzo imposed upon you in your youth, rest assured that starting tomorrow, your grandfather shall restore all that you rightfully deserve. Reclaiming the honor of being a hero's son, for the village's sake? Then how does one explain the false accusations that branded me as the Nine-Tails Fox since childhood? Promoting such slanderous tactics has only fostered a rebellious and reclusive disposition in the jinchūriki, potentially leading to emotional collapse and the uncontrolled resurgence of the tailed beast. Has this truly benefited the village in any tangible way? Naruto had long anticipated the incredulity of the elderly man before him. After all, when one is abruptly informed that a once dear friend harbors malicious intent to end their life and seize power, it is only natural to perceive such statements as mere jest, particularly from this usually benevolent third Hokage. Yet, Naruto must convince this venerable elder of the veracity of his claims. He must instill faith in the impending truths. Otherwise, until Naruto matures to a level capable of rivaling Danzo, he will possess no opportunity to alter the course of history. Even this amiable elder, who has always been excessively lenient, would be powerless to prevent his demise at the hands of his most cherished disciple, succumbing to the very excess of tolerance and compassion he embodies. While I cannot disclose the reasons behind my foresight of the future, I assure you that I am neither fabricating nor jesting. Third Hokage, consider this, since the Uchiha clan was collectively relegated to the outskirts of the village, ostensibly entrusted with the mantle of the Konoha Guard, it appears to be a significant responsibility for ensuring village security. In reality, however, it merely serves to facilitate the village's surveillance and control over them, does it not? Moreover, in recent days, the head of the Hyuga branch family sacrificed his life to appease the unreasonable demands of the Land of Lightning, thereby averting the outbreak of war and allowing Konoha to continue its peaceful existence. On the surface, this appears to be a minimal cost to quell the unrest. Yet it has incited profound animosity within the branch family towards the main house. Furthermore, the matter is far from as simplistic as it seems. Given the intelligence network of the Land of Lightning, could they truly be unaware that the head of the Hyuga clan, who regularly makes public appearances, is still alive? If they genuinely sought war, they could easily use this as a pretext to repeatedly pressure the village for the surrender of the Hyuga clan leader, rendering the branch head's sacrifice meaningless. Now, let us examine the origins of this incident. Dear Third Hokage, if you were a ninja from the unfamiliar Land of Lightning, without any internal support from Konoha to provide intelligence or assistance, would you be capable of circumventing the vigilant defenses of the Hyuga clan, known for their acute perceptive abilities, to silently approach and abduct the most vital heir of the main house? And those ninjas from the Land of Lightning, who managed to infiltrate the Hyuga territory so stealthily. If their sole aim was indeed to uncover the secrets of the Byakugan, why would they not simply seize a less conspicuous child from the branch family, who could also awaken the eyes without drawing undue attention, instead of targeting the highly protected heir of the main house? As long as there is no definition of abduction by other ninja villages, the main family will refrain from activating the caged bird curse seal to obliterate the Byakugan. This suffices for them to acquire the necessary intelligence to accomplish their mission. Does it not? Moreover, and of utmost importance, if I am not mistaken, the individual whose decisions bear significant weight in these events is Danzo. However, the one who has consistently appeared to issue commands and proclamations has always been you, the third Hokage. Consequently, the associated risks and repercussions have also been borne by you. In other words, you have been used as a pawn. As Naruto passionately articulated his thoughts, the third Hokage, despite his desire to refute and defend himself, found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he understood that Naruto's conjecture was alarmingly close to the truth. A leader capable of shouldering the mantle of Hokage and guiding Konoha back to prosperity after the devastating assault of the Nine Tails is certainly no fool. When Danzo took advantage of the transitional period of his reinstatement to forcibly alter the Elder Council's placement scheme for Naruto, the third Hokage had already begun to harbor suspicions akin to Naruto's. However, unlike Naruto, who had no connection to Danzo and even harbored disdain for him, the third Hokage had once fought alongside Danzo, sharing life and death experiences. Thus, he was reluctant to believe that his dear friend would descend to such depths for the sake of becoming Hokage. He had been deluding himself, trying to convince himself that Danzo was merely extreme in his methods, yet always acting with the village's best interests in mind. But now, Naruto's blunt words forced him to confront this terrifying speculation. For the village's sake, he could no longer pretend to be oblivious. Haha, Naruto. You truly are no ordinary child. It seems the time has come for me to make a decisive resolution, he mused. His emotions complex as the flame of his pipe flickered. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke again. So, what would you have me do? Cease the deliberate suppression of the Uchiha clan. Pay attention to Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha. These two are not only exceptionally powerful geniuses but also possess a profound sense of duty. Their love for the village surpasses their loyalty to their clan. Consider entrusting them with significant responsibilities to indirectly assuage the Uchiha's feelings of isolation from the village. As he assessed the third Hokage's gaze, the murky confusion that had previously resided in his eyes seemed to vanish, replaced by a clarity reminiscent of his younger days. This realization filled Naruto with hope and increased his confidence in the forthcoming actions. After reflecting upon his memories and organizing his thoughts, he continued to articulate his ideas. In a critical juncture where contact with Danzo must be severed, they could become pivotal figures in preventing the Uchiha clan from facing annihilation. They might even restore the glorious era when the Uchiha clan had complete trust in the village and collaborated closely with it. Reminiscent of the days of the first Hokage's founding of Konoha, Itachi Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, my boy, it appears you have meticulously planned everything. You truly are the son of Minato. Indeed, a tiger's son will not be a dog, after all. The third Hokage gazed at the 3-year-old Naruto, who responded with composure, and felt an increasing sense of uncertainty about the future achievements of this young prodigy. Yet, within him, there ignited a long-dormant spirit of competition and combat. Very well. I, in the name of the third Hokage, vow to you that the tragedies you speak of shall not come to pass. At the moment those words left the third Hokage's lips, Naruto sensed that the years had dulled the once fierce spirit of a proud lion, now feigning slumber. But it had quietly awakened. The true king had returned. As time flowed on, the sun gradually vanished beyond the horizon, and a new moon ascended, casting its gentle luminescence over the earth, heralding the arrival of night. Before the ancestral temple of one of Konoha's 2 great ocular clans, the Hyuga clan, the bright lights flickered to life, dispelling the encroaching darkness with the warm glow of orange lanterns inscribed with the characters for Spirit Lantern, guiding the arriving Hyuga clansmen forward. Inside the ancestral temple, the lights shone brightly as if it were daylight. Except for those dispatched on missions and unable to return in time, all members of the Hyuga clan gathered in accordance with the clan leader's orders, without exception. A sea of black-clad figures surrounded the central altar, creating a solemn spectacle. Regardless of age or gender, every attendee wore a uniform black kimono, yet their faces reflected no signs of joy or excitement, only a profound sorrow and nostalgia that was unmistakable. They understood that this large assembly was not convened for the annual grand ancestral ceremony, akin to a festive celebration, but rather to honor the memory of a member who had passed away, a hero who sacrificed his life to protect his elder brother, Hinata's father, Hinata Hayashi. It appeared that the first wave of attendees had gathered, and the ceremony was about to commence. As he surveyed the increasingly cramped space within the temple, Hinata Hayashi commanded the clan members to begin the memorial rites. His expression was calm, almost routine, devoid of any visible sorrow, yet it bore an unsettling cruelty. Only his daughter, Hinata, who timidly held his hand, was aware of the tremors shaking his concealed palm beneath his voluminous sleeves. How could this happen to Hayashi? His child was only 4 years old, and now he was without a father. It was heartbreaking indeed. Who could have foreseen that just days ago? Hayashi was laughing and chatting, only to succumb to death so young. Father, what does it mean when they say Uncle Hayashi has died? With her eyes scanning the surroundings, Hinata observed the sorrow etched on her clan members' faces, ultimately settling on her cousin Niji, who wept bitterly, tears streaming down his cheeks from a state of excitement to despair. An inexplicable heaviness filled Hinata's heart, and after a brief pause, she reached out to tug gently at her father's garment, her voice barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Why did Uncle Hayashi have to die? Niji is crying so sadly. If Uncle Hayashi hadn't died, Niji, and everyone, wouldn't be crying. As the heir to the Hyuga clan, Hinata had been nurtured in solitude, receiving her father's guidance in the gentle arts of the gentle fist since childhood. Being merely 3 years old and inherently shy, she was a sheltered flower, unable to grasp the profound sorrow encapsulated in the concept of death. Death means to leave us forever, Hinata. Her father's words prompted him to recall cherished memories of his brother, and as his hands trembled increasingly, he endeavored to maintain a calm tone while articulating his explanation. He will never return. He will never return? But Uncle Hayashi was supposed to guide Niji in his training. As she processed her father's explanation, the peculiar ache in Hinata's heart deepened, the color draining from her rosy cheeks. She murmured to herself softly, yet for reasons unknown. She could no longer summon the courage to glance at Niji. We had made plans. Why did Uncle Hayashi have to die? If only I could have saved him that night. Observing his daughter's diminishing voice, Hayashi shook his head in resignation, his expression quivering slightly, nearly contorting with the weight of his own sorrow and regret. Hayashi, my brother, how could you leave your family behind? It should have been me lying in that coffin tonight. After taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Hayashi lifted his gaze, scanning for Niji. His eyes eventually fell upon his cousin, who was collapsed over his father's coffin, weeping uncontrollably, filled with guilt and compassion for the young boy. Yet, Hayashi remained unaware that Niji, already harboring resentment towards the main family due to the imposed caged bird seal, would find the rift between him and the main family widening in the face of this sudden tragedy. It is this caged bird seal that led to my father's demise as a substitute for the clan leader. He was forced to die by the main family. As his fists tightened in anger, Niji silently cultivated a seed of hatred towards the main family, planted by the deceitful words of Danzo's informants, who had feigned kindness in revealing the truth about Hayashi's death. Wait for me, father. One day, I will avenge you by eliminating all those from the main family. Meanwhile, witnessing the profound grief enveloping her cousin, Hinata quietly released her father's hand and silently turned away, step by step departing from the ancestral shrine. Ah, it hurts so much. The biting cold and howling winds greeted Hinata as she stepped out of the temple, causing her to lose her balance and tumble down the stairs. Stinging pain brought a flush to her nose, and though she briefly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she resolutely rose to her feet, swaying slightly as she trudged through the deep snow that enveloped her ankles. If only she could bring back Uncle Hisashi, then perhaps everyone would cease their tears. Although she had gleaned the meaning of death from Hayashi's ambiguous explanation, the young and naive Hinata mistakenly believed that Uncle Hisashi had merely departed to a distant place, one that was difficult to return from. If she could find him, then he wouldn't be dead, and everyone would stop crying. With this misinterpretation guiding her decision, the naturally gentle and caring Hinata embarked on her first venture outside without notifying her father or taking any guards. A bold act that marked a departure from her usual adherence to his side. Wait for me, Uncle Hisashi, she murmured softly, tightening the thin fabric around her. Her breath visible in the frigid air as she shivered against the falling snow, her small, delicate figure gradually fading into the tranquil night. I've come to bring you home, she whispered. Meanwhile, after a prolonged secret conversation between Naruto and the Third Hokage, they discreetly departed from the training ground at different times and directions under the moonlit sky. Speaking of Sasuke, it seemed he had already left. Aside from the third Hokage, who had departed first, Sasuke had already finished his water-walking training and engaged in playful antics with Naruto's shadow clone, blissfully unaware of any oddities. After igniting a campfire with fire released to dry his clothes, he bid farewell to Naruto's shadow clone and headed home early to boast to his father about his recent training achievements, seeking his praise and approval. Unbeknownst to Naruto, he had returned to a solitary state, a stark contrast to the companionship he had grown accustomed to with Sasuke over the recent days. Was it because he had spent too much time with Sasuke lately? He chuckled to himself, realizing he was being overly sentimental. It was not the first time he had returned home alone. Why should he care so much? Shaking off these thoughts, he felt a mix of emotions after forming a deep bond with Sasuke and successfully convincing the third Hokage to reconsider his stance, providing Naruto with a renewed sense of confidence to avert the impending tragedy. This dual good news prompted the usually vigilant Naruto to relax ever so slightly. As he navigated the familiar alleyways on his way home, hands in pockets, bouncing along with a cheerful melody on his lips. Is it just my imagination? Is that a child? As Naruto approached his doorstep, poised to ascend the stairs and recuperate from the fatigue accumulated throughout the day, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. There, beneath the distant glow of a light, a diminutive, helpless shadow spun in place, arousing his curiosity and prompting him to pause. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, striving to discern whether he was merely a victim of his own imagination. It was well known that he had been regarded as the embodiment of the Nine-Tails since childhood, bearing the unrelenting scorn and resentment of a village that had once nearly been annihilated by that very beast. Thus, for Naruto, who had grown accustomed to the desolate streets surrounding his home, the sight of another person wandering in the sparsely populated night was nothing short of surreal. How rare it was for someone to linger near his home at such a late hour. The figure appeared to be in need of assistance. After waiting patiently by the roadside, he observed that the individual showed no inclination to depart. Instead, they had curled up, trembling and weeping softly. With a resigned shrug, Naruto thought, well, given my good mood today, I suppose I shall lend a hand. Although he anticipated that his mere presence might frighten the small creature into crying even harder, exacerbating the situation, he couldn't help but smile at the irony of it all. With a gentle shift in his pace to avoid startling the figure, he angled his approach and, once he believed the person could hear him clearly, he leaned down slightly, smiling as he lowered his voice to greet them. What's the matter? Is something wrong? As the winter chill descended, snowflakes began to drift down like delicate white feathers, blanketing the thriving hidden leaf village in a serene layer of white. Night had quietly enveloped the surroundings, and the streetlights flickered on, casting warm, orange halos that danced across the thick snow, illuminating the path and creating a comforting contrast against the encroaching darkness. Having wandered for so long without locating Uncle Nidame, Hinata's heart sank as she pondered whether her father's words about death and never returning were the reason for her fruitless search. In the deserted alleyway, with her little face slightly tinged with purple from the cold, she trudged forward, whispering to herself as her chubby hands came together in front of her, occasionally exhaling warm breaths to stave off the chill. Oh, it's so cold it was this cold just a few days ago. The rapidly plummeting temperature, forming frost with each breath, left Hinata in a state of disarray, her memories still anchored in the warmth of the sunlit days just days prior. Instinctively, she rubbed her hands together in a futile attempt to generate warmth, while lifting her gaze to the night sky. Though darkness had only just fallen, the stars sparkled like exquisite gems scattered across the canvas of the heavens. On ordinary nights, Hinata would be bundled in a snug, stylish winter coat, standing at the door, her heart filled with wonder as she identified constellations and admired the breathtaking beauty of the night sky. In the vast courtyard, one could once frolic and play in the snow. However, now, Hyuga Hinata, trembling from the cold, has come to realize the terrifying perils hidden within the enchanting winter scenery that once captivated her. Should she return home and inquire with her parents about where to find Uncle Nichi if he has indeed passed away, and then don warmer clothing before venturing out again? Even seasoned adult ninjas, endowed with superior physical resilience, struggle against the merciless chill of nature, let alone a mere 3-year-old child like Hinata, who is yet to reach the status of a lower ninja. The biting cold, which gnawed at her consciousness, had long since depleted the resolve that initially drove her to seek out her uncle. As her steps slowed and her heart filled with trepidation, she soon discovered a more pressing and dire dilemma than the choice between continuing her search or returning home. Where exactly is home? With her bright, glistening eyes blinking and darting around. Hinata's panic deepened the more she scrutinized her surroundings. As the eldest daughter of the esteemed Uchiha Clan, who rarely ventured outside, she had lost her sense of direction after aimlessly wandering for so long. Now, as she contemplated retracing her steps, she realized she was in an unfamiliar environment, one she had never encountered before. In this moment, not only could she not identify the path home, but she struggled to recall which route she had taken to arrive here. Had she come from the left? No, that couldn't be right. It must have been the right. What should she do? Everything looked the same, and she could not recognize anything at all. The dimly lit alleyway appeared to Hinata, shivering and disoriented, as a gaping maw of a ferocious beast, instilling in her no courage to take a step forward. Spinning in circles, she endeavored to discern the way back, but ultimately succumbed to the innate fear of the unknown that children possess. What should I do? Where are you, Mom and Dad? With her legs bending, she slowly crouched down, covering her eyes with her hands and burying her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling as she began to sob softly. What is wrong? Is something the matter? Just as Hinata felt increasingly helpless and frightened, a gentle, youthful voice reached her ears, prompting her to lift her tear-streaked face in search of its source, much like a drowning person grasping for a lifeline. Why was she still lingering here alone at such a late hour? Had she run away from home in a fit of anger, or had she simply lost her way? As the soft sounds of footsteps crunching in the snow grew closer, Hinata, illuminated by the light, gradually discerned a boy of her own age standing before her, hands tucked into his pockets, smiling down at her. Well, regardless of the reason, it's far too cold to be outside at this hour. You might catch a cold. Do you remember where your home is? With azure and crystalline eyes, her golden hair shimmering under the light like the sun's brilliant rays, Hinata approached cautiously, as if afraid of startling the person before her. This gentle demeanor resembled a small sun that embodies hope and warmth, gradually diminishing the despair and fear that had previously consumed her heart. Please, stop crying, dear. Come, take my hand, and I shall escort you home, he said. Feeling a mix of cold and shyness, Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she felt no resistance to the warmth of his hand as he gently grasped hers. Wiping her tears, she stood up obediently, her head tilting in curiosity as she observed him. In that moment, she was unaware that the image of this kind boy extending his hand to her would become indelibly etched in her young heart, deeply rooted and everlasting. To his surprise, the child before him showed no signs of fear upon his approach. Instead, the little one, who had been crouched on the ground, displayed a sense of calm as he allowed himself to be lifted. His previously panicked expression had transformed into one of relief, prompting Naruto to jest internally about perhaps being mistaken for the monster that the villagers spoke of. Hey, stop crying, dear. Your hands are quite cold. It seems you've been out in this frigid weather for far too long. As he held her hand in his, he felt not only the softness typical of a child, but also an icy chill that tugged at his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he removed his warm coat and scarf, draping them over her before she could fully comprehend his intent. By the time Hinata realized what was happening, Naruto had already wrapped her in his clothing, the residual warmth gradually dispelling her chill. His instinctive act of kindness filled her heart with a gentle warmth. Now, you should feel a bit warmer, right? He said, a smile dancing in his eyes as he reassured the shy girl before him. But if I wear these, you'll be left without your coat and scarf, she stammered, her voice barely a whisper, despite her longing for the warmth they provided. She mustered the courage to return the garments to him. You don't need to worry about that, he replied. You need them more than I do to keep warm. Don't you? Upon hearing this, Naruto instinctively placed his free hand gently atop Hinata's small head, caressing it tenderly, oblivious to the act of halting her movements. He disregarded the fact that Hinata's cheeks had become increasingly flushed, even exuding a hint of steam, interpreting it merely as a natural response to the cold. Those eyes. The Byakugan? You are a child of the Uchiha Clan, aren't you? He remarked, sighing as soon as Naruto's words fell. He noticed Hinata's growing shyness as her face reddened further, prompting her to lower her head, burying it within the confines of her red scarf to shield her eyes. While she offered a barely audible nod in response. I am Hinata Uchiha. That is wonderful. In that case, I believe I've figured out where you live. Naruto exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. It's quite late. Your family must be terribly worried. Upon confirming his assumption with her nod, Naruto, without waiting to catch the next words that Hinata timidly mumbled, interrupted her with a carefree tone, turning to survey their surroundings. Utilizing his familiarity with the area, he swiftly identified the optimal route leading to the Uchiha Clan's territory. With a smile, he clasped Hinata's small hand firmly and began to guide her back home. "Let us go. Hold my hand tightly. I will take you home." Unbeknownst to Naruto, whose words could easily be misinterpreted, and entirely unaware of the deepening crimson hue on Hinata's face, the two slender figures sprinted hand in hand, quickly disappearing into the dimly lit alley. Meanwhile, as Naruto and Hinata made their way towards the Hyuga territory at a leisurely pace, chaos erupted within the ancestral shrine, where the Hyuga clan had just concluded the ritual for their ancestors. What? Still no sign of Hinata? Hyuga Hayashi's usually calm demeanor was now marred by furrowed brows. Anxiety itched across his face as he paced restlessly like an ant on a hot skillet, inquiring of the clan members who had come to report. "We sincerely apologize, Lord Hayashi. We have meticulously searched the entire territory numerous times with our Byakugan, yet we have not found Lady Hinata's whereabouts. Please forgive our incompetence." The messenger's eyes bulged, veins protruding ominously, clearly having activated the Hyuga clan's unique bloodline limit, the Byakugan, despite the efforts made alongside his comrades using their 360-degree vision. The prolonged search yielded no results, filling the leader, who was supposed to protect Hinata at all costs, with profound shame and guilt. It seems that Hinata is no longer within the boundaries of the Hyuga territory, although Hayashi had mentally prepared for this outcome. Hearing the report still sent tumultuous waves through his heart. Could it be those damned ninjas from the Land of Lightning, breaking their promise and returning? Or is it the enemies lurking within Konoha, seeking the secrets of the Byakugan, not limited to just the forces of the Land of Lightning? Regardless of which hypothesis was true, none would bode well for Hinata, who had been missing for so long. Damn it, when did Hinata go missing? How did I not notice at all? Is fate truly intent on wasting the sacrifice of my brother, forcing me to endure the pain of losing him, only to lose my daughter as well? No, no, no. Calm down, Hinata. Think. There must be some remedy for this situation. Lord Hinata, should we report this matter to the Third Hokage? The Third Hokage? With his mind in turmoil, gnashing his teeth as he desperately pondered a strategy, Hinata turned his gaze towards the tightly sealed coffin in the ancestral shrine upon hearing the inquiry from a clan member beside him, remaining silent for a long while. Indeed, the disappearance of Hinata, the heir of the main family, was a matter grave enough to warrant reporting to the higher-ups of Konoha for assistance. However, having just endured the loss of his twin brother, Hinata, who sacrificed himself for him, at this moment, he could not summon even a glimmer of desire to report to the higher authorities, although it was officially stated that Hinata willingly took his brother's place in death. This decision was unilaterally determined by the higher-ups of Konoha, bypassing him as the head of the Hyuga clan, and deemed the optimal solution. Hinata was acutely aware that he bore an undeniable responsibility for his brother's demise. Yet, knowing that the incident stemmed from the abduction of Hinata by the ninja from the Land of Lightning, which he discovered and attempted to repel, he felt too cowardly to confront the unreasonable and aggressive demands of the Land of Lightning, opting instead to sacrifice the lives of the Hyuga clan members to placate the enemy. In a certain sense, one could argue that those lofty rulers, prioritizing the greater good, forced Hinata into this fatal path. Amidst this turbulent train of thought, how could Hinata possibly wish to seek assistance from the higher-ups? Heaven knows who they might choose to sacrifice next after this appeal. Order the first, second, and third squads to continue searching for Hinata's whereabouts within our territory. With this in mind, Hinata took deep breaths to force himself to calm down. After a brief pause, his brow furrowed, and he decisively waved his hand towards the waiting ninjas of the Hyuga clan, issuing a command: 4th, 5th, and 6th squads. Expand the search area to encompass the entire village. Yes, as for the Hokage, I will report to the 3rd Hokage personally shortly. Resolute in his decision to avoid involving the higher-ups, Hinata interrupted his subordinate's inquiry with a wave of his hand. Then, with wide-open eyes, he shouted fiercely, "Listen carefully. Search diligently, leaving no corner unchecked. Even if we must turn the village upside down, we must bring Hinata back." "Yes, Lord Hinata." Once the surrounding clan members dispersed to engage in the renewed search efforts, Hinata, who had been tightly wounded, turned and walked step by step towards his brother's coffin. As he observed and gently caressed the intricate patterns on the coffin, it seemed as though he were confiding in someone or making a promise to himself. "Rest assured, Hinata, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. I will not allow this pitiful display of weakness, of being unable to resist, to happen again. I will make those who covet the Hyuga clan understand that we are the strongest in Konoha. Welcome. Ah, it's you, little one. It's quite rare to see you here so late. Are you here for ramen?" As the members of the Hyuga clan busied themselves in a frantic search for the long-missing heir of the main family, the very subject of their quest. The young lady Hinata found herself blushing and flustered, entering a modest ramen shop adorned with a simple sign reading Ichiraku, which, despite its unassuming appearance, was bustling with patrons. "Good evening, uncle," she greeted shyly, her hand entwined with Naruto's as they stepped inside. Unlike the bashful Hinata, who nestled behind Naruto, he boldly responded to the shopkeeper's warm welcome while guiding her to a vacant two-seat counter. After a brief pause, seemingly oblivious to the disdainful glances from other diners, he cheerfully continued, "Uncle, 2 bowls of miso ramen, just like before, at extra narutomaki." "Haha, indeed. If you had come a moment later, I would have closed up shop." The owner chuckled in return, deftly preparing the noodles while his squinted eyes scrutinized Hinata, who appeared to trust Naruto implicitly. Curiosity and gossip danced across his face as he remarked, "I wouldn't have guessed. Just a few days apart, and you've already found yourself a girlfriend?" "Girlfriend?" Hinata stammered, her face buried deep in her scarf. The shopkeeper's teasing struck a nerve, and she felt steam rising from her cheeks. Instinctively bending down to hide beneath the wooden table like a bashful ostrich. "Hey, uncle, please don't joke like that," Naruto interjected, noticing Hinata's embarrassment. "She just happened to cross my path on my way home tonight, looking lost and cold. I thought it best to bring her here to warm up before I help her find her way back." Observing Hinata's shy demeanor, Naruto mistakenly believed her reticence stemmed from her limited interactions with strangers, attributing her timidity to the shopkeeper's exuberance. With a resigned shrug, he comfortingly placed his hand atop Hinata's head, gently ruffling her hair. "It's all right, don't be scared. Uncle is just teasing you. He is a good man. Plus, his ramen is the best in the village, delicious beyond words. You're going to love it." Feeling the warmth of Naruto's gesture, Hinata's blush deepened. And though she still lacked the courage to lift her gaze, she murmured softly in response, "Lost my way home. It's so late, no wonder I'm so shy. I must seem like such a pitiful child. But it seems I don't mind you at all. Perhaps I like you? Well, what do you think, little one?" The shopkeeper inquired with a knowing smile. With deft movements akin to a magician's, the proprietor skillfully transformed the soft, pale dough in his hands into slender, resilient strands of ramen. While stirring the noodles in the boiling pot, he continued to tease and jest with Naruto. "What on earth are you rambling about, old man? It's merely because I promised to escort her home that she trusts me so much," Naruto retorted, his mouth twitching in annoyance as he observed the enthusiastic Uncle Irika. Little did he know that the old man's casual remarks had nearly caused Hinata to swoon with embarrassment. Instead of indulging in such trivial gossip, it would be far better to focus on the ramen, lest it overcook. "Oh, good point." Instinctively bowing his head, Uncle Irika caught sight of the noodles almost congealed in the boiling water. He quickly stirred them apart and used a slotted spoon to lift them, shaking off the excess water before placing the portion into a bowl of rich broth that had been prepared in advance. After artfully garnishing it with a generous layer of toppings, he carefully set the bowl in front of Naruto and Hinata. "Here you go. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is the miso ramen you two ordered. Enjoy." "Wow, it smells divine. I'm digging in." The enticing aroma wafting from the ramen stirred Naruto's appetite, which had been unsatisfied due to the day's training. He swiftly grabbed a pair of chopsticks and was about to dig in when he noticed Hinata, equally drawn by the aroma, slowly raising her head from under the table. After a moment's thought, he tilted his head slightly and playfully handed her the chopsticks he had broken apart. "You must be hungry too, right? Eat while it's hot. It'll warm you up." "Delicious. Thank you. I'm starting now." As the heir of the Hyuga clan, Hinata had never tasted such humble fare as ramen. Intrigued by the delightful flavor, her stomach let out a soft growl just as she accepted the chopsticks with a shy smile, beginning to savor the dish in small bites. Seeing Hinata gradually acclimate to the atmosphere of the shop, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. He grabbed his bamboo chopsticks again and wholeheartedly immersed himself in the battle against his meal. Naturally, while Hinata's eating was refined and demure, resembling that of a cultured young lady, Naruto's voracious consumption could only be likened to a famished ghost, creating a stark contrast. His slurping sounds drew the attention of other patrons. Hey, slow down. You can take your time. If you need more, just ask. No one is competing with you. So don't choke. Can't help it. It's just too delicious. Ah, you little rascal, always saying that. Slow down, don't choke." Despite the messy way Naruto ate, Uncle Irika's expression remained one of pride rather than distaste. In fact, he stood there, arms crossed and nodding slightly, visibly pleased. It is well known in the ramen industry that there exists an unwritten rule: the louder the slurping sounds of the diners, the greater the appreciation and acknowledgement of the chef's culinary skills. In other words, Naruto's boisterous and unabashed manner of eating undoubtedly serves as the highest form of praise for Uncle Iruka's culinary skills. Speaking of which, since you've promised to escort her home, you must already know where she resides, right? Well, I have a rough idea of the location. Gulp, gulp, delicious. How satisfying. While responding with his mouth full, Naruto's bowl of noodles vanished at an astonishing pace. Eventually, he even lifted the bowl with both hands, slurping up the broth and noodles until not a trace remained. Only after ensuring the bowl was spotless did he set it down with contentment, patting his now round belly and continuing, next. I just need to ask around that area a bit, and I should be able to find her home quite quickly, right? So soon? You've already broken your previous record. Every time you finish a bowl of ramen, it seems cleaner than before it was washed. Amid playful teasing, Uncle Iruka retrieved 2 small bowls and filled them with the ginger soup he had prepared earlier, presenting them to Naruto and Hinata. Here, this is a special treat. Drinking it will warm you up a bit, my young friend. As a gentleman, remember to get this child home early. It's quite late. Her family must be worried sick. Oh, there's a bonus? Hee, what good fortune. Got it, uncle. Thanks. Accustomed to Uncle Iruka's special care, Naruto was not surprised. He naturally reached for the soup bowl, tilted his head back, and gulped down the ginger soup in one go. Then, he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, barely revealing the words discount coupon, and playfully placed it on the table, saying, 2 special coupons. Thank you for your hospitality, uncle. All right, I have indeed received it. You're welcome to come again. After Naruto and Hinata finished their meal and departed, most of the patrons in Uncle Iruka's ramen shop had already left. Just as Uncle Iruka pondered whether to close early and head home for a good night's sleep, a frigid gust of wind blew in through the lifted door curtain, prompting him to instinctively call out, "Welcome. What would you like to have?" "Long time no see." The usual, please, 1 bowl of soy sauce ramen." The newcomer, while bowing slightly in response, brushed off the snow that had accumulated on their thick cloak, revealing a hint of weariness in their eyes, giving them a travel-worn appearance. "Oh, it's you. Indeed, it has been a while. All right, 1 bowl of soy sauce ramen. Please wait a moment." As the person removed their cloak, revealing a relaxed face framed by a black scarf and a white spiky hairstyle, Uncle Iruka understood without needing to inquire further about any other requests and began preparing the ramen. Once the noodles were tossed into the boiling water, he softly remarked, "That kid Naruto, even though misunderstood and despised by some villagers, remains a kind-hearted soul. Just a moment ago, he was here treating a lost child to ramen and promised to take her home." "Naruto, he was just here?" Upon hearing the words of Uncle Yao, the diner initially reached for the bamboo chopsticks, an action that was momentarily interrupted by a subtle tremor. "Good child," he said. "Thank you for your patience. Here is the soy sauce ramen you ordered. Please enjoy." In the midst of his speech, Uncle Yao had completed the preparation of the soy sauce ramen, elegantly garnished in a large bowl, while he smiled and raised his gaze to the patron before him. "If you had arrived earlier, you could have witnessed it yourself. I believe that when that child grows up, he will undoubtedly excel, much like his teacher and his father. What do you think, Kakashi? Why is there still no news? Dear husband, do you think Hinata has truly been taken out of the village?" Within the Hyuga clan's ancestral residence, Hizashi paced anxiously with his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him, a worried woman observed him intently. After a moment of hesitation, she gently placed her hand on Hizashi's shoulder and suggested, "Perhaps we should inform the Third Hokage. With the village's assistance, we might still be able to retrieve Hinata." "It is not yet time. Let us wait a little longer," Hizashi replied, pausing in his steps upon hearing his wife's words. After a long silence, as if unable to muster the resolve, he clenched his fist and spoke slowly. "Perhaps they will soon find Hinata. Wait, it has already been so long. If we delay any further, we may truly lose her." The beautiful woman, having endured the anguish of her daughter's disappearance, could no longer contain her frustration upon witnessing her husband's indecision. Shaking him with urgency, her voice trembled, gradually infused with fear and anger over the loss of their beloved child. Finally, she released her grip and sank to the ground, covering her face with her hands as she began to weep softly. "It was you who took Hinata to that memorial. Why did you not notice she was missing?" Apologetic, Hizashi felt himself wavering, his heart heavy with despair, as he knelt to comfort his wife. The heavy door was suddenly thrust open with great force by an approaching clan member, panting and flustered. "What is the matter? Why the commotion? You are behaving inappropriately. Hisashi intended to reprimand the intruder as he had done in the past, but upon seeing the mixed expression of joy and concern on the clan member's face, his heart raced. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor, he continued, "Speak slowly. What has happened?" Clan leader, Hinata-sama. She, the ninja from the Hyuga clan, gasped, struggling to catch his breath after vigorous exertion. After a moment, he finally managed to convey the news. Hinata-sama has been found. She is still within the village, standing right at the entrance of our clan's territory. Hinata has been found? Found, Hisashi exclaimed, joy flooding his heart. Did you hear that, dear husband? Hinata has been found. She was not abducted and is safe within the village. Hinata's mother, her gaze vacant, repeatedly echoed the joyous tidings brought back by her kin. Tears of overwhelming joy cascaded down her cheeks as she disregarded her usual dignity as the matriarch, leaping into her husband's embrace, euphorically bouncing with delight. I have heard it. It is truly a relief to have found her. At this moment, Hisashi's heart brimmed with immense surprise at the return of his beloved daughter, yet he struggled to suppress the urge to join his wife in laughter and celebration. He endeavored to maintain the solemnity befitting the clan leader, but could not conceal the tremor in his hands, betraying the joy within. Then what are you waiting for? Why have you not hastily brought Hinata back? Concerning this clan leader, you must listen to me. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan, aware of the unavoidable truth, let out a soft sigh. After a brief pause, in order to shield the exuberant matriarch from further dismay, one drew closer, whispering in Hisashi's ear. We have indeed located Lady Hinata, but the individual returning her may very well unleash a sudden fury that could harm her, making us hesitant to approach. Harm Hinata? I believe it is your fear of assuming responsibility that holds you back. Very well, considering Hinata's return, I shall go myself, with the knowledge that his daughter was near. The heavy stone that had burdened Hisashi's heart finally fell. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and continued with prideful confidence. Even the third Hokage must show some respect to me, Hisashi Hyuga. I am eager to discover who among the villagers possesses the audacity to harm my esteemed daughter. Speak. Who is it? Contrary to Hisashi's expectations, what he intended as a reassuring statement only elicited a hint of pity in the eyes of his clansmen. That person is named Naruto Uzumaki. Hisashi's smile began to fade. Clan leader, if you cannot recall who he is. Naruto Uzumaki is the infamous Nine-Tails monster of the village. Hisashi began to stride toward home. Wait, where are you going? Don't leave, clan leader. You're heading in the wrong direction. Did you not promise to personally retrieve Lady Hinata? Silence. If you do not speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. The village's most formidable weapon, the Nine-Tails jinchūriki, and his own child was in the company of such a perilous being. The daunting reality made Hisashi regret not having informed the third Hokage sooner. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. Suddenly, Hisashi thought, if she had been kidnapped by an enemy, it would have perhaps been easier to resolve. Hinata, you have been found. As Hisashi lamented, Naruto, holding Hinata's hand, paused in front of the grand entrance adorned with the Hyuga nameplate, scanning their surroundings. Although he was aware that the Hyuga clan was one of the most distinguished families in Konoha, their esteemed lineage and the revered Byakugan stood on par with the Uchiha clan, their economic status far surpassing that of ordinary families. Nevertheless, even with prior preparation, he could not help but gulp at the sight of the vast, orderly rows of towering buildings before him. As a second-generation official and a wealthy heir himself, he wondered how such a disparity in life could exist, reflecting on the stark contrast between his dilapidated dwelling and the opulent mansion before him. Naruto couldn't help but mutter softly, questioning the very essence of life, especially considering that Sasuke could readily procure any ninjutsu he desired from his father. He had never paid much attention to this before, but upon further contemplation, it struck him that the circumstances surrounding his birth were undoubtedly akin to a hellish trial. To have lived through such adversity and emerged at the age of 12 with optimism and cheerfulness was indeed a remarkable feat. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Nothing at all. I was merely pondering how vast your residence is. Surely, you are surrounded by many companions here? As Naruto snapped back to reality due to Hinata's curious inquiry, he couldn't resist the playful urge to gently tease her by brushing his fingers against her petite, adorable nose. Reminiscing about the first time he encountered her, when she was helplessly crying, he smiled mischievously and remarked, with a house this grand, why did you run away and weep alone by the roadside? Look at me. I have no one by my side. Yet I still manage to live each day with immense joy, don't I? Sasuke, listening quietly, remained unfazed. though he did entertain the whimsical thought of using the great fireball technique to prepare a dish of braised Naruto. Oblivious to Hinata's blushing attempts at a retort, Naruto continued his light-hearted banter before gradually releasing her small hand from his grip. With his hands behind his head, he turned around and swaggered back in the direction from whence he came. Although he had initially intended to safely return the lost child of the Hyuga clan, Naruto, aware of his status as the unwelcomed nine-tailed fox, understood that it was prudent to retreat. He wished to avoid any misunderstandings that might tarnish the joyful conclusion of this encounter. Moreover, this brief detour had consumed a significant portion of his solitary evening time. And since he had resolved to entertain Danzo, he needed to hurry home to meet with one of his tenants. Well, Weevee arrived at the entrance. You should know how to return home from here, right? I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Ah, wait. I still don't know your name. By the time Hinata, who had been unable to find an opportunity to respond and had turned crimson from Naruto's affectionate gesture, regained her composure, there was no trace of Naruto to be found. Standing in the cold wind and scanning her surroundings for a while, she bit her lip, lowered her gaze, and gently caressed the coat and scarf that belonged to Naruto. After a moment, her eyes narrowed slightly, and the rosy hue on her cheeks faded as a radiant smile graced her face. She murmured to herself, well, I suppose I can return these garments to him next time we meet and inquire then. Father? Taking a deep breath to restore her expression to a serene neutrality, Hinata turned to head home, only to unexpectedly catch sight of her father peeking from behind the door, looking around cautiously. His comical demeanor contrasted starkly with her memory of his usual stern visage, prompting Hinata's curiosity to surface. What are you doing here? Oh, Hinata. Ahem. I was just out looking for you. Where on earth have you been? Your mother has been quite worried about you. She feared you had been abducted. Realizing his own lapse, Hinata coughed to mask the embarrassment on his face, while simultaneously diverting the topic to capture attention as he stepped out from behind the door, continuing to scan the surroundings. By the way, where's the person who brought you back? I'm so sorry, Dad. I just wanted to find Uncle Nichi's spirit. But I ended up lost and couldn't return. After enduring the biting cold for an extended period, the sight of his family triggered an outburst of the grievances and fears that Hinata had been suppressing. With reddened eyes and a quivering voice, he threw himself into Nichi's embrace, nuzzling affectionately. After a moment of silence, he replied intermittently, he took me here and then went back, Dad. Let me tell you, I met a good person tonight. He brought me home. He even treated me to something called ramen, and it was delicious. And look, Dad, these clothes I'm wearing are from him. He took them off to keep me warm. Observing his daughter gradually cease her sobbing as he inquired, it was as if she had opened a floodgate. Lifting her head and waving her chubby little hands, she endeavored to narrate the night's encounters. Her tear-streaked face slowly transforming into one of joy, revealing no signs of harm. This inadvertently brought a sense of relief to Nichi's heart. Yet as he listened to his daughter fervently praise the monster she had encountered, he couldn't help but begin to reflect. Was the Nine-Tails jinchūriki, Naruto Uzumaki, truly as dangerous and fearsome as the village rumors suggested? On the top floor of a dilapidated, remote apartment, a series of faint footsteps approached, gradually growing louder until they ceased altogether. The rusty iron door creaked open with a harsh groan, its hinges protesting against the moonlight that poured in, illuminating the darkened room. A small, shadowy figure swiftly slipped inside. I'm back, the child's tender voice echoed in the cramped space, creating an atmosphere of chilling solitude. Naturally, in the desolate, rundown little house, no one was there to respond to this commonplace greeting. Naruto had grown accustomed to this after more than 3 years in this world. Rather than a greeting, it felt more like a customary formality. That took longer than expected. Ugh, this freezing weather. I should have worn more clothes before heading out. As he muttered to himself, Naruto removed his cold, snow-laden ninja boots and slipped into a pair of worn-out children's slippers. He fumbled to turn on the dim, flickering yellow light in the room while pulling the rusty door shut to block out the frigid wind and snow. Stretching and yawning, he ambled into his untidy bedroom. A child's body is not built to endure much strain. After traversing through the cold, Naruto had expended a significant portion of his chakra just to keep warm. In the past, when faced with such exhaustion, he would typically opt for an early rest to recuperate. However, on this journey home, he felt a surge of crimson chakra replenishing his reserves intermittently, solidifying his determination to proceed with his original plan. Considering the unexpected benefits he had gained, perhaps intervening in the course of history wasn't such a dreadful idea after all. Sitting cross-legged at the edge of the bed, As one hand grasped the heavy quilt to snugly envelop himself, Naruto gently caressed the sealing mark on his abdomen with the other hand. Despite having made some progress with the Flying Thunder God technique, however, he felt that this level of mastery was still too feeble to serve as a reliable means of self-defense. It was time to meet him and have a serious conversation. In a hushed whisper, Naruto summoned the last remnants of chakra within him, concentrating it to a single point, and with unwavering resolve, he charged toward the vast, malevolent crimson chakra residing in his belly. Humph, are you seeking your own demise, little brat? Very well, this time, I shall seize your body. Heh, I see you've been watching me all along. Long time no see. Are you ready, partner? The landlord has come to collect the rent. As the two chakra forces completely coalesced, Naruto, immersed in the chakra, witnessed the scene around him shift from his dilapidated, cramped room to a dimly lit, chilling corridor. This was the consciousness space of the Ninetales, the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts, sealed within him by the 8-trigram seal technique. Though he had visited this place numerous times before, the eerie atmosphere still sent chills down his spine. All right, I understand, I'm coming. After stretching to adjust to the peculiar sensations of this consciousness space, Naruto raised his hands, adopting his usual languid posture of resting his head on his arms. While stepping cautiously through the frigid puddles toward the source of the thunderous roars echoing deeper within the tunnel, he halted a few meters before the towering, tightly shut cage door, tilting his head slightly to fixate on the flickering crimson glimmers in the surrounding darkness, a playful smirk gracing his features. Say, partner, this is your living space after all. Can't you make it a bit cozier? Or do you have a penchant for self-inflicted discomfort? Roar. The beastly growls, which had begun to subside with Naruto's approach, erupted once more the moment his words fell, transforming into a frenzied cacophony. Amidst the darkness, a massive, clawed paw, imbued with a menacing intent, shot through the gap in the cage door, striking toward the grinning Naruto with lightning speed. Back to this trick again? Come on. This stunt was already played when I was just a baby, partner. As the imminent danger surged toward him, Naruto seemed momentarily stunned, showing no inclination to dodge. Instead, he provocatively continued to taunt the beast within the cage. Humph. Naruto Uzumaki shall not be intimidated by the same trick twice. Moreover, if you truly wish to kill me, you wouldn't have used your chakra to mend my injuries after my previous mishap with the Flying Thunder God technique, would you? Humph. Boring little brat. As if to validate Naruto's words, the forceful strike halted just inches from his nose. The furious roars that resonated within the consciousness space abruptly ceased, replaced by a low, disgruntled male voice filled with irritation. It hardly appears that you, Naruto, have been deterred by those foolish villagers to the extent of wishing to relinquish your corporeal form. Now, why have you come to seek me out at this late hour? If I were to say that I simply found myself missing you, and thus made a special trip to see you. No. I retract that. I was wrong. Please retract your claws. Before me stands a creature, poised and self-assured, a stark contrast to the unrestrained child who kneels and admits his faults without a shred of dignity. The Ninetales, feeling a twinge of reluctance, begrudgingly withdrew its claws. As I reflected on the irreversible history of being forcibly sealed within this child, a sense of ease began to blossom within me, spurred by Naruto's genuine affection and amiable demeanor. I couldn't help but chuckle as I teased him. Why, you little rascal. Out there, you act all dignified and poised, yet the moment you come to me, you become an entirely different person. Do not forget, I am the adversary who took your parents' lives, and yet here you are, the most carefree child in the world, claiming to be second to none. I doubt anyone would dare to claim the title of first. Indeed, the world outside is fraught with peril, warranting a cautious approach. Yet, having the rare opportunity to reunite with family, why must I continue to wear that burdensome mask? Upon hearing my banter, Naruto's smile remained steadfast, unaffected, as he shrugged nonchalantly. Did I not mention this during our first encounter? Yes, your actions led to my parents sacrificing their lives for the village. And I have borne the unjust stigma of the monstrous fox, facing disdain and scorn from the villagers. However, I understand that you are merely venting the anger accumulated over years of forced confinement. If one were to assign blame, it would rightfully rest with the First Hokage and Uchiha Madara, who initially captured and sealed you. Moreover, the exorbitant price of losing one's freedom, more precious than life itself, under the 8-trigram seal is sufficient to settle our grievances. Would you not agree? Humph. You still ramble on with your meaningless drivel, just as before. Yet, this seemingly futile chatter is indeed tempering your fury, is it not? With unwavering azure eyes, Naruto met the terrifying crimson gaze of the beast before him, the mirth within him growing ever stronger. Gradually, he raised his right arm, echoing the serious words he had spoken upon their first meeting. I am Uzumaki Naruto of the Hidden Leaf Village. Regardless of your aversion to being the jinchūriki stripped of freedom, from the moment you were sealed within me, we became the best of partners in life and death. Did we not? You sentimental fool. I never agreed to that. Oh, really? Then why do you repeatedly come to my rescue? Isn't that just stating the obvious? You dimwit? If you perish, I too must follow you into the grave. Heh, is that so? Shouldn't the best course of action be to seize my body when I am on the brink of death, then heal my wounds, preserving my life while regaining your freedom? Silence. I disdain your current form, deeming it too feeble and unworthy. If you wish to have your body seized by me, then I shall grant your desire. Ahem. I was mistaken. Let us not speak of it, and do pay closer attention from now on, partner. As Naruto, unguarded, reached out with his chubby little hands through the bars of the cage, the Ninetales could not help but be momentarily stunned, his eyes trembling. After a brief hesitation, he reluctantly extended a claw to lightly touch Naruto, muttering grumpily, what a bother. Let me make it clear. This is only because you appear more agreeable than those two from before. I have not acknowledged you as my partner. You remain as awkward as when we first met. Partner. However, it is unavoidable, for you still refuse to tell me your name, leaving me no choice but to call you partner instead of addressing you directly. Humph. You little rascal. You are well aware of the truth, so why insist on having me say it aloud? Knowing the answer in your heart is vastly different from hearing it from the one who possesses it, is it not? TCH, you have so many reasons. The Ninetales, often caught off guard by the truth, chose not to argue with Naruto any longer. After a brief pause, he scrutinized the seemingly carefree Naruto, his brow slightly furrowing as he continued, Have you already confronted that old man, the third Hokage? With that demeanor, are you planning to act prematurely? Be cautious. Do not let carelessness lead you to your demise out there. You must understand, those old fogies in the higher echelons of Konoha are not to be trifled with. Do not look at me with such eyes. You, do not get any strange ideas. This is not concern for you. I simply do not wish to be sealed for a fourth time. Old man, your age surpasses that of anyone in the village, does it not? Ahem. I have said nothing. Rest assured, partner Kurama. As Naruto observed the grumpy Ninetales, who, despite his awkward concern for him, revealed his sharp teeth, warmth spread through Naruto's heart. Clenching his right fist against his chest, he suppressed his smile and vowed earnestly, I am a man who dares to challenge fate. I shall never die. Humph. We might have waited a bit too long, old man. The Ninetales, having watched Naruto grow, could discern which of the boy's words were jest and which were serious pledges of life. From that earnest, solemn youthful face, he seemed to glimpse the visage of an old acquaintance, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Upon regaining his composure, a barely perceptible smile flickered deep within his crimson eyes as he quietly utilized his vast chakra to swiftly restore Naruto's strength. This inexperienced little brat speaks boldly. Let me see. No, let the world see how far you can truly grow. As my jinchūriki, do not disappoint me, Uzumaki Naruto. During the day, Naruto accompanies and guides Sasuke in his training, utilizing the experience of the shadow clone technique as a form of enhancement to continuously refine and perfect both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. At night, he engages in playful banter and conversation with the Ninetales, gradually earning the trust of this partner with whom he shares life and death. Coupled with the familiar routine of training at home, Naruto's recent life has been quite fulfilling and flavorful. Conversely, Sasuke, who has set aside his playful nature to earnestly train until he is utterly exhausted before returning home, has been steadily improving his abilities and has garnered increasing praise from his father, Fugaku Uchiha. The immense satisfaction derived from his father's recognition fuels Sasuke's motivation to immerse himself in daily training, creating a virtuous cycle of pain and joy. Of course, the rapid growth in Sasuke's strength, which he unabashedly showcases, has not only astonished and filled his father with pride but has also caught the attention of his older brother, Itachi Uchiha, who has just returned from an outing. This turn of events aligns with Naruto's expectations. Indeed, Naruto refrained from dissuading Sasuke from seeking the spotlight precisely to attract Itachi, a significant figure, with diligent training and the ease of acquiring training resources due to newfound recognition. If Sasuke continues on this trajectory, Naruto is confident he can attain Jonin or even Quasi-Kage level strength by the time of the Chunin exams at the age of 12. However, having resolved to preserve Sasuke's current cheerful and sunny disposition, it is imperative to create an opportunity for Naruto and Itachi to meet, as this encounter could influence the fate of the ninja world in future events. Not to mention, Itachi will play a crucial role in whether Naruto can prevent the tragic massacre of the Uchiha Clan. Above all, Naruto is determined to alter Itachi's destiny, not only for the safety of the village but also to ensure that Sasuke can live peacefully within it. Despite the bitter irony of Itachi being labeled a cold-hearted traitor for ostensibly quelling a rebellion to grant Sasuke the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, Naruto willingly transforms the profound love and trust that Sasuke holds for him into the overwhelming hatred required for the progression of the Sharingan. He conceals the truth of his unwavering concern and affection for Sasuke, ultimately engaging in a life-or-death struggle, and meets his demise with a smile before Sasuke's eyes. From the moment he defected from the village to the fateful confrontation between brothers, everything unfolded according to Itachi's meticulous plan. He assumed a significant portion of the risks for Sasuke, believing he was choosing the most righteous path forward, seemingly considering Sasuke's welfare. Yet, he never contemplated how Sasuke, who had been nurtured and cared for by him since childhood, would react upon learning the truth after his loss. I'm full, Mama. Are my soldier pills and lunch ready? After voraciously devouring the sumptuous meal prepared by his mother, Sasuke, with a satisfied and greasy face, patted his round little belly while cutely asking his mother, who was still busy in the kitchen, for his food. It will be ready soon. Why don't you take a little break, Sasuke? In the kitchen, Mikoto Uchiha was diligently preparing a balanced bento for her child, effortlessly multitasking as she arranged the finished side dishes in a petite bento box, all the while responding to Sasuke's inquiry with affectionate indulgence. After gently wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, she swiftly commenced the preparation of the next dish. 3 servings for breakfast, my dear child. You certainly have been eating more and more lately. Observing his younger son Sasuke, who had taken to rising early for training without the need for supervision or reprimand, Fugaku Uchiha felt a deepening sense of satisfaction and pride. His demeanor towards Sasuke grew increasingly casual and gentle, shedding the sternness that had once characterized his expression. With a teasing smile, he surveyed the towering pile of plates before Sasuke. Perhaps it's due to the increased training lately. It's understandable to feel hungrier, especially when your mother's cooking is simply irresistible, he jested. Sasuke, having gradually adapted to his father's newfound warmth, responded with a playful smile, casually grabbing a bright, juicy tomato to munch on. It's commendable that you wish to train diligently, but remember to take care of your body. Overexerting yourself can lead to unfavorable consequences, Sasuke. Having returned home a few days prior, Itachi Uchiha finished his breakfast in quiet elegance, rising to clear the table for his mother. He discreetly observed Sasuke from the corner of his eye. As he noticed Sasuke's small face, delightfully savoring the tomato, a fond smile graced his lips. Speaking of which, I promised to find time to teach you shuriken techniques. Fortunately, I have a bit more free time lately. After you finish eating, how about we head to the training ground together? Sure, I will be careful, brother. Don't worry, Sasuke replied, perhaps sensing Itachi's gaze upon him as he savored his meal. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he slowed his eating, furrowing his brow in contemplation. As for shuriken techniques, let us discuss that another time, brother. Huh? But I have plans with friends today and won't have time for anything else. Let us practice together next time. Sasuke's earnest response left Itachi momentarily stunned, his expression shifting from joyful amusement to disbelief. The twinkle in his eyes was quickly replaced by a look of incredulity, as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, questioning whether he had truly heard correctly. The sound of his heart shattering echoed in his mind. The moment Sasuke firmly declined his older brother's invitation to train, Fugaku Uchiha could hardly suppress a chuckle. Itachi's incredulous expression, reflecting his shock at the rejection, reminded Fugaku of the earlier incident when Sasuke had stubbornly opted not to follow his suggestion of learning the Dragon Fire technique, instead insisting on pursuing the Shadow Clone technique. At this moment, you must be questioning whether you are still ensnared in a dream, aren't you? Itachi gazed at his eldest son, who mirrored the same existential doubts he had encountered when Sasuke had rebuffed him. Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of balance and satisfaction within, yet struggled to suppress a smile, causing his facial expressions to twitch unnaturally, as he tilted his head ever so slightly toward his oblivious and bewildered eldest son. A mix of schadenfreude and a touch of sympathy began to seep into his gaze. However, there was no remedy for it. This is the nature of reality. Pray tell, what have you discovered? In the dimly lit secret base of the Root organization, Danzo, one of the 3 esteemed advisors of Konoha and the leader of the root, sat with his eyes narrowed, seemingly in deep contemplation. 3 years had passed, and aside from his right arm, which had become conspicuously wrapped in bandages at some unknown point, there appeared to be little change in the old man, with his left hand gently caressing his right arm. He patiently listened to his subordinates report the intelligence they had gathered. Indeed, Lord Danzo, to commence with, regarding the recruitment of new members for the root organization. The candidates you provided from the Oil and Yamanaka clans possess adequate qualifications and exhibit a degree of potential worth nurturing. However, the final selection of recruits will require your personal assessment. The Oil clan, known for their insect manipulation, and the Yamanaka clan, adept in mental techniques? Quite right. I had been concerned about how to supplement quality sensory ninjas after previously inciting discord between the Hyuga clan and the village's higher-ups. Although their abilities pale in comparison to the Byakugan, it will have to suffice for now. Danzo, who possessed a substantial understanding of the inner workings and secret techniques of the various clans within the village, pondered the names listed by his subordinate. After a moment of reflection, he nodded slightly in satisfaction, signaling for the individual to continue. Your choices fall within my expectations and represent the best course of action at present. You have performed commendably on this task. I am unworthy of such praise. It is entirely due to your adept guidance, Lord Danzo. Now, I shall report on the whereabouts of the third Hokage. A ninja, masked with an intricate design that concealed his true identity, knelt before Danzo like a statue, remaining silent until he heard Danzo's command, at which point he began to relay his findings. Even in the face of Danzo's commendations, his voice retained a hint of youthful innocence, devoid of any emotional inflection, as he methodically reported the progress he had made during this period. Following your prior instructions, I have been lurking day and night near the third Hokage. When the Hokage deviated from the planned schedule and left his post a few days ago, I immediately followed him. The locations he visited included Hokage Rock, the commercial district, and the Ninja Academy. Regrettably, due to the third Hokage's heightened vigilance, I was unable to maintain close proximity and lost track of him toward the end. However, I can confirm that the last destination he lingered at before returning to the Hokage office was the third outdoor survival training ground. The third outdoor survival training ground? Without reason, why would Hisashi suddenly think of going there? Is it perhaps to meet someone? Apart from Hisashi, have you seen anyone else enter this place? Rest assured, my lord, since the third Hokage entered the training ground, I have been vigilantly stationed at the sole entrance until the late hours of the following night. Aside from the third Hokage, who has long since returned to the Hokage building, no one else has entered or exited training ground number 3. No one has come or gone. How could that be? Upon hearing this, Danzo's previously relaxed brow gradually furrowed in contemplation, muttering to himself. Training ground no. 3 has been traversed for quite some time. Hisashi, what scheme are you concocting? Given his inherently suspicious nature and an instinctual sense of foreboding, Danzo was reluctant to believe that this comrade, entrusted with the Hokage's responsibilities by the second Hokage, had merely taken a brief respite from his duties for a simple stroll without any deeper significance. However, after much contemplation and speculation, he found no evidence to refute this established fact. After all, he was acutely aware that his subordinate, having undergone the brutal and bloody selection processes of the root organization, had become a mere tool, obedient to his commands. Even if he ordered them to take their own life, there would be no hesitation. In other words, there was no possibility of fabrication in the intelligence reported to him. Very well, I have a general understanding of the information. Thank you for your efforts. Return to Hisashi's side and continue your surveillance. With a somewhat impatient wave, he signaled for his subordinate to leave, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The intelligence is far from sufficient. Has the root organization fallen into disarray? If you are indeed plotting something, Hisashi, consider this a small victory for you. After exhausting his mind without uncovering any slip-ups in the third Hokage's abrupt actions, he sighed in resignation, relinquishing the futile endeavor while his gaze lingered on his right arm. Tightly bound in layers of bandages, a cold, bloodthirsty glint flickering in his eyes as he murmured to himself. But do not rejoice too soon. Once I obtain the power of the Sharingan, the position of Hokage shall ultimately belong to me. After leaving the base of the root organization, the masked ninja who had reported to Danzo was bathed in the cool morning sunlight. Slightly uncomfortable, he raised a hand to shield his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was following him. Then he leapt gracefully, quickly vanishing into the dense woods. As if rehearsed countless times, the masked ninja deftly evaded the notice of most. silently entering the office of the third Hokage through a window. As he removed his mask, he was greeted by the sight of an elderly man, smiling and patiently waiting with his hands resting on an unusual crystal ball. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, third Hokage. Did I not already mention this last time? If there were no others present, it would be best to forego these unnecessary formalities." The third Hokage's smile broadened as he slowly withdrew his hand from the crystal ball, observing the gradually clarifying images within while softly inquiring, "So, what is the outcome?" "Rest assured, Shimura Danzo harbors no suspicions regarding the information I have relayed," responded the ninja before the third Hokage, his tone shifting from the impassive demeanor typical of the root organization to one that was slightly languid. As he tousled his hair and smiled gently, "It is hardly surprising, for I have spoken nothing but the truth. I truly did not witness anyone entering or exiting the training grounds through the main gate apart from you. Thus, one might consider this a minor advantage in terms of intelligence. Haha, that little rascal Naruto has indeed provided me with quite a few surprises. Initially, I contemplated whether I should use Jinjutsu to temporarily alter your memories to obscure any traces of interaction with this child. To my astonishment, Naruto's vigilance rivals that of any adult ninja. I find myself increasingly curious about how he manages to navigate the training grounds, avoiding the sole entrance with such ease." Having acquired the information he sought, the third Hokage visibly exhaled in relief, his lips curling into a smile of praise for the wonderfully eccentric Naruto. He gestured for the individual before him to draw closer and refocused his gaze on the scene displayed by the crystal ball. "Speaking of which, your return is most timely. Just days ago, in your capacity as the jinchūriki representing the higher echelons of Konoha, you facilitated the safe return of the Uchiha Clan's heir. This act has significantly alleviated the lingering grievances of the Uchiha Clan towards the village. Now, this child has successfully established communication with Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. If Naruto's seemingly absurd prophecies come to fruition, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui could prove pivotal in dismantling Danzo's ambitions. Do you not wish to witness firsthand whether this young Uchiha Itachi is indeed worthy of Naruto's high regard? After all, not long from now, he will join the Umbu and become your comrade and subordinate, Kakashi." As the dialogue unfolded, a tacit battle of wits commenced between Danzo and the third Hokage. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto, the catalyst for their conflict, remained blissfully unaware, continuing his routine of awaiting Sasuke's arrival at the third outdoor survival training ground while diligently practicing with his shadow clones. Of course, the mere presence of one or two shadow clones assisting him in training was far from sufficient to captivate the third Hokage, who was burdened with the weighty affairs of his office. The true source of his astonishment, causing his hand to tremble slightly as he reached for his pipe, lay in the astonishing sight before him through the crystal ball, a veritable multitude of Narutos, each possessing their own consciousness and interacting with one another, engaged in independent training and even occasionally exchanging whispers. Such a breathtaking spectacle, if judged solely by Naruto's tender appearance at the tender age of 3, might seem utterly inconceivable. Yet, it is indeed a manifestation of the genuine strength he has cultivated through years of diligent training and perseverance. Since Naruto, with unwavering sincerity over the past 3 years, has bridged the significant chasm created by the antagonistic identities of Jinchūriki and Tailed Beast, he has earned the complete trust of Kurama, who resides sealed within him. Consequently, when Naruto employs ninjutsu, he is no longer influenced by Kurama's chakra, conserving a considerable amount of chakra that would otherwise be expended to maintain the seal. Moreover, when his chakra is nearly depleted, he unexpectedly receives a replenishing boost from the proud Kurama within. Thus, through this reciprocal enhancement, Naruto, who naturally possesses a chakra reserve far exceeding that of an ordinary human due to his Uzumaki lineage, sees his training advantages gradually unfold. A striking example of this is the shadow clone technique, no longer needing to allocate a portion of his chakra to suppress potential outbursts from Kurama. Naruto can effortlessly create dozens of shadow clones and sustain them for extended periods, even without Kurama's chakra for support. Additionally, the unique characteristic of shadow clones, which allows them to convey all their perceptions and experiences back to the original upon dispersal, signifies that after mastering the shadow clone technique and successfully advancing to the multi-shadow clone technique, Naruto's training speed is accelerating at a terrifying rate. Of course, this seemingly cheat-like method of rapidly accumulating experience is not without its flaws. Aside from the requirement of an immense chakra reserve to maintain the shadow clones, a crucial point is that when the clones dissolve and share their training insights, the resultant fatigue multiplies significantly. If one does not exercise caution, They may easily succumb to unconsciousness or even a life-threatening state. This is a principal reason why the second Hokage deemed the multi-shadow clone technique a forbidden technique. However, as the jinchūriki of Kurama, Naruto skillfully mitigates these daunting risks by leveraging his own advantages. With no concerns about insufficient chakra, Naruto's astonishing recovery ability allows him to fully revive simply by enjoying a restful sleep. Furthermore, the bond of complete trust between Naruto and Kurama has reached a level where Naruto can relinquish control of his body to Kurama for free-ranging activities. Should an unseasoned Naruto find himself in a state of unconsciousness during a potential crisis, he could, in a sense, become exponentially more perilous than when awake. Therefore, what appears to be a dangerously foolish endeavor of training with the multi-shadow clone technique has, for Naruto, become the most fitting and effective method tailored specifically to him. In other words, within the present confines of Konoha, Naruto stands as the only individual capable of so extravagantly indulging in chakra for training purposes. As the sun ascended gracefully in the morning sky, Naruto surmised that Sasuke must be en route to the training ground, while he sequentially dispelled his shadow clones. Concluding today's early morning practice, he reclined comfortably in a cave lined with dry straw. He absorbed and organized the training insights relayed by the shadow clones while simultaneously utilizing the chakra of the Nine Tails to swiftly alleviate the profound fatigue accumulating within his spirit. Ah, how peculiar it is! Despite executing the Flying Thunder God technique precisely as described in the training manual, and managing to teleport effortlessly over short and medium distances, the success rate for long-distance teleportation was alarmingly low, akin to winning a lottery. The error margin was absurdly vast. The shadow clones were supposed to be located at home. Yet I nearly ended up on Hokage Rock. Once all the shadow clones were dispelled and his energy was mostly restored, Naruto reached into his robe and retrieved a specially crafted trident kunai, modeled after the one frequently used by his father, Minato Namikaze. As he examined the peculiar runes etched on the handle, he murmured to himself, pondering where he had gone awry. Was there a detail I overlooked? Speaking of which, how did the shadow clones that successfully executed the long-distance Flying Thunder God technique manage to do so? Hey Naruto, focus! Just as Naruto was about to sift through the memories of the earlier shadow clones, the ever-watchful Ninetales suddenly interjected, his voice laced with a hint of warning, pulling Naruto back to reality. What is it, Kurama? Have you noticed something? Apart from that Uchiha brat who usually trails you, I sense another unfamiliar presence drawing nearer. An unfamiliar presence? It can't be a member of Danzo's root organization, can it? The Ninetales' words jolted Naruto upright, gripping the kunai in a defensive posture. His brow furrowed with concern. I don't know, but I can confirm that this individual exudes a repugnant aura. While it does not compare to the Uchiha Madara who appeared 3 years ago, the sensation I'm receiving suggests they belong to the same ilk. Someone of the same ilk as Uchiha Madara from 3 years ago? Upon hearing Kurama's conclusion, Naruto's mind began to race. According to his recollection, Uchiha Madara, or rather, Obito Uchiha, who operated under Madara's name, should not have made a move against Naruto until he had matured into a formidable ninja. Could it be that the disruptions caused by my arrival in this world led to a butterfly effect, altering history and prompting an early attempt to seize the Ninetales? If the individual truly is Obito Uchiha, then Naruto would be facing a grave dilemma, given that he currently lacked even Sage Mode. Even if he was not as powerful as the Obito of 3 years prior, it would likely take just a single Kamui to render him helpless. Wait a moment, how could this person be comparable to Uchiha Madara from 3 years ago? Kurama, can you discern whether that person is the same as Uchiha Obito? Certainly not. Although the thought irks me, as long as you lend me your body, defeating or even killing him would pose no challenge. Besides, if it were truly Uchiha Obito, would I allow you to gather your wits? I would have already instructed you to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape this place. After Kurama's irritated response, he noticed that Naruto, the little rascal, had surprisingly relaxed. Kurama couldn't help but frown slightly and warn, "Why did you suddenly think to ask this? Are you devising a countermeasure? Let me make it clear. As my jinchūriki, don't harbor any delusions of waiting for me to swoop in and solve your problems at the first sign of trouble. Rest assured. As long as I can confirm the visitor is not Uchiha Obito, I am at ease." Upon hearing Kurama's definitive response, Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. Tucking his kunai back into his pocket, and standing on his toes with a smile while gazing into the distance at the unfamiliar figure swiftly approaching alongside Sasuke. This way, I can probably guess who the person accompanying Sasuke is. With eyes as dark as Sasuke's, distinct and elongated laugh lines, and a gentle demeanor complemented by the occasional affectionate glance directed at Sasuke, Naruto immediately recognized the identity of this unexpected guest. It was Uchiha Itachi. "Good morning, Sasuke. You're quite late today," Naruto cheerfully teased as he stood in place with his hands behind his head, a smile gracing his face. Once Sasuke and Itachi were close enough, he continued to jest. "Given how cold it is today, I thought you might have decided to forsake your training and luxuriate in your warm bed all day." "Ah. Good morning, Naruto. How could such a thing ever happen?" Sasuke retorted, his cheeks flushing at Naruto's playful banter. Perhaps due to Itachi's presence today, Sasuke, who had grown accustomed to Naruto's teasing in recent days, felt his embarrassment return. He scolded Naruto loudly, rummaging through his bag to retrieve 2 still-warm rice balls, which he hurled at Naruto's face. "Here, this is your breakfast." "Ah, perfect timing. My stomach was growling," Naruto said, deftly catching each rice ball with one hand and shoving them into his mouth to quell his hunger and regain his strength. He feigned innocence, tilting his head slightly towards Sasuke, continuing to tease, "But I was merely stating the truth. Don't worry, even if you did sleep in, I wouldn't mock you for it. After all, you're not the first." "Shut up, you fool, Naruto. If you keep talking, no one will believe you're mute." Sasuke's face turned even redder as he interrupted Naruto, pulling out another rice ball and forcefully stuffing it into Naruto's mouth, covering it with his hand to silence him. "Eat your breakfast. Can't you keep your mouth shut while you eat?" "Oh, wait a moment." Naruto was utterly unprepared for Sasuke to exhibit such shyness in front of Itachi. As he hopped around with his short legs, making a valiant effort to break free from Sasuke's grasp, he voiced his grievances loudly, exclaiming, "Hey, you jerk, Sasuke. Are you trying to suffocate me? Huh? Who accused you first?" Sasuke retorted, "That's what you get for your own folly." "Who accused you? I merely spoke the truth." No, I don't know anything." I haven't said a word. "Let go of that rice ball. I can't eat anymore." "Ah, don't be shy, don't be shy. I know those few rice balls aren't tea enough to satisfy you. Don't worry, I brought plenty. It will definitely be enough for you to eat your fill, Naruto." "Is this your new friend, Sasuke? They seem to get along quite well. No wonder you needed your mother to prepare so many bento boxes when you went out. One of them must have been for him." Itachi, who had been quietly observing the bickering duo with a smile, gently pulled Sasuke away from Naruto, allowing Naruto to breathe freely once more. He then carefully cradled Sasuke in his arms, affectionately stroking his hair to soothe the irritable little fan. All right, enough of this. If you continue to act up, your friend might truly choke." "Who said it was for him? I was merely worried one portion would be enough," Sasuke grumbled, still stubbornly refusing to acknowledge his brother's affection. However, he soon cast aside his earlier anger, instinctively narrowing his eyes and nuzzling against Itachi, seeking comfort. "Phew, I'm saved. Thank you, Itachi." Seeing Sasuke's demeanor shift dramatically once he was in Itachi's embrace, Naruto couldn't help but stifle a laugh, playfully teasing the duo about their sibling rivalry. With his hands behind his head and blinking innocently, he feigned curiosity, asking, "By the way, Sasuke, who is this big brother? I've never seen you bring anyone else here to train with you, and he looks quite similar to you." "Oh right, I forgot to mention him to you earlier," Sasuke replied. Noticing Naruto's mischievous gaze, he reluctantly wriggled free from Itachi's arms and stood before him, puffing out his chest with pride. "Allow me to introduce him. This is my brother, the most formidable genius of the Uchiha clan and the best brother in the world, Itachi Uchiha." "What? The most formidable genius of the Uchiha clan and the best brother? That sounds amazing. Of course. Aren't you envious, Naruto?" "Haha, let me tell you. My brother is dozens of times more powerful than I am. Even the teachers at the Ninja Academy might not stand a chance against him." "Really? Well, it sounds like Sasuke's brother is truly impressive." Relishing his moment of triumph amidst the playful banter with Naruto, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, momentarily forgetting that his brother was right beside him as he unabashedly boasted about Itachi. Sasuke appears to have genuinely made a good friend, in contrast to his usual demeanor as a well-behaved child at home. The young boy in front of him has become noticeably more cheerful and lively after interacting with a child named Naruto. Itachi, witnessing this transformation, is both surprised and delighted, though he feels a twinge of embarrassment at Sasuke's unabashed and fervent praise. With his naturally gentle and humble disposition, Itachi awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Oh, Sasuke, please don't exaggerate. I'm not as remarkable as you claim. That time, the teacher at school was simply being lenient. I'm not exaggerating. You are undeniably amazing, brother. And those teachers even admitted that you were superior to him. Well, that was because, here we go again. Sasuke's infinite admiration for his brother mode is activated. But perhaps what Sasuke says is indeed the truth. At such a young age. To defeat an adult ninja who serves as a teacher at the Ninja Academy, no wonder he is revered as the god Itachi by the fans of the Hokage. Observing the warm and affectionate interaction between the two brothers, Naruto couldn't help but reminisce about the tragic fate of this pair in the original story, where they were pitted against each other in a deadly rivalry. Heart-wrenching words from his past life began to surface in his mind. "Forgive me, Sasuke. This will be the last time." They all laughed, their smiles having been bought with Itachi's life. Oblivious, they all smiled foolishly. "You want me to give up on revenge?" Haha. Sure. Itachi, return my parents, my clan to me. If you can do that, I will abandon my plan to destroy Konoha. It's fine if you never forgive me. No matter what you become in the future, I will always love you. Scheming against the Uchiha clan to seize the power of the Sharingan, colluding with Orochimaru to annihilate Konoha and erase the Third Hokage, all for the sake of ascending to power. Even delaying the news of Pain's invasion of Konoha for Danzo. For your dream of becoming Hokage, Danzo, you have indeed made considerable contributions to Konoha that will be recorded in history. After witnessing the enviable bond of brotherhood between Sasuke and Itachi, Naruto felt increasingly grateful for his impulsive decision to thwart Danzo's conspiracy, embarking on a path fraught with unknown risks and changes. Clenching his fists, he murmured with determination. "But this time, your schemes are destined to fail. Ahem, perhaps it would be best to save the brotherly affection for later, Sasuke," Naruto suggested. Having patiently waited for a long time with his hands on his head, as the sun climbed higher and Sasuke showed no signs of concluding his affectionate display towards Itachi, Naruto finally cleared his throat to break the tender scene and reminded him, "It's about time. We should commence today's training." "Ah, you're right," Sasuke responded, as if awakening from a dream. Turning instinctively, he met Naruto's teasing grin, realizing that he had been openly affectionate towards his brother in front of this mischievous friend. The flush that had barely faded returned to Sasuke's chubby cheeks. "Wait, who are you calling affectionate, Naruto?" "Oh, which little friend is blushing? I must be referring to you. You, who are you calling a little friend? Surely, you appear to be even younger than I am." Sasuke's casual remark suddenly brought to Naruto's mind the realization that, if one were to consider their ages in this lifetime, it seemed he was born just a tad later than Sasuke. Thus, if Sasuke were to be regarded as a child, it appeared that Naruto could not escape that designation either. For a moment, he found himself ensnared in an embarrassing silence. Struck dumb by the unintended blow delivered by the small fan. "Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Have I hit the nail on the head, Naruto?" Sasuke's teasing provoked a response from Itachi, who, whether out of awareness of Naruto's discomfort or mere coincidence, gently interjected just as Naruto struggled to formulate a rebuttal. Itachi's timely words diverted Sasuke's attention and redirected the conversation, allowing Sasuke, whose youthful nature often led him to be easily pleased, to miss the opportunity to maintain his rare advantage in sparring with Naruto's jests. As midday approached, the time originally earmarked for training had already slipped away. If they continued their playful banter, lunchtime would soon arrive. "Ah, you make a valid point, humph. Since my brother has said so, I shall let Naruto off this time." Phew, that was close. It seemed that in the future, he would need to be more cautious with his teasing of this little rascal, otherwise he might just dig a pit for himself to fall into. Just as Naruto patted his chest in relief at having preserved the somewhat hard-earned image of being the elder and more reliable figure in Sasuke's eyes, Itachi's next words nearly caused him to stumble. "By the way, has the Jonin responsible for guiding your training arrived yet? A high-level Jonin, perhaps?" "Huh? Ah. I forgot that you are still unaware of the ranking system among ninjas. To put it simply, it refers to the teacher who has been instructing you during this period." Observing Naruto's stammering, Itachi assumed the young boy was simply ignorant of the meaning of the term Jonin, completely oblivious to the peculiar inflection in Naruto's voice. After a brief pause, Itachi continued with a smile, "When I arrived, Sasuke already informed me of your training regimen. The fact that you devised a progressive and effective approach to enhance your chakra control through tree climbing and water walking is something that typically only a Chunin would not conceive. Hence, I deduced that your instructor must be a Jonin-level ninja." "Hey, Sasuke, didn't you tell your brother everything that happened?" Naruto, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, nudged the equally dumbfounded Sasuke with his elbow, bewildered by Itachi's assumption of a Jonin teacher. "I've been the one teaching you all along, right? When he came, My brother only inquired about the training I underwent and didn't ask about anything else. Plus, I was in a rush to leave, so I didn't mention any of that. Who would have guessed my brother would think of you as a jonin? Huh. Is that even a possibility? Naruto's expression grew complicated as he scrutinized Itachi, who was rambling on with his conjectures. Listening closely, he realized that Itachi was attempting to deduce the identity of this non-existent jonin from the list of jonin he was familiar with. No, that's not right. You see, your brother isn't treating me like a jonin. He has quite literally conjured up an imaginary jonin instructor for us. Although this method of training was indeed provided by the esteemed jonin Kakashi Hatake, the leader of Team 7, where Naruto and Sasuke reside, in a certain sense, Itachi's conjecture is not entirely incorrect. Wow, so my brother knows so many jonin? How impressive. Wait, hold on. This is not the moment for you to show off. You foolish brotherly obsessed Sasuke. Shouldn't you be pondering how to explain things to your brother? What? Why is it my responsibility to think? You, the jonin teacher, should be the one. Isn't it your lack of clarity that led to your brother's misunderstanding? Naturally, this issue must be resolved by you. That seems somewhat reasonable. But why? What's wrong? The escalating debate between Naruto and Sasuke drew Itachi from his reverie. As he paused his musings and turned towards the sound, he caught sight of their distorted expressions, struggling to suppress laughter, filling him with confusion. Was there something I said that was amiss? Ahem, there are indeed some discrepancies, but not entirely incorrect. After Itachi inquired, Naruto immediately adopted a nonchalant demeanor, hands behind his head, humming a tune. As Sasuke's eyelids twitched, he reluctantly confessed, indeed, there was someone who guided me in the methods of tree climbing and water walking, but this person is not a jonin. And they had already arrived here before we reached the training ground. What? They're already here? Sasuke's unexpected statement startled Itachi. In his perception, aside from the two youngsters before him, there was no one else around. As he contemplated the strength of the jonin who had been instructing his brother, he marveled at their ability to remain hidden and unnoticed, truly the hallmark of a jonin. No, that is not it. How should I put this? Watching his brother praise the non-existent jonin, Sasuke felt a surge of embarrassment. Covering his face with one hand, he raised the other to point at Naruto, who was struggling to contain his amusement, and stammered, "The person who taught me is not a jonin, and brother, you saw him when you arrived here." What? I saw him? Where? How come I didn't notice? Instinctively following Sasuke's gesture, Itachi's gaze landed not on the elusive mentor, but rather on Naruto, who was flushed and trembling with laughter. As he turned back, ready to inquire further, his eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on Naruto, who blinked innocently. Wait, Sasuke. You're not implying that the person who taught you is, though it may be hard to believe, the truth is precisely what you think, brother. How could this be possible? December 14th, 51st year of the Leaf Village calendar. This is a day that Uchiha Itachi will forever remember. It is the day he first met the child of prophecy, Uzumaki Naruto, and the day Naruto utterly transformed Itachi's worldview. In the third outdoor survival training camp, on a vast expanse blanketed by a thick layer of snow, Naruto and Itachi stood facing each other, 5 meters apart. Please guide me, they both said, their gazes locking in an unspoken understanding. In perfect synchrony, they raised their arms, fingers poised in a distinctive stance that signified the commencement of their duel, with their thumbs, ring fingers, and pinkies tightly clenched in their palms while their index fingers and middle fingers pointed skyward. Upon learning from Sasuke that the individual who had significantly advanced his skills was none other than Naruto, who was of a similar age to his younger brother, Itachi found his perception of reality and values profoundly challenged. This revelation sparked an immense curiosity within him regarding Naruto's true capabilities. It remained uncertain whether Itachi felt a hint of jealousy stemming from Sasuke's admiration for Naruto, but such emotional nuances were left unexamined. Conversely, Naruto was equally intrigued by Itachi, whose rapid growth had earned him the reverence of many, including the title of God. Given that Itachi was instrumental in thwarting Danzo's conspiratorial schemes, gaining insight into Itachi's strength would undoubtedly serve Naruto well, thus eliminating any inclination to evade or decline the opportunity to engage in battle. If you do not believe me, brother, why not let Naruto and you spar? Then you will know the truth of my words. The mutual desire to gauge each other's prowess, coupled with Sasuke's inadvertent suggestion, prompted both warriors, who had hesitated due to pride, to readily agree to the proposed sparring session. Once they confirmed their readiness, Sasuke, standing at a distance, took a deep breath his excitement and curiosity evident in his eyes. He raised his small hand high and then brought it down forcefully. Naruto Uzumaki. Right, Itachi Uchiha. The ninja sparring begins. As soon as Sasuke's words fell, Naruto and Itachi transformed into two fleeting shadows, vanishing from sight. In the brief moment it took Sasuke to blink, their forms materialized once more, colliding with a resounding impact of fists against fists. Indeed, regardless of how hard I train, age remains a formidable barrier, Naruto mused. Initially indifferent to the impending duel, the stark 5-year age difference became evident as their fists met. Itachi's height and strength were unmistakably superior. Despite Naruto's efforts to amplify the force behind his strikes, Itachi's arms remained unwavering, resembling an immovable mountain, which inevitably dampened Naruto's spirits. With his current physique, he could hold his own against contemporaries, but against older opponents, he felt distinctly disadvantaged. Yet, youth bore its own advantages, at least in grappling. This agile body possessed remarkable flexibility. Fortunately, Naruto had anticipated this outcome, making it easier to accept. As he contemplated his next move, he resolutely abandoned any unrealistic notions of continuing a battle of strength. As the formidable Itachi exerted pressure, gradually forcing his body downward, he suddenly retracted all the strength applied to his fist. Utilizing his slight frame to his advantage, he deftly pivoted, slipping away from Itachi's swift punches like a nimble loach. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped, bending his right leg and thrusting his knee towards Itachi's vulnerable flank with great force. What is this power? Is this child endowed with unnatural strength? Is he truly only 3 years old? Unlike Naruto, who had anticipated this moment, Itachi remained outwardly composed, yet internally astonished. Although it appeared that Itachi effortlessly dominated Naruto in terms of strength, he was acutely aware that he had expended nearly 70% of his energy to achieve this outcome. This was all without the enhancement of chakra, relying solely on their innate strength. Suddenly, Itachi found himself momentarily distracted by his astonishment. By the time he noticed Naruto's evasive maneuver, the pressure on his right arm, which had been engaged in a stalemate with Naruto's fist, dissipated, causing his body to plunge downward. The moment had passed, and he was unable to recover his stance in time, staggering forward a few steps in an attempt to regain balance. Though instinctively wishing to turn and block Naruto's impending assault, he found himself in an awkward predicament of being willing yet unable. Just as Sasuke had described, one must treat this child with utmost seriousness and caution. Acknowledging this reality, Itachi exhibited the exceptional adaptability that had earned him the revered title of Itachi the God. Recognizing that blocking was no longer an option, he swiftly channeled chakra into his feet, forsaking the momentum of his forward rush. Instead, he propelled himself high into the air, evading Naruto's anticipated assault while rapidly forming hand seals at an astonishing speed that left the eyes bewildered. Zishirin Suchoin, Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. As the final seal was completed, Itachi inhaled deeply, his cheeks slightly puffing, before leaning forward slightly. Tiny fireballs erupted continuously from his mouth, meticulously controlled by his chakra, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for Naruto. Like the dazzling fruits of a phoenix flower, they surged towards Naruto, who had yet to fully land. This hand seal speed must be supernatural. Is there no respite? Watching the torrent of fireballs rain down, Naruto incredulously muttered to himself, his eyes darting around frantically. He realized that under Itachi's meticulous calculations, the space allowed for his evasion had vanished. Truly, Itachi Uchiha is formidable. When he gets serious, he leaves me with no chance. Itachi's swift and flawless counterattack shattered Naruto's strategy of utilizing his nimbleness to engage in close combat, leaving him with no choice but to reluctantly shake his head. As he slowly raised his right hand, he murmured to himself, I cannot match his instantaneous ninjutsu response. This is beyond my capability, though fraught with risk. I have no other option. Boom, boom, boom. The descending fireball, relentless in its descent, did not hesitate due to Naruto's entanglement of thoughts. Accompanied by a series of thunderous roars, the scalding fireball crashed to the ground, melting the ice and snow in its wake, and swiftly conjuring a mist that enveloped Naruto entirely. Naruto. Sasuke, observing the battle with keen interest, noticed Naruto standing there as if petrified, showing no signs of evasion or defense even as the Phoenix Fire technique descended. Concerned, he shouted, You fool, why aren't you dodging? Are you so serious that you won't even counter with any jutsu? After landing lightly, Itachi was equally perplexed by Naruto's inaction. It wasn't until he heard Sasuke's worried exclamation that he recalled Naruto was merely 3 years old. He clenched his hands tightly, gazing intently into the mist. Murmuring to himself, To employ jutsu against a 3-year-old child is indeed excessive. I hope nothing goes awry. Is that how you see me? Just as Itachi prepared to step into the mist in search of Naruto, the boy's bold and teasing voice, accompanied by the howling winds, emerged from within the fog. Soon, Naruto's figure began to materialize through the haze, and it became apparent that he was gripping a vibrant blue sphere in his right hand. Seemingly unaffected by the earlier Phoenix Fire technique, charging towards Itachi with renewed vigor. Unscathed? How was that possible? The unexpected turn of events astonished Itachi, as instinctual alarm made him focus on the unremarkable sphere in Naruto's grasp. Is that what's responsible? He had never encountered such a jutsu before. Hee. The real duel has only just begun. If you underestimate me because of my age, you shall surely regret it. As Naruto's smile widened at the approaching figure of Itachi, he thrust his right hand forward, the blue sphere poised for attack. Now, it's my turn to counter. Rasengan. Itachi, initially believing Naruto to be severely weakened by the Phoenix Fire technique and thus relaxing his guard, found himself caught off guard by Naruto's swift and vigorous retaliation. By the time his mind fully registered the situation, Naruto was less than 3 meters away, a perilous distance. This technique is extremely dangerous. I cannot take it head-on. I must evade. As Naruto's form grew increasingly clear in Itachi's view, the blue sphere he clutched ignited alarm bells within him. While his mind raced to formulate a strategy, his body instinctively crouched and prepared to dodge the impending threat. With a forceful twist of his body, he swiftly propelled himself off the ground at an angle using the chakra-enhanced tips of his toes, creating a slight distance for evasion. His hands quickly formed seals, preparing ninjutsu to respond to any unforeseen changes, while his slightly squinted eyes gradually became tainted with a crimson hue, and within his pupils, 2 black tomo patterns mysteriously emerged, unwaveringly fixated on Naruto's every movement. This was one of Uchiha Itachi's trump cards. The Sharingan, the distinctive bloodline limit of the Uchiha Clan, had long been awakened by the prodigy Itachi. For an ordinary person, the speed that Naruto unleashed would leave them with no choice but to confront the oncoming Rasengan head-on. However, for Itachi, who had already awakened the Sharingan, Naruto's movements appeared as if played in slow motion, every detail crystal clear. With a mere glance, Itachi could fully deduce Naruto's attack trajectory. Coupled with his own rigorously honed physique, he had ample time to rectify any previous mistakes. Understanding that a standard Rasengan could not be thrown, Naruto aimed to close the distance as swiftly as possible before launching his attack. He held no expectations of successfully hitting Itachi with this counterstrike. Indeed, it would be expected for Itachi to evade this blow without incident. Yet, that did not mean he would allow Itachi to regain the initiative in battle unchallenged. Want to evade? It would not be so simple. Almost the instant Itachi began to maneuver away, Naruto bent his knees, angling his body towards the ground at nearly 90 degrees, and without hesitation, he forcefully slammed his right hand down. The tremendous reactive force generated from the Rasengan's contact with the ground recalibrated his trajectory while simultaneously elevating his charging speed to a new level. This was the true purpose of Naruto's use of the Rasengan. Beyond negating the attack of the Great Fireball technique, it ostensibly served to pose a substantial threat to Itachi, while secretly providing the necessary momentum for a second directional pursuit. His combat awareness was no less than that of a true ninja. This child, Naruto Uzumaki, should not be underestimated. Underestimating him would prove quite troublesome. Witnessing Naruto's astonishing adaptability as he swiftly shifted his offensive strategy, Itachi felt his initial surprise transform into a numbing realization. The latent desire for battle within his bloodline surged forth, and in a moment of introspection, Itachi himself was unaware of the slight smile that crept upon his lips. Acknowledging Naruto's strength, was the true contest only just beginning? Then, I shall not hold back. Though suspended in midair and unable to change his retreat direction, Naruto, propelled by the Rasengan, found himself in a similarly awkward position, unable to alter his trajectory. In other words, it was a perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Fire release. Great Fireball technique. Just as Naruto's ferocious strike was about to make contact with Itachi's vulnerable abdomen, Itachi's dazzling hands were nearing the conclusion of their intricate hand seals. In the instant the final tiger seal was completed, his cheeks puffed as he inhaled sharply, unleashing the gathered chakra from his throat in a violent expulsion, transforming it into a colossal, searing fireball that engulfed Naruto's petite figure. The sheer force contained within propelled Naruto backward, not only neutralizing his attack but also delivering a devastating blow to him, who had no defensive measures in place. Boom. Hiss, ow, ow, ow. Indeed. The speed of the hand seals was exceedingly formidable, truly excessive. Itachi. Within the fireball, a figure could be seen tumbling and writhing amidst cries of pain. A testament to the fact that Itachi's assault had unequivocally struck its target. Yet, Itachi's instinctual sense of danger remained unrelieved. Instead, it surged anew as the fireball made contact with Naruto. How could there be any strength left for a counterattack after being hit? Suddenly struck by a possibility. Itachi's eyes widened in realization, and disregarding the rapid breaths resulting from his chakra depletion, he leaped into the air with renewed vigor. Boom! Almost simultaneously with Itachi's leap. A fireball, though smaller than the one he had conjured, rushed toward him, radiating heat and danger. It grazed the soles of his feet before crashing to the ground, erupting with a deafening roar. Now it all made sense. As he soared high into the air, Itachi's vision cleared, and his Sharingan spun rapidly, calculating the trajectory of the incoming fireball. He turned his gaze toward its origin, surprise flickering momentarily in his eyes, yet a deeper amusement glimmered beneath. Naruto Uzumaki. You truly are a cunning little rascal. Where Itachi's gaze fell was precisely where he had initially deployed the Phoenix Fire technique to rain down upon Naruto, a region now devoid of the white mist caused by the technique's intense heat, revealing the true nature of the scene. Ah, so I was detected after all. It was rare for me to use a shadow clone as bait. The meticulously planned strike had missed its mark, and a hint of frustration crossed Naruto's face as he slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted. After a brief pause, he lifted his dust-covered face with a playful grin, waving his hand. Indeed, the speed of the hand seals is crucial. All that painstaking effort to prepare an attack has gone to waste. I can't go on like this. I'm nearly at my limit. Given your age, you have performed exceedingly well. If it weren't for my Sharingan, Naruto, perhaps your plan would have succeeded. Observing Naruto, who had completely lost his fighting spirit, Itachi felt a sense of urgency gradually dissipate. As his taut nerves relaxed, he smiled in praise while adjusting his posture to land gracefully from the air. Indeed. Without the Sharingan, Naruto, lying prone in the snow, was panting heavily. Yet, in the critical moment when Itachi's feet were about to touch the ground and his form had not fully stabilized, he suddenly paused in an eerie manner, his face twitching as he struggled to lift his gaze slightly. With a twist of his words, a triumphant smile spread across his face, suggesting that there was no need for elaborate planning anymore. What? Naruto's abrupt statement left Itachi somewhat bewildered, and before he could fully grasp its implications, the smiling figure of Naruto transformed into a white mist and vanished from sight. Shadow clone? Oh no. The sense of impending danger that had just begun to wane surged anew. By the time Itachi sought to investigate the source of the threat, a howling whirlwind, intermingled with searing heat, ruthlessly struck him from behind, enveloping his entire being. Ah, Itachi-san. Your fireball technique. I return it to you now. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The shadow clone of Naruto, which had previously been consumed by the fireball technique, did not dissipate into white smoke, but instead emanated heat like charred wood. Struggling to form the hand seals, he channeled chakra accumulating in his throat, continuously converting his exhalation into a whirlwind. Simultaneously, he propelled the remaining strength of the fireball technique that had once engulfed him towards Itachi. The new fireball generated from the fusion of wind and fire release techniques surpassed the coverage of Itachi's earlier fireball technique. I did say it, didn't I? It's rare to use a shadow clone as bait. Is this the extent of Naruto's power? How impressive. Sasuke, observing from the sidelines, had his eyes transformed into star shapes. He had initially thought Naruto would only exchange a few blows with his brother before being defeated. Yet Naruto could actually engage in a back and forth with the seemingly omnipotent elder brother, deepening his admiration and envy. No, now is not the time for such thoughts. Brother, rest assured, Sasuke. Just as Sasuke, filled with concern, instinctively prepared to dash into the fireball to find Itachi's figure, Naruto, having exhausted all his chakra, sat down without pretense, panting heavily while smiling to halt Sasuke's actions. After a brief pause, he humorously remarked to himself, the rapid hand seals of the substitution technique are certainly advantageous. I still couldn't defeat you, Itachi-san. Huh? What are you saying, Naruto? Brother. Accompanied by Sasuke's exclamation, Itachi's figure appeared in scathe beside Naruto. As for the Itachi who had been engulfed by the fireball, he had already been reduced to a charred wooden stump. As you can see, Itachi-san, this time I am truly out of strength. There's no way to bridge the gap in power with mere cleverness. Naruto raised his left hand, scratching his golden hair, the only part not charred, while his right hand formed the opposing seal, cheerfully extending it towards Itachi. The result of this sparring match is that I have lost. There is no need for concern. Were it not for my habit of reserving a substitution technique as a contingency, the outcome of this encounter would remain uncertain. Naruto's audacious act of enduring the blazing inferno of the great fireball technique while biding his time for the perfect moment to strike has undeniably elevated him to an equal standing with Itachi. With a lingering sense of trepidation, Itachi cast a fleeting glance at the wooden post slowly being reduced to ashes amidst the flames. He then bent down, extending his hand to form a contrasting seal, entwining it with Naruto's to establish the reconciliation sign that signified the conclusion of their practice. To possess such formidable prowess at merely 3 years of age, I find myself increasingly curious about the extent of your potential growth. Thus, I declare, the result of the practice match between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Itachi, a duel between ninjas, is a victory for the elder brother. Hey, Sasuke. Why does your voice sound so exhilarated? You weren't secretly hoping for my defeat from the beginning, were you? Humph. I did not hope for it. I knew from the outset that my brother would absolutely not lose. TSK, you are quite the devoted brother, aren't you? There's no saving you. Huh. Who's a devoted brother, you fool, Naruto? I am not. Wait, what does devoted brother even mean? Hey, don't laugh, Naruto. What does it mean? Sasuke has truly made an extraordinary friend. Observing Naruto frolicking joyfully with Sasuke, Itachi smiled affectionately, assured that he could entrust Sasuke to Naruto's care during his absences. After a brief pause, he leaned down, gently patting Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, I shall rely on you to take good care of Sasuke. Hige, of course. Sasuke is my most important friend, so rest assured. Upon hearing this, Naruto hesitated momentarily, then met Itachi's gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips as he made a silent vow. I promise you, I will protect Sasuke without fail. Sigh, has he truly lost? This child named Uchiha Itachi is undeniably formidable. If I recall correctly, he hasn't even turned 9 yet. Yet he already possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. No wonder Naruto perceives him as one of the pivotal figures in determining the fate of the Uchiha clan. At the moment Sasuke announced the verdict, the third Hokage, who had been intently watching through a crystal ball, finally relaxed his anxious heart. He reached for the pipe resting on the table, taking a few puffs to calm his nerves, and then chuckled resignedly. That Naruto is quite the reckless one. I never anticipated he would have the audacity to use his body as bait. Enduring the searing heat of the great fireball technique while waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Setting aside the outcome, the effectiveness of this surprise attack is indisputable. Were it not for Itachi's prior preparation with a substitution technique, the repercussions of this composite ninjutsu could have rewritten the narrative of victory and defeat. Kakashi, standing nearby, nodded in agreement while his gaze remained fixated on Naruto. A hint of amusement began to surface in his right eye, the only visible part beneath his forehead protector. Moreover, that technique he previously employed, though its origins are unknown to me, is unmistakably the non-hand seal ninjutsu developed by my teacher, Rasengan. Now, you should somewhat grasp why I have come to believe in Naruto's seemingly nonsensical ramblings. Not to mention that much of Naruto's conjecture aligns with the intelligence I possess. The abilities displayed by this child are far from the mere fabrications of a mischievous soul. After confirming through the crystal ball that Naruto was merely exhausted and in no immediate danger, the third Hokage gradually lifted his gaze, resting it upon Kakashi, whose youthful features still bore traces of innocence. With extraordinary combat talent, an indomitable spirit capable of enduring humiliation, and a remarkable ninja aptitude akin to that of his father, Minato Namikaze, this child, if properly guided, is destined for a future that may not only mirror his father's legacy but potentially surpass it. Becoming a Hokage worthy of historical remembrance, unveiling Danzo's ambitions, alleviating the Uchiha clan's ire towards the Hokage faction, and engaging in a fierce battle with Itachi Uchiha served as pivotal moments, garnering the trust of the 2 future heirs of the Uchiha clan. Naruto's exceptional performance convinced the third Hokage that he had indeed found a worthy successor to bear the heavy mantle of Hokage, further solidifying his resolve to thwart Danzo's aspirations. It is nearly time to commence our plans. Naruto has exerted considerable effort, and it is imperative that I, too, intensify my endeavors. The third Hokage's weathered hands gently caressed the smooth crystal ball as he refocused on Naruto, murmuring to himself in a tone tinged with affection and jest. If you resolve all these issues, I, an old man, will have nowhere to hide my face. Of course, should Naruto become aware of the high regard in which the third Hokage holds him, he would likely laugh heartily, rolling on the ground in amusement. The bond with Sasuke originated from a curious pursuit instigated by a small fan and Naruto's ulterior motive to employ Sasuke to master the shadow clone technique. Even Naruto himself did not foresee that, in this process, their friendship would inadvertently deepen, evolving into a profound trust that allowed them to confide in one another without reservation. As for alleviating the tensions between the Hokage faction and the Hyuga clan, Naruto remained blissfully unaware. To him, that evening was merely a moment of good spirits, prompting him to escort the lost Hinata Hyuga home. Furthermore, even after delivering Hinata to her residence, neither of them exchanged names, leaving Naruto oblivious to the fact that the little girl he had encountered in the alley was the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan. Thus, the notion that he was somehow mediating between the two factions was entirely unfounded. Regarding the deliberate engagement in sparring with Itachi Uchiha to gain his trust through strength, that notion is equally ludicrous. It was merely Naruto's pent-up energy after 3 years of training without sparring, compounded by the sight of the living Itachi standing before him, prompting an irresistible urge to gauge the extent of his progress against Itachi's formidable prowess. He had never contemplated leveraging Itachi and Sasuke as a means to connect with their father, Fugaku Uchiha, the future leader of the Uchiha clan and the orchestrator of their rebellion. In summary, the so-called meticulousness and various accolades are merely splendid misconceptions birthed from the interpretations of the Third Hokage and others. If one were to articulate the truth using the popular phrases from the world before Naruto's journey, it would be described as fate, ineffable in its beauty. Furthermore, had the Third Hokage been privy to Naruto's true nature, he would not only refrain from designating Naruto as his successor for training, but would likely find his worldview utterly shattered. On another note, while the morale of the Hokage faction soared due to Naruto's unexpected yet astute decisions, the protagonist himself trudged home in tattered garments, his form charred and disheveled. Now, do not be angry, Kurama. I assure you, I am fine. As Kurama's tailed beast chakra accelerated his recovery, Naruto simultaneously engaged in a dialogue with the observing Kurama within him, sharing insights from their recent battle, perhaps more accurately, attempting to placate his irate partner. Incensed by Naruto's audacious display during their spar. Are you a fool, Naruto? With your scrawny limbs, you dared to withstand the great fireball technique? Had I not swiftly manifested the tailed beast cloak to protect you, you would have been reduced to ashes. Let us not forget that I am still sealed within you. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Please, do not be upset. It is precisely because I am aware of your presence that I had the courage to withstand the great fireball technique, Naruto replied, his tone softening involuntarily in the face of Kurama's fury. He sheepishly scratched his head, attempting to ingratiate himself. Consider it, Kurama. You are the mightiest of the 9-tailed beasts. As your jinchūriki, you would never allow me to be vanquished by such a trivial ninjutsu. Oh, so, it is my meddling that is to blame? Kurama retorted, recalling the anxiety he felt as he watched the young fool engulfed by flames. Even though the crisis had passed, witnessing Naruto's carefree demeanor only intensified Kurama's simmering ire. After a brief pause, he suddenly revealed a menacing grin, his voice dripping with sarcasm. By your logic, you must truly relish the sensation of being scorched by flames. Very well, I shall grant you an experience of temperature far more terrifying than the great fireball. No, I never said that. Faced with Kurama's seemingly benevolent smile, Naruto swallowed hard, almost instantly shedding his frivolous facade. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees before Kurama, exclaiming loudly, I was wrong. Back to this again, you little rascal. Have you no shred of dignity as my jinchūriki? Where has that indomitable spirit vanished to? Dignity? What is that worth? Can it be eaten? Naruto feigned innocence, raising his head and blinking in an exaggerated manner. Moreover, Kurama, you are not a stranger. You are my most crucial partner. The spirit of defiance I exhibit towards outsiders does not apply in your presence. Very well, Kurama. I am aware of my own charm, yet there is no need for you to become so flustered that your speech falters. Observing Naruto's unabashedly arrogant demeanor, Kurama could not help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. He began to question whether his initial decision to trust and acknowledge Naruto as his jinchūriki had been rather hasty, while silently vowing to the heavens in exasperation. Were it not for this accursed seal, he would undoubtedly seize Naruto by the scruff of his neck and administer a sound spanking as a form of discipline. By the way, kid, haven't you mastered your father's flying thunder god technique? Even if you cannot yet perform long-distance teleportation with finesse, Utilizing it in combination with your previous training conditions could enable you to launch a surprise attack with the Rasengan against that Uchiha brat. Wouldn't that spare you from a multitude of subsequent troubles? Or have you forgotten that you possess this ability? Humph. The Flying Thunder God technique is at the top of my list of ninjutsu I have been diligently practicing, so there is no way I could forget it. Standing at the crossroads leading home, Naruto assessed his disheveled appearance and, estimating that the students at the school would be few on this weekend, decided to avoid the bustling commercial street and instead take a longer route through the nearby woods adjacent to the Ninja Academy. With his hands clasped behind his head and a nonchalant pout on his lips, he muttered a retort to Kurama's doubts. Did you not say it yourself? This is merely a friendly spar between ninjas, not a life or death duel. I have no reason to go all out, and you know the power of the Rasengan. If I were to successfully hit Itachi with it using the Flying Thunder God technique, I could indeed deal him a significant blow and achieve victory. However, it would also infuriate the Uchiha clan and jeopardize the tenuous bond one have formed with my brother Sasuke. In other words, aside from a fleeting victory devoid of tangible benefits, I see little advantage to be gained. The drawbacks outweigh the benefits, unless one day I lose my senses. I shall not pursue such folly. Ah, so that is it. You are a cunning little rascal who is not easily taken advantage of. I suspected there was something amiss from the beginning. Indeed, you have shown mercy. I knew it. My jinchūriki could never be easily defeated by that Uchiha brat. Kurama's words held a measure of truth. The swift mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique, combined with the complete trust Kurama had in Naruto, allowing him to freely draw upon the tailed beast chakra to enhance his physical capabilities, meant that Naruto's true strength could no longer be easily judged by mere appearance or age. An excellent example was Itachi, who underestimated Naruto due to his youth at the start of their confrontation, only to find himself nearly overwhelmed by Naruto's relentless assault as the battle progressed. However, Naruto understood that he was concealing some of his strength, and even after the duel had concluded, his instincts continuously warned him that Itachi's prowess was far beyond what had been demonstrated in their practice match. The illustrious accomplishments of Itachi Uchiha in the original narrative shall be set aside for the moment. As a prodigious talent who awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 9, he astonishingly never employed his mastery of Genjutsu throughout the entirety of his engagements. Even the function of his Sharingan seemed to serve merely as a means to rectify errors, its utility showcased solely in assisting the calculation of Naruto's Rasengan trajectory. Beyond this, it appeared to exist merely as a decorative ornament, in stark contrast to the breathtaking enhancement of combat prowess displayed by Obito Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha upon the initial activation of their Sharingan. One must question whether Itachi truly exerted himself to the fullest extent, or if he, unlike Naruto, had chosen to hold back. Were he to unleash his full potential, Naruto would find it utterly incredulous. Of course, witnessing the evident improvement in Kurama's mood after listening to his words, Naruto would not be foolish enough to over-explain. Allowing his companion to arrive at the truth independently was far preferable to provoking his ire. Is it truly so unfortunate? He mused as snow began to fall once more. The cumulative number of snowy days in the last 2 years could not possibly rival this year, at this rate. One might speculate that previous records for the lowest temperatures could be shattered. His thoughts were gradually interrupted by the delicate descent of snowflakes, prompting Naruto to lift his gaze and murmur to himself, his eyes unconsciously scanning his surroundings until they were drawn to the raucous laughter of 3 small children gathered nearby. Ah, the carefree childhood of youth is indeed enviable. In this bitter cold, they possess the audacity to frolic and play, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of catching a chill. Yet, it matters not to me. I should return home and change out of these already charred garments. If you are a child of the Hyuga clan, why not show us your Byakugan? The unexpected taunts of the children momentarily halted Naruto in his tracks. A nagging sensation crept over him, as if departing without acknowledging this event might result in missing something significant, yet he could only grasp fleeting impressions, unable to articulate what precisely stirred his concern, causing his brows to furrow in contemplation. Ultimately, it was decided that Itachi would mentor Sasuke in his training today, and with ample time remaining, Naruto resolved to investigate the antics of the mischievous children. With a firm determination, he subtly altered his course, deliberately muffling his footsteps while the insults spewed forth from the children became increasingly discernible. Humph, unwilling, are we? Or perhaps you simply lack the capability. Then do not gaze our way, you fool. Ugh, that glare is truly chilling. Of course, she is a monster, after all. Indeed, you are a Byakugan monster. Ha ha. The escalating cruelty of their words, interwoven with the plaintive whimpers of distress, ignited an unprecedented surge of anger within Naruto, who, despite having long grown accustomed to the harsh barbs of the villagers, found himself unexpectedly stirred. From this experience, I have truly grasped the overwhelming sensation of being consumed by a surge of fury for the very first time since my birth in the world of Naruto. Hey, have you all had your fun yet? Taking a deep breath to quell the inexplicable anger within me, I marveled at my own transformation. My demeanor shifted from gentle to fierce, as I spoke coldly with deliberate clarity. If you wish to avoid suffering, then cease your antics at once. Huh, who do you think you are? Upon hearing my words, the trio turned to face me. The tallest among them, upon witnessing my disheveled appearance, visibly relaxed. Placing his hands on his hips and tilting his head back with an air of contempt, he mocked, "Suffer? Seriously? You, a mere ragged beggar. Think you can play the hero? Don't make me laugh. Ha ha, look at him. His clothes are nothing but rags discarded by others. He must be an orphan, abandoned by his parents. And he dares to save people. Exactly. You should hurry back to your trash heap. Who knows, if luck is on your side, you might find a tattered coat to wear. Oh, is that so? I see that you all seem eager to taste a bit of suffering yourselves." Witnessing their taunts escalate, I smiled slyly. "Earlier, you seemed to be discussing monsters. So tell me, have you encountered a true monster?" As I approached them slowly, the negative emotions of anger, jealousy, and hatred, infused with the chakra of the Nine Tails, silently seeped from me, creating an oppressive aura that left the three rascals, still immature in essence, momentarily speechless. My smile grew even brighter as I introduced myself. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, and my other identity is that of a genuine fox demon." "Ah, the fox demon. I remember now. My father warned me never to go near that boy." "Hey, are you joking? This can't be happening. I heard that this monster eats children. What should we do now? Maybe we should apologize and hurry home? I don't want to be eaten." "Me neither. I don't want to die." The rumors spread by Danzo had instilled hatred and discrimination against me among the villagers, while also inadvertently transferring the deep-seated terror that the Nine Tails once embodied onto me. Even the strongest adult villagers dared not approach me closely, let alone these kids, who had been taught from a young age to steer clear of me. Don't let him intimidate you. Just as two of the children trembled in fear and contemplated retreat, the tall one among them forced himself to sound composed. Stammering to rally his companions, clearly trying to take the lead, "You all need to see clearly. He is just an unknown beggar. How could he possibly be that fox demon? But stop whining. Don't forget, there are three of us. I refuse to believe that together we can't take him down." "Well, it does seem that way. That's right. Let us do this together. Now that's the spirit. The audacious beggar. How dare he invoke the name of the fox spirit to intimidate us? We must force him to kneel and plead for mercy." "Oh, have you all conspired together?" After lazily yawning, Naruto observed the rejuvenated group of rascals with the keen interest of a cat eyeing its prey. After a brief pause, he placed his hands behind his back, tilted his head slightly, and smiled. "Oh, you're back in high spirits? Quite the display of leadership, though regrettably misapplied. Come now. Let us engage. Rest assured, I shall not employ any jutsu against you, and I shall grant you an additional pair of hands. Are you mocking us, you bastard?" Whether it was the pent-up fear reaching its zenith and transforming into courage, or the blatant provocation from Naruto igniting their rage, the chubby rascal on the left could no longer contain himself. With a furious roar, he charged at Naruto's face. "You'll regret your actions today, you scoundrel. I will make you weep and beg for mercy before me." People naturally gravitate toward conformity. With one leading the charge, the remaining two hesitated no longer. They either aimed for Naruto's midsection or maliciously targeted his legs, launching an unrelenting assault upon him. "Ah, watch out. That voice sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." The timid words, reminiscent of a mosquito's buzz, momentarily distracted Naruto as he pondered over the identity of the speaker while effortlessly dodging the trio's attacks. "Hey, are you all jesting with me? Is this your utmost effort? Put in some more strength. Have you forgotten to eat? Mustering your utmost strength would be appreciated. Ugh, so weak. Can't you speed up your movements just a little? Can you not muster any semblance of presence? If such sluggish actions qualify as attacks, I fear I might fall asleep standing." The chaotic and uncoordinated assault from the rascals failed to even graze the hem of Naruto's clothing, remaining entirely within the confines of their standing space, neither advancing nor retreating. His expression was one of utter disinterest, as if he might doze off at any moment, occasionally mocking them with half-hearted taunts. "Shut your mouth. You coward who can only evade. Yes, yes. All you do is run around. What kind of skill is that? Huh. In the end, you're just a loudmouth who dares not retaliate. Naruto's continuous provocation ultimately vanquished any fear of the fox spirit within the rascals. And as their anger surged, they resumed their assault with renewed vigor, reverting to their true natures, hurling insults and laughter. I've grown weary of this. It's time to conclude this tedious farce. Having finally identified the owner of the earlier childish words from his memories, Naruto's lazy demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile brighter than the sun's rays. Such innocence is delightful. You know nothing of true power, and you've compelled me to unleash it. When you awaken, do not hold it against me. What? You're spouting nonsense. Oh, what? Before the mischievous children could fully grasp the implications of Naruto's words, he bent his legs slightly, gathering energy, and leapt effortlessly into the air, evading the final round of assaults. With a swift twist of his waist, his powerful kick swept through like a whirlwind, unceremoniously toppling the three assailants in succession. The speed was so astonishing that the last impression left in their fading consciousness was merely the fleeting shadow of his rapid movement. To voluntarily invite a beating, such a peculiar request was truly a first for me. Could it be that these three rascals possess some latent potential for mischief? No. I mustn't let myself be infected by this nonsensical notion. As I murmured to myself, dismissing their defeat with indifference, Naruto disdainfully rubbed the soles of his shoes, which had been used to attack the trio, against the pristine snow beneath him. Are you okay? Came a timid voice from behind. Cough, cough. Of course, I'm fine. Those three could never harm me. It was only upon hearing the hesitant words behind him that Naruto recalled the initial reason for his intervention. As he continued to clean his shoes, he felt a twinge of awkwardness from his earlier tussle with Itachi, absent-mindedly touching his nose. Taking a deep breath, he turned around, arms behind his head, restoring his usual carefree grin. Long time no see, little one. Perhaps I should refer to you as Lady Hinata Hyuga? You know my name? Of course. It's not the first time I've seen you. Now, how should I put it? Oh, how did that ramen taste the other night, little one? Despite understanding that Naruto had intervened to assist her, the residual negative emotions from the tailed beast that he inadvertently exuded made the already timid Hinata feel uneasy. It wasn't until she heard Naruto's familiar tone, deeply embedded in her memories, that she began to calm down, squinting her eyes to discern better. She couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. It really is you. Hey, did you remember? Naruto beamed. Looks like I haven't been completely forgotten. Upon receiving her acknowledgement, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, partially deducing the reasons behind his earlier near meltdown. The girl before him, Hinata Hyuga, was the only character in the original story who had never looked down on him, consistently supporting him from the shadows. Now, after all the dust had settled and his time of awakening had arrived, he was finally able to acknowledge her significance, even bestowing upon her the name Uzumaki Hinata. In simpler terms, this little girl was destined to be the mother of Naruto's future children. With outsiders daring to bully his wife, how could he possibly restrain his anger? Not returning home that night had indeed been the wisest decision. Yet, why had I not recognized this child's identity sooner? Could it be that Naruto's emotional ineptitude had somehow been inherited by me through this journey? Naruto reflected on how fortunate he was to have decided to meddle on the night he first encountered Hinata, while simultaneously questioning whether his emotional intelligence was perhaps lacking. After vigorously wiping his hands clean, he extended a smiling hand toward the sobbing little girl before him. Come on, get up. The ground is freezing with snow, and sitting on it will make you catch a cold. As Hinata scrutinized the disheveled Naruto before her, she couldn't help but juxtapose him with the gentle Naruto who had escorted her home that very night. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and her initial fear quickly dissipated. With a timid nod, she extended her small hand, allowing Naruto to help her rise cautiously from the cold ground. After a brief pause, she blinked her eyes. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Naruto's soot-stained, ragged attire, akin to that of a beggar. What happened to you? Oh, you mean this? Naruto replied nonchalantly. I was training with my friends at the training ground, and things got a bit out of hand. I was just about to head home to change. He recalled the experience of being engulfed in a torrent of fireballs, responding without a hint of embarrassment. Habitually, as he had grown accustomed to amusing children, he gently wiped away the faint traces of tears from Hinata's cheeks with his other hand. And you? What brings you here today? If I remember correctly, the Hyuga clan's territory is quite a distance from here. Did you get lost? Not at all. I came with my father to enroll at the Ninja Academy. Hinata replied softly, her cheeks growing even rosier in response to Naruto's familiarity. Yet, she felt no resistance to his presence, finding comfort in the familiarity he exuded. After hearing his teasing remarks, she explained in a gentle murmur, my father mentioned he had matters to discuss with the teacher and would be late returning home. He asked me to wait here and not wander off. Within the confines of Hinata's sheltered upbringing, Naruto was the first peer she engaged with, apart from her clan members. He had aided her during her moments of helplessness on 2 occasions, and through a twist of fate, she felt entirely at ease in his presence, displaying no wariness. It could be said that, after Sasuke, Naruto had become another cherished friend with whom she could share her thoughts openly. I see. But even so, you shouldn't allow yourself to be bullied by those 3 ordinary children, Naruto retorted, recalling the mischievous faces of the 3 rascals who had previously caused trouble. As his anger began to resurface, he swallowed back a curse that had risen to his lips. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he gestured with his hands. Look. Those 3 can't even perform basic ninjutsu, let alone any advanced techniques. As the heir of the main branch, you must have learned the distinctive gentle fist technique of the Uchiha Clan. You shouldn't be bullied like this. Naruto spoke earnestly, as if he had long been acquainted with Hinata, causing her to momentarily lapse into a daze. Before she could gather her thoughts, her body instinctively lowered her head, pouting softly in a voice laced with grievance. But my father told me to stand here and not move until he returns. How could that be? So you're saying that in this frigid weather, you've been obediently standing here, enduring the cold? Even if you were bullied or insulted, you wouldn't budge an inch? Hinata's innocent words made Naruto realize he had underestimated her level of obedience. The icy little hand he held in his palm sent a pang of pain through his heart. Rolling his eyes, he spoke with a hint of irritation while simultaneously greeting the Ninetales within him. With the Ninetales' mischievous gaze upon them, he tightly clasped Hinata's small hand, gradually channeling the beast chakra into her to warm her up. I really don't know whether to commend you for being such an obedient child or to scold you for being so inflexible. It's quite pitiful for the heir of the Uchiha Clan to be bullied by mere village children. I mean, if I hadn't happened to pass by today, would you have continued to endure the torment of those 3 until your father came to fetch you? Hearing Naruto's incessant complaints, Hinata felt even more aggrieved. Gathering her courage to rebut, she met Naruto's gaze filled with helplessness and affection, which instantly deflated her resolve. The warmth radiating from his grasp enveloped her hand like a gentle sunbeam, causing her to blush deeply as she lowered her head once more. Her voice faltered, reminiscent of a timid wife speaking before her husband. I wouldn't. Oh, I truly can't deal with you, he chuckled. Your father is utterly irresponsible. Not only did he leave you alone outside, nearly making you unable to return home, but even in urgent matters. He should have taken you with him, don't you think? Just look at how woeful you appear. I cannot bear to say more about it. I just have to sigh and stroke your little head while I vent my frustrations about your negligent father. Is it truly acceptable to leave his precious daughter alone in this icy wilderness? This is the 2nd time if you count the last time I took you home. Doesn't he learn from his mistakes? He is truly unfit for fatherhood. Ha. Hey, little one, you're in for quite the embarrassment now. What do you mean by that, Ninetales? Oh, what's wrong, Hinata? Did I say something incorrect? As I observe, your father, Naruto, noticed Hinata before him, whose lips were pursed in a display of grievance, suddenly widened her mouth in disbelief at his words. Initially, he assumed that Hinata was merely taken aback by his astonishing remarks, causing him to become increasingly boastful. However, recalling the mocking tone of the Ninetales, he soon sensed something amiss. After swallowing hard, he gradually shifted his focus to perceive the unusual atmosphere surrounding him. Unsurprisingly, he detected a benevolent, unfamiliar presence standing behind him. Striving to adjust his facial muscles, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful and continued to stammer. Your father is right behind me. Asentihi? Hinata's small face, laden with concern, coupled with the internal laughter of the Ninetales, left Naruto with but one thought. Where is the nearest fissure in the hidden leaf village that can conceal an entire 3-year-old child's body? I urgently await your response. Before Naruto intervened to rescue Hinata, Hyuga Hayashi, anxious for Hinata's safety, hurriedly approached the vicinity to call her home. To his surprise, he witnessed someone daring to bully his precious daughter. Infuriated, Hayashi was prepared to personally teach those 3 mischievous children a profound lesson. However, the series of events triggered by Naruto's appearance gradually tempered Hayashi's rage. transforming his feelings into a complex mix of bewilderment and amusement at Naruto's candid and unreserved accusations. As the leader of the esteemed Uchiha Clan, one of the two prominent families of ocular jutsu in the Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Hayashi occupied a position seemingly unattainable to ordinary individuals. Accustomed to a life of privilege and high status, he had developed an aura of haughtiness, leading those he encountered to flatter and curry favor with him. Rarely did anyone dare to speak frankly against him. Yet, this scruffy child, who appeared to be no more than a beggar, shattered Hayashi's entrenched perceptions. Despite the child's unkempt appearance and blatant disrespect in criticizing Hinata, the audacity with which he gripped his daughter's hand was particularly galling. By Hayashi's usual standards, such behavior was no less atrocious than the actions of the three previous troublemakers. Yet, oddly enough, Hinata, under the incessant chatter of this little rascal, seemed bashful and obedient, displaying an evident fondness for him. Moreover, upon careful reflection, Hayashi found himself unable to formulate a single argument or reprimand against the words that tumbled from the child's lips. Indeed, while maintaining confidentiality during the meeting with that esteemed individual is of utmost importance, it is likely not a daunting task to gain understanding and permission by bringing along the innocent and naive Hinata, who has recently experienced a kidnapping, given his affable and approachable nature. Furthermore, as a father, he underestimated the significance and unwavering attention his dutiful daughter places on his words. The prolonged exposure to harsh weather, coupled with the scornful remarks that even he could not bear to utter since her birth, has left Nichizuki feeling an overwhelming sense of regret and remorse regarding his subconscious decision before departing. As Nichizuki pondered over Naruto's words in a daze, his body unconsciously moved forward, silently approaching. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself standing behind Naruto like a statue, devoid of any emotion. This led to the rather awkward and bizarre scene where Naruto, in the presence of his future father-in-law, boldly spoke out against him. Oh, why the silence? Hinata Nichizuki stood expressionless, hands tucked within the sleeves of his kimono. After noticing that Naruto had fallen silent upon realizing his presence, he slowly began to speak. A palpable aura of authority emanating from him, intentionally or unintentionally spreading towards Naruto. Do continue, young one. I am quite curious to hear what you will say next about me. Perhaps it is the inherent pressure that comes with the title of father-in-law, coupled with being caught in the act of speaking ill behind someone's back, that rendered even Naruto, who believed he had weathered countless storms over the past 3 years, feeling as if he were being struck by heavy hammers with each of Nichizuki's seemingly mundane words. His fragile heart trembled. As though he had just witnessed a stampede of wild horses, and amidst the turmoil, he struggled to form a smile that was more painful than tears. With quivering resolve, he turned around, his confidence waning as he stammered, Haha, I was just joking with Hinata. Please, do not take it to heart, Lord Hyuga. No, Lord Nichizuki. Oh, indeed, he is merely a child masquerading as an adult. Compared to his earlier bravado in front of the 3 boisterous children, Naruto now appeared transformed, timid and shrinking, nearly leading Nichizuki to believe that his previous feat of subduing them had been but a figment of his imagination. As Nichizuki sighed in relief, the fleeting illusion of facing an adult, created by Naruto's earlier demeanor, dissolved into nothingness. Daddy, perhaps influenced by Naruto's uncharacteristically anxious expression, the young and bewildered Hinata gradually began to feel nervous, hesitantly attempting to defend Naruto in front of her father. Yet, upon meeting her father's tranquil and inscrutable gaze, her courage waned. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she instinctively clutched the hem of Naruto's clothing and timidly retreated behind him. Hello, is it really you, my beloved Hinata? Your father must be seething with rage, longing to devour me whole. Why are you hiding behind me, adding fuel to the fire? Despite the lack of visible expression on his face, the oppressive aura emanating from the sun above intensified dramatically. Naruto's countenance reflected a profound sense of despair as he silently lamented his predicament, his legs trembling uncontrollably, yet instinctively moving to shield Hinata's petite form with open arms. Oh, even in the face of his own fear, he has not forgotten to protect Hinata. Setting aside previous remarks, the child's steadfast devotion to Hinata is commendable. The sun, increasing its menacing presence, observed that this young boy was not cowering in terror as anticipated. Instead, he stood resolute, bearing the brunt of the pressure to safeguard Hinata. This initial assessment could be deemed satisfactory. Judging by his current demeanor, this boy indeed lived up to Hinata's trust and reliance on him. Perhaps their friendship was not as dreadful as it seemed. A faint sense of comfort washed over me, and I subtly nodded. A hint of a smile flickering in my eyes as I gradually retracted the weight of my presence. It was about time for the new students to enroll in the Ninja Academy, and this shy, introverted child could use some companionship among his peers. Of course, this enlightened perspective was predicated on the assumption that Naruto was merely a boy who intervened in the face of injustice. If only I were aware of the designs he harbored for my precious daughter. I fear that Naruto's journey through this life might meet an untimely conclusion. All right. No need to make such a fuss. Relax, I am not a monster that devours people. I adjusted my expression to appear less austere while attempting to soothe the two startled youngsters before me. You are correct, young one. I had not considered the situation fully. And I appreciate your intervention on Hinata's behalf, dealing with those troublemakers who bullied her. Is that it? No punishment for speaking ill? The unexpected reasonableness of the son left Naruto's mind in a state of shock, causing him to ignore the curious gazes of Hinata and the son. He pinched his own cheek with vigor, wincing in pain. This was no dream. Dad, you're not angry anymore? Upon hearing her father's reassuring words, Hinata timidly lifted her gaze, only to be met with the affectionate glimmer in his eyes, dispelling her anxiety. Overcome with joy, she performed an astonishing act that even she could not have anticipated. With her little legs slightly bent, she leaped up, wrapping her arms around Naruto's neck like a koala, clinging to him excitedly and cheering, "Yay! Daddy is the best." Laughter echoed, a sound of excitement surpassing even my own. After all, Hinata remains merely a young girl at heart. In that fleeting moment when Hinata leapt with joy, Naruto, sensing the shift, instinctively extended his hands to steady the little treasure behind him, shaking his head in bemusement while playfully teasing her. As he raised his gaze, intending to impress his future father-in-law, he was unexpectedly met with the increasingly ominous countenance of Hayashi, whose expression had darkened, emanating an almost suffocating aura of jealousy. Stammering and trembling, Naruto couldn't help but mutter, Hayashi-sama, it seems we must have a serious discussion." Observing his daughter's excessive familiarity with Naruto, Hayashi felt a surge of protectiveness. He slowly withdrew his hands from the sleeves of his kimono, his face adorned with a benevolent smile as he addressed Naruto with a deliberate invitation. "Come here, young man. Let us have a private conversation." Can I refuse? No. I mean, yes. Absolutely. Let us go. Though I'm uncertain what my father wishes to discuss, do your best, all right? Don't stoke the flames at this time, young lady. That's not it. Hayashi-sama, please let me explain. Explain? Why is there a need for that? Aren't you simply good friends? Come along, young man. It will be over before you know it. With a heart full of foreboding, Naruto followed the smiling Hayashi towards the nearby grove, feeling an impending sense of doom wash over him. Almost as soon as their figures vanished into the thicket, the air was pierced by heart-wrenching wails and cries. Ow. I was wrong. Be gentle. Don't hit my face. Yikes. Father, you're back. Where did that boy go? Oh, you mean that child? Do not worry. He feared the evening would grow too late for him to return home for dinner. So he left after our conversation. I see. Now, Hinata, do not dwell on it too much. Since that boy has already gone home for dinner, we should also head back. Mother must be preparing a delicious meal for us. Yes. Shortly after, a rejuvenated Hayashi emerged from the grove alone. Casting a glance back at the figure of Naruto, who lay sprawled on the ground, quivering and quietly whimpering. A smile danced in Hayashi's eyes as he scooped up Hinata, humming a cheerful tune as they made their way homeward. On December 14th, 51 of the Konoha calendar, villagers passing by an inconspicuous grove near the Ninja Academy insisted they heard the wretched cries of a tormented spirit, akin to the anguished sounds of a slaughtered pig. In their vivid recounting, the heartrending wails evoked such profound sympathy that listeners were moved to tears. Yet, due to the absence of any eyewitness to identify the source of this lament, the tale gradually faded into obscurity. By the time Naruto enrolled at the Ninja Academy, it had transformed into one of the many enigmas circulating among the students. Known as the eighth mystery of the Ninja Academy, the forlorn female ghost weeping helplessly in the grove. In the inconspicuous grove outside the Konoha Ninja Academy, Naruto, clad in tattered garments and looking disheveled like a beggar, lay sprawled on the snowy ground. Although he had anticipated that Hinata Hyuga would not easily let him off the hook, the severity of her actions was rather excessive. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. One could infer that she was teaching him a lesson out of jealousy towards a boy approaching her. While unknowing observers might mistakenly assume she was plotting to murder her daughter's future husband, as Naruto lay there, bruised and battered. He vented his frustrations while futilely attempting to move his body, which was rendered immobile by the gentle but firm restraint of Hinata's gentle fist technique. Resigning himself to this pointless struggle, he lay there like a fish out of water, staring up at the sky and gasping for breath. Perhaps a change in perspective might yield a silver lining. This was an excellent opportunity to gain insight into the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. Even though she had significantly reduced its power, this was still the authentic 8 trigram 64 palms passed down through generations of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. If he could successfully discover a method to the restrictions imposed on him, he would undoubtedly gain a substantial advantage in close combat against that prodigy during the Chunin exams. Ha ha ha. Hey kid, you look utterly ridiculous. At the moment of Kurama's mocking taunts, Naruto's vision began to blur and fade. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the conscious space sealing Kurama. Unlike their first encounter, which had taken place in a dismal, sewer-like environment, the atmosphere had undergone a complete transformation due to the mutual trust established between Naruto and Kurama. In this newly reformed conscious space, the dark, cold hues were replaced by a vibrant, spacious avenue filled with life. The stagnant water that once lay at Naruto's feet had transformed into a rhythmic tide, ebbing and flowing with its own self-regulating cadence. Additionally, a delightful tropical island had mysteriously emerged within Kurama's space, where gentle breezes and playful waters offered a refreshing escape. Compared to the days when Kurama was confined within Naruto, his current circumstances could be described as exceedingly pleasant. Were it not for the unyielding iron door, a steadfast sentinel before Kurama, one might hardly believe that this paradise was, in fact, a cold consciousness space imprisoning a tailed beast. As the flames flickered and the pressure point was released, the initially languid Kaibai, sprawled upon the sandy shore, lifted the corners of its mouth in a faintly amused and teasing smile. It surveyed the disheveled figure of the young Naruto before it, feigning a serious tone as it jested, "I must say, your experiences today are quite colorful, aren't they?" "You're quite verbose, Kaibai," Naruto retorted, unperturbed by his physical limitations due to the pressure point. Rising abruptly from the shallows like a carp, he pouted irritably in response, then effortlessly soared through the expansive iron gate, which symbolized a seal, landing squarely atop Kaibai's head. He nestled comfortably into the softest spot available, exclaiming in the end, "You clearly noticed Hinata was nearby. Why didn't you alert me sooner? This should be your fault for withholding information. Spare me. I had warned you long ago. It was you, the little rascal, who was too caught up in your own fury to hear me. I certainly want to take the blame for your unbridled rage." "Which I found rather appealing," Kaibai replied, its tone laced with a hint of mischief. Having spent considerable time with Naruto, Kaibai had absorbed the peculiar expressions that occasionally escaped Naruto's lips, such as taking the blame, 666, and "I bought a watch last year," all from another world. Kaibai had grown accustomed to Naruto's unconventional behavior. A glimmer of indulgence flashed through its crimson eyes as it smiled back, intentionally lowering its head slightly to allow Naruto to settle more comfortably. As it paused to control its chakra, releasing a subtle warmth that enveloped Naruto's form, melting away the surrounding frost and shielding him from the biting cold, it playfully bared its fangs, attempting to intimidate him. "By the way, your audacity has grown remarkably. How dare you come here to wreak havoc on my head? Aren't you afraid I might seize your body and reclaim my freedom?" The primary distinction between a jinchūriki and the tailed beasts lies in the fact that Naruto, as a jinchūriki, could traverse freely within the confines of the consciousness space of the seal, while Kaibai, confined behind the iron door, could only watch helplessly. This arrangement provided an absolute protective privilege to the inherently weaker jinchūriki. However, in instances like this, where Naruto boldly stepped into the perilous territory of the tailed beast seal, it was akin to the seal being lifted, allowing both to contend for control. In other words, Naruto's seemingly habitual actions were undoubtedly the finest testament to his trust in Kaibai. "If you truly wished to take control, would you be so forthright as to announce it? This little charade might only frighten a child," Naruto chuckled, recognizing Kaibai's proud yet tender nature. Unfazed by the glistening claws nearby, he moved comfortably atop Kaibai's head, teasingly pouting, "Besides, have you even warned me? If your warning only came after I was already behind, that hardly counts." "As if you, a mere child, are not a little brat yourself," Kaibai retorted, a playful glint in its eyes. Naruto's increasingly bold displays of affection rendered the formidable presence of the Nine Tails utterly diminished. Feeling a sense of ennui, the beast retracted its claws with a dismissive hum, pausing momentarily before jesting in a serious tone, "Hey, Little brat, be cautious. There exists a ninja nearby even more formidable than that Uchiha Itachi. I believe I once mentioned this, didn't I? You were so preoccupied with dealing with those 3 human children that you overlooked my warning. The current predicament can only be attributed to your own folly, little one. Haha. It seems that indeed holds some truth. Upon hearing this, Naruto paused slightly, reflecting carefully and realizing the validity of the Nine-Tails' words. Even with the thick skin he had developed over the past 3 years of enduring humiliation, a blush crept onto his cheeks as he scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. Noticing the curious and inquisitive glimmer in the beast's eyes reflected on the nearby water's surface, Naruto anticipated that the Nine-Tails would inquire about Hinata. Thus, he preemptively shifted the topic, saying, "Well, let us not dwell on that, Nine-Tails. What prompted you to suddenly pull me into the consciousness space? Is there something amiss?" "Ah, indeed. Thanks to your earlier interruption, I nearly forgot the matter at hand," the Nine-Tails replied, recognizing that Naruto had seen through his intent to change the subject. With a knowing glance that betrayed a hint of affection, the beast's expression gradually transformed back to one of calm seriousness. After a brief pause, he continued. "From our earlier training session with Uchiha Itachi, I have consistently felt the presence of someone watching us. When you inadvertently triggered my chakra to surge, even if only briefly, it confirmed my suspicion. The sensation of being monitored is not merely a figment of my imagination. Being watched? Ah, you must be referring to the Third Hokage's crystal ball, right?" Naruto responded, momentarily halting his actions as he recalled the Nine-Tails' serious words. As he absent-mindedly stroked the soft fur beneath him, he nonchalantly reassured, "No worries. While the Third Hokage might enjoy a bit of spying, he's on our side and wouldn't harm us." "Humph, that old man, the Third Hokage. I suppose I can find some comfort in that, given your presence." However, the Nine-Tails did not relax as Naruto had anticipated. Instead, his furrowed brow deepened, and he gently lifted Naruto's face to meet his gaze. "Your recent actions have grown increasingly conspicuous. While it is true that the Third Hokage is trustworthy, can you be absolutely certain that those who seek to slander and harm you are completely oblivious to your movements?" "Slander and harm? Are you referring to Danzo and the others?" The Nine-Tails' words conjured images of Shimura Danzo, Mido Kamizuki, and Narashikaku, leaders of the Konoha elders, in Naruto's mind. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head, voicing his doubts. No, that scenario is highly improbable. You're being overly cautious, Nine-Tails. The Third Hokage assured me that they made a promise to him, and even swore an oath never to send anyone to monitor or interfere with my growth. Oh, the inherent vice of humanity, where deceit flows as easily as water, for the sake of self-interest. Even one born of heroic lineage like yourself can shamelessly defame the venerable leaders of Konoha as if they were but reborn demon foxes. Surely, you do not naively believe that they will uphold their promises, do you?" Upon hearing Naruto's retort, a flicker of disdain crossed Kurama's eyes, followed by a moment of silence as he fixed his gaze on the astonished Naruto, whose mouth hung agape in realization. With a sigh, he continued, "Neither too harsh nor too gentle. In the past, they may have tolerated your freedom to act, for your actions bore no consequence to them. However, now you are challenging their fundamental limits, their proud absolute power. Do you truly think they will permit your reckless antics to continue? Do not forget, in their eyes, Naruto, concerns of face and dignity pale in comparison to the self-serving interests of those aged elders. Promises? Contracts? Oaths? Stripped to its essence. They are not but worthless scraps of paper, ready to be torn and discarded at any moment." Such worthless, easily torn scraps of paper? Kurama's words gradually extinguished the playful expression on Naruto's face, leaving him in contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he sighed and, crossing his arms and sitting cross-legged, furrowed his brow in deep thought. Naruto had indeed contemplated the likelihood of the scenario Kurama described, with the perspective of an omniscient observer, having read the original comics. He understood the ambitions secretly harbored by Danzo Shimura perhaps even more intimately than the Third Hokage, who had once fought alongside him in life and death. Yet, during his inexplicable journey into the world of Naruto, having become Naruto Uzumaki, he had not faced any external interference that compromised his freedom of action over the past 3 years, aside from dismissing the mindless taunts and scorn of foolish villagers. Moreover, the joy stemming from his recent bonds with Sasuke, Itachi, Hinata, the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Nine-Tails Fox Kurama dulled his sense of vigilance, causing him to act more brazenly without regard for consequences. Humph, little brat. Do you refuse to acknowledge the truth or to believe the words of this old man? Those illustrious elders of Konoha, revered by many, harbor a repugnant reality behind their polished facades that I have grown weary of witnessing long before your birth. Do not forget, when I broke free from the seal under Uchiha Obito's control, if they had not stood idly by, your parents would not have had to witness your silent demeanor, misinterpreting Naruto's youth as a reason for disbelief. Kurama let out a snort before continuing to issue warnings with a rough and brusque tone, yet his underlying concern for Naruto was unmistakable. Rest assured, Kurama. How could I ever doubt you? Long ago, there were speculations regarding Naruto, who, under the deliberate and cautionary reminders of Kurama, swiftly reigned in his prideful demeanor. He began to retrieve the vigilance he had lost against the Elder Council of Konoha, led by Danzo, while simultaneously feeling a warmth in his heart under Kurama's somewhat contradictory concern. Gently patting the massive beast's head beneath him, he murmured in a deliberate tone, "You are indeed correct, Kurama. As your partner, sharing a bond of unity, my recent actions have been excessively careless. Had it not been for your alert, I might have unwittingly descended into a state of irretrievable peril." This was not mere flattery aimed at Kurama. Rather, it stemmed from Naruto's recent untrammeled success, which had led him to a state of arrogance. He had foolishly believed that having gained the trust and support of the Third Hokage, Danzo would no longer dare to scheme against him. However, Danzo's ambitions were far from quenched. As he had orchestrated the ambush on Uchiha Shursui to seize the power of the Sharingan, indirectly igniting the massacre of the Uchiha Clan, which had nearly obliterated Konoha during Pain's invasion. In the face of such formidable threats, Danzo showed no hesitation in assassinating Fukasaku, who was responsible for communication with Mount Myaboku, merely to weaken the living forces of the Hokage faction through Pain's hand. To achieve such aims, the ruthless Danzo deemed the inevitable casualties as necessary sacrifices for his ascension to the position of Hokage. Should Naruto naively continue along his previous course of action, he would undoubtedly encroach upon Danzo's interests. At that juncture, confronting such a self-serving individual, who would abandon even the village he professed to protect, would render Naruto's situation perilous. Regardless of the Third Hokage's overt favoritism and round-the-clock guardianship, he could still fall victim to the elite assassins cultivated by the Root organization, leading to an untimely demise shrouded in obscurity. Yet, Kurama, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. To yield now would not only squander previous efforts but might also attract Danzo's attention, leading to inevitable restrictions in the days to come. We shall not partake in a venture that incurs losses on both fronts. With clarity of thought restored, Naruto's characteristic confident smile began to emerge at the corners of his mouth. As he spoke with steady assurance, the preliminary plans he had devised swiftly evolved, propelled by his rapidly turning thoughts. As the saying goes, with advantage comes disadvantage. Indeed, recent actions might attract Danzo's scrutiny. Yet could this not signify that the accomplishments he had recently garnered were substantial enough to threaten Danzo's position? Having entered the fray, if we are to engage, let us play a grand game against Danzo. Naruto, you impish child, this is how it should be. This version of yourself is worthy of being my jinchūriki. Within the heart of the Nine Tails, an ominous premonition and restlessness, which had been accumulating due to Naruto's increasingly ostentatious demeanor, dissipated the moment he heard Naruto's familiar and reassuring voice. A subtle smile, not traditionally regarded as friendly by human standards, formed at the corners of his mouth. Look at you, brimming with confidence. You must have concocted yet another outlandish scheme. Pray tell, what grand gesture do you plan next? Indeed, without considerable skill, one cannot hope to be deemed worthy of being the renowned jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. Habitually raising an eyebrow while bantering with the Nine Tails, Naruto simultaneously organized and summarized the resources at hand. In no time, he envisioned the proud, brotherly fan of Sasuke and the gentle, brotherly Itachi, and as his smile deepened, he unhesitatingly shared his thoughts with the Nine Tails. The Third Hokage must be calculating how to undermine Danzo's power. But if we wish to effectively deter and confine Danzo's actions, we must hasten our pace and seize the initiative before he can retaliate. Let us return and change into suitable attire, and once night falls, we shall pay a visit to the leader of the Uchiha Clan. To visit the Uchiha Clan leader? You, a mere child, would hardly be permitted through the gates of the Uchiha territory, I fear. Although the Nine Tails had seen Naruto interact with the brothers, especially Sasuke, on numerous occasions, he had never heard Naruto articulate their identities, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Rest assured, Nine Tails, the pair of Uchiha brothers we encountered earlier are indeed the beloved sons of the clan leader. Not to mention, the bond forged through guiding Sasuke's training should suffice to gain an audience with his father, right? As Naruto confidently reassured the Nine Tails. He withdrew his consciousness from the spiritual realm, abandoning his curiosity about the intricacies of the Hyuga's gentle fist. With the aid of the Nine Tails chakra, which enveloped his body, he broke free from the constraints and stood upright, quickly discerning his direction before departing, leaving behind a cryptic remark that faded into the distance. Moreover, even without Sasuke and Itachi's introductions, I have connections from the previous generation to serve as my foothold. In the office of the third Hokage, as night descended, the bright and gentle lights diligently warded off the encroaching darkness outside, simultaneously casting a shadow of the weary, diminutive elder who bore the village's burdens. Oh, this should be the last one, I suppose. Indeed, age is catching up with me. I should have completed this trifling amount of work long ago. After reviewing and signing the final document of the day, the third Hokage placed the scroll on a small mountain of papers stacked beside his desk. With a sigh of relief, he rubbed the bridge of his nose with one hand while turning to face the large window with the other. Quietly observing the village nestled in darkness, adorned by the twinkling lights that illuminated its vibrant and beautiful nightscape, a warm and contented expression spread across his face as he murmured to himself, no matter how many times I behold it, the nightscape of Konoha remains stunningly beautiful. Amidst my musings, the once tightly shut office door creaked open slowly, then closed with a gentle sigh. A tall, dark silhouette slipped silently through the narrow gap. Hesitating as if uncertain whether to proceed, standing quietly in the shadowy corner devoid of light. Though everyone has endured over the past 3 years, the sight of this vibrant scene makes me feel that all the sacrifices were worthwhile. What do you think? The night view of Konoha, though it pales in comparison to my previous memories, evokes a profound sense of nostalgia amidst its tranquil ambience. The shadow, having gleaned from the words of the third Hokage that he was already aware of his arrival, shook his head slightly, no longer hesitating. As he stepped forward, his tall, robust figure, adorned with waist-length white hair and carrying a massive scroll, gradually came into the illumination of the bright lights. He halted once more before the desk of the third Hokage, burdened with paperwork. After a brief pause, he crossed his arms and furrowed his brow, letting out a sigh tinged with meaning. If only those who once vowed to protect the village with their lives had not forsaken their humanity for selfish desires. If only they had not allowed their greed for power to blind their eyes and corrupt their hearts, how much better it would have been. Those shameless scoundrels are utterly unworthy of enjoying the peaceful life that Minato and the others sacrificed their lives to secure. This is precisely why I urgently summoned you back. My child, even after 3 long years, do you still harbor guilt over the events of 3 years past? As the newcomer stepped into the territory of the Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage had already received a report from the guard troops, and thus was not at all surprised by the uninvited late-night visit. He remained unperturbed, continuing to face away, while discerning the palpable dissatisfaction and regret in the visitor's voice. The third Hokage's previously comforting gaze dimmed slightly as he sighed, pressing his hands on the armrests of his leather chair to rise slowly. Turning to meet the visitor's gaze, he spoke after a long silence. The rampage of the Nine Tails was far too sudden and bizarre. Even I could not have anticipated that disaster would strike under seemingly favorable circumstances. It was not your fault for being absent from the village at that time. Nor would anyone blame you. Why do you cling to such burdensome thoughts, and even utter words of shame about returning to the village? But I will. I will blame myself. I shall never forgive myself. In response to the third Hokage's earnest counsel, this unexpected guest interrupted without hesitation. Clenching his fists tightly, as if recalling an unforgettable memory, he slowly closed his eyes and bowed his head, pondering. If only I had not pursued Orochimaru's trail at that time. If only I had remained in the village. Then Minato and Kushina would not have had to endure while my disciples fought valiantly to protect our home, and I, like a fool, had ventured out in hope, engaging in futile searches. As an elder, I failed to assist them when they needed me the most. I could not even manage to see them one last time. In the eyes of the third Hokage, the fourth Hokage couple, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, were regarded with the same fondness and care as one would show their own children. This bond, as profound as that of blood relatives, was a rare treasure for someone who had long lived in solitude. Thus, upon receiving the devastating news of their sacrifice for the village, the anguish and guilt that ensued nearly overwhelmed this steadfast man, threatening to shatter both his spirit and body. As his emotions surged and ebbed, his breath grew increasingly labored and heavy, and with gritted teeth, he continued to speak hoarsely, each word punctuated with pain. That day was meant to be a joyous occasion, the celebration of the birth of a new family member. I still vividly recall the joy that illuminated Minato's face at the thought of becoming a father, and Kushina's anticipation and happiness at welcoming their child. Yet here I am, a complete failure who protected nothing, utterly unworthy of the respect and trust those two children bestowed upon me. How infuriating! With a sudden loss of control, my trembling fist shot up, unleashing a roar filled with regret and self-reproach as I brought them crashing down onto the Hokage's desk, crafted from a special, iron hardwood. The force of my blow left a deep, visible imprint, a testament to my turmoil. Gasping for breath, I muttered an apology, feeling slightly relieved. As my reason gradually returned, I slowly retracted my fist, my throat hoarse as I expressed my remorse. It appears I underestimated the bond between you and Minato. I did not anticipate that. Even after 3 years of healing, you have yet to overcome this hurdle. The third Hokage, having watched you grow since childhood, easily discerned the pain you still harbored. It had not diminished since the day you learned of Minato and Kushina's sacrifice. You merely buried it deep within yourself, striving to shield others from your anguish. While I felt a mix of frustration and tenderness for your stubbornness, a thought crossed my mind, softening my expression and coaxing a faint smile to my lips. However, now that I have resolved to address the corruption within the upper echelons of the village, there is something I must clarify with you. Indeed, when I relayed the message, it was mentioned that there was a highly confidential matter to discuss. I was told that if I missed it, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Which is why I returned. Although I knew my teacher was a man of his word, I still could not fathom what he intended to reveal. As I scratched my head in confusion, I inquired about the nature of this secret. You will certainly find this news intriguing. The child selected to become the next jinchūriki of the Nine Tails following Minato's sacrifice. Do you remember? Ah, yes. The unfortunate child who was ostracized and discriminated against by the villagers. Of course, I remember. You have always hurriedly traversed the village. And coupled with the constraints imposed upon you at the time to protect the child, I have never found the opportunity to reveal the truth to you. That child's name is Uzumaki Naruto. Huh? Uzumaki Naruto? Is this what you refer to as confidential information? I must say, Sensei, you wouldn't have expected such a simple revelation to elicit disappointment in the robust man, who, rolling his eyes in annoyance, prepared to voice his grievances, was suddenly struck dumb as if by lightning at the mention of Uzumaki Naruto. Could it be? Indeed, that child is precisely who you envision. Observing the astonishment in his disciple's eyes, the third Hokage sighed in relief while squinting slightly, continuing, the name is currently Uzumaki Naruto, but it was forcibly altered under the influence of Danzo and others. The name that rightfully belongs to this child is Namikaze Naruto. Namikaze Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Ah, I see. So that is their child. Minato and Kushina's child is alive. Alive. Ha ha ha. The teacher's nod of affirmation, combined with the familiar surname and the name he himself had proposed, caused a rapid alternation of emotions on the robust man's face. After a prolonged moment, as if in a frenzy, he shook his head and danced about the Hokage's office, laughing uproariously, while unnoticeably, 2 lines of tears cascaded down his cheeks. Repeatedly murmuring to himself, I thought that child had perished 3 years ago alongside Minato and them. Ah, as long as he is alive, that is all that matters. What do you think? Sensei did not deceive you, did he? Yes. Sensei, you remained true to your word, as always. Missing this opportunity once 3 years ago, to miss it again would surely lead to even greater regret, perhaps even unbearable sorrow. The revelation of Naruto's origins from the third Hokage undoubtedly illuminated a beacon of redemption and hope in the robust man's long and dark life, which had felt like a mire of despair. While he forcibly suppressed his overwhelming joy, he eagerly inquired, Speak, what is it that you require my return for? Anything that can aid this child, I would not hesitate to sacrifice myself. Ah, this resolve and spirit are commendable. I knew I had not misjudged you. You are indeed the student I take pride in. The task I am about to assign to you is one for which you are the best and most suited candidate. Observing the rekindled fighting spirit in his long-lost student, the third Hokage felt an even greater smile form in his eyes, quietly admiring the innate charisma that Naruto possessed. After organizing his thoughts, he began to explain in detail the warnings regarding Danzo's ambitions to the man before him. However, prior to that, he needed to make him aware of the current crisis facing the village, in his discourse to facilitate his disciple's swift and easy understanding of the gravity of the situation. The third Hokage omitted the source of information regarding the impending events, which he had learned from the 3-year-old Naruto. and instead framed it as findings derived from Umbu investigations and speculations. Yet, at that moment, the third Hokage remained unaware that he had concealed the truth of Naruto's prophetic abilities. The individual before me remains tethered to fate, nearly losing the life of a student they hold in high regard due to a forthcoming event. This, indeed, constitutes all the intelligence I am currently privy to. After patiently detailing this information, the third Hokage exhaled deeply, reaching into his drawer to retrieve a pipe for relaxation, while simultaneously extracting a sealed scroll to present to the individual before him, where the intricate details are meticulously documented for further perusal at one's leisure. Ah, so it is true, Shimura Danzo, that old scoundrel. I had merely found his perpetually grim demeanor irksome, unaware he would engage in such nefarious deeds. The robust man furrowed his brow, digesting the sensational tidings he had just received, taking the scroll from the third Hokage's hands with a scoff, exclaiming, "I always thought the incident from 3 years ago was rather peculiar. No matter how troublesome the Ninetales rampage was, it shouldn't he have compelled Minato and the others to sacrifice their lives for a seal. Now that we know that old fiend harbors sinister intentions, why not act immediately? If it's due to a lack of suitable candidates to lead the charge, I can readily assemble a team of Umbu to personally bring back that old fool's head. Let us eradicate the root of the problem once and for all. Now is not the opportune moment," the third Hokage replied calmly, aware that all I have expressed is merely conjecture based on the current intelligence. Although it is likely accurate, we still require decisive evidence to substantiate our claims. Understanding the character of the person before him, the third Hokage anticipated such a disrespectful and extreme suggestion. As he leisurely filled his pipe with tobacco, he continued, "After all, Danzo not only serves as one of the 3 advisors who oversee and restrain the Hokage's power on behalf of the Fire Country's daimyo, but he also commands a formidable clandestine military force that cannot be overlooked. Without effective evidence, he could easily accuse us of treason, inciting rebellion. If that were to occur, our village, which has only recently regained peace, could once again plunge into chaos. Moreover, the Fire Country's daimyo, ever vigilant against us, might seize the opportunity to implant loyalists within the village, ultimately seizing all power." "Ah, it truly sounds quite troublesome," the robust man sighed in resignation. "This is why I assert that you cunning old foxes in political machinations possess such dark hearts." Upon hearing the third Hokage's elaborate elucidation of the stakes involved, the man, who had initially yearned to rush out and confront Danzo, suddenly felt deflated. He casually grabbed a chair, slumping down wearily while rolling his eyes at the third Hokage. "So, what was the elaborate reason for summoning me back? Please don't tell me, dear teacher, that you merely wish to share the truth to soothe my wounded little heart. Enough of your banter. Do not feign innocence before me. I have received reports from the Umbu that someone, upon returning to the village, could hardly contain their excitement to visit every public bathhouse," the third Hokage chided. "Ah, well, that was all in the name of research for my new epic creation." "An epic creation? Humph. It is likely yet another abominable little book, isn't it?" The third Hokage mused, reminiscent of unpleasant memories, as he leisurely toyed with the pipe in his hand. With a benevolent smile, he gazed at his increasingly restless disciple and continued, "As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, it is indeed quite a shame to see you engaged in such trivial pursuits. Ah, this and that. Oh dear me, ah. Ahem, enough of that." Noticing the teacher's demeanor growing serious, the burly man internally fretted, sitting up straight to appear more obedient, while feigning innocence to shift the conversation. "Sensei, you have yet to reveal why you called me back. Humph, you clever little rascal. Considering you still possess some utility, we shall settle this debt another time." While feigning intimidation, the third Hokage extended his hand into a nearby pile of documents, rummaging until he retrieved a photograph depicting a radiant, laughing child with golden hair. "Danzo has likely sensed my growing suspicion towards him, yet he has not yet developed any wariness regarding this child. However, it is better to be cautious. Your next assignment is straightforward yet demanding. At all costs, ensure this child is shielded from Danzo's malevolent schemes." "So this child is indeed the offspring of Minato and Kushina? Despite having endured so much hardship, he still radiates such joy. Truly a remarkable child." Observing the boy's distinctive golden hair and prominent whisker marks in the photograph, the burly man quickly grasped the identity of the target that had been expressly entrusted to him. As he gently caressed the child's visage in the picture, a sense of warmth and fondness enveloped his heart. After carefully tucking the photograph away for safekeeping, he solemnly assured the third Hokage, "Ah, I understand. Rest assured, Sensei, this time I shall not falter. The taste of regret is one I have savored far too often. Should that old cur, Danzo, truly seek to harm this child, he shall first have to tread over my lifeless body, just as the third Hokage was imparting the details of the mission to his long-lost disciple. The child in the photograph, Naruto, was already embarking on the most crucial step of his plan to thwart Danzo's ambitions under the cloak of night enveloping the village. Bathed in the warm glow of the dim lights, Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi walked side by side, engaged in lighthearted banter. "Hey, Naruto," Sasuke queried, eyeing him with disbelief. "Is your body truly all right? Just this morning, you were scorched by your brother's fireball technique, looking like a piece of coal, and now you appear completely unscathed. As if nothing ever happened." Sasuke examined Naruto from head to toe, searching for any trace of the injuries left by their earlier training, scratching his head in curiosity. "I mean, you could barely stand this morning, and now you're back, ready to train again. Your recovery speed is astonishing. Are you some kind of monster?" "It's nothing." "It's nothing," Naruto replied with feigned impatience, teasing Sasuke for the 8th time that day. However, deep within, he felt a warmth at Sasuke's concern for his injuries. After a brief pause, Naruto playfully bared his teeth in mock intimidation, exclaiming, "Of course. I've told you countless times that I am a monster. And I am the nine-tailed fox that relishes devouring human children. Wahaha. Who said anything about eating human children, you little brat?" Sasuke retorted, rolling his eyes. "Ugh, Ninetales. Can't you let me scare you properly for once? There's no need to tarnish my image with such baseless rumors. Your human flesh isn't even enough to get stuck in my teeth. I wouldn't even deign to eat it." "Keep bragging," Sasuke scoffed, unbothered by Naruto's antics. He observed Naruto's sudden silence, likely due to the Ninetales' irritation, and misinterpreted it as concern for himself. Lifting his chin defiantly, hands on his hips, he proclaimed, "If you truly are a monster, then I am a formidable ninja who stands equally against you." "Well, in a certain sense, you are not entirely wrong," Sasuke mused. "Huh? Did you just say something?" Naruto questioned, feigning ignorance. Did I?" Sasuke replied, his voice trailing off. As he turned his head to avoid revealing his endearingly confused expression, Naruto quietly asked Itachi, the leader of their outing, "By the way, Itachi-san, is it truly all right for me to come over for dinner? I wouldn't want to disturb your family. Would your parents be upset?" "Why would they be?" Itachi responded gently, his signature warm smile gracing his features. He affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair, who was pouting in protest. It's quite normal to invite friends over for dinner, especially since it's rare for Sasuke to make friends. I believe our parents would be delighted to know he has companionship." After a moment, reassured by Itachi's words, Naruto sighed in relief, patting his chest as he concealed a fleeting smile of scheming delight. "Well then, I shall impose upon you today. I've heard Sasuke praise your mother's cooking so often, I can't help but feel a bit tempted." "Humph. You can rest assured, Naruto. I never lie." Sasuke chimed in, returning to his prideful self. "And I'm not boasting. My mother's cooking is the best in the entire Uchiha clan. No, the best in all of Konoha. You must be psychologically prepared, Naruto. The delicacies will undoubtedly be so delicious that you won't be able to resist indulging. Especially the rice balls made by my mother. The taste is simply exquisite." Observing Sasuke, who effortlessly praises and boasts about his mother's culinary skills like a wellspring of words, Naruto couldn't help but murmur to himself. After a brief pause, he buried the envy and solitude that seeped through Sasuke's words deep within his heart, nodding in agreement while secretly delighting in his thoughts. As previously speculated, with the introduction from Sasuke and his brother, meeting their father, the esteemed Uchiha Clan leader Fugaku Uchiha would not be a formidable challenge. As long as he obediently followed Sasuke home, he would surely have the chance to meet Sasuke's parents. Wait, going home together? Meeting the parents? Something about this feels rather peculiar. As the starlight accompanied the bright moon, illuminating the night sky, Naruto and his companions finally arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory. "Is this truly your home? It is quite grand." Under the bright lights that made the area resemble daylight, Naruto curiously examined the wooden plaque above the gate, neatly engraved with the Uchiha clan's name. He then playfully patted the shoulder of his companion, the small fan, with a mock seriousness, teasingly saying, "Hey, Sasuke, I think I understand why you are always late." "Huh? What nonsense are you spouting now, Naruto?" Seeing Naruto's exaggerated demeanor, Sasuke could faintly perceive a hint of pity in his expression. Doubting whether he was mistaken, he instinctively retorted, "Are you trying to slander me again?" No, no, how could I? I was merely contemplating how arduous your daily journey to the training ground must be. Noticing the small fan's reflexive displeasure, Naruto shrugged, feigning innocence while batting his eyelashes. Well, since I've experienced it myself, I want to tease you if you're a little late next time, Sasuke. Is that all? Observing Naruto's rare lack of teasing, Sasuke regarded him with suspicion, placing his hands on his hips and pouting slightly. Humph, it's good that you understand. I leave home early every day. I certainly don't slack off. However, living this far away is unavoidable since our Uchiha clan serves as the village's security detail. I see a security detail, how impressive, gently tousling the proud little fan's hair. Naruto internally mused, the situation is even worse than I imagined. A security detail? In this desolate place, one could say it's merely a guard duty for Konoha, isn't it? It's as if they're forcing the Uchiha clan into rebellion. Indeed, as one of the two prominent clans in Konoha known for their ocular jutsu, and having once allied with the now-fallen Shinju clan to establish Konoha, the Uchiha clan possesses one of the most expansive territories among all clans in the village. On the surface, it may appear that the Hidden Leaf village treats the founding family of the village with considerable respect. However, it is rather intriguing that this expansive domain of the Uchiha clan is situated at the very edge of the village. How far is it, you might wonder? To illustrate, even with Naruto and his companions, who have undergone rigorous ninja training and possess abilities far surpassing those of ordinary individuals, and with Sasuke and Itachi, the esteemed hosts of the Uchiha clan, guiding them along the shortest route, they still found themselves traversing from the setting sun to the moment when the bright moon hung high in the sky before finally arriving. This arrangement is ostensibly designed to allow the Uchiha clan to oversee the vital responsibilities of the security force, with the location intended to facilitate the maintenance of village order and fortify its defenses. Yet, a meticulous examination of the village map reveals that the Uchiha clan is not only distanced from the powerful elite congregating at the Hokage's office but also removed from the bustling commercial districts. Furthermore, their territory is encircled by various families loyal to the village, evidently an intentional strategy to guard against the Uchiha clan. Consequently, should the Uchiha clan exhibit any signs of dissent, the higher-ups of the village would be instantly alerted, ready to unleash a tempestuous onslaught against them, thus firmly securing the authority over their lives and deaths, leaving them with no escape. Under such circumstances, it is evident even to the most naive observer that the village is systematically marginalizing and suppressing the Uchiha clan. Thus, regardless of a family's loyalty, anyone harboring even a flicker of self-interest would be reluctant to accept a fate that leads inexorably toward decline, especially for the Uchiha clan, who have long endured resentment from being distanced from the circles of power. Entrusting the Uchiha clan with the responsibility of the security force may indeed have been the intention of the previous Hokage. At best, it served to demonstrate trust in the Uchiha by assigning them a significant role while simultaneously allowing for surveillance. Now, under the gentle guidance of the third Hokage, it would be utterly foolish to impose a complete encirclement of the Uchiha territory, a blatant tactic to provoke one of Konoha's pivotal powers into rebellion. Furthermore, as Naruto pondered this, his brow furrowed slightly, and he lowered his voice to murmur to himself. At that moment, the image of Danzo's unscrupulous and shameless face flashed in his mind, eliciting a derisive snort. It was likely that, just as 3 years prior, when Danzo had maliciously accused him of being the reincarnation of the Ninetales, the old man had secretly distorted the previous Hokage's orders. The resentment and hatred born from enduring scorn and coldness from the villagers over the past 3 years could drive anyone to madness. More so for the Uchiha clan, who lived in constant fear of annihilation by the village's higher-ups. Alas, even if Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, had no rebellious intentions or ambitions for power, the extreme circumstances might force him to rise as a leader, igniting a struggle for the elusive hope of survival, ultimately leading to a mutual destruction of both sides, allowing the cunning Danzo to reap the benefits. Hey, Naruto. Huh? What is it, Sasuke? Upon realizing that resolving the Uchiha clan's grievances might be more challenging than anticipated, Naruto sighed in frustration, rubbing his temples, just as he was about to gather his thoughts and focus on finding a better solution. A slight tug at his side jolted him back to reality. He quickly suppressed his unusual feelings and raised his head with a playful smile. You're such a strange one, aren't you? The door is already open. How long do you intend to stand out here in the snow? Looking at Naruto, who wore a carefree grin that mirrored his usual self, Sasuke couldn't shake the nagging sense that something was amiss, shaking his head to dispel the unwarranted concern. He rolled his eyes and grabbed Naruto's wrist, half dragging him through the open door. Stop dawdling and come home with me. What time is it? If we don't hurry back, our parents will scold us. Oh, fine, I understand. Wait, what do you mean by come home with you? That phrase is rather ambiguous. You fool, Sasuke. Huh, what did I say wrong? Do you want to argue, idiot Naruto? It's clearly because you spaced out that we're late getting home. While that may be true, your way of describing it is incredibly misleading, you dolt. What? How is it misleading? Ultimately, what peculiar thoughts occupy your mind throughout the day? Naruto Uzumaki, with the chakra of the nine tails. Traversing the valley of the end, so it seems you are indeed no ordinary child. Observing the bickering duo of Naruto and Sasuke as they make their way home. Itachi's previously serene expression gradually shifts, his dark eyes unexpectedly infused with a crimson hue. The iconic tomo of the Sharingan slowly spins, heralding the activation of his ocular prowess. Before it eventually fades back to the familiar inky blackness, as he strides leisurely behind the two youngsters. A subtle smile graces his lips as he contemplates, if all that has been revealed through the Sharingan regarding Naruto Uzumaki is indeed real, can you truly alter Sasuke's fate? Why have Itachi and Sasuke not returned yet at this late hour? Just then, as Sasuke and Naruto approach home, their mother, Minato Uchiha, stands anxiously at the door. Hands clasped tightly around her clothing, her brow slightly furrowed in concern. She scans the surroundings until she spots the trio rounding the corner, releasing a sigh of relief. Quickly masking her worry, a tender smile returns to her gentle face as she waves to greet them. Ah, brother, look, it's mother. She's waiting for us at the door. Let's hurry. Hold on, Sasuke. You're too eager. Slow down. Be careful not to trip. Okay, I got it. Seeing their mother patiently braving the wind and snow, the little fan, who had been engrossed in playful banter with Naruto, feels a warmth enveloping his heart. He hurriedly dashes towards her embrace. Itachi, Sasuke, how wonderful that you have returned safely. I was beginning to think you two had decided not to come home for dinner. Mikoto exclaims, momentarily pausing as she approaches her younger son, bending down to meet him with a loving gaze. With arms outstretched, she awaits to catch her beloved child as he leaps into her embrace. Slow down, Sasuke. Be careful not to fall. This child is still so clingy, Itachi muses, observing his younger brother rushing toward their mother without a care for appearances. With a resigned shrug, he feels a surge of affection. After a brief pause, he glances at Naruto, who, though the same age as Sasuke, shares a similarly adoring gaze. Come on. Let us keep up with Sasuke, he encourages with a gentle smile. Huh? Oh, right? Naruto replies, momentarily taken aback. Turning to scan the area, he realizes Itachi is speaking to him. The affectionate smile that belies his youth vanishes, and he resumes his carefree demeanor, playfully stating, you know, running this fast in such heavy snow without anyone watching can easily lead to a nasty fall. Indeed, you're right. So, Naruto, I entrust Sasuke's care to you. Witnessing the emotional control of the tender child, comparable to that of an adult, further validated Itachi's conjecture, causing an even broader smile to grace his face as he continued speaking with a hint of implication. We must ensure that Sasuke does not encounter any misfortune, shall we? Hey, why so serious all of a sudden, Itachi-san? Naruto blinked at the gently smiling Itachi, scratching the back of his head in confusion. After a brief pause, he chuckled, raising a hand to pat his own chest. Of course. Sasuke is my best friend. I will take good care of him. I'm off to catch up with him. Hey, Sasuke, slow down. Wait for me. As he spoke, Naruto pulled his feet, gradually covered in snow, from the icy white blanket and stumbled forward on the soft, chilly ground, calling out in a childlike voice to encourage Sasuke to slow his pace. Well, Naruto, it seems your earlier praise for that boy was somewhat prescient. The Nine-Tails remarked with a serious tone, resonating clearly in Naruto's mind as he wobbled through the snow. If I am not mistaken, that child has likely sensed your disguise. The Nine-Tails reminder echoed Naruto's own thoughts. Although Itachi maintained a warm, gentle demeanor, the perceptive Naruto, accustomed to the nuances of human interactions, could detect the hidden doubts and faint hopes concealed within those pitch-black eyes. Ah, you guessed correctly, Nine-Tails. He has indeed sensed something. In fact, he has likely discovered our intentions. It is somewhat surprising that the revelation came so swiftly, but such a display is befitting of Itachi's genius. Deliberately adjusting his pace to trail just behind Sasuke, appearing as if he could never quite catch up, Naruto smiled slightly, savoring Itachi's earlier seemingly innocuous yet thought-provoking words. He was more concerned with the depth of Sasuke's understanding of their situation. particularly what could prompt Itachi, who was undeniably devoted to his younger brother, to express such sentiments about ensuring Sasuke's safety. Perhaps Sasuke's awareness surpassed what Naruto could comprehend, revealing Itachi as an enigma that was difficult to decipher. Come on, it's just that he figured out you're not merely here for a meal, the Ninetales scoffed, somewhat annoyed at Naruto's unabashed admiration for Itachi. If you ask me, why dwell on it? Now that you've confirmed he has uncovered your motives, you should consider altering or even halting this operation. After all, he is the target of this endeavor. If the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku harbors the same animosity towards Konoha as his father, a mere whisper of provocation could turn this into a disastrous endeavor for you. If this incident were to occur to someone else, their concerns would be entirely understandable. However, if the one who uncovers the truth is Itachi, it would indeed be a complete reversal. Perhaps he could even offer us some assistance. As Naruto spoke, he slightly tilted his head, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Itachi, who was smiling and easily following behind. The warmth in his gaze intensified as he softly calmed the restless spirit within him. Although Itachi is undoubtedly the son of Fugaku Uchiha, his affection for the village surpasses that for the Uchiha clan. He is a true ninja worthy of the title of hero. If one were to rank the new generation of ninjas in Konoha according to their loyalty and love for the village, Itachi would willingly take a backseat. In Naruto's mind, the image of the noble figure who walked through darkness, bearing the weight of being a rogue ninja and the hatred of his beloved brother, yet unreservedly protecting the village's peace and his brother's safety, surfaced. After a brief pause, he composed himself and continued, speaking deliberately. No one else would be worthy of the first place. Slow down, Sasuke. Observing her youngest son, whose little face was slightly flushed from the cold and who was stumbling closer through the snow, Mikoto Uchiha furrowed her brow in concern. She stepped forward to bridge the distance, wrapping her arms under his, lifting Sasuke from the snow, gently brushing off the accumulated white flakes from his giggling form. Adopting a mock stern expression, she chided him, Sasuke, you foolish child, running so fast. Aren't you afraid of falling? What if you hurt yourself? Hee, I'm not scared. I'm going to be an amazing ninja, just like my brother. How could such a small issue possibly stop me? The sparring sessions between Naruto and Itachi not only revealed a glimpse of Naruto's true strength, which appeared harmless on the surface, but also left Sasuke, the hopeless little brother, in awe of the fact that his brother could effortlessly defeat Naruto without a scratch. Sasuke, who usually endured Naruto's teasing, felt a surge of pride as he could hold his head high in front of Naruto, which fueled his determination to train harder, aspiring to match his brother's prowess. Hearing his mother's worried words, he instinctively responded without a second thought. As a mother, Mikoto felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing her once obedient son, now gradually transforming, showing increasing interest in training when Itachi was around. However, seeing her little boy, who had become bolder and more reckless, returning home covered in dirt and injuries, stirred her protective instincts. With a blend of concern and mild reproach, she gazed intently at her son, who was now playfully seeking her affection. But Mom, you're right here in front of me, so I won't fall. I know I was wrong, Mom. I promise. I'll be more careful next time. The gentle call of his mother, tinged with fading smiles, made little Sasuke acutely aware of his precarious situation. After a prolonged period of playful banter with Naruto, his ability to navigate such encounters had significantly improved. With a clever flick of his eyes, he quickly devised a plan, nestled in his mother's embrace. He nuzzled against her, feigning innocence while sweetly diverting her attention. Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Oh dear, your silver tongue is quite troublesome. I wonder from whom you inherited such bad habits, Mikey remarked, her voice still laced with discontent as she chided Sasuke. Yet, as a mother, she found herself unable to withstand her son's charming display of contrition. Her irritation dissipated considerably, especially with the arrival of Itachi and an unfamiliar child who bore an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After playfully pinching Sasuke's chubby cheek, she said with mock sternness, "This is the last time, mind you. If your father finds out and gets angry, don't say I didn't warn you, Sasuke." Noticing the softening of his mother's demeanor, Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a brief pause, sensing the approach of his brother and Naruto, he quickly introduced Naruto to his mother to further distract her. "Oh, by the way, Mom, let me introduce you to my new friend, Naruto Uzumaki." "Ah, it's rare to see you bring a friend home to play," Mikey remarked, her curiosity piqued. The name Uzumaki felt oddly familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Despite her attempts to recall any past encounters with the boy, she found none. Adjusting her hold on the now squirming Sasuke, She leaned forward slightly, smiling at Naruto. Hello, Naruto-kun. I'm Sasuke's mother. I trust this mischievous child has not caused you too much trouble? I hope you'll take good care of him in the future. Mom, I'm not mischievous, Sasuke protested, knowing full well that he did not need to turn around to see the teasing glimmer in Naruto's eyes. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he protested, squirming in his mother's embrace. Yet, recalling the clumsy moments he had faced while training under Naruto's guidance, his confidence waned, and he muttered, I didn't cause him any trouble. Who would have thought? Sasuke has the potential to be quite the mama-ass boy. Mikyu mused to herself, a playful smile gracing her lips. What a delightful little angel you are, yet somehow, Danzo has turned you into a moody, aloof child. As Mikyu watched Sasuke playfully snuggle against her, Naruto was reminded of the prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan that had been heralded in the comics. Yet here was Sasuke, merely a tender-hearted child. Bowing respectfully, Naruto smiled and replied, Hello, Ma-am. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, a friend of Sasuke-kun. I apologize for the unannounced visit and for not bringing a gift. I hope you can forgive me. Wait, are you really Naruto? I can't believe I brought home a fake Naruto. The polite words that reached Sasuke's ears were in stark contrast to his previous impressions, nearly causing his eyes to bulge in disbelief. He swiftly turned his head, incredulously sizing up Naruto from head to toe, unable to refrain from unleashing the inappropriate vocabulary he had learned from Naruto, exclaiming, your mood swings are quicker than flipping a book. Truly a monster. Sasuke, how can you speak like that? How could you call your friend a monster? But mother, I'm merely speaking the truth. He wasn't this courteous before. I was wrong. Mother, I was wrong. It hurts. Still stubborn and unrepentant, it was baffling how this child managed to make friends. He must have caused quite a bit of trouble for them. The surprise evident on her younger son's face made Makoto feel something was amiss. However, compared to the polite demeanor of the little boy before her, Sasuke's behavior was undeniably out of line. With a mix of exasperation and pride, she pinched Sasuke's cheek lightly, while growing increasingly fond of his remarkable peer. After a brief pause, she stepped aside to invite them in, smiling as she spoke. Oh no, how could that be? Knowing that Sasuke has made friends with such a well-behaved child brings me great joy. Come inside quickly, it's freezing out here. And you both need to warm up. Thank you, Auntie. Seeing Sasuke's face filled with indignation while he could only begrudgingly accept his defeat brought even more amusement to Naruto's eyes. As he followed Makoto into Sasuke's home, he feigned innocence, cheerfully exclaiming, By the way, Auntie, you look so young and beautiful. If Sasuke-kun hadn't mentioned you were his mother, I would have thought you were his older sister. Ah, you little charmer, you certainly know how to flatter. Ultimately, Makoto was a woman, and every woman, especially after becoming a mother, longs for compliments that highlight their youth and beauty. Given her first impression of Naruto as a well-mannered and innocent child, she was even more delighted. With a light laugh, she waved her hand dismissively and playfully pinched Sasuke's pouting face again. You should learn from Naruto. Look at how well he speaks. Nanny, learn from Naruto. Previously, Sasuke had received criticism from his mother for adopting the slick-tongued habits he learned from their banter. Yet now he was being told to emulate this very instigator? Why was it that the same behavior received such different treatment? Mother, am I your biological son, or is it Naruto? Dumbfounded and allowing his mother to pinch his cheeks, Sasuke silently ranted in his mind, slightly tilting his head. He glanced back at the unhurriedly obedient Naruto following him, his lips twitching in a stiff smile, as if dark question marks were visibly hovering above his head. Ah, it seems I'm being utterly toyed with. This little fan is starting to question his life choices. It's truly quite adorable. Upon witnessing Sasuke's dejected expression, one that bore the weight of unspoken grievances, Naruto, with a hand firmly wedged in his pocket, discreetly pinched the soft flesh at his waist, suppressing the urge to laugh aloud. Yet, with a careful glance, one might discern the subtle, almost imperceptible tremors coursing through Naruto, who appeared otherwise composed. Ah, Sasuke, you still possess a youthful naivety in our playful exchanges. I'm back. My apologies for the intrusion. With varying tones of greeting echoing through the air, Sasuke and his companions finally returned to the warmth of their cozy home. As they closed the door against the howling winds outside, they shook off the snow that clung to their clothes and donned plush slippers designed for indoor comfort. Why have you returned so late today? Uchiha Fugaku, standing with a stern expression and arms crossed at the entrance, felt an unspoken relief at the sight of his returning family. His gaze fell upon his youngest son, slumped in his wife's embrace, bearing an expression of utter despondence. Although curiosity flickered within him, it was swiftly overshadowed by the presence of an unfamiliar little guest. This is Uzumaki Naruto, dear husband. He is the first friend that Sasuke has brought home. Ah, Naruto-kun, allow me to introduce you to my husband, Sasuke's father. As Makoto, having changed her shoes, smiled while introducing the two, she cast a knowing glance at her son in her arms. Honestly, Sasuke, how long do you intend to be lazy? You brought a friend home. As the host, shouldn't you muster some enthusiasm to show him around and play? Haha. Learn from the smooth talker, will you? It seemed the young boy, struggling with the weight of his disillusionment, was not easily roused from his melancholy state. If this teasing continued, it wouldn't be improbable for the innocent little one to be thoroughly outmatched by Naruto's cunning nature. Uzumaki Naruto? Though Fugaku was aware this was their first encounter, the sunshine radiating from Naruto's golden hair and his distinctive name stirred a sense of familiarity within him, prompting a slight frown of contemplation. Please, come in, little one. Makoto, since it's rare for Sasuke to bring a friend home, why not showcase your culinary skills before the children tonight? Indeed, dear, it's a wonderful opportunity, especially since I stocked up on ingredients on my way back today. Truly. There is nothing more fitting in this cold weather than a hot pot. I shall prepare it right away. As a devoted housewife, Makoto lived up to her reputation, quickly finalizing the evening's menu after her husband's suggestion. She carried her still somber son into the kitchen while reminding her husband, prior to that, dear, I entrust our little guest to your care. A hot pot? It has indeed been a while since I last enjoyed one, I eagerly anticipated. Perhaps recalling the delectable dishes crafted by his wife, Fujitaka's previously stern demeanor softened upon hearing her words. With a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth, he nodded in acknowledgement while contemplating something. He called out to his wife, who was gradually distancing herself, reminding her not to forget to wash some tomatoes for Sasuke, as the child had been begging to eat them for days. Leave this matter to me. Father, Itachi, who had been silently observing, suddenly regarded the obedient Naruto beside him with a thoughtful expression. With a knowing smile, he patted Naruto on the shoulder before following Makoto into the kitchen. Mother still needs to care for Sasuke. She cannot manage alone. I will assist her in the kitchen, and Naruto-kun, please allow father to take you to the living room for a brief respite. Wait. Itachi, why are you going to? Itachi, hold on. Father, I am not adept at looking after little children. Fujitaka, initially believing his eldest son would naturally assist him with this unfamiliar child, found himself flustered as he saw Itachi prepare to leave him behind to follow his mother into the kitchen. Lowering his voice in an attempt to persuade Itachi to stay, he was met with the unexpected sight of his son quickening his pace, a hint of mischievous glee on his face. What is this? Are you all conspiring against me? This unforeseen turn of events caused Fujitaka's lips to twitch slightly as he turned to face Naruto, whose innocent and wide-eyed expression resembled that of an obedient child. Please, how do I interact with a young child? I have no idea what to do. Despite being a father, Fujitaka was often preoccupied with work, engaging mostly with respectful adult ninjas from his clan or the scheming elders of the village. Having entrusted all matters of child-rearing to Makoto, he now found himself at a loss when faced with the task of caring for a Navi little one. Instead of seamlessly guiding Naruto to the living room as his wife had advised, he found himself awkwardly staring at the child, both unsure of the next move. What's wrong, uncle? Is there something about me that seems off? Naruto, noticing Fujitaka's discomfort, felt a mischievous urge to tease him. Having previously found delight in playfully provoking Sasuke, with a suppressed grin, he tilted his head, adopting an innocent and pitiful demeanor that matched his age, placing a finger in his mouth as if in confusion. Or do you dislike me, uncle? If that's the case, I suppose I should just go home. Wait, Fujitaka, reacting almost instinctively to Naruto's words, commanded, stay here, don't move. What kind of joke is this? As my young son has grown, it has been a considerable challenge to find a friend who would willingly come over to play. Now, during this fleeting moment when my wife has joyfully left to prepare dinner, I dread the thought that my inadequate hospitality might frighten this little one away. Not only would I worry whether Sasuke would come to dislike me, but I would also face the grim prospect of spending a cold, lonely night on the sofa. Thankfully, I managed to voice my concerns just in time. Let me ponder how Makoto usually tends to Itachi and Sasuke. Oh no. Just as Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief when Naruto paused at his words, a sudden and inexplicable wave of intense anxiety washed over him. As he scanned his surroundings in confusion, he noticed that Naruto, upon hearing his words, had first hesitated slightly, then began to tremble, biting his lip. his little mouth pouting in a manner reminiscent of Sasuke's reaction at a certain moment. This quickly led Fugaku to the most dreadful of possibilities. No, please don't cry. Little one, please don't cry. In a moment of panic, Fugaku's voice escalated. By the time he realized the need to correct himself and gently soothe Naruto, the tears that had been welling in Naruto's eyes burst forth completely, and he buried his face in his knees, sobbing pitifully. My dear? I believe I hear the sound of crying. Have you made our little guest weep? How could that be? Ha ha ha. You must have misheard, Mikoto. Fugaku, already at a loss as to how to comfort the child who had been frightened into tears, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss upon hearing his wife's gentle inquiry from the kitchen. In a flurry of confusion, he scooped Naruto into his arms and hurried to a corner of the living room, away from the kitchen. He tightened his embrace around the squirming, crying child, who was kicking his little legs in a desperate struggle, and after a brief pause, forced a smile that was more grotesque than the child's tears. He lowered his voice and pleaded, "Little one, no, my dear ancestor, oh, I meant uncle, I shouldn't have been harsh with you. Uncle apologizes, be good. Listen to me, please." It seemed that Fugaku's soothing words began to take effect, as Naruto's struggles gradually subsided. He lifted his head to glance at Fugaku. But before Fugaku could feel a sense of relief, he was met with a grin that was so ghastly it could only be described as monstrous, causing Naruto to cry even louder. Wah, I want to go home. I want to go home. Let me go home. This is disastrous. It would have been better to let the child return home earlier. Now, if I were to set down the thrashing and wailing Naruto, I would not only be sleeping on the sofa tonight, but would likely be banished from our home for several days, forced to endure the freezing cold outside. My dear, it's all right. It's nothing. There is nothing to worry about. This is merely the sound of me playing with the little one. Upon hearing his wife's increasingly suspicious question, Fugaku felt a jolt of panic, furrowing his brow in thought. In a moment of desperation, he hastily responded, That's right, Mikoto. The little one expressed his hunger and inquired when dinner would be served. Is that so? Very well. Please inform the child that I shall endeavor to prepare the meal swiftly, and ask him to bear with me a little longer. Although Mikoto harbored some doubts, it was indeed quite late when Naruto accompanied Sasuke and Itachi to their home, making it plausible for him to feel discomfort from hunger. Accepting this explanation for the moment, she resumed her focus on crafting a sumptuous dinner. Oh dear, my little ancestor, please do not cry. The doubts that had begun to dissipate in Mikoto's mind allowed Fugaku to exhale with relief, but before he could fully rejoice, the child in his arms began to wail even louder, creating an effect that only heightened his anxiety. Naruto's resolute desire to return home left him as restless as an ant on a hot stove, pacing back and forth in a desperate attempt to calm the child while lowering his voice to avoid frightening him further. In a moment of panic, he casually promised, My little ancestor, as long as you cease your tears, I shall grant you whatever you desire from your uncle, all right? Not long after Fugaku's words left his lips, it seemed that Naruto's cries began to subside from sheer exhaustion. After a few coughs and a sniffle, he cautiously moved his pudgy little hand that had been shielding his eyes, and in a hoarse voice tinged with grievance, he timidly asked, Really? Truly? Of course it's true. Your uncle is the head of the Uchiha Clan and would never deceive you. Seeing the child's tears beginning to cease, Fugaku, weary yet relieved, quickly seized the moment to reassure him. Well then Naruto pouted, his sapphire blue eyes wide and unblinking as they fixed on Fugaku. After a moment, he cautiously extended his right hand, his little pinky raised, and mumbled, Then, let us make a pinky promise. All right, let us make a pinky promise. Fugaku's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to placate this troublesome little ancestor. He instinctively believed that children merely desired toys or perhaps to perform impressive jutsu. And without overthinking it, he quickly extended his hand to link his pinky with Naruto's, gently shaking it. A pinky promise for 100 years, no changing. And the one who lies is a puppy. All right. A pinky promise for 100 years. The one who lies is a puppy. Observing Naruto's mood shift from sorrow to joy, the weight in Fugaku's heart finally lifted. He endeavored to present a more gentle and amiable smile, while unwittingly failing to notice that the previously distressed Naruto now bore a sly grin, akin to a cunning old fox. The innocent eyes that should have been filled with simplicity were now glimmering with a knowing delight. Naruto Uzumaki. Though Fugaku was aware that this was their first meeting, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something significant in the presence of Naruto's sunlit golden hair and distinctive name. As he furrowed his brows in contemplation, He gently nodded and said, "Please, come in, little one. It is a rare occasion that Sasuke brings a friend home to play. Tonight, showcase your culinary skills before the children." "Indeed, I share your sentiments, my dear husband. It is a rare occasion for us to host a little guest at home. And fortuitously, I have procured a substantial amount of ingredients on my way back today. In this frigid weather, indulging in a hot pot seems most appropriate. I shall commence preparations at once." As a devoted housewife, Makoto truly embodies the virtues of a good wife and mother. Shortly after her husband's words, she determined the evening's menu, cradling the still morose and disenchanted Sasuke in her arms as she made her way to the kitchen, all the while advising her husband. "Until then, dear, the care of our little guest is entrusted to you." "Hot pot, you say?" "Indeed, it has been quite some time since we last enjoyed it. And I find myself rather looking forward to it." Perhaps reminiscing about the delectable dishes crafted by his wife eased the stern demeanor etched on Fugaku's face, as he felt a slight relaxation wash over him. Nodding in acknowledgement with a subtle smile, he recalled something and called out to his wife, who was retreating into the kitchen, "Don't forget to wash some of the tomatoes you bought for Sasuke. He has been yearning for them for days." "Leave that to me, father." Itachi, who had been silently observing, now regarded the obedient Naruto beside him with a contemplative expression. With an air of significance, he patted Naruto's shoulder and smiled. "Mother will need to divide her attention to care for Sasuke. She cannot manage alone. I shall assist her in the kitchen, while Naruto-kun, I entrust you to father in the living room. Please rest for a while." "Huh? Wait, Itachi. How can you not stay?" "Itachi, hold on. Father, I am not adept at looking after small children." Fugaku had anticipated that his eldest son would remain by his side, caring for this unfamiliar little one. But upon witnessing Itachi's intention to follow his wife into the kitchen, he felt a sudden sense of panic. Lowering his voice in an attempt to persuade Itachi to reconsider, he was taken aback when his son, instead, quickened his pace with a gleeful smirk. "Is this a conspiracy between my wife and son to ensnare me?" The unexpected turn of events caused Fugaku's lips to twitch slightly as he turned to face Naruto, who blinked innocently with wide eyes. Embodying the essence of a good little boy. "Pray tell, how am I to interact with the child? I find myself utterly at a loss." Though he had long since embraced fatherhood, Fugaku was typically consumed by work, surrounded predominantly by respectful adult ninjas from the clan or the scheming elders of the village. With the nurturing and companionship of the children entirely managed by Makoto, the sudden responsibility of caring for a naive and innocent child left him feeling overwhelmed and powerless. Instead of seamlessly guiding Naruto into the living room as his wife had hoped, he found himself awkwardly locked in a gaze with the little one. What is it? Uncle, is there something wrong with me?" The individual before him, in stark contrast to the rigid paternal figure depicted in comics, displayed a flustered and conflicted demeanor. This incited within Naruto, who had previously found amusement in teasing Sasuke, a daring notion to playfully mock Fugaku. With a suppressed smile, he tilted his head, adopting a seemingly innocent and aggrieved expression befitting his age, while placing a finger in his mouth, feigning confusion as he vaguely inquired, "Does Uncle dislike me? If so, perhaps I should head home." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Fugaku reacted almost instinctively, barking out a command, "Stay right there. Don't be ridiculous." It was a rare occasion for his son to finally make a friend willing to visit. And the thought of scaring the boy away due to his own negligence while his wife prepared dinner sent a wave of panic through him. He feared not only that Sasuke might harbor ill feelings towards him, but also that he would be left alone on the cold, unwelcoming sofa that night. Phew. I'm glad I spoke up. Let me think. How does Makoto usually care for Itachi and Sasuke? Just as Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that Naruto had paused his retreat, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. Observing Naruto's reaction, a slight tremor and a downturned gaze, his lips pressed tightly together, Fugaku was struck by the dreadful possibility that he had inadvertently caused distress. "Oh no, please don't cry, little one. Don't cry." In a moment of desperation, Fugaku's voice rose in urgency. Yet, as he sought to correct his tone and soothe Naruto, the tears that had been welling in the boy's eyes cascaded down, and he buried his face in his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. "Dear, I believe I hear crying. Have you upset our little guest?" "Impossible. Haha, you must be mistaken, Makoto." As Fugaku grappled with the situation, feeling utterly helpless at having frightened the child, yet unsure how to console him, he felt a chill as he heard his wife's gentle inquiry from the kitchen. In a flurry of panic, he scooped Naruto into his arms and retreated to a corner of the living room, cradling the squirming, sobbing child tightly. After a brief pause, He forced a smile that was more grotesque than the tears, speaking softly, "Little one, no, no, my dear ancestor, it was my fault. I shouldn't have been harsh. I apologize. Please be good and listen." It seemed his soothing words began to take effect, as Naruto's struggles gradually subsided, and he lifted his head to glance at Fugaku. However, before Fugaku could exhale in relief, his disfigured smile, which was more fearsome than the tears, startled Naruto anew, prompting an even louder wail. "I want to go home. I want to go home. Please take me home." Sob, sob, sob. "It's all over. It would have been better if I had let this little one go home earlier. If I were to set the wailing and struggling Naruto down now, he might end up sleeping outside in the frigid cold, rather than on the sofa tonight. My dear? No worries, nothing is amiss. It's merely the noise created while I was playing with this little one." Upon hearing his wife's inquisitive tone once more, Fugaku felt a shiver run down his spine. With furrowed brows deep in thought, he quickly devised a response. "Ah, yes. Makoto. This little fellow claims he is hungry and is inquiring when he can have his meal. Is that so? All right. Tell the child that I will prepare something as swiftly as possible. He must endure a little longer." Although Makoto was somewhat skeptical, it was indeed quite late, and Naruto's discomfort from hunger was plausible enough. She chose to trust his explanation and resumed her focus on preparing a delicious and bountiful dinner. Phew. That was a close call. "Oh, my little ancestor, please do not cry." As Makoto's suspicions began to dissipate, Fugaku exhaled in relief. However, before he could fully relish the moment, Naruto's cries grew increasingly louder, producing a counterproductive effect that sent Fugaku into a frenzy. With Naruto resolutely expressing his desire to go home, Fugaku felt like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing back and forth. He lowered his voice to avoid alarming the little one further and began to make promises in desperation. "Oh, my little ancestor, as long as you do not cry. Whatever you wish for from your uncle, I shall grant." Not long after Fugaku's words, it seemed Naruto's cries had subsided out of fatigue. After a few light coughs and a sniffle, he cautiously moved his chubby little hands away from his eyes, his hoarse voice tinged with grievance as he timidly asked, "Really? Really? Of course it's true. Your uncle is the head of the Uchiha Clan. I would never deceive you." Seeing that the little one was on the verge of calming down, Fugaku seized the moment to offer reassurance. Well, all right then," Naruto pouted, his sapphire-like eyes fixed on Fugaku. After a moment, he gingerly extended his right hand, offering his pinky with a muffled continuation. "Then, let us make a pinky promise." All right, let us make a pinky promise." Fugaku's mind was preoccupied with how to soothe the troublesome little ancestor in his arms. Believing that children merely desired toys or flashy jutsu, he hastily extended his hand to intertwine his pinky with Naruto's, shaking it gently. "A pinky promise for 100 years, no changing, and a liar is a puppy." All right. A pinky promise for 100 years, no changing. And a liar is a puppy." Seeing Naruto's mood shift from gloomy to cheerful, Fugaku felt the weight on his heart lift. He endeavored to make his smile appear gentle and warm while unintentionally overlooking that the previously sobbing Naruto now bore a sly grin, akin to a cunning old fox. In those once innocent and pure eyes, a scheming smile now radiated. "Ah, dear, are you not getting along splendidly? I thought you were not adept at caring for children." Whether it was Makoto's culinary skills or the earlier cries of Naruto urging her to hasten her preparations, within less than 10 minutes after Naruto and Fugaku reached their agreement, Makoto, adorned in thick gloves, entered the living room carrying a steaming, aromatic copper hot pot, while carefully placing it on the dining table. She cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, who was cozily nestled in Fugaku's embrace, his earlier cries now a distant memory. After a brief pause, she cheerfully called out, "You must all be hungry. Go wash your hands, and once the broth comes to a boil, we can prepare to eat. Of course, I told you not to worry. I am the head of the Uchiha Clan, and taking care of children is a mere trifle." Upon noticing his wife's appreciative smile, Fugaku felt an overwhelming sense of relief mixed with a hint of pride as he slightly tilted his head in response. After a moment, he adjusted his hold on the little one, whose tear-streaked face was hidden within his embrace, and swiftly made his way to the bathroom to wash away the remnants of the earlier commotion, anxious that Makoto might notice something amiss. Merely a trifle? Wasn't it just the other day when Sasuke asked to be held, and you were utterly at a loss? Watching her husband leave in a hurried, guilty manner brought a smile to Makoto's face as she softly murmured to herself. After a brief pause, she took the dish of side ingredients from Itachi's hands and methodically arranged them on the table. As for the small fan that had been cradled in Makoto's arms earlier, it was now in the kitchen, happily gnawing on a half-eaten tomato, its juices running down his face. Despite his future as one of the strongest in the ninja world, he remained just a child, and the allure of a delicious, juicy tomato had completely dispelled any lingering doubts. To be candid, at the age of 3, Fugaku had always believed that aside from the rotund little prince of the Akimichi clan, Choji, the most voracious eater would be his own son, Sasuke. Yet, at this moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before him, akin to a mesmerizing illusion. This is delicious. One more bowl, please, Naruto exclaimed, quickly finishing the last bite of rice in his bowl, his cheeks stuffed full as he squinted his eyes in delight, extending his empty bowl once again towards Mikoto, who stood there utterly stunned. Initially, Mikoto paid little attention to Naruto, but as she watched him devour his meals at a terrifying speed, as if he were an insatiable abyss, her mouth gradually fell open in astonishment. Now, it seemed as though her jaw had dislocated, remaining agape until Naruto spoke again, jolting her back to reality. While she gently massaged her sore jaw and slowly closed her mouth, she caught a glimpse of Sasuke beside her, who had also set down his bowl in shock. She murmured to herself, "Will he still eat? This is already the 7th bowl." If it weren't for Sasuke's voracious appetite, which had prompted Mikoto to prepare an extra portion of rice recently, the pot would have long been empty. Yet even after serving Naruto, it remained nearly devoid of rice. Though Naruto hesitated to pile his plate with meat, he accepted the accompanying vegetables without reservation, consuming an astonishing 1.5 heads of cabbage alone. How much food does this child eat in a month? His gluttonous, robust appetite starkly contrasted with his previously timid and tearful demeanor, leading Fugaku to suspect that everything he had witnessed before was merely an illusion of his own making. Indeed, the reason Naruto could spar with his brother must stem from consuming such copious amounts of food. Staring in disbelief as Naruto annihilated his meal, he murmured to himself, a newfound determination igniting within him as he lifted his own bowl, mimicking Naruto's voraciousness. "I will not be outdone by Naruto. I must eat more, just as impressively as my brother." As their parents and younger sibling marveled at Naruto's astonishing appetite, Itachi, who had already set down his bowl and was quietly sipping hot tea, displayed no surprise. Instead, as he observed Naruto enjoying his meal, a flicker of concealed pain occasionally flashed in his eyes. Earlier, under Naruto's deliberate relaxation of his guard, Itachi had successfully gleaned several hard-to-believe truths from within him. It was now evident that the joyful and hearty eater before him was not a fade, but represented Naruto's most authentic self. Since his arrival in the world of Naruto, becoming the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto had, out of caution against the possibility of Dan's tampering with his food, consistently refused to consume the exquisite meals discreetly provided by the ambiguous Umbu. Coupled with his youth and lack of culinary skill, he had managed to fill his stomach, albeit with less than pleasing flavors, and occasionally indulged in ramen as a treat, thereby developing an extraordinarily resilient stomach. In the process, he had nearly forgotten the essence of deliciousness and the warmth and relaxation that should accompany a normal person's daily meals. In the present moment, the dinner shared at Sasuke's home can be regarded as the most delectable meal Naruto has savored in the past 3 years. It is, thus far, the singular occasion that has rekindled within him a profound sense of warmth and nostalgia for home. He cannot bear to let go of this fleeting taste, as only a remnant of it lingers in his memory. His youthful, petite stomach has already been filled to capacity with a myriad of delectable dishes. Yet Naruto clings to this rare opportunity for relaxation over the past 3 years, unwilling to set down his chopsticks, fervently chewing and swallowing. He yearns for his body to imprint this flavor of home deeply within, hoping to prolong its departure from his memory. "Ah, I am full. I cannot muster the strength to move." After a considerable effort to swallow the last bite, his little belly protruded roundly, and as he collapsed onto the tatami amid the astonished gazes of the Uchiha family, he contentedly rubbed his belly with a satisfied smile. The sheer curvature of his midsection made Fugaku wonder if poking it would cause Naruto to either regurgitate or burst entirely. 8 bowls of rice, 3 pieces of cabbage, a plate of beef, 2 bundles of enoki mushrooms, and a bowl of fried tofu. Little one, your appetite is surprisingly substantial. With such a voracious capacity, your parents must acquire dozens of additional ingredients each week to satisfy the entire family, I presume? Yet, despite this, you appear neither overweight nor underweight. And you even seem to relish vegetables. As Itachi carefully lifted the overstuffed Sasuke for a stroll outside, Fugaku sat cross-legged beside Naruto, reminiscing about the stark contrast between Naruto's earlier cries for home and his current voracious eating. He gently tousled Naruto's golden locks, smiling as he jested. Your parents must indeed indulge you daily, preparing a variety of meals to ensure you have a balanced diet and develop a healthy attitude toward food. Hee. I usually don't eat this much. It's just that Annie's cooking is so delicious that I couldn't help but indulge a little more. Upon hearing Fugaku's good-natured teasing devoid of any disdain, even Naruto's thick-skinned demeanor faltered, causing a blush to creep onto his cheeks. After a brief pause, he shifted slightly. Resting his hands behind his head like a pillow, and with a playful grin, he nodded, Yes. My mom and dad are the most loving and wonderful parents in the world. It's just a pity that they left me the day I was born. Left you from the moment you were born? How can you be so certain that they are the most loving and the best parents in the world? Naruto's seemingly incongruous response left Fugaku puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, he believed he had arrived at an answer and inquired with a smile, Oh, I see. Your parents must have gone to work shortly after your birth, leading to their absence, correct? Indeed, Naruto Uzumaki, in these past 3 years. I have never heard of any surviving members of the Uzumaki clan residing in the village. Why did your parents not take you with them when they left, but instead chose to leave you in Konoha? It was because the place they ventured to was unsuitable for an infant like me, and to this day, they remain unwilling to return and bring me along. As I sensed the curiosity of the person beside me, I mustered the strength to sit up with great effort. Lifting my small face, my eyes squinting in playful delight as I proudly proclaimed, But I know, my mother and father have always loved me deeply. The fact that I can live healthily in the village is the best proof of their affection. Unsuitable for raising a child, and still not returned? How peculiar. Could it be a covert mission infiltrating an enemy faction? Yet such tasks are typically not entrusted to outsiders. Perhaps influenced by Naruto's optimistic pride. A familiar warmth surged back within Fugaku, a smile broadening on his face as he gently rubbed his nose and inquired softly, So, little one, who is your father among the Uzumaki clan? If I know his name, perhaps I can assist in bringing your parents back from their mission sooner. Bring my parents back sooner? Really, uncle? Can you truly do that? Of course. You must know, I am the leader of the Uchiha Clan. Accomplishing such a minor task is quite simple for me. That's wonderful. Thank you, uncle. I didn't expect you to possess such miraculous abilities. Observing Fugaku's confident demeanor, Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief, his entire being trembling with suppressed laughter as he continued, By the way, my father is not from the Uzumaki clan. His name is Minato Namikaze. Ah, well, isn't that akin to resurrection? Quite simple indeed. As the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan, reviving someone should be a trivial matter. Seeing the admiration in Naruto's eyes, Fugaku's pride swelled, yet he failed to notice the gravity of the revelation until it dawned on him what the boy had just said. The boastful words caught in his throat, he slowly raised a trembling finger, pointing towards the innocently smiling Naruto. Why, you mean your father is Minato? Indeed. My father is the hero who saved Konoha, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Witnessing Fugaku's realization, and in the privacy of their conversation without fear of eavesdroppers, Naruto's smile broadened. His voice filled with pride as he continued, If it weren't for the schemes of a villain, my original name should not have been Naruto Uzumaki, but rather Minato Namikaze. No wonder I always feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It turns out that the child of Minato and Kushina, who was believed to have perished 3 years ago alongside them when the Nine Tails was sealed, is still alive. Fugaku, lost in his musings, lowered his hand that was pointing at Naruto and began to focus intently on the boy. Although Naruto's visage was youthful and innocent, the striking resemblance in hair color, hairstyle, and the confident, sunny smile that echoed that of his late friend led Fugaku to believe Naruto's words to a considerable extent. Nevertheless, due to the source of this revelation being a mere 3-year-old, he still harbored some doubts. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow and inquired, But how do you know that Minato is your father? You were just born when they sacrificed themselves. You should hardly even know what your parents' voices sound like. Oh, Uncle Fugaku, are you questioning the authenticity of my lineage? The opportunity to engage in a private conversation with the esteemed Uchiha Fugaku had already fulfilled a significant part of Naruto's objectives. Now, perceiving the undeniable excitement in Fugaku's eyes upon hearing his words, Naruto was pleasantly surprised to realize that Fugaku shared a close friendship with his father. Thus, he chose not to feign the demeanor of a 3-year-old any longer. With a subtle smile, he gently raised his right hand. Cough, cough. This news is rather sudden. It is only natural for you to have doubts. Though Fugaku had already chosen to trust Naruto based on reason, he felt his cheeks flush slightly, and, recalling past experiences. He mistakenly assumed that Naruto's smile was fading due to feeling wronged by his skepticism, prompting him to think of ways to comfort the child. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Naruto's raised palm, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the familiar, vivid blue sphere that was swiftly coalescing in Naruto's hand. His words stumbled once more. This is the Rasengan, one of my father's signature techniques. Aside from my father, only my father's master, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, knows how to use this technique, doesn't he? Seeing Fugaku's incredulous expression, Naruto realized that merely demonstrating the Rasengan was sufficient to prove his lineage, allowing him to refrain from revealing the existence of his secret technique, the Flying Thunder God. With a sigh of relief, he ceased supplying chakra to maintain the Rasengan, letting the jutsu dissipate. He continued to speak, simplifying his words, which inadvertently led Fugaku to mistakenly conclude that Jiraiya had taught Naruto the Rasengan and informed him about his heritage. The decision to use Jiraiya as a shield was a calculated move by Naruto, made after careful consideration. As the master of the Fourth Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya ostensibly stood as the most likely candidate to reveal the entire truth to Naruto, who was otherwise oblivious. This strategy created an illusion of Jiraiya's support behind Naruto, enhancing the credibility of Naruto's words during discussions. Should any information leak, it would redirect the ire of those meddlesome individuals towards the already absent Jiraiya, thereby minimizing any suspicion and scrutiny directed at Naruto himself. It was a scheme with countless benefits and no apparent drawbacks. If one were to speak of a cost, it would merely be the unfortunate burden placed upon the oblivious pervy sage, who unwittingly carried a heavy, dark load as compensation. In time, when Naruto eventually met Jiraiya, he could treat this lecherous uncle to a night of revelry at a bar. Indeed, if Jiraiya were to return to the village, he would undoubtedly be the first to share all the truths regarding Naruto's lineage and would remain by his side to guide him through his training. The name of his dear friend's unique, unmarked jutsu echoed clearly from the young child's lips, dispelling any doubts within Fugaku. With a sigh of relief, he leaned in slightly, extending his arms to carefully embrace Naruto's tender, soft form. Yes, just like that. Now you believe me, don't you, Uncle Fugaku? I am truly my father's son, Naruto exclaimed, hands on his hips, while mentally calculating the potential repercussions and responses following the revelation of Danzo's conspiracy. Yet, he never anticipated Fugaku's unexpected display of emotion. As the realization struck him, he found himself enveloped in a warm and reassuring embrace. Uncle Fugaku, what is this? The unexpected turn of events left Naruto momentarily stunned and uncertain, as he allowed Fugaku to hold him motionless, fearful that any further unpredictability could jeopardize their plan. Child, you are alive. How wonderful, how wonderful. Before he could finish his sentence, Fugaku's subsequent actions left Naruto in a state of shock. The leader of the Uchiha Clan, who was supposed to exude calmness and authority, trembled and choked up in front of the young Naruto, despite being firmly held. The expression on Fugaku's face bore a mix of disdain and an overwhelming fear of losing Naruto, as his arms tightened around him, making Naruto feel increasingly constrained. Warm tears occasionally fell onto Naruto's head, accompanied by the muffled sounds of Fugaku's tumultuous emotions, a blend of sorrow and joy struggling to break free. Over the past 3 years, you must have endured considerable hardships. How is it that I failed to recognize this sooner? It is truly wonderful that the children of Minato and others are still alive, and that you, too, remain. Just as Sasuke unconditionally trusts Naruto. Despite the unceasing strife between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction, there exists a profound bond between Fugaku Uchiha and Minato Namikaze that transcends the understanding of outsiders. Had it not been for the abrupt calamity 3 years ago, and the clandestine collaboration between these two, the idyllic world envisioned by the first Hokage, free of conflict, might have already materialized. As the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto's experiences of ridicule and derision over these 3 years have equipped him with the ability to discern between hypocrisy and sincerity. The regret, guilt, and joy woven into Fugaku's words dispelled Naruto's lingering apprehensions, revealing that this man, burdened with the weight of his clan's survival, was not the cold-hearted rebel depicted in the original narrative. He realized how misplaced his earlier fears had been, judging a noble man through the lens of a petty heart. From that moment, Naruto recognized that he had underestimated the profound and invaluable bond forged through the tribulations of war endured by the previous generation. It is no wonder that Danzo would rather see Konoha's strength diminish than allow the Uchiha clan to thrive. I now seem to grasp why Naruto, despite being scorned by the entire village, could still live to the age of 12 without succumbing to tragedy or chaos. After a moment of silence, Naruto abandoned the idea of continuing this ill-timed conversation. With his pudgy little hands, he embraced the weeping Fugaku, who sobbed like a child, pressing his small head against the man's chest, offering silent comfort as he patiently waited for Fugaku's pent-up sorrow to be released. As the emotional storm subsided, tears began to glisten in Naruto's eyes. No matter how much he feigned optimism or turned a deaf ear to the incessant discrimination he faced, the inhumane existence he had endured for 3 years had accumulated a sense of despair within him. Naruto was not devoid of feelings, on the contrary. After experiencing the burdensome pressure firsthand, he understood how suffocating and unbearable it could be. As a traveler aware of the fate that awaited him, he persevered with the hope of a brighter future after turning 12, enduring hardship like a thirsty traveler yearning for water. At that moment, Fugaku's genuine concern and remorse served as a powerful tonic, encouraging Naruto to continue forward. For the first time in 3 years, someone genuinely cared about my existence. This, indeed, is the most precious legacy left to me by you, Father Minato. Thank you. As the head of the Uchiha Clan, the mightiest family in the Hidden Leaf Village, Fugaku's greatest regret over the past 3 years lay in his inability to save the life of his dear friend. Yet, the very presence of Naruto, the last remaining bloodline of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, undoubtedly provided Fugaku with immense solace and the possibility of healing the wounds in his heart. For 3 years, the regret and self-reproach for not realizing that my dear friend's orphan still thrived in this world gradually transformed into an almost indulgent affection for Naruto. Meanwhile, the seemingly irreconcilable foes, Uchiha Fugaku and Minato Namikaze, quietly nurtured a genuine and unconditional trust between them, which naturally shifted to Naruto. It has been years since I last shed tears. I am unaccustomed to such vulnerability before a child. It is indeed embarrassing to let you witness my folly. However, after allowing the tears to flow, I felt an unexpected lightness within. A man seldom weeps, unless truly sorrowful. Once I released the pent-up negative emotions through my tears, my mood began to ease. After a brief pause, I tenderly brushed the soft golden hair of the obedient little one in my arms, gazing at the familiar, innocent face that bore a resemblance to my dear friend. Since Jiraiya-san has divulged your lineage so openly, he must have his own intentions. Your visit to your uncle today surely transcends the mere desire for a hot pot feast, does it not? Speak, dear child. What is it that you wish for me to assist you with? Rest assured, whatever it is that I can accomplish, I will devote my very life to aid you. Thank you, Uncle Fugaku. I have indeed come with a request, and only you possess the authority to help me. Your words, spoken with such conviction and sincerity, filled me with ease, prompting me to revise my previously convoluted approach in my mind, stripping away unnecessary hesitations. I continued earnestly, you must be curious as to why. As the son of the Fourth Hokage, I have remained undisclosed for 3 years, despite being alive, right? Indeed, had you not taken the initiative to inform me today, I might have gone my entire life without knowing that Kushina, your mother, was pregnant. Your father was exuberantly ecstatic, especially during the first 2 or 3 months upon learning the news, boasting incessantly before me, abandoning all semblance of a Hokage. My ears nearly grew calloused from his relentless chatter. Having confirmed Naruto's identity, and with my close friendship with the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, I unconditionally trusted the little one in my arms. As Naruto posed a question that resonated with my utmost concerns, I nodded thoughtfully. Thanks to your father's tireless recounting, I now know your precise date of birth. However, the incident involving the Ninetales rampage on that very day led me to believe that you had perished alongside your parents. Did it not? Had it not been for the unwavering protection of my parents, I would indeed have perished that day. The abrupt cessation of words made Naruto acutely aware of what Fugaku had intended to convey. Unfazed, he seized the opportunity to continue the conversation, adjusting his position slightly to recline more comfortably in Fugaku's embrace. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The essential point was that had it not been for certain nefarious individuals meddling, my parents would not have been compelled to sacrifice their lives 3 years ago to reseal the Ninetales. Furthermore, you would have known of my existence long before that, at the time when the third Hokage resumed his governance. Presently, it seems this unscrupulous individual has set their sights on the Uchiha Clan. A meddlesome individual? Fixated on the Uchiha Clan? The seemingly indifferent remarks from the little one in his arms instantly alerted Fugaku to the gravity of the situation. He realized that the impending revelations would not merely pertain to trivial matters easily resolved by mere authority. With a slight frown, he lifted Naruto and made his way to his study, locking the doors and windows to shield him from prying eyes. He then activated a hidden mechanism, leading Naruto into a secretive and silent chamber, ensuring that the forthcoming dialogue would remain utterly confidential. Now, in this sanctuary, you need not worry about eavesdroppers, Naruto. What do you mean by those earlier comments? Who is this individual you speak of? The name of the man who, in the wake of the catastrophic devastation wrought by the Nine Tails 3 years prior, had remained aloof, benefiting immensely from the turmoil while obstructing the third Hokage from announcing my existence, had already formed a hypothesis in Fugaku's mind. He was merely seeking to verify the accuracy of this conjecture with me, was he not? After Naruto had declared that the Uchiha clan was being targeted, he fell silent, not uttering another word until they entered the concealed safety of the chamber. Only after the Nine Tails within him confirmed that no one else was present did he relax. He discreetly observed Fugaku, who was slowly clenching his fists, veins bulging, and with a slight nod of approval, he spoke again. Disdain evident in his furrowed brow as he articulated the name of that troublemaker, one of the 3 advisors of the Elder Council, the leader of the Akatsuki, Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura, HM. From an early age, I found it rather perplexing that the third Hokage, whose consistent demeanor was as gentle and amiable as that of Minato, had grown increasingly radical and ruthless over the past 3 years. This transformation rendered futile the harmonious atmosphere that Minato and I had painstakingly cultivated. Observing the calm and composed demeanor of the little one in my arms, I attributed this change to Jiraiya's early training of Naruto, aimed at enabling him to convey messages to me without giving it much thought. However, upon receiving confirmation, a chilling and piercing murderous intent flickered in my eyes. It became evident that this old curmudgeon was scheming behind the scenes, in an effort to ensure that no one among the younger generation could impede his ascension to Hokage. He had wielded the privileges of the Elder Council to coerce the third Hokage into altering my surname and concealing the fact of my continued existence. Moreover, to further diminish the power held by the third Hokage and to seize the long-coveted secrets of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, he was willing to orchestrate clandestine machinations, risking the outbreak of civil war and significantly weakening Konoha's military strength. He awaited the moment when I, Fugetsu, could no longer tolerate this and would, under the pretense of quelling a rebellion, stage a dramatic act of betrayal. My trust in Fugetsu spared Naruto the need for elaborate explanations. He directly articulated the ambition residing within Danzo's heart, while transparently conveying the purpose of his visit. My intent in visiting Uncle Fugetsu was to unveil the truth, preventing him from falling prey to the machinations of a petty villain. Rest assured, my dear child, with your words, I shall not allow that old fool's schemes to come to fruition. As Fugetsu and Minato resolved to collaborate discreetly to alleviate the Uchiha clan's precarious situation, Minato had repeatedly cautioned Fugetsu to be wary of Danzo, having an intimate understanding of the third Hokage's approach to governance. Fugetsu found it bewildering when the newly reinstated Hokage swiftly curtailed the abnormal actions directed against the Uchiha clan. Despite his confusion, Fugetsu's trust in his close friend led him to retain faith in the Hokage faction. Throughout these 3 years, he diligently endeavored to quell the growing discontent and unrest within the clan. Now, having received a definitive answer from Naruto, he felt fortunate for not heeding the elder's suggestion to incite rebellion, while simultaneously harboring a bone-chilling animosity towards the troublemaker Danzo. I shall personally confer with the third Hokage, and this evening, I will sever Danzo's head, ensuring this buffoon can no longer wreak havoc, in honor of your parents' spirits. The resolution to dispel the misunderstandings surrounding the village would serve as the most formidable blow against Danzo. Nevertheless, now is not the time to act against him. After all, Danzo still held the position of one of the 3 chief advisors of the Elder Council. If we were to strike before securing irrefutable evidence of his ambitious and treacherous designs, we risked being accused of insubordination, and the misunderstandings and ostracism from the villagers would not be easily clarified. Ultimately, we would bear the brunt of such repercussions. In that moment, Naruto subtly replaced Uchiha clan with us, thus unconsciously drawing us closer together, and with his eyes narrowed, he confidently continued, "For now, we must allow Danzo to keep his life." The words spoken by Naruto, akin to a splash of cold water, gently dampened the flames of anger within Fugaku's heart. As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, Fugaku inadvertently began to regard Naruto, who was nearly the size of his own son, as a cornerstone for equal dialogue. Eagerly, he inquired, "What shall we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch this fellow wreak havoc while remaining powerless, can we? One who frequently traverses the riverbank cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. Even the most cunning fox eventually reveals its tail. Moreover, we are now acutely aware of this old man's ambitions." Upon hearing Fugaku's question, Naruto responded without hesitation, his lips curling upward with the growing delight of a hunter spotting prey ensnared in a trap. A smile that belied his tender age graced his youthful face as he said, "Uncle, all you need to do is discuss with Grandpa the Third Hokage and feign an unbearable stance to incite rebellion. As long as we present the bait that he dreams of, do we have any reason to fear that we cannot seize the old fox, Shimura Danzo, by his vulnerabilities? At that moment, it would be the perfect opportunity to silence him once and for all." On December 14th, 51 in the era of Konoha, bolstered by the steadfast bonds forged through the trials of war endured by their forebears, Naruto Uzumaki effortlessly gained the trust of Uchiha Fugaku. He successfully mitigated the misunderstandings and resentments that had gradually escalated between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction over the past 3 years, which had yet to reach a point of lethal conflict. It was from this moment, heralding the complete transformation of the Uchiha clan's fate, that the predetermined destiny of the Naruto world began to subtly shift, thanks to Naruto's continuous intervention. Within the confines of Fugaku's study, supported by the trust forged through the bonds of their ancestors, Naruto not only unexpectedly gained Fugaku's confidence but also gradually established an equal footing in their discourse, employing a tone marked by seasoned assurance. While collaboratively refining the plan to thwart Danzo's ambitions, Naruto, in response to Fugaku's concerned inquiries, chose to conceal his 2 trump cards, the Flying Thunder God technique and the complete trust of Kurama, while attributing his rapid progress in both lineage and training solely to the unknowing Jiraiya, whom he had never met. Over the span of 3 years, he recounted everything that had transpired, including his conversations with the Third Hokage, without reservation. Naruto's motives were twofold: to leverage his lonely and helpless childhood experiences to deepen Fugaku's trust and sympathy, and to vividly illustrate, from the perspective of the affected party, the starkly disparate treatment he received after Danzo's interference, subtly warning Fugaku of the depths to which Danzo would sink for his own selfish ambitions. Naruto's parents sacrificed their lives to protect the village, and even as a newborn, he was thrust into the role of the Nine-Tails vessel. From the moment of his birth, he was fated to become the new jinchūriki. The Namikaze family could proudly stand tall, unreservedly asserting that they had selflessly devoted everything they had for the sake of the village of Konoha. Nevertheless, despite being the son of a hero, Naruto did not receive the reverence from the village that Minato and Kushina had envisioned. Instead, under the sinister influence of the meddlesome Danzo, he became the target of scorn, branded as a monstrous fox by the very villagers who blindly followed malicious rumors. They showed no regard for the fact that Naruto was merely an innocent child, subjecting him to relentless verbal abuse as if he were a thorn in their side. Consequently, while he bore the heavy burden of their fervent wishes for his demise, he lived in a dilapidated and filthy abode, never experiencing the warmth and sense of belonging that a true home provides, let alone the companionship of friends. The architect of this torment, Danzo, played a significant role in Naruto's plight. Fugaku, having met Danzo on several occasions, wholeheartedly agreed with Naruto's assessment of the man, recognizing him as a loathsome figure who, despite his bluster, was all talk and no action. As Fugaku grew to trust Naruto more, he found himself drawn to the boy's calm confidence, reminiscent of his late friend, and began to listen intently, quickly grasping Naruto's intentions. If Danzo could ruthlessly target Naruto, the son of a hero, so soon after the death of the Fourth Hokage, it was evident that the Uchiha Clan, already embroiled in conflicts with the village and despised by many, would be in even greater peril. Had it not been for their status as founding members of Konoha, Danzo would likely have seized any opportunity to eliminate them. As the night deepened, the secret meeting between Naruto and Fugaku was just beginning. Since their initial meeting, which had perfectly fulfilled their plans, Naruto had taken great care to distance himself from suspicion, avoiding the vicinity of the Uchiha clan's territory. Apart from consistently training with Sasuke, far from prying eyes, their necessary exchanges of information relied on an unsuspecting fan as a messenger, communicating through sealed scrolls. This arrangement allowed Naruto to return to a monotonous yet fulfilling routine of diligent training. Time slipped away quietly as Naruto and Sasuke persevered in their tireless efforts, marking the transition from winter to spring. As the ice melted and the earth rejuvenated, Konoha began to feel the tension brewing from the secret machinations of the Third Hokage and Danzo. Even the usually reserved Uchiha Clan, along with the Hyuga Clan, another family of ocular prowess, found themselves embroiled in petty disputes over the title of the strongest eye technique clan, a trivial matter in the eyes of the villagers. Yet, this discord was subtly shifting in a direction that boded ill for Danzo. Danzo is no fool. Initially, when he first heard of the escalating discord between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, which left the Third Hokage perpetually occupied in attempts to mediate, he felt a sense of cunning satisfaction. However, as time passed and the skirmishes between the two clans grew increasingly fierce without any substantial damage inflicted upon either side, Danzo began to sense an unsettling shift. The bonds forged by their predecessors aided Naruto in effortlessly dissipating the Uchiha clan's animosity towards the village. The fateful encounter, destined by the heavens, inadvertently allowed Naruto, mistakenly considered a pawn of the Hokage due to his status as a jinchūriki, to successfully soothe the Hyuga clan's mounting discontent stemming from the forced sacrifice of their branch family leader. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, whether intentionally or not, continued to harbor their own agendas, despite Danzo's extensive scheming. He could hardly fathom that the two most powerful families in Konoha were gradually setting aside their enmity and prejudice in favor of collaboration, all due to the intervention of a mere child barely past the threshold of 3 years. His meticulous plotting and clandestine maneuvers led Danzo into a precarious situation, leaving him in a state of confusion, pondering his missteps without clarity on where he had faltered. Yet, his ignorance of the underlying truths did not lead Danzo to spare Naruto. Rather, it fueled his determination. As the young host of the Nine Tails, Naruto represented a highly malleable potential weapon in Danzo's eyes, a living instrument of destruction. Growing up in an environment marked by rejection and scorn from the Konoha ninja community, Naruto's deep-seated desire for recognition and affection became evident. Danzo believed that by donning a facade of kindness and appearing before Naruto, providing him with everything he yearned for, and divulging the truth of his heritage while shifting the blame for the villagers' disdain onto the Third Hokage, he could redirect Naruto's accumulated resentment and fury towards the Hokage. After all, publicly, everyone believed that it was the Third Hokage who strictly prohibited any mention of Naruto's identity as a jinchūriki in front of the innocent child. Wouldn't the Na'vi 3-year-old be grateful and eager to serve him? At that point, Danzo planned to tailor a rigorous training regimen to gradually erase Naruto's self-awareness, brainwashing him into becoming a mindless killing machine obedient to his commands. Once Naruto learned to harness the power of the Nine Tails within him, even if it was merely to achieve the transformation of 1 or 2 tails, this soulless instrument of slaughter, coupled with Naruto's uniquely troublesome lineage, would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Third Hokage, whom Danzo regarded as weak and ineffectual. Tuanzong refrained from interfering with Naruto's growth not only due to the superficial constraints imposed by his verbal agreement to the Third Hokage but also because he was concerned that Naruto, still fresh from the harsh lessons of humanity's darker side, might not be sufficiently desolate and reclusive, thus rendering any indoctrination ineffective and potentially alarming the Third Hokage into taking preemptive measures to rescue Naruto before his plans could unfold. Additionally, Naruto's youth posed a significant limitation. Even if he successfully harnessed the power of the Nine Tails, such strength would undoubtedly be fleeting and could even jeopardize his life. While Tuanzong might have relished the prospect of a second rampage by the Nine Tails causing further damage to the Third Hokage's domain, the current state of Konoha could scarcely withstand such turmoil. Should their strength wane, the village would be vulnerable to opportunistic attacks from other ninja villages. And unless Tuanzong wished to assume the role of a solitary commander, his aspirations of becoming Hokage would be rendered futile. Thus, any further action against Uzumaki Naruto was, for Tuanzong, a desperate gamble that could lead to mutual destruction, albeit one of the 2 strategies he had meticulously crafted, as he deemed controlling the young boy far more reliable than his elusive ally, Uchiha Madara. However, much like Tuanzong's failure to anticipate the Hyuga and Uchiha clans overcoming their historical grievances to collaborate under Naruto's guidance, his scheme to send operatives to curry favor with Naruto would ultimately prove fruitless, potentially entangling him in a self-destructive trap. The success of this plan hinged on Naruto's ignorance of his heritage and his deep-seated animosity towards all things Konoha. Yet, Naruto was fully aware of the greatness of his parents and the profound love they held for him, even to the point of sacrificing their lives for his sake. How could he possibly be swayed by the impotent machinations of Tuanzong? The hatred that once resided in Naruto's heart had been significantly diminished by his unwavering belief in the bonds he formed with his comrades and the genuine care he received from friends, rendering any animosity towards the village nearly negligible. Therefore, Tuanzang's seemingly strategic maneuver on the chessboard, which appeared to be a clever ploy against the Third Hokage, became a fatal trap for him the moment he made his move. The entire game fell into Naruto's control, marking the moment Tuanzang unwittingly sealed his own fate in an inevitable defeat. As the year drew to a close, the bustling commercial streets of Konoha were infused with the joyous atmosphere of the upcoming new year. Amidst the throngs of cheerful people, Naruto, clad in warm, festive attire, strolled leisurely alongside Sasuke, both taking in the vibrant changes around them, embodying a carefree spirit. As time passes, the strength of Naruto and Sasuke steadily grows. Under the careful guidance of Fugaku, the two, still in their developmental stage, enjoy an abundance of rations. Not only are they well fed with delicious, custom-made bento prepared by Makoto, but they also need not worry about nutritional deficiencies hindering their training intensity. They dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to their practice, experiencing remarkable growth, both in stature and skill. More astonishingly, beneath their seemingly unremarkable spring attire, the two boys are notably equipped with medium-sized weights typically reserved for adult ninjas, their youthful frames already displaying the chiseled muscles that exude a masculine vigor. Should anyone naively gauge the strength of Naruto and Sasuke based solely on their physical appearance, they would surely encounter considerable difficulties. Perhaps due to the overwhelming fame of the Ninetales, the crowd, once dense and bustling, instinctively parts upon noticing Naruto's approach. Strangers move aside in silent unison, creating a pathway just wide enough for the two young ninjas to pass through, reminiscent of the miraculous parting of the seas by Moses. Hey, Naruto, I've completely mastered the Dragon Fire technique and the Phoenix Fire technique. When will you teach me a new ninjutsu? Sasuke, initially curious and excited by the spectacle, now comfortably enjoys the aura of authority that comes from being near Naruto. He leans in, almost impatiently, and after a moment's hesitation, lowers his voice to plead. Especially that technique you call the Rasengan. It requires no hand seals and is immensely powerful. To learn such a practical ninjutsu would be incredible, Naruto. Please, will you teach me the Rasengan? Oh, you've mastered the Dragon Fire technique and the Phoenix Fire technique? Naruto teases, cautioning him not to boast without substance. Remember, this afternoon your brother will personally evaluate your training results. If you become overly complacent and fail to meet his standards, you'll face the consequences. Faced with Sasuke's adorably contrite demeanor, Naruto, despite his hardened resolve, nearly concedes. After a deep breath to calm himself, he playfully crosses his arms and smirks. Besides, I've already told you, you're not suited for the Rasengan. Your chakra nature favors fire and lightning, while my Rasengan requires wind chakra to master. Instead of wasting time on something so challenging, you should focus on completing your assigned training goals first before trying to learn the Rasengan. Sigh once again. It is said that I can indeed launch an offensive with a significant breakthrough using the Great Fireball technique. I am not incapable of wielding the wind release, small fan. Although I have personally experienced the formidable challenges that surpass those encountered while studying the lightning release and fire release in the process of mastering wind release, great breakthrough. And I acknowledge that Naruto's words ring true. I cannot help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction and resentment. My heart yearns for the convenience, swiftness, and dazzling power of the Rasengan. With a slight pout, I gathered my thoughts and raised my chin with confidence, patting my chest. Fear not, Naruto. I am a genius of the Uchiha Clan, and I will not be bested by you. The Dragon Fire technique and the Phoenix Fire technique are merely two mid-tier jutsu. Having practiced them for so long, I have long mastered them. Even if my brother were to come and assess me personally, I would not falter. Is that so? Such confidence suggests you have indeed been diligently training, Naruto remarked, unable to suppress a fond smile upon witnessing Sasuke's unwavering gaze. After Sasuke finished speaking, his big, dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on Naruto, he couldn't resist the urge to affectionately touzle the hedgehog-like hair atop Sasuke's head while choosing to overlook his grumblings. With a softened tone, he playfully pinched Sasuke's nose. Otherwise, if Itachi-san is displeased, you might not get your tomatoes this week. Indeed, if I do not exert myself, I cannot learn the Rasengan early, Sasuke replied, habitually squinting and rubbing his plump little hand against his head. He had completely dismissed the fact that Naruto was of a similar age, and after playfully snuggling, he suddenly jolted, ceasing their banter to hasten his steps. Worrying about tomatoes is the least of my concerns. Hurry up, Naruto. It is already quite late, and if we do not quicken our pace, we will waste valuable training time. All right. Hey, slow down, Sasuke. Be careful not to fall. Upon noticing the sudden urgency of the little fan, Naruto could easily guess the reason behind it, stifling a laugh while feigning ignorance, teasingly calling out to Sasuke's retreating figure until the small one vanished into the crowd. At which point, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, this child is young and easily appeased. Perhaps I should introduce him to Kakashi-sensei sooner rather than later? It isn't practical for him to keep pestering me to learn the Rasengan. I cannot possibly teach him the Rasengan at such a young age. While patiently dissuading the little fan from pursuing the Rasengan, it was not that Naruto was unwilling to share his knowledge. Firstly, as he had pointed out, the wind-release Rasengan was not suitable for Sasuke, who excelled in lightning and fire chakra natures. Secondly, Naruto, having gleaned insights from his past life, understood that among the ninjutsu without hand seals, only Kakashi's self-created lightning release, Chidori, was the most fitting choice for Sasuke. Rather than prematurely impart the unsuitable Rasengan to the little fan, it would be wiser to resolutely refuse and devise a comprehensive plan to help Sasuke enhance his physical resilience, ensuring that when Kakashi eventually taught Sasuke Chidori, he could integrate and master it more effectively. Moreover, after spending considerable time together, Naruto became acutely aware that his companion, the young fan, was indeed worthy of the illustrious Uchiha surname, were it not for the clandestine enhancement of his training through the shadow clone technique. The innate talent and perceptiveness of the innocent young Sasuke would undoubtedly surpass that of Naruto. However, Naruto understood that showering excessive praise on a child could lead to arrogance and complacency, ultimately hindering their training and discipline. This was not merely a fanciful notion of Naruto's. The most straightforward evidence lay in the original narrative where, even at the age of 12, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, Sasuke could only assert himself among his peers to a limited extent. Not only did his prowess fall short compared to the prodigious Neji Hyuga, also hailing from a clan distinguished for its ocular techniques, but he was also easily outmatched by the tenaciously hardworking genius, Rock Lee. Furthermore, as Naruto, whom he had always underestimated, made rapid strides in his abilities through relentless effort, the gap in strength between them began to close, eventually leading to a burgeoning potential for Sasuke to be surpassed. It could be said that the Sasuke depicted in the original work resembled Fang Zhongyong from the tales of Naruto's past life. Having squandered 12 years of his remarkable innate gifts, had he not defected to pursue training under Orochimaru, he might have gradually settled into mediocrity, becoming akin to a frivolous playboy with no accomplishments in the world of Tsukuyami. This evoked in Naruto a mix of regret and curiosity about how much greater Sasuke's achievements might have been had he diligently honed his skills. Thus, Naruto was determined to prevent Sasuke from engaging in any fruitless endeavors that would waste his time. Ah, good morning, Naruto. How did you sleep last night? Just as Naruto was deep in thought, weighing the pros and cons of having Sasuke learn the Chidori ahead of time, a kind and gentle voice from behind pulled him back to reality. Ah, Grandpa Danzo. Good morning. Through recent interactions, even without the all-seeing Byakugan, Naruto could instantly recognize the identity of the speaker. Suppressing the shivers that threatened to erupt across his skin, he turned around with an innocent smile appropriate for his age, stifling the nauseating feeling rising within him as he sweetly replied, "Thanks to Grandpa Danzo, I slept quite soundly." "Is that so? How wonderful." Danzo, secretly assessing Naruto's beaming face, found no hint of anomaly in his demeanor compared to their usual affectionate exchanges. His smile deepened as he donned the guise of a benevolent elder, reaching out to ruffle Naruto's hair affectionately, his voice shifting from its usual coldness to one of endearment. "Ah, you've got a new outfit. You look quite dashing today. Little one, the most handsome child I have ever seen." As Naruto and Danzo engaged in a seemingly jovial conversation, the villagers, who had previously been displeased by Naruto's boisterous presence in the marketplace, hastily quickened their pace to depart, thus granting the duo ample space to converse freely without the worry of interruption. As winter transitions into spring, the Hidden Leaf Village experiences notable changes. Not solely due to the antics of Naruto and Sasuke, the villagers' disdainful murmurs regarding Naruto, the reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox, have gradually diminished. This shift is not attributed to any grand accomplishments by Naruto that might awaken the villagers from their oblivious existence, but rather due to the presence of a benevolent elder who frequently engages with Naruto, leveraging his status as one of the 3 advisors of the Elder Council to intimidate the villagers into showing favor towards Naruto. This elder, Danzo Shimura, aims to subtly manipulate Naruto into aligning with his motives. Some astute villagers have begun to sense that Naruto may harbor profound secrets, transforming their overt disdain into hypocritical flattery. Naruto, having a deep understanding of Danzo's true nature, typically plays along with his disingenuous flattery while dismissing it privately. In light of his prior discussions with the Third Hokage, Naruto welcomes the benefits that come with Danzo's attempts to ingratiate himself. The prospect of evading the unwarranted scorn of the villagers is a boon he cannot afford to reject. After all, he believes it would be foolish to spurn the advantages that Danzo, with ulterior motives, is offering him. Moreover, it is a rare opportunity for Naruto to witness Danzo inadvertently placing the chance to reclaim his investment directly before him, all while suppressing his amusement at the elder's foolishness. With Naruto deliberately concealing his true nature beneath the guise of an innocent child, Danzo, who already underestimated Naruto due to his youth, remains blissfully unaware of any discrepancies. In a bid to cultivate a closer bond with the young Jinchūriki, Danzo entirely relinquishes his usual aloof demeanor, maintaining a congenial smile as he gently lifts Naruto into his arms, proceeding leisurely towards the exit of the commercial district. However, the absence of perceived flaws does not imply that the inherently suspicious Danzo is entirely at ease with Naruto. Due to a recent shift in strategy aimed at winning Naruto over, members of the Root organization have increasingly taken to shadowing and surveilling Naruto's every action in daily life. Despite the constraints imposed by the vow made 3 years prior, which prevented Danzo from openly severing ties with the Third Hokage, he relinquished the enticing notion of abducting Naruto to indoctrinate him into the Root organization. However, upon piecing together fragments of intelligence reported by his subordinates, Danzo swiftly became aware of Naruto's recent behavior, no longer concealing his camaraderie with Sasuke in public. This revelation stirred unease within the cunning old fox, prompting him to take personal initiative in approaching Naruto. After all, if Naruto were merely engaging in innocent play with his peers, it would not have warranted Danzo's concern. Yet, further investigation revealed that this seemingly harmless child was not only of the Uchiha lineage but also the cherished son of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. At a time when tensions were high between himself and the Third Hokage, Danzo had recently resolved to engage with Naruto, only to discover that the Uchiha heir had seemingly allied with the Hyuga clan, positioning themselves alongside the Third Hokage. This development led Danzo to surmise that the Hokage had orchestrated measures to counter his machinations. Faced with this compelling evidence of the Hokage's clandestine concern for Naruto, Danzo felt an unexpected surge of satisfaction rather than dread. Given Naruto's age, Danzo did not anticipate him unleashing significant power from the Nine Tails. Rather, he was more intrigued by Naruto's perceived importance in the Hokage's eyes, which might deter any reckless actions against him. Thus, upon learning of Sasuke's unexpected presence by Naruto's side, Danzo did not abandon his plans to win over Naruto. Instead, he became convinced that recruiting this Nine-Tails vessel was the most prudent course of action. Like a game of cat and mouse, he increasingly positioned himself around Naruto, disregarding the potential damage to his reputation and the inevitable attention it would draw from the Third Hokage. He frequently encountered Naruto, overtly showering him with attention as part of his strategy to secure this pivotal piece in his scheme. "Speaking of you, little Naruto," Danzo remarked, observing the boy nestled comfortably in his arms, playfully toying with his fingers. A smile spread across his face as he casually teased. "You've donned new garments before the new year. Are you off to play with some little girl?" The mention of a playmate made Naruto shudder, the discomfort amplifying as he found himself cradled by this duplicitous old fox. Although it was not the first time he had been lifted by Danzo, he struggled to suppress the urge to retch, managing to hold back the bile that threatened to rise. After a brief pause and tilting his head slightly, he waved his chubby little hands and replied, No, little girl. I'm going to play with a little boy. Have you made a new friend recently?" The little boy responded without hesitation, his answer mirroring the information he had acquired. This made Danzo feel a sense of satisfaction, while his doubts about Naruto gradually diminished. Adjusting his facial muscles to appear more amiable, he continued to probe. "That sounds like wonderful news, young one. Has he told you his name?" "Of course he has," the boy exclaimed cheerfully. "Ever since I met Grandpa Danzo, I feel like my luck has improved a lot." Upon hearing Danzo's noticeably improved tone, Naruto secretly sighed in relief, feeling he had successfully passed a test, while desperately suppressing the urge to vomit. He forced himself to nuzzle closer to Danzo, behaving like an innocent child, and continued, half praising and half showing off. "Hey, Grandpa Danzo, let me tell you, this guy's name is super strange. Let me think. I think it's something like fool. Yes, it's fool. Fool? That is not the correct pronunciation. His name should be pronounced differently, Danzo corrected gently, slightly taken aback by the awkward name Naruto had struggled to pronounce. Realizing this was merely the name of Fugaka's younger son, he smiled and felt relieved that Naruto's words were entirely truthful. Wait, isn't that kid's name Sasuke, not fool? He thought, silently hoping this playful nickname would never reach the ears of little Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto pretended to have a sudden realization, clapping his hands together lightly, and smiled, secretly teasing the hypocritical old man. I see. Truly impressive, Grandpa Danzo. You even know who I mispronounced. You really know a lot. I want to become as smart as you one day. Ahaha, you sweet-talking little rascal. You're still quite young, yet your words are so charming. After all, I have met that child a few times, so knowing his name is not a great feat. As Danzo heard these words, he instinctively felt a strange discomfort. Yet, Naruto's innocent smile remained unchanged, and despite his vast experience with people, Danzo could find no flaw in the child's demeanor. He chose to regard it as mere childish innocence and awkwardness, responding with mild praise. After a brief pause, feeling that he had nurtured a good rapport with Naruto, and having found the boy's responses satisfactory after several attempts, Danzo's remaining doubts and defenses began to fade significantly. Furthermore, with the third Hokage's persistent pressure leaving him little time to spare, he pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding to commence his plan. Oh, by the way, I just remembered that during this year's New Year, you were alone at home, right? Spending it alone must have been rather lonely. How about this? This year, come to my place and celebrate with Grandpa. He assures you that he will host you splendidly. Grandpa Toanzo mentioned that during the New Year festivities, I could visit his home to celebrate together with you. Upon hearing these words, Naruto immediately comprehended that the ever-suspicious Toanzo had finally reached the end of his patience. Unable to resist taking the bait, tears welled up in his heart as he reflected on the trials he had endured over the past days. Realizing that his perseverance had not been in vain, however, his expression remained steadfast, with his facial muscles and brows adjusting to portray a facade of incredulous timidity and delight, befitting his experience and age, in order to avoid revealing any signs of his true intentions at such a critical moment. As Naruto hesitantly inquired and cautiously scrutinized the old fox before him, he noticed the frown lines on Toanzo's forehead gradually easing, further validating that his cautious demeanor was not unwarranted. Just as Naruto feared, Toanzo, who was inherently distrustful, would always retain a degree of caution, even when beginning to trust someone. The belief that the only person one can truly rely on is oneself is a principle Toanzo holds dear, to the extent that it could be deemed his ninja way. This subtle habit, born from countless adversities, has been a significant factor in his survival to this day. From the outset of their interactions, Toanzo had never once mentioned the organization. The invitation he extended was, on the surface, merely a request for Naruto to come to his home to celebrate the new year. Had Naruto, without hesitation, accepted this clear sign of Toanzo's softened vigilance and inquired about the location of his home, tied to the organization, Toanzo's astute nature would have immediately detected Naruto's awareness of his true identity or intentions, leading him to re-establish his defenses. Even if Naruto, realizing his mistake, endeavored to feign innocence, it would likely be too late for him to gain even a sliver of trust from the cunning old fox. How peculiar. Could it be that I am truly overthinking this? This little one appears to be nothing more than a mere child. Observing Naruto's unaltered demeanor during his cautious probing, Toanzo mused internally, momentarily concluding that the young lad, aside from being the son of a hero and the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, was simply an ordinary, naive child, blissfully unaware of his own origins. After a brief contemplation, he decided against further probing in the immediate future, fearing that his attempts might inadvertently push the Nine-Tails brat away from the invitation, or worse, allow that Uchiha child to exploit the situation and sway him toward the third Hokage's camp, ultimately transforming the entire scheme into a foolish endeavor of dressing someone else's bride. Indeed, it is true, little one. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to suppress the inexplicable foreboding that coiled around my heart. After a brief pause, Danzo, with a gentle smile, reached out to tenderly tousle Naruto's golden, soft hair. Maintaining a soothing tone, he responded to Naruto's words, stating that a good child like Naruto, so obedient and endearing, could not be left alone at home during the significant and bustling festival that occurs only once a year during the Spring Festival. Unforgiving? Ha, Danzo. You old fool. Your words are more melodious than a song. It is you, This old wretch, who has subjected me to scorn and contempt for 3 long years, living a life more akin to that of a beast. How could you now casually utter such words without a hint of self-reflection? Just a glance at your feigned, insincere smile could easily make me regurgitate the ramen I had just devoured. Truly, one can be shameless and invincible. Really? How splendid. I struggled to suppress the urge to unleash a barrage of spiraling spheres upon that annoyingly cheerful visage of Danzo's. At last, unable to contain my desire to ridicule, I feigned delight and stared vacantly, all the while suppressing the twitching of my lips and the overwhelming nausea rising within me. With exuberance, I leaped into Danzo's embrace. Nuzzling and playfully cooing, I knew Grandpa Danzo loves Naruto the most. Grandpa Danzo is the best. Whoa. Ha ha ha. You rascally little one, be careful not to fall. Yes, yes. I love Grandpa Danzo the most. From the perspective of a passerby, the affectionate interaction between Naruto and Danzo resembled that of a close-knit grandfather and grandson, bound by blood. This familiarity made the villagers, who understood Danzo's true identity, hesitant to openly criticize Naruto. Yet, none could fathom the intricate psychological games that lay hidden beneath this seemingly mundane exchange of dialogue. In the third outdoor survival training ground, having left the commercial street, Naruto seized the pretext of playing with Sasuke to liberate himself from Danzo's embrace. After enduring a prolonged period of Danzo's duplicitous charm and the discomfort of being held, stepping back into the training ground instilled in Naruto an exhilarating sense of liberation, as if he were reborn. Come and spend time with Grandpa. I promise to treat you well, Danzo had said, implying a competitive struggle against the third Hokage, attempting to manipulate me, the young jinchūriki, to harness the power of the Nine Tails. A simple statement, yet it had taken days to articulate, demonstrating the trouble of dealing with this shameless old fox. The shadow clone responsible for diverting the root organization's members dispelled itself, and the unique nature of the shadow clone technique allowed all the memories and sensations experienced by the clone to be conveyed back to the original body. Upon realizing that the facade of an entirely opposite training ground had been successfully constructed, a sigh of relief escaped him. After a brief pause, the delicate features of his youthful face contorted with anguish, and his hands hung limply by his sides, swaying unsteadily as he trudged forward. Speaking of which, my soul has indeed descended into a state of utter depravity. Dear Grandpa Danzo, I hold you in such high regard. In my quest to eliminate that cunning old fox, I have recently become increasingly adept at bargaining away my very soul. Ha ha ha. How unbearably frustrating this is. In a certain sense, Naruto felt a peculiar gratitude towards Danzo for extending an olive branch today. After all, if he had lingered for just a day or two longer, it was likely that before Danzo lowered his guard and placed his trust in him, Naruto would have already succumbed to madness, his aspirations unfulfilled and life extinguished. Damn it. Next time, I must ensure that old scoundrel does not embrace me, especially while clad in the beautiful new outfit that Aunt Makoto painstakingly crafted for me. Such an embrace would ruin it entirely. Ugh, the stench is revolting. Oh, my poor new clothes. As Naruto lamented and occasionally retched, tears streaming down his face, he moved to reunite with Sasuke, who had advanced ahead. Yet, he overlooked a crucial fact. Indeed, he had gained Danzo's trust and received an invitation. But the timeframe Danzo referred to was still some distance away. It was during the upcoming Spring Festival. In other words, poor Naruto, you are celebrating far too soon. Your day of suffering is far from over. With the Spring Festival approaching, the third survival training ground gradually transformed under the melting snow into a vibrant green, adorned with remnants of white that enhanced its enchanting beauty, creating a striking and unique landscape. However, these rare springtime vistas failed to capture even a fraction of Sasuke's interest as he stood with his arms crossed in the empty field, his eyes tightly shut. The soft lashes trembled slightly, and the muscles that had previously been concealed beneath a thick winter coat were now taut and visible. After a brief pause, he slowly bent forward, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. There are 5 targets in total, positioned at 120 degrees southeast, 310 degrees northwest, and 180 degrees directly south. If I recall correctly, there should be another one hidden behind the tree, which I cannot attack directly. As my mind raced to calculate the positions of the targets and the appropriate methods of attack, my small, chubby hands deftly delved into the new pouch of ninja tools at my waist, retrieving 6 gleaming iron shuriken. I divided them into 2 groups, skillfully holding them between my fingers. I adjusted the pressure of my finger joints to ensure the shuriken were poised at the most optimal angle. Although my brother and Naruto often believed it was still too early for me to attempt the final target, I had diligently trained for many days. And it was only reasonable that I should try once more. Let us give it a shot. After all, Naruto isn't here. And I need not fear his ridicule in case of failure. With my resolve firmly established, I slowly opened my eyes, which had been tightly shut. The playful innocence in my onyx-like pupils vanished, replaced by a fleeting glimmer of confidence. Almost instantaneously, as my words left my lips, I unleashed the pent-up energy within me, transforming into a small afterimage that vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, I leaped into the air, soaring several meters high. I can already jump higher than before. This gives me more time in the air. As delight bubbled within me, I swiftly scanned my surroundings, quickly determining the target's position based on my earlier mental calculations, though I was curious to see how high I could jump without the weight. It was best to see if I could succeed in one attempt first, drawing upon my long-term training. My body instinctively remembered the techniques before my brain could fully process the visual information. Without waiting for my mind to catch up, my body pivoted, executing a rapid spin to enhance the speed of my shuriken release while adjusting the angle of my throw. The shuriken, held between my fingers, transformed into swift shadows as I forcefully launched them. Bang, 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 bang. Under the increasingly refined control of my shuriken technique, the projectiles traced elegant arcs through the air, striking the wooden target set amidst the surrounding bushes, which bore the marks of previous attempts. Each shuriken landed perfectly, hitting the bullseye with rhythmic clarity. However, this impressive feat of hitting all 4 targets did not bring a hint of joy or relaxation to my face. My countless prior attempts had instilled in me a profound understanding, compared to the 5th target, which was obscured by cover and thus could not be directly attacked. The challenge of hitting the first 4 was merely a warm-up. Although my actions in throwing the first 4 shuriken had become significantly smoother and quicker than at the outset, it did not change the fact that I was merely harnessing the momentum of my jump to hover temporarily, rather than truly flying. Indeed, the performance Sasuke had just exhibited could still be deemed exceptional among his peers and even within the ranks of lower ninjas. In less than a fleeting second, he successfully completed an entire sequence of movements. Nonetheless, by the time the 4th shuriken was released, Sasuke had already exhausted the last vestiges of the upward force he had garnered from his leap, beginning to succumb to the pull of gravity. Coupled with the substantial weight he bore, which remained unrelieved, the scant time he had to remain airborne dwindled further, leaving him with precious little opportunity to meticulously contemplate the trajectory of the remaining shurikens. Stay calm, Sasuke. If Naruto can do it, so can you. With a fleeting glance at the rapidly approaching ground below, Sasuke rallied himself as he gently caressed the last 2 shurikens in his grasp. The next target awaited him. Suppressing the tumult within his heart, he swiftly honed in on the optimal moment to launch his final assault. The shuriken held in his left hand was the first to be cast forth. However, despite its swiftness akin to its predecessors, this 5th shuriken veered off course at a perilous 45-degree angle, straying far from its intended mark, as if Sasuke's calculations had faltered. Now, in that instant, rather than hastily discarding the final shuriken in his right hand or attempting to prolong his time in the air due to the apparent miscalculation, Sasuke instead pivoted, bent his legs, and forcefully propelled himself against the sturdy trunk behind him, utilizing it to hasten his descent. As he performed a forward roll to alleviate the impact of his rapid fall, he raised his hand, channeling all his strength into his wrist, and hurled the 6th shuriken towards the anticipated trajectory of the 5th. Though the 6th shuriken was unleashed slightly later than the 5th, Sasuke had deliberately tempered his strength during the previous throw, allowing the 6th shuriken to reach its mark first. With a resounding clang, the 6th shuriken collided with the 5th due to the momentum gained from its trajectory. As sparks flew from the friction of the metal upon metal, the 5th shuriken, redirected by the impact, successfully navigated around the towering tree, propelled forth towards the sole target marked as number 5, which bore only 2 distinct gashes. Boom. Yes, I actually succeeded. Of course, I would succeed. I am Uchiha Sasuke, a prodigy of the Hidden Leaf Village, just like my brother and Naruto. As he witnessed the shuriken execute the planned turn, Sasuke momentarily froze in astonishment. It was not until he heard the familiar crisp sound of metal embedding into wood that he snapped back to reality, leaping into the air with exhilaration, shouting in triumph. With a jubilant tune on his lips, he strutted over to inspect his wooden target. That wasn't too difficult at all. How could a prodigy born from the illustrious Uchiha clan possibly be thwarted by such trivial shuriken techniques? The boastful words of Sasuke abruptly ceased the moment he beheld the scene behind the tree trunk. Indeed, Sasuke had successfully redirected the fifth shuriken aimed at the target by colliding it with two others. However, he had overlooked a seemingly inconspicuous detail that ultimately led to his failure. It was not only Sasuke who had grown alongside the passage of time, but also the vibrant forest, which had gradually come to life since the onset of spring. Sasuke had commenced his shuriken training and set up 5 wooden targets after Naruto visited his home and agreed to continue mentoring him just over a month ago. During this period, Sasuke had been diligently practicing his basic shuriken techniques on the 4th target, neglecting to notice that the large tree housing the 5th target had quietly grown taller. This seemingly minor discrepancy, while not altering the fact that Sasuke had struck the 5th target, was sufficient to cause the 5th shuriken to veer slightly downward, resulting in his missed opportunity to experience the satisfaction of hitting the bullseye based on his previous impressions. This is impossible. The dramatic turn of events rendered the smile on the little fan's face stiff and gradually faded. After a moment of stupor, he swiftly formed hand seals, childishly preparing to unleash a fire technique upon the tree that had spoiled his good mood, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, fire style. Great fire. What are you mumbling about over there, Sasuke?" "Huh? Ah, it's nothing. Heh, really? Just nothing." Just as Sasuke felt a surge of frustration rising in his throat, ready to incinerate the loathsome tree before him, Naruto's teasing voice suddenly reached his ears, causing him to falter in his hand seals. As his ninjutsu failed, he awkwardly turned around, stammering, and after a brief pause, scratched his head with a grin while glancing at Naruto, attempting to deflect the topic with a stream of questions to mask his earlier blunder. "By the way, you're so slow, Naruto. Why are you only just arriving now? I've already completed a round of physical training. Is it just my imagination? Or do you seem to be walking slower lately? We set out together, and yet you've only just arrived. And also, I encountered a few issues on the way that held me up a bit." Engaging in a battle of wits with Danzo had consumed nearly an entire morning of Naruto's training time, even though he rushed to catch up. By the time he saw the little fan, who was clearly exhausted and sweating profusely, it was already high noon. However, Naruto had no intention of revealing the truth to the adorable little fan or dragging him into the murky waters of his troubles. After casually brushing it off, he turned slightly to sidestep Sasuke, who was attempting to obscure something with outstretched arms. Not far away, he noticed a shuriken partially buried in the ground and another that had failed to hit the bullseye on the 5th target. This led him to surmise the source of the little fellow's frustration, and while he chuckled inwardly, his admiration for Sasuke's innate talent only grew deeper. Indeed, the innate talent of a child hailing from the Uchiha clan is truly enviable. It is noteworthy that when Naruto instructed Sasuke in the art of shuriken throwing, he did not rigidly impart the secrets to striking the 5th target. Instead, he merely demonstrated the arc-like trajectory of the shuriken's throw at the outset, omitting any mention of employing additional shuriken for directional assistance. In other words, this frustrated little fan, standing before us, not only conceived a solution suitable for himself through sheer intellect, but has also taken action to validate the viability of his approach. Although Naruto often insists that children should not be overly praised, he genuinely acknowledges that Sasuke, at the tender age of 4, has displayed an imagination and initiative that far surpass the typical childish aspirations of his peers. The accomplishment of his training goal, while perhaps trivial in the eyes of an adult, is a testament to the effort this child has invested, as Naruto, who has closely guided and witnessed Sasuke's growth, fully understands the dedication required. Even if the outcome is slightly flawed, it does not diminish Naruto's willingness to commend Sasuke. After all, this recognition is a deserved reward for the little fan, who voluntarily relinquished carefree playtime with his contemporaries to diligently practice and persevere. "It appears you have not heeded my advice and attempted this alone, resulting in an imperfect outcome," Sasuke remarked with an extended tone, observing Naruto's anxious expression as he faced the truth of his critique. Lowering his head in disappointment, Naruto gently placed his hand on the little fan's head, soothingly ruffling his hair as if he were on the verge of tears. With a shift in tone, he smiled and softly praised, "However, this result is still quite satisfactory. If you pay attention to the smallest details next time, I am confident you will achieve success directly." "Wait, does that mean?" Sasuke lifted his small head in disbelief, blushing as he felt the gentle hand resting above him. Instinctively squinting and relishing the warmth, he eagerly inquired, "You're not angry with me?" "Of course not. I am overjoyed that you could come up with such a brilliant idea without any assistance. Why would I be upset? Observing the little fan's transformation from sorrow to joy, his big, pleading eyes sparkling with a desire for praise, Naruto's earlier frustration from his encounter with Danzo dissipated. He marveled at this little angel and enveloped Sasuke in a hearty embrace, leaning down to whisper in the ear of the blushing child, whose face resembled a ripe tomato. "You did wonderfully. No, I should say, you did exceptionally well. Outstanding work, Sasuke. And thank you for your hard work, Sasuke." Apart from his parents and elder brother, Sasuke harbors the utmost admiration for Naruto, who, despite appearing to be of a similar age, exudes an aura of mystery. Naruto's extensive experience, formidable strength, and ceaselessly gentle demeanor have won the unreserved affection of this small fan. Consequently, the rare praise bestowed upon Sasuke by Naruto serves as a powerful motivator, compelling him to abandon his previously lazy and eccentric disposition and to persevere in his training without complaint. Now that his efforts have been rewarded, the childlike nature of Sasuke, who is at an age characterized by playfulness and a penchant for affection, can no longer contain itself. He clings to Naruto, releasing the pent-up grievances that have long been suppressed within him, transforming them into tears of overwhelming joy, and begins to wail. Indeed, no matter how much one may strive to appear strong, one ultimately remains but a child. Naruto, who initially intended to tease the little one in his arms, pauses upon noticing the warm tears cascading down Sasuke's neck. Overcome by guilt for having focused solely on Sasuke's future achievements while neglecting the fact that he is merely an innocent child, Naruto's gaze softens with tenderness. He gathers Sasuke closer, gently patting and caressing his back, while affectionately nuzzling the side of Sasuke's face. "It must have been difficult to endure until now, Sasuke," he murmurs. "Go ahead, cry. Let it all out. You'll feel much better." The contrast between the earnest, obedient demeanor of the boy in his arms and the malevolent intentions of Danzo, one of the architects behind the destruction of much of Sasuke's happiness, fills Naruto with a deep-seated loathing. Resolute, he casts aside all reservations, vowing that in the impending confrontation with Danzo, no matter the peril, he would seize the opportunity to end the old thief's wretched existence. "Rest assured, Sasuke. As long as I am here, no one will harm you again." The scene of the two boys, one sobbing and the other offering comfort, lingers for about 10 minutes until Sasuke's cries gradually subside, overtaken by an increasingly noticeable tremor throughout his body. Though the new spring has arrived, the biting cold wind still stings one's face. Having already perspired profusely during training, Sasuke's tears have exacerbated his moisture loss, depleting his body of warmth. The decision to remove his thick winter coat for the sake of training further contributes to his rapid loss of heat, transforming him from a boy who initially bore his discomfort with grit into a shivering, pitiable figure. "Well, it's about time to wrap up for today. Let's take a break and have a bite, Sasuke." In his current state, continuing the training would be unwise if they do not kindle a fire for warmth soon. This little one might well succumb to a fever and be bedridden for days on end. With the delightful surprise presented by the little one in his arms today, Naruto decided against rigidly adhering to his original training schedule for physical arts. For the first time since arriving in the world of Hokage, he made an exception and commenced his afternoon rest earlier than planned. It seemed unlikely that any bear would consider this spot a cozy den for hibernation. Thus, wearing that would only make you colder. After extensive training, Naruto had become intimately familiar with the terrain of training ground number 3. With a discerning eye, he guided Sasuke to a nearby wind-sheltered cave, surveying the depths to ascertain whether it was occupied. He found a smooth rock of suitable shape for Sasuke to sit on and, after a brief pause, glanced at the cotton jacket in Sasuke's possession, which was already icy cold. He waved his hand to dissuade the little fan from donning it for warmth, instead removing his own coat and draping it over Sasuke's shoulders. "Just sit here for a while. You'll warm up soon. By the way, are you hungry?" "Yes, a little." Seeing the genuine concern emanating from Naruto, the shivering little fan felt an inexplicable warmth within. After obediently wrapping himself in Naruto's still warm coat, the involuntary shivers gradually subsided. As he stretched out his limbs, instinctively curled to retain body heat, he curiously inquired, "But, Naruto, aren't you cold wearing just that?" After uttering what seemed like a mundane inquiry, the little fan couldn't help but feel that perhaps his eyes were deceiving him. Naruto, clad only in a thin garment, appeared to stifle laughter at the question, biting his lip in amusement. Though he understood that Sasuke's words were meant kindly, Naruto nearly burst into laughter. With a mysterious wink, he playfully teased, "This little bit of cold one tea fazed me, so don't worry, Sasuke." Unbeknownst to the little fan, who was blissfully ignorant of Naruto's hidden advantages, The moment Naruto shed his coat, the proud nine-tails within him acted like a large heating pad, utilizing its chakra to warm Naruto discreetly. Not to mention, should the nine-tails wish, even if Naruto were to roll about in the snow naked, he would feel warmer than basking in the summer sun. Thus, the question Sasuke inadvertently posed was akin to inquiring whether Itachi feared Genjutsu, Gaara feared sand, or Might Guy feared competing in physical prowess. However, the reason for Naruto's amusement lay not solely in the innocent blunder of the little fan. It was the profound realization that there existed someone in this world who genuinely cared for him, and this heartfelt warmth was the true source of Naruto's nearly uncontrollable smile. While casually chatting with Sasuke, Naruto instructed his shadow clones, who had been diligently training in the third training ground, to gather dry branches and firewood to stack inside the cave. Once they had amassed a sufficient quantity, he utilized his adept chakra control skills to minimize the output of his great fireball technique, adjusting the intensity to produce fireballs no larger than the size of a palm. Before long, a roaring bonfire was ignited. "Ah, that's done. Come over, Sasuke, warm yourself by the fire to avoid catching a cold. And don't forget to heat your clothes as well." Satisfied with the flames dancing before him, Naruto stood tall and clapped his hands. What should we eat? Sushi? Never mind, it's all cold now. Is it really safe to eat? Besides, I'm still somewhat unaccustomed to raw fish. If only we could have a hot pot right now, accompanied by a savory dipping sauce. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water. Indeed, on such a chilly day before the new year, nothing feels more comforting than hot pot, along with rice dumplings, steamed meat, and spring rolls. Though he had grown accustomed to a life where merely eating until full sufficed, as a quintessential foodie from a nation renowned for its culinary delights, he could not help but indulge in selective choices when the opportunity arose. As he reminisced about the delectable dishes of his hometown, Naruto shifted his position to allow the small fan to warm itself by the fire, while deftly opening the bountiful lunchbox filled with nutritious food that Mikoto had prepared for him and Sasuke earlier that morning. He methodically displayed the food, selecting the rice balls that the small fan adored and placing them near the flames to warm. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved slices of fish from the sushi, skewering them onto sticks, and paired them with soy sauce and wasabi from the lunchbox, transforming the exquisitely crafted sashimi into a barbecue feast. As Sasuke ceased his trembling and stopped crying, feeling the warmth envelop him and even beginning to sweat slightly, an array of delicious rice balls and glistening grilled skewers emerged, steaming warmly on the tablecloth. With all this, it should be enough for both Sasuke and me, right? Hey, Sasuke, it's time to eat. Oh, I'm coming. Ah. You again. If my mother knew you turned the meticulously prepared sashimi into skewers, she would surely be furious. Having long since become accustomed to Naruto's peculiar aversion to raw fish, Sasuke approached, catching a glimpse of the now bare vinegar rice ball, which had lost its decorative fish accompaniment and appeared rather pitiful. Quickly deducing the origin of the fragrant grilled meat, he feigned a serious expression to tease Naruto. Yet his hands moved without hesitation. As he leaned in, he grasped a skewer with one hand and a rice ball with the other. Relishing the combination of rice and meat, his cherubic face soon glistening with grease. Huh, you always say that. Yet when do you ever eat less than me? It's already made, so we might as well enjoy it. That's what you said back then. Hey, look at you, little one, picking up on my words. Beside them lay ungrilled sashimi, yet if one found it unpalatable, why not indulge in that instead? Not at all. I never claimed to dislike it, just a playful tease. Naruto, with a cheerful glint in his eyes, observed Sasuke, for if the satisfaction of diners is the highest accolade for a chef, then the sight of the small fan voraciously devouring the delectable meal before him undoubtedly filled Naruto with pride and delight. Hey, slow down, you glutton. Leave some for me. If you eat so much alone, do you wish to become a little piglet? Judging by the diminishing food, it seemed Sasuke had already consumed a considerable portion. And as he retorted at Naruto's jest, Naruto rolled up his sleeves and unceremoniously dove toward the meal. Thus began their playful tussle over food, a daily ritual that subtly honed their reflexes. Of course, Naruto could not have anticipated that, having cultivated a discerning palate through Naruto's ever-improving culinary skills since childhood. Sasuke would later, upon forming Team 7 and facing Kakashi for the first time in the bell-snatching challenge, choose to share his lunch with Naruto out of a far more significant reason, his disdain for the taste. In a more distant future, after Naruto wed Hinata, she once confided in him a remark that left him both amused and perplexed. Naruto-kun is such a wonderful boy. If not, with his gentle, husband-like nature, he might have already changed his surname to Uchiha. Huh, how could that be? Don't worry, Hinata, even if I were to marry, it should rightly be Sasuke tying the knot with me. Wait, something seems off. According to Sasuke's recollection, Naruto's thoughtless remark, uttered without reflection, led to a peculiar misunderstanding. Even after Sasuke himself married not long after Naruto and Hinata's union, which showcased his straightforward masculinity, he would often feel an inexplicable gaze upon him whenever he met Naruto, the Hokage, to discuss confidential matters concerning Konoha. It was as if he were being watched intently, sending chills down his spine, leading him to believe someone wished him harm. This peculiar situation persisted until Sasuke's wife, a fellow woman, discerned the underlying truth, finally dispelling the subtle misunderstanding. Consequently, during conversations between Sasuke and Naruto, such scenarios frequently unfolded. Hey, Naruto, if you were a girl, how wonderful that would be. We've known each other since childhood. I would marry you without hesitation. Get lost. Why aren't you a girl instead? If anyone should marry, it should be me marrying you. In Naruto Uzumaki's office, the straightforward male Hokage maintained his earnest demeanor even today. As time passed, and their relentless training continued, not only did Naruto and Sasuke's physical resilience significantly improve, but the increasing demands of their training also enhanced their appetites at an astonishing rate. The most evident proof of this was the delectable lunch that vanished in mere moments. If this had occurred over a month ago, the lavish bounty of food, stacked high like a small mountain, would not only have been sufficient to leave Naruto and Sasuke feeling pleasantly full, with ample leftovers, but would also have served as their dinner and perhaps even breakfast for the next day or two. Yet now, the same quantity of food, consumed heartily by the two, barely managed to satisfy them to a comfortable 7/10 full. This noticeable shift in nutritional demand led Naruto, who once relied on the most inexpensive herbs solely for its use in making soldier pills to slightly expedite chakra recovery, to occasionally reflect on how naive and laughable his initial belief was that diligent training alone would swiftly enhance his abilities. Ever since his clandestine discussions with Uchiha Fugaku, Naruto now enjoys daily, tailored meals rich in nutrients and delectable flavors, meticulously prepared for him and Sasuke. The abundance of high-quality soldier pills provided to assist their training has become so plentiful that they can nibble on them like candies, despite possessing the formidable shadow clone technique, which serves as a powerful training aid. Naruto understands that without the legacy of his parents and the bond of friendship he inherited, he would not have gained Fugaku's unwavering support. This familial bond has afforded him the kind of care and attention from the clan leader that has greatly accelerated his training. Without such advantageous resources, Naruto's progress would surely have diminished by several folds. It seems that in any realm, wealth truly grants one the power to dictate their desires. Although Sasuke and I are both scions of prominent families, my Hokage father holding a higher position than Sasuke's, such a disparity in treatment is strikingly vast. Truly, the wisdom of the ancients rings true, comparison breeds discontent. Reflecting on this, Naruto contentedly patted his round belly while lounging by the warm fire, silently shedding tears of gratitude and lament. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze to Sasuke, who lay sprawled beside him, blissfully snoring. By the way, Sasuke, didn't you mention that apart from the last shuriken you threw to adjust your trajectory upon landing, the other 5 were launched while you were airborne? What inspired that approach? Sasuke, having fully regained his lost warmth and feeling pleasantly drowsy from the comforting heat of the fire and the satisfaction of a delicious meal, stirred at Naruto's inquiry. Rubbing his sleepy eyes and mustering the energy to sit up, he paused for a moment, placed his hands on his hips, lifted his chin, and responded with a hint of pride, of course. As a prodigy of the Uchiha Clan, it's only natural that I would realize that an aerial assault, initiated from above, would more effectively strike the target. No, what I wish to express is precisely this. Your surprise is rather overwhelming. Sasuke gazed at the proud little fan before him, while Naruto, though his face was adorned with a tender smile, could not help but twitch his lips slightly. Regardless of how many prodigies emerge, the talent of the Uchiha clan seems exceedingly extraordinary. Is it possible that Uncle Fugaku's genetic legacy is simply exceptional? Initially, Naruto was astonished by Sasuke's rapid advancement in shuriken techniques, achieved through his own diligent exploration. However, considering that Sasuke possessed the remarkable lineage of the Uchiha clan and had been influenced by the impressive talent exhibited by his elder brother Itachi from a young age, Naruto's high expectations for the little fan were not entirely unfounded. Yet, this assumption was predicated on the belief that Sasuke was merely standing still, practicing target shooting. Given Sasuke's age, Naruto had thought that hitting 4 out of 5 targets with shuriken thrown from a stationary position would be the pinnacle of the little fan's current capabilities. The act of throwing 5 shuriken, while suspended in midair and descending, is not only a task demanding immense precision and timing, but also requires significant mental calculation, especially when aiming at 5 distinct targets from various directions. The difficulty of this method is evidently greater than the former. It is often said that a tiger begets no dog, and even though Sasuke's innate talent had been overshadowed by his brother's brilliance, rendering him seemingly ordinary, he nonetheless demonstrated remarkable potential by calculating and adjusting the trajectory of his shuriken within mere moments. This proves that his abilities are not vastly inferior to those of his brother, still shining brightly enough to bear the title of genius. Goodness! Is Sasuke's talent destined to soar? At this rate, by the time he turns 12 and faces the Chunin exams, not only will Naruto need to find ways to protect Sasuke, but it seems that during their first encounter in the Forest of Death, Sasuke himself could very well handle Orochimaru without assistance. Could it be that Sasuke is the true protagonist? This thought left Naruto with a twitch at the corners of his mouth as he instinctively raised his hand to rub the soft, bewildered face of the little fan, pausing briefly to calm his emotions before a deeper smile spread across his eyes. This is splendid. This means I can save myself a great deal of trouble. The realization that Sasuke's potential far exceeds his own expectations not only rekindled Naruto's feelings of inadequacy, but also filled him with genuine joy and satisfaction for Sasuke. Originally, Naruto simply wished to ascertain how much Sasuke's hard-earned strength could surpass that of the original narrative, but with each new surprise Sasuke revealed, he found himself compelled to acknowledge the formidable potential harbored within this young fan who looked up to him with such admiration. No one is perfect. Even with knowledge of the future's trajectory and the origins of various upheavals, one cannot guarantee, solely through personal strength, the flawless rewriting of all companions' destinies. This is why Naruto adhered to the original storyline with unwavering humility before his acquaintance with Sasuke. Should Naruto make a misstep at a pivotal juncture diverging from the original narrative, he would undoubtedly require the intervention of a formidable ally to steer him back from the brink of error. Now, with Sasuke demonstrating remarkable potential, he evidently possesses the qualifications to halt Naruto's misguided path at some point in the future. As long as Naruto can nurture and sustain the profound bond of unwavering mutual trust with Sasuke, the Uchiha who stands as one of the most powerful men in the ninja world, he will serve as a crucial safeguard and support when Naruto endeavors to alter the fate of this world. As for the primary safeguard, it seems that speaking of the devil conjures him forth. A sudden influx of memories from shadow clones alerted Naruto to the rapid approach of a familiar figure. Interrupting his thoughts, he gently patted Sasuke's head, signaling him to rise. Dusting himself off, he turned to face the slender, gentle silhouette illuminated by the light streaming through the cave entrance. Good afternoon, Itachi-san. Uchiha Itachi, the great hero who loved his village and willingly embraced death for his brother, was the most fitting choice for Naruto's primary safeguard upon entering the world of Hokage. The Uchiha brothers, Sasuke and Itachi, who in the original story loved one another yet found themselves at odds due to a web of conspiracies, would have their tragic fate of mutual destruction shattered by Naruto. In this new life, their bond would transform into a dual assurance for Naruto, restraining him from making grievous mistakes at crucial moments. Through the use of the multi-shadow clone technique, Naruto diligently honed his skills, guiding the young fan in their training while occasionally teasing them. Struggling against the nausea induced by Danzo's presence, who had begun to descend into a trap and was counting down to his demise, Naruto's days were filled to the brim. The fast-paced rhythm of his life rendered the swift passage of time nearly imperceptible. Almost on the very day he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, the annual, grand, and lively celebration of the Spring Festival quietly approached, coinciding with the prearranged day he had agreed upon with the old man Danzo to return home. Kakashi Hitaki? Raikiri? What is that? The little fan, persistently pestering Naruto to teach him the Rasengan, paused, slightly taken aback by the unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar name of the strange jutsu that Naruto had uttered. Frowning and crossing his arms, he rummaged through his mind for a source of familiarity while pouting in mild dissatisfaction. Naruto, you can't be thinking of just finding someone to teach me a high-level jutsu to fool me, can you? Observing the small fan before him with a disdainful expression, one cannot help but be reminded of the original narrative where Sasuke, after dazzling in the Chunin exams with his Chidori, persistently urged Kakashi to teach him the technique. Now, In a role reversal, it is the once-derided jutsu that has transformed into Raikiri, eliciting a suppressed chuckle from Naruto. How could this be? Sasuke, did I not previously mention that there exists a jutsu of the same type more suited to you than the Rasengan? That would be Raikiri, classified as an elite technique, even more formidable than my Rasengan. However, if Kakashi were to instruct you, he would likely have you begin with the foundational Chidori. As Naruto stifled his amusement and subtly turned his head to prevent the small fan from detecting his mirth, he paused momentarily to softly reassure and explain, extending his hand to gently caress the soft, surprised face of the small fan, which had shifted from delight to disdain. Do not underestimate Chidori as a fundamental technique. While it ranks one tier below Raikiri, it possesses the same level of potency as my Rasengan. Furthermore, Raikiri is the product of Kakashi's personal refinement based on his unique characteristics, and though it boasts enhanced power, its scope for further modification is limited. It may not be wholly suited for you, whereas Chidori, as a foundational technique, offers greater potential for development and personalization, allowing you to carve out a unique path distinct from Raikiri, tailored to your own needs and training methods. Is that so? Is it really as remarkable as you claim? Despite his dissatisfaction and resistance, the small fan, trusting in Naruto and feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the name Raikiri, found himself increasingly intrigued and curious. After a brief pause, he crossed his arms and skeptically inquired, wait, if Raikiri is truly as powerful as you say, why have I never heard of it before? My father's scroll on lightning techniques does not mention this jutsu. You haven't fabricated it, have you? Certainly not, Naruto replied, understanding that the small fan's words stemmed from an ongoing obsession with mastering the Rasengan rather than a genuine disinterest in Chidori. After a moment of contemplation, he responded with a smile, unhurried and composed. It is only natural that few are aware of Raikiri, as it is a unique jutsu created by Kakashi, the esteemed disciple of the late Fourth Hokage. This is not a matter of Naruto deceiving Sasuke, although Kakashi shone brightly during the war, particularly in the Battle of the Kemui Bridge. Due to the existence of Chidori, those who have witnessed Kakashi wielding this technique are either no longer alive, such as Lin Yahara and Naruto's father, or they are individuals like Obito Uchiha, who feigned death to assume Madara Uchiha's identity and has been preoccupied with chaos as Tobi. Those who managed to escape, even if they survived, either focused their attention on the illustrious Namikaze Minato, known for his golden flash, neglecting the performance of the young Kakashi, or felt too embarrassed to speak of their defeat at the hands of a mere child. Moreover, young individuals on the battlefield, adorned with the title of genius and achieving remarkable results, are not uncommon, leading to the information regarding Chidori's fleeting yet dazzling display not being disseminated widely. This was a rare opportunity that I had to request for a long time. Once this village is passed, such an opportunity will not arise again. So, Sasuke, will you learn Chidori or not? After a long pause, there was no response from Sasuke. Just as Naruto thought Sasuke was still reluctant to part with the allure of the Rasengan and was about to speak up to provoke him, he turned around only to be taken aback by Sasuke's suddenly joyful expression. What? Kakashi, the creator of Chidori, is the direct disciple of the Fourth Hokage. During Naruto's explanation, little Sasuke keenly caught the mention of the Fourth Hokage, and his previously disdainful expression brightened as if stars could fall from his blinking eyes. As Naruto turned around, Sasuke excitedly grasped Naruto's shoulders, shaking him vigorously, exclaiming, I will learn, of course I will learn. I knew you cared for me the most. When shall we seek out Kakashi-sensei? Right now? Is my outfit suitable? Should I change clothes? Perhaps I should bring my father along to meet him too? Hey Naruto. Speak up. Let go. I'm going to suffocate. The sudden shift in little Sasuke's demeanor left Naruto both amused and bewildered. While feigning exhaustion, he inquired, Did you not express disdain for learning just a moment ago? What has caused this sudden change of heart? Hey, Naruto. Do you not understand how magnificent the Fourth Hokage is? Are you not the least bit excited? Noticing Naruto's perplexed expression, Sasuke reluctantly released Naruto's shoulders. Then after a brief pause, resumed his starry-eyed admiration, fingers intertwined in front of him, continuing with a face full of envy. The Fourth Hokage is the great hero who saved the village from the attack of the Nine-Tails. If Kakashi-sensei is his direct disciple, he must be incredibly powerful. There can be no fabrication in what you say. Of course, I want to learn. In this way, I can consider myself a grand disciple of the Fourth Hokage. Ah, I see. Indeed, that is quite remarkable. Hearing the heartfelt aspirations in Sasuke's words, Naruto felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, his body stiffening in response. He muttered to himself, "Is my father truly that renowned? Why should becoming his disciple evoke such excitement? Once I have taken the perverse sage as my master, I shall be considered a junior to my father." The Rasengan was indeed conceived by him, inspired by the tailed beast bomb. Ultimately, Naruto had underestimated the profound legacy left by Minato and Kushina, who sacrificed their lives to save the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Their reputation, particularly among the younger generation, was indelibly impressive. It is crucial to recognize that the decision to conceal Naruto's true lineage rather than eliminate him at a tender age stemmed not only from Danzo's concern for the potential exploitation of Naruto's identity as the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, but also from his apprehension regarding Minato's enduring prestige. Had Danzo dared to eliminate the orphan of a hero who devoted his life to the village, there would have been no need for the third Hokage to intervene. The fury of the villagers would have been enough to demand Danzo's demise. To state it plainly, if the third Hokage were to recklessly reveal to the public that Naruto is the biological son of Minato and Kushina, it would not merely alter the villagers' perception of him. Should Naruto wish it, he could seamlessly ascend to the position of the fifth Hokage, succeeding both the third and fourth Hokages. This was precisely why the cunning Danzo chose to recruit rather than confront Naruto, gradually stepping into the intricate plans laid out by him. If one were to describe the contrast between Danzo and Minato using a well-worn phrase from Naruto's previous life, it would be, "Some live, yet are already dead. Others have perished, yet continue to live." Huh, why do you seem so listless? I'm talking to you, Naruto. Are you even listening? That's the disciple of the fourth Hokage. This means I can become the grand disciple of the fourth Hokage. Father will surely be proud of me. Naruto's lackluster response led Sasuke to mistakenly believe that Naruto was oblivious to, or indifferent about, the illustrious achievements of his father, Minato. With his fanboy enthusiasm at full throttle, Sasuke prepared to elaborate extensively. Grand disciple? Proud? Are you joking? Let us not forget that your father and mine were contemporaries. If I consider myself a junior after taking the perverse sage as my master, you were once at the same level as Kakashi when I trained you. Yet here you are, delighting in your status as a grand disciple, willingly lowering yourself a generation. If Uncle Fugaku were to hear of this, he would likely be furious rather than proud. Observing the excited Sasuke before him, Naruto could not help but internally grumble. Pausing for a moment before mustering an effort to adjust his facial muscles, striving to adopt an expression of excitement, as if he were merely slow to react. Haha. In that case, it truly is something to celebrate for you, Sasuke. Hee, indeed. Upon witnessing Naruto finally come to appreciate the greatness of the fourth Hokage, the expression on the small fan's face grew increasingly proud and self-satisfied, prompting him to abandon his previous lengthy explanations. With hands on his hips, he continued with an air of superiority. I told you. The fourth Hokage is so remarkable. How could you not envy my status as his disciple? Clearly buoyed by this unexpected good news, Sasuke, in his infatuated mode, momentarily lost himself in elation, teasing Naruto while forgetting that his ability to learn Chidori was thanks to Naruto's request to Kakashi. The knowledge of the existence of the lightning-based technique Raikiri, which is unknown to the average person, further underscores the significance of the fourth Hokage's direct disciple acknowledging and agreeing to such an unusual request. Were Itachi to catch wind of this information, he would likely begin to question Naruto's seemingly ordinary status as an orphan. Be cautious, Naruto. That fellow is approaching. However, there is no need for haste, Sasuke. I never implied that I would take you to meet him right now. Observing Sasuke's eager and impatient demeanor, Naruto shook his head in resignation, though a fond smile lingered in his eyes. After a brief pause, he contemplated whether he should discuss with the third Hokage about allowing Sasuke to meet Kakashi in advance. Yet, just as the words were about to escape his lips, a sudden warning from the Nine Tails within him caused him to reconsider. Why? Naruto's blunt refusal led Sasuke to mistakenly believe that Naruto had changed his mind about bringing him to meet Kakashi. The once exuberant small fan deflated like a frostbitten eggplant, pouting as he tugged at Naruto's clothing, adopting a pitiful expression while pleading softly. You promised me, Naruto. How can you go back on your word? Please, take me with you. I'm counting on you, Naruto. You're the best. Stop. I never said I wouldn't take you. It's just not the right time. Naruto interjected hastily, as he always found himself at a loss against the little one's charms. He quickly interrupted to prevent Sasuke from continuing, which might compel him to relent. After a brief pause, he earnestly explained, Sasuke, You should know that higher-ranked ninjutsu demands increasingly stringent requirements from the practitioner, right? I don't understand. How does that relate to my not being able to meet Kakashi-sensei right now? It is indeed relevant. Consider this, Sasuke. Chidori is classified as an immensely powerful technique. To learn it, your body must possess a high level of endurance. As he subtly shifted his stance, Sasuke instinctively followed Naruto's lead. Gradually turning away from the direction of the approaching figure to avoid revealing his identity. Organizing his thoughts with composure, Naruto continued. This technique not only grants you exceptional piercing ability but also utilizes lightning chakra to stimulate your body's cells, enhancing your speed for a more formidable piercing attack. In other words, you need not only a remarkably resilient physique to withstand the demands of Chidori but also sufficient perceptual acuity and reaction time to adapt to the rapid movements required when executing it. Certainly, there are two aspects that Naruto deliberately concealed from Sasuke in order to divert his attention. While it is true that the Chidori requires an exceptionally robust physical constitution for its successful execution, Sasuke, through his relentless training in high-intensity martial arts, has already met the necessary standards. According to Naruto's estimations, even considering the unalterable disadvantage of his young age, Sasuke could certainly perform the Chidori at least once a day. As for reaction speed, Kakashi, at a tender age, was able to master the Chidori effortlessly with the aid of a single Sharingan. As a true scion of the Uchiha Clan, there is no need for Sasuke to worry about his reflexes, provided he can activate his Sharingan. Is that so? Naruto's confident demeanor left little room for doubt, momentarily rendering the small fan speechless. Given Sasuke's habitual deference to Naruto's guidance, he instinctively believed much of it. After a moment of contemplation, he anxiously inquired, "So, what should I do, Naruto? When will I be able to learn the Chidori?" Well, in my opinion, you are not far from the minimum requirements to learn it. As long as you can achieve the martial arts training goals I've set for you over the next few days, you should be able to start learning the Chidori. Upon witnessing Sasuke relax, Naruto quietly sighed, acknowledging how easily children could be swayed, while suppressing an inexplicable sense of guilt. He reached out to gently tap Sasuke's nose and continued, "By the way, there's something else. I need to attend to some matters and will be leaving for a while. It just so happens that Itachi is on leave at home, so you can train with your brother for the next few days." Wait, leaving? Is it something very important? Upon hearing that Naruto would be away for a time, Sasuke, for the first time, felt no joy at the prospect of training with his brother. An inexplicable sense of panic and fear surged within him as he clutched Naruto's clothing, his small hand tightening involuntarily. "Can't you avoid going?" "Well, you could say that this matter is quite significant to me, and I must go." The innocence of the child, who remained unaware of the true circumstances yet was still worried about him, made Naruto feel even more compelled to undertake this journey. He maintained a cheerful facade to prevent Sasuke from sensing any unease while leaning down to gently ruffle Sasuke's hair. "Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Once I've taken care of this matter, I'll be able to continue training with you." "All right, but you must return soon, having spent so much time together." Sasuke was well aware of Naruto's resolute nature at critical moments. Seeing Naruto's determination, he reluctantly released his grip on the fabric. Turning his head away and stuttering in an almost furtive manner, "Don't think too much. I don't want you to hurry back just to accompany me. I'm merely thinking about becoming the esteemed Hokage's apprentice as soon as possible." "Understood," Naruto replied, a smile deepening in his eyes at Sasuke's obvious disingenuousness. Taking a deep breath to quell his own apprehension about the unknown path ahead, he extended his pinky towards Sasuke. "I promise you, I will return." "Hey, Naruto. Is it really all right for you to say that?" As Naruto gently reassured Sasuke while sending him away, the languid Kurama, resting within the ceiling space, let out a soft huff. That little Uchiha was no fool. Despite his tender age, your unusual behavior would surely lead him to surmise that your forthcoming actions were perilous. This was hardly your usual demeanor. Ultimately, one cannot conceal fire with mere paper. Rather than deceiving that child into shouldering the burden alone, it would be wiser to grant him some awareness to prevent him from being misled by those with ulterior motives in the future. Upon hearing this, Naruto reined in his smile, placing his hands on his hips to stretch and limber up. Concealing the truth from Sasuke might not be in his best interest, after all. It was a lesson learned through the sacrifice of another's life. Moreover, I cannot claim to have entirely deceived him. We will indeed return alive, won't we? Humph. This plan was set forth by you, little rascal. What is this? Are you beginning to feel fear at such a critical juncture? Naruto's words, tinged with a hint of retreat, elicited a look of disdain from Kurama. Yet, Unbeknownst to Naruto, Kurama's tail beast chakra began to subtly seep throughout Naruto's body, quietly absorbing the negative emotions that were brewing in his heart. Are you still unaware of my nature? Kurama was on the verge of confronting the merciless Danzo for the first time, a challenge that far exceeded his previous knowledge and control. To assert that he felt no fear would be a blatant lie. As Kurama's jinchūriki, Naruto could easily sense the concern emanating from the proud-tailed beast. His gaze softened, and as he placed a reassuring hand over the seal on his abdomen, he murmured, "With you here, I feel much more at ease." "Thank you, Kurama. TCH. Spare me the melodrama. I merely wish to avoid becoming an unwitting sacrificial companion for you, you insufferable brat." Even though Kurama knew Naruto's consciousness had not yet entered the ceiling space and thus could not see his expression, he turned his head away, feeling somewhat uneasy. After a brief pause, he feigned indifference and cautioned, "Hey, kid, stay alert. That guy is less than 100 meters away from you." "Ah, I will, Kurama." Kurama's seemingly reluctant yet genuine encouragement served as a potent tonic, shattering the veil of uncertainty that shrouded Naruto's heart. This allowed Naruto to swiftly organize his tumultuous emotions, restoring his expression to that of an innocent child. Following Kurama's guidance, he turned his gaze toward the increasingly close figure of the elder within the crowd, his lips curving into a gradual smile as he whispered, "Whether it's the indirect murder of my parents, the distortion of my lineage, or the chaos he instigated for his selfish gain, it is time to put an end to this old man's ambitions and settle the blood debts accrued over the years. Come on, Danzo. Today, I stake my life to play with you." After several close encounters, Naruto had gained ample experience in sensing Danzo's approach. He had preemptively persuaded the little fan to step aside, lest the shameless Danzo resort to desperate measures by taking the child hostage. Only when he witnessed Itachi, previously arranged to remain hidden within the crowd, retrieving the little fan, did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, during the brief moments when Naruto was momentarily distracted by tending to the small fan, the distance that once separated him from Danzo had diminished to less than 100 meters. Had it not been for Naruto's habit of preparing himself thoroughly in advance, allowing him ample time to compose himself, he might not have managed to restore his appearance to the innocent, youthful visage he had been striving to maintain over recent days. It is possible that he would have failed to bid farewell to Sasuke in time due to this discrepancy. Because I am merely a child. I presume that my actions prior to our meeting need not be overly disguised. Does this not seem rather out of character for your usual cautious and suspicious demeanor? With the ever-increasing guidance from Kurama, indicating Danzo's location and the rapidly closing distance, Naruto buried the growing unease within him, which stemmed from the diverging path of the original narrative. He placed his hands on his hips, took a deep breath, and forced himself to return to his usual confident demeanor. It appeared that Danzo was losing his composure. Grandpa Danzo. While lamenting internally about yet another jacket that would soon be rendered useless, Naruto adeptly adjusted his facial expressions, clasped his hands atop his head, turned around, and feigned a leisurely demeanor as he scanned his surroundings. He ambled forward, taking a moment to observe, until his gaze fell upon the insincere smile adorning Danzo's face. With an exaggerated display of surprise and delight at having just noticed Danzo's arrival, he affectionately called out the old man's name in a jubilant tone, while running towards him with open arms, eagerly leaping into Danzo's embrace, nuzzling and seeking affection. "Hiki, good morning." Good morning, little one." Whether distracted by other thoughts or some other reason, Danzo did not promptly respond as he had earlier, when he had crafted the image of a kind old grandfather. Instead, he failed to catch Naruto in time, and his response to Naruto's greeting was more instinctual than heartfelt, lacking vigor. It was not until 2 or 3 seconds later, feeling the playful nuzzle of Naruto in his arms, that he fully regained his composure, awkwardly engaging in small talk as if trying to mend his earlier lapse. "Oh ho ho, take it easy, don't fall. You're up quite early today, Naruto. How did you sleep last night?" Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Danzo. I slept wonderfully. Hehe. Danzo's increasingly poor acting skills heightened Naruto's suspicions, and as he tilted his head up, playfully responding to Danzo's pleasantries, his gaze wandered freely over Danzo's face. After a brief pause, feigning concern, he innocently inquired, "But Grandpa Danzo, you don't seem well. Did you perhaps have a nightmare last night?" Did I?" Upon hearing Naruto's worried words, Danzo instinctively raised a hand to touch his own cheek. Compared to the tranquil life of diligently cultivating one's skills and enjoying leisure, Naruto, with his rosy complexion and evident contentment in daily life, stands in stark contrast to the increasingly pale and haggard face of Danzo Shimura, the old fox, who has been specifically targeted by the Third Hokage. The difference between Danzo's current state and his previous sense of triumph is striking, clearly indicating that these past few days have been excruciating and oppressive for him. Indeed, since becoming one of the 3 advisors of the Elder Council, Danzo has never faced a setback as distressing as this. Ultimately, he has grossly underestimated the Third Hokage's resolve to eradicate him, the poisonous blight of the ninja world. It is often said that one should reassess others after a mere 3 days apart. Danzo had grown accustomed to viewing the Third Hokage as a peace-loving individual willing to endure humiliation. Due to their historical pattern of resolving disputes with the Hokage yielding more often than not. This misconception allowed Danzo to overlook the flaws and vulnerabilities that unwittingly surfaced during their covert struggles, gradually revealing his hidden nature and ambitions. This, in turn, has led the Third Hokage to become increasingly disillusioned with his former comrade, while simultaneously placing greater trust in Naruto's prophetic insights. In a dramatic shift from his usual passive and gentle approach, the Third Hokage has taken the initiative, openly confronting Danzo's power within the Elder Council without regard for their once shared bond forged in the crucible of war. He has relentlessly eroded Danzo's authority, even in the face of Danzo's desperate and reckless attempt to assassinate him, which ultimately failed due to the Hokage's strategic foresight and the timely warnings from Kakashi Hatake, who had infiltrated Danzo's rude organization. The sting of this assassination failure has left Danzo in a state of disbelief as he grapples with the rapid decline of his position. He has lost his sole surviving subordinate from Orochimaru's experiments, who had been capable of wielding the unique wood release of the first Hokage. Furthermore, the unknown interrogation of root members by the Third Hokage, who had not yet been silenced, has exacerbated Danzo's anxiety and discomfort. However, this painful defeat has also compelled Danzo, whose overwhelming thirst for power had clouded his judgment, to reflect quietly on the overlooked details from his prior confrontations with the Third Hokage. Through careful contemplation, he has come to a profound realization. His own misjudgments and underestimations were the root causes of his current plight. From the very inception of their power struggle, he has unwittingly fallen into the Third Hokage's carefully laid trap, having been led around like a puppet without even realizing it. Upon realizing this horrifying truth, Danzo was unable to suppress a cold sweat, as he found himself retreating step by step, no longer possessing any advantages, whether overt or covert. Left with no alternative, he chose to conceal his ambitions and shift from offense to defense, discreetly summoning back the majority of the elite members of the root organization stationed outside the village to regroup in their stronghold, thus conserving their strength for a counterattack. He abandoned his initial plan to slowly probe Naruto further, and despite the fact that the Spring Festival was still a few days away, he hurriedly sought out Naruto, whom he regarded as a trump card capable of turning the tide. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, Naruto, although the new year is still a few days off, you still don't know where Grandpa's home is, do you? After adjusting his facial muscles to appear as gentle and endearing as possible, Danzo paused momentarily, feigning a sudden recollection, and with a look of self-reproach, he lightly tapped his forehead with one hand, smiling as if casually suggesting to the little one, who remained as obedient and affectionate as ever, he said, "How about this? Grandpa will take you to see his home right now." The reason he had not brought Naruto directly back to the root base earlier was twofold. First, Danzo viewed Naruto as a crucial asset and intended to instill a deep-seated hatred for the Third Hokage to facilitate future brainwashing efforts. Second, the stringent surveillance of the Third Hokage made it difficult to act. However, with the Third Hokage achieving continuous victories, he was now aggressively dismantling Danzo's bases, which had intentionally exposed themselves as decoys, while simultaneously depleting the manpower that could have been used to covertly observe and protect Naruto. Now that the ultimate confrontation had irrevocably torn the facade between him and the Third Hokage, Danzo saw no need for subterfuge. As long as he could successfully bring Naruto back to the main root base, he could envision countless methods to forcibly awaken the power of the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto. Even if it resulted in uncontrollable chaos, he could transform this seemingly harmless child, as innocent as a lamb, into a most lethal weapon. Given the Third Hokage's evident concern for Naruto, Danzo was confident that the Hokage would not resort to lethal measures against him, but would instead choose the arduous and costly path of suppressing the rampage to save Naruto's life. At that moment, it would be the opportune time for Danzo to launch his counteroffensive. As for the potential massive casualties that might arise during this period, in Danzo's view, They were merely stepping stones to be proudly sacrificed in his quest for power. In a moment of quiet submission, Naruto's demeanor elicited a sense of exhilaration and pride within Danzo, who mistakenly believed that the successful execution of his plan was assured. He began to devise further strategies on how to forcibly trigger Naruto's transformation into the Nine Tails, aiming to swiftly and effectively reclaim the lost power from the Third Hokage, or perhaps even usurp the Hokage's seat outright. Yet, he failed to recognize a crucial oversight, one that was, in fact, the most lethal flaw in his scheme. The success of his plan hinged upon Naruto remaining, as portrayed in the original narrative, a powerless, ordinary child, entirely at the mercy of others. Aside from Naruto himself, no one in this world had any inkling of the fact that he had gained the complete trust of the Kyuubi within him. Not only could he effortlessly harness the Kyuubi's chakra for his transformations, but the Kyuubi also willingly mitigated the overwhelming negative emotions that resided within its chakra, allowing Naruto to maintain a clear and undisturbed mind, unaffected by the transformation. When necessary, he could relinquish control of his body entirely to the Kyuubi, allowing it to wield its power, thereby confronting anyone with the sheer terror and despair of facing the embodiment of the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails. In essence, unbeknownst to Danzo, Naruto had already metamorphosed into a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The machinations that Danzo fancied would lead to his triumphant resurgence were, in truth, merely a foolish decision that hastened his own demise. Meanwhile, as Danzo confidently sought to engage with Naruto and bring him back to the Root Organization's headquarters, the Third Hokage was meticulously orchestrating personnel arrangements within the Hokage office. Kakashi, having completed his mission and returned from the Umbu, volunteered for a leadership role, mindful of the long-standing animosity between himself and Danzo. Thus, he was granted the authority to assemble a team from the elite Umbu ranks to bolster their combat strength and prepare a covert assassination squad aimed at Danzo. Orders flowed from the office in rapid succession, all in preparation for the impending climactic confrontation. Despite the palpable tension that filled the Hokage office, reminiscent of a brewing storm before battle, a circle of youthful figures sat cross-legged in serene meditation, seemingly unaffected by the chaos surrounding them. From a distance, or even up close, they appeared indistinguishable, like identical twins carved from the same mold. Finally, the moment had arrived. The days of suffering and flattery were nearing their end. Just as the Third Hokage began to wonder if these little ones had fallen asleep, one of them suddenly opened their eyes, stretched languidly, and stood up. With a smile, they turned to glance at the Third Hokage, who was now aware that Danzo had made contact with Naruto and was leading him away from the central area towards the outskirts. Judging by Danzo's current circumstances, it was reasonable to surmise that he was indeed heading directly to the Root Organization's headquarters. Without any forewarning, a sudden voice pierced the air, contrasting sharply with the palpable tension that enveloped the atmosphere. The Third Hokage, who remained immersed in his work, appeared unfazed, though one might argue that his initial reaction to the young lad's fantastical ideas and astonishingly vast chakra was one of sheer astonishment. It seems, indeed, that my old friend has grown impatient. Observing the youthful child before him, who exuded a maturity beyond his years, the Third Hokage felt a mix of pride and an almost imperceptible pang of guilt and concern. You have indeed made a remarkable contribution, Naruto. This idea of yours has significantly expedited information transmission while alleviating concerns of potential leaks. Of course, that was the plan, Naruto boasted, his hands on his hips and head tilted back in gleeful laughter, his golden hair and the distinctive whisker marks on his cheeks becoming even more pronounced as he shifted. Undoubtedly, the identical group of children surrounding him were the shadow clones Naruto had quietly arranged since his initial interactions with Danzo, with a number far exceeding those in the Hokage's office hidden away in the depths of the rarely traversed forest within the Third Survival Training Camp. It is important to note that creating shadow clones and maintaining them over extended periods are two distinct concepts. Sustaining such a vast number of shadow clones continuously for 24 hours proved to be quite a feat for Naruto, even with the immense chakra inherited from his Uzumaki lineage. In the early stages, he was compelled to draw upon the chakra of the Nine Tails within him, leading to a situation where the chakra possessed by his original self might have been less than that consumed by the shadow clones. Unbeknownst to him, this reliance diminished his overall strength, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from his peers, akin to an ordinary, carefree child. As for why Naruto would willingly compromise his strength to ensure the existence of these shadow clones at such a critical juncture in securing Danzo's trust, it stems from a deeply contemplative question that had occupied his mind throughout his 3-year stay in the world of Hokage. Is the technology in this realm truly advanced? Or is it merely a facade of ignorance? It is well known that the world of Naruto boasts a plethora of technological marvels: electric lights, refrigerators, cameras, and even vibrant, high-definition films that mirror our own reality. Yet, this very reality has only served to amplify Naruto's bewilderment regarding the true state of technological progress in this world. Regardless of Naruto's contemplations and speculations, one of the most peculiar and enigmatic aspects of this world remains utterly baffling: the enduring prevalence of the archaic and cumbersome method of communication through postal letters, which has yet to be rendered obsolete by history. This antiquated means of transmitting information is not only slow and prone to delays, but also susceptible to breaches of confidentiality. Given the apparent advancements in technology, one would expect even the most rudimentary landline telephones to have been developed by now. Yet, astonishingly, neither landlines nor mobile phones exist within the expansive confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, nor throughout the entirety of the ninja world. Even when the concept of a telephone is presented to the esteemed Third Hokage, he appears utterly perplexed and unaware of its significance. Furthermore, the short-range radio communication devices referenced in the original text are, in this timeline, merely nascent theories proposed by niche researchers, dismissed by the populace as fanciful and ludicrous. This serves to illustrate that although the technological landscape of this world is comparable to that of Naruto's previous life, it is peculiarly regressive and inconvenient in certain respects. In a realm where traditional combat with cold weapons persists, and travel relies on foot while communication is conducted through vocalizations, relying solely on letters or face-to-face interactions, or attempting to leave any form of mark, would undoubtedly be swiftly detected by the ever-suspicious Danzo, resulting in failure. Thus, finding a timely, detailed, and secure method of information transmission has become an urgent challenge for Naruto in his quest to gain Danzo's trust. Fortunately, although the technological skill set in the Hokage world appears to have strayed somewhat off course, the widespread support for the advancement of ninjutsu, a principal developmental goal embraced by most nations, has serendipitously led Naruto to a potential solution. This novel approach involves utilizing shadow clones as conduits for communication, whimsically dubbed human talk. Perhaps due to Naruto's innate talent for the shadow clone technique, he has achieved an extraordinary affinity with it, coupled with the extensive practice he has undergone, which has allowed him to master the technique at a pace surpassing even that of the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique. His thorough understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of the shadow clone technique has enabled him to not only augment his training efforts, ensuring that his development in ninjutsu continues unabated while he engages with Danzo, but also to exploit the unique benefits of this technique. When shadow clones are dispelled, all experiences and memories are retained and conveyed back to all remaining clones, thereby enhancing Naruto's capabilities and effectiveness in this intricate web of communication. Through repeated practice of the shadow clone technique, Naruto inadvertently discovered that this technique not only enables the transmission of memories experienced by the shadow clones, but also allows the main body to share everything encountered during the existence of the shadow clones upon their dissolution. In other words, these strategically arranged shadow clones, if utilized at opportune moments, essentially serve as a limited yet remarkably effective means of communication, akin to a human-shaped messenger facilitating real-time dialogue between the main body and others. It is precisely due to the communication facilitated by the shadow clones that Naruto was able to promptly send out a distress signal, and after Kakashi's covert identity was exposed, no one could trace the location of the Root Organization headquarters. In the face of urgency and prolonged fruitlessness, it was only Naruto, now a coveted asset, who could lure Danzo into a trap, thereby revealing the whereabouts of the Root Organization's base. Consequently, the Third Hokage found himself unable to refuse Naruto's persistent pleas and reluctantly consented to this perilous endeavor, allowing Naruto to act as bait. Now, go inform your true self. Little one. Naruto's successful acquisition of Danzo's trust without raising the slightest suspicion brought a sigh of relief to the Third Hokage, who felt a mixture of pride and concern for this young child who had unknowingly become capable of handling such weighty matters alone. He smiled and continued. As we previously agreed, once you ascertain the general location of the Root Organization, you may withdraw. The rest will be handled by us. However, Third Hokage, if it's just a general location, it is insufficient for launching a blitz to completely eradicate the Root Organization. Before the Third Hokage could finish his sentence, Naruto slightly awkward, touched his nose and hesitated before continuing. Thus, I intend to delve deeper into this operation. Once I ascertain the authenticity of the root organization's headquarters, I will report the precise location to you. Preposterous. Despite knowing that the individual before him was merely a shadow clone and that the real Naruto was not present, the boldness of Naruto's unilateral decision plunged the third Hokage's spirits back into despair. Realizing that Naruto intended to infiltrate the headquarters of the root organization alone, he could not help but rise abruptly, his voice filled with anger, causing his sturdy chair to topple to the ground with a loud crash. Do you know what you're doing, Naruto? Such a dangerous task is not for you, a child. Acquiring only a general location is unacceptable. Cancel the operation and return immediately. The village already owes too much to your family, and if something were to happen to you, how could I ever face your parents again? I had anticipated you would say that, Grandpa Third Hokage, though it was somewhat anticipated. Witnessing the third Hokage interrupt his own plans for Naruto's safety, thereby sacrificing a golden opportunity to eliminate Danzo's stronghold, still brought a mist of emotion to Naruto's eyes. Attempting to disguise his vulnerability, he turned his head away to suppress the tears, only to return and meet the third Hokage's concerned gaze. He spoke with deliberate clarity. But you must understand, if I withdraw at this critical juncture, Danzo's suspicious nature will undoubtedly sense deceit. This could compel him to gather all his strength in a desperate attempt to resist, transforming our surprise attack into mere folly. Not only would we suffer greater casualties in our struggle against Danzo, but it would also plunge our village, which has only just begun to recover, back into despair. Would that not be a grave mistake? Yet, the third Hokage responded with a grave tone. But you, my child, entering the root organization S-base alone. Do you comprehend the implications of such an act? Naruto's words, laden with reason, struck the third Hokage like a hammer, shaking his resolve. However, even with his understanding of the root's nature, the Hokage's emotions overpowered his rationality. He stepped closer, gripping Naruto's shoulders tightly, his face darkening as he shook him, exclaiming, "If Danzo detects anything amiss, you, isolated and deep within enemy territory, will surely be captured and used as a hostage. Heed your grandfather's advice and return at once. This is no child's play. If you persist, you may very well lose your life. Do you understand?" "I understand," Naruto replied firmly, "which is precisely why I must go. Only I can uncover the information that Danzo has hidden, allowing us to avoid unnecessary loss of life when we launch our full-scale assault." The pleading expression on the third Hokage's face nearly swayed Naruto to relent. Clenching his thigh to maintain his composure amid the turmoil, he took a deep breath. His expression resolute as he slowly shook his head. "But if you continue on this path, you truly will perish," the Hokage insisted. "My life is my own. But what of the lives of those who will join this mission? Are their lives expendable, while mine is not? Can they sacrifice themselves, while I alone must remain unharmed?" Naruto's retort rendered the third Hokage speechless, his emotions a tumultuous blend of sorrow and joy. Under different circumstances, knowing that Naruto possessed such profound understanding and maturity would have brought the Hokage immense joy. Yet now, he faced the stark reality that this young man was placing himself in grave danger. A moment's carelessness could resurrect the tragedy of 3 years prior, turning white-haired into black-haired once more. "Grandpa Sarutobi, I know you care for me, and that warms my heart. Rest assured, I promise to take care of myself and return safely." As he gazed upon the venerable elder, whose lips moved in earnest effort to find a reason to dissuade him, Naruto's expression softened. He gently wrapped his arms around the third Hokage, leaning in with a smile to reassure him. "Do not forget, I am the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. Even if Danzo wishes to harm me, it would come at a significant cost. Moreover, I am the son of a hero, Uzumaki Naruto, a continuation of my father and mother's lives. Before becoming Hokage, I shall never perish. Your reckless decision, little one, to alter plans and infiltrate enemy territory has left the third Hokage in a state of profound anxiety. Yet, amidst your incessant chatter, your words possess such undeniable logic that one cannot refute them. Even if there were a desire to seize the opportunity and forcibly bring you back before you reach the roots of the organization." The third Hokage found himself unable to voice such thoughts, caught between personal sentiments and the weighty responsibilities of his position. "Alas, Naruto, must you always oppose your grandfather and provoke him? This only serves to deepen the sense of indebtedness he feels towards your family." With furrowed brows and a face already etched with time, the third Hokage appeared even more weary and resigned. After a prolonged silence, he finally resolved to speak. Exhaling a deep sigh as he softly murmured to himself, his trembling hand slowly brushed against Naruto's golden hair, gently caressing it as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Proceed with your plan, Naruto, but remember that your life is far more precious than any intelligence. If circumstances become dire, do not be reckless. Protecting yourself is of utmost importance. Do you understand? Yes, I will be cautious and take care of myself. Rest assured, Grandpa Hiruzen. As the third Hokage acquiesced to Naruto's true intentions, the young ninja observed the elder's face, which had visibly aged in an instant, and felt no joy in this revelation. Had it not been for the sharp pinch on his own thigh to maintain his composure, Naruto might have expressed his regrets for placing the third Hokage in such a difficult position. At this moment, all he could offer was his fragile words and a comforting embrace, nestling close to the venerable elder, silently attempting to soothe his complex emotions. Though lacking absolute certainty of success, Naruto was resolute in his reckless pursuit of danger. This behavior, clearly indicative of impatience, was difficult for the third Hokage to comprehend, even after granting his consent. After all, the power dynamics within the village were still influenced by the voices of support. With the third Hokage's esteemed reputation having stabilized the village in recent years, the internal resistance from the Council of Elders had diminished significantly. If the sole aim was to eliminate Danzo's influence within the council and eradicate the roots of the organization that had morphed into Danzo's private army, it would suffice for the third Hokage to steadfastly exercise his authority as the highest commander of Konoha's ninja village, gradually dismantling and suppressing Danzo's power until he was reduced to an inconsequential figure. In this manner, although it incurs greater time expenditure and reduces efficiency, there will inevitably be overlooked threats. However, by that time, the powerless Danzo will no longer pose any significant threat in the eyes of the third Hokage. It is undoubtedly far safer than allowing the young Naruto to serve as bait and expose himself to danger. The third Hokage, unable to comprehend Naruto's fervent desire to eradicate Danzo, can only attribute it to the resentment accumulated from his tragic childhood over the past 3 years. Naruto, unwilling to grant Danzo even the slightest chance of resurgence, chooses to confront danger personally. While it is true that this desire is genuine, Naruto cannot deny that personal grievances intermingle with his determination to unseat Danzo. However, the more substantial reason lies in Naruto's unique position as a time traveler. He understands all too well that allowing Danzo, this scourge, to continue living would bring immeasurable catastrophe and misfortune to Konoha and the entire shinobi world. Danzo, driven by his lust for the power of the Sharingan, covertly incited conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. He meticulously plotted to ambush Uchiha Shisui before his planned defection, seizing Shisui's right eye and gravely injuring him to the brink of death. This led to the inevitable downfall of the Uchiha clan, irrevocably altering the lives of the once happy Uchiha family. He shattered the bond between Kabuto and his adoptive mother, even orchestrating her death at Kabuto's hands to facilitate Orochimaru's recruitment of him, ultimately contributing to the rise of one of the masterminds behind the fourth great ninja war alongside Uchiha Obito after integrating Orochimaru's cells. For his selfish motives, he assassinated Fukasaku, who was responsible for contacting Naruto during Pain's invasion, resulting in Konoha suffering a devastating blow far worse than the rampage of the Nine Tails, nearly leading to its annihilation. In numerous unforeseen calamities that could alter the course of history, Danzo's shadow is often visible, whether as a puppet master or an indirect instigator. Thus, it is evident that a Danzo, this self-serving instigator of chaos, perished years ago. Not only would the environment of the shinobi world have been improved, but Naruto firmly believes that Konoha would have flourished, free from the meaningless strife that Danzo perpetuated, maintaining its status as the most powerful of the 5 great shinobi villages. The Uchiha clan, having significantly eased tensions and agreed to collaborate with the third Hokage to eliminate the threat posed by Danzo, serves as the strongest evidence of this assertion. While Naruto's youthful age somewhat limits his strength growth, paradoxically, it also represents a moment when his enemies are most relaxed in their vigilance. Currently, this is Naruto's first, and likely his only opportunity to gain Danzo's trust, making it imperative that he seizes this exceptional chance to launch a surprise attack and achieve complete success. The Shadow clone possesses the same memories and thought processes as the original, naturally aware of the immense burden the amiable elder before him carries. Consequently, he can surmise that while he endeavors to alleviate the third Hokage's doubts, the original is unwaveringly following Danzo into peril, seeking to gather more intelligence. Rather than simply sending the Shadow clone to persuade the third Hokage, it seems more an effort to buy time, allowing the elder to regain his composure. When that moment arrives, the weight of the Hokage's responsibilities, coupled with his gradually restored rationality, will compel the aged leader to acquiesce to the original's audacious actions. This, too, is part of Naruto's covertly established plan, as he discerns Danzo's increasing desperation to court favor amidst his waning power. To ensure the confidentiality of the scheme, even the third Hokage and other close allies have been kept entirely in the dark. Although this may seem somewhat disloyal to the third Hokage, who has always shown concern for him, Danzo remains a former comrade who once fought alongside the Hokage in life-and-death situations. Had he been forthright from the outset about his intent to eliminate Danzo, who could guarantee that this compassionate elder would possess the resolve to proceed? As the Shadow Clone substitutes for the original in deliberating necessary adjustments to their plans, Naruto maintains an outwardly composed demeanor while discreetly grasping at the hem of Danzo's garment. Under Danzo's guidance, they navigate a convoluted route, not merely to obscure Naruto's ability to memorize the correct path, but also to ensure they are not being followed. After traversing an excessive and even redundant series of twists and turns within the village, the pair, one old and one young, gradually distanced themselves from civilization, striding confidently towards the headquarters of the root organization. "Oh, is it over so soon? I expected you, old man, to lead me on a lengthy tour throughout the village." As he senses the shift in their trajectory stabilizing, Naruto internally scoffs while his facade of innocence begins to falter. Pretending to be fatigued, he leans against the nearby wall, subtly imprinting a small, inconspicuous seal upon contact. When Danzo, sensing something amiss, turns his head in confusion, Naruto feigns breathlessness, gesturing with his free hand for Danzo to pause, weakly expressing a desire for a brief respite. "No, I can't go on. Has Grandpa Danzo arrived yet? I wish to rest a bit longer." "What is the matter, Naruto? Are you tired again?" Observing Naruto's labored breathing, Danzo, with a hint of exasperation, alters his course to approach slowly. Yet, the amusement in his eyes deepens, clearly pleased with Naruto's exaggerated display of exhaustion. After pausing to scrutinize him, he lightly teases, "It seems you must pay more attention to your physical training, Naruto." Naruto was reluctant, dismissing the notion of physical training as both filthy and tiresome. Upon noticing Danzo's approach, he instinctively opened his arms wide, suppressing the urge to vomit as he dove into Danzo's embrace, playfully nuzzling against him while pouting in dissatisfaction, reminiscent of an ordinary child. Reluctant to get dirty or fatigued, yet playful. Moreover, who could have anticipated that Danzo's residence would be so far away? They had already been walking for quite some time. Since Danzo began leading Naruto in circles around the village, this marked the 5th time Naruto had requested a pause for rest. It was not that Naruto's stamina was particularly feeble. After enduring a rigorous physical training regimen far beyond what was expected for his age, his physical strength had significantly improved. Coupled with the vast chakra inherent to the Uzumaki clan, even a relentless day and night of travel would not leave Naruto fatigued, as he felt as if he were merely enjoying an extended leisurely stroll. The frequent pleas for unnecessary breaks served a dual purpose: to cultivate an image of a frail, harmless 3-year-old, thus easing Danzo's suspicions and allowing him to lower his guard, and, more importantly, to seize the opportunity to discreetly leave behind peculiar and concealed seals along the way, which would enable Naruto to perform the Flying Thunder God technique for precise teleportation. Although Danzo, the cunning old fox, had meticulously planned their route to avoid redundancy and create the illusion of a remote domicile that required excessive time to reach, the adage holds true: where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Ultimately, Danzo underestimated Naruto's ability to gather intelligence due to his age, which served as a natural guise. In advance, the 3rd survival training ground had been arranged, and the connection between Naruto's clones in the Hokage's office and his original self was akin to a barely perceptible tether, allowing Naruto to easily deduce the nearly negligible increase in the straight-line distance between himself and the starting point after prolonged movement. This realization led him to uncover the truth behind Danzo's aimless circling within the village. However, even after discerning Danzo's true intentions, Naruto felt no urgency or anxiety like he had at the outset. Instead, he grew increasingly relaxed and confident, appearing to effortlessly play along with Danzo's scheme. After all, Danzo was merely leading Naruto in circles rather than employing any direct means to incapacitate him or obscure his vision, which served as a testament to the depth of trust Danzo placed in Naruto. Or perhaps, it indicated how severely the 3rd Hokage's recent actions had cornered Danzo, compelling him to forego more effective and direct measures of secrecy in order to appease such an essential pawn. Thus, In contrast to the third Hokage's continuous pressure and deliberate exclusion of Danzo, Naruto, having gained Danzo's trust, was naturally able to approach his objectives with greater ease and leisure. With a multifaceted focus, he utilized shadow clones as stationary reference points, leaving behind marks of the Flying Thunder God technique to delineate his path. This dual assistance of ninjutsu enabled him to vividly and meticulously map out his route in his mind, swiftly eliminating the majority of the misleading paths that Danzo had strategically chosen to confuse him. This preparation was crucial for guiding the elite forces under the third Hokage in a subsequent assault on the Root Organization's headquarters, ensuring a reliable and precise navigational map. The rapid and discreet method of information transmission allowed Naruto to share critical updates with the third Hokage, who was stationed at the Hokage office, without drawing attention. His frequent use of multiple shadow clones inadvertently honed his resilient willpower and exceptional memory, enabling him to retain every detail of his encounters for later recounting. The pre-established marks of the Flying Thunder God technique provided him with an unexpected and excellent escape route, should the need arise. Whether for intelligence gathering or escape plans, Naruto had achieved the best possible state within his capabilities. Yet, in this perilous world, no one would ever criticize the duration of preparation for challenges ahead, especially at a time when ensuring survival was paramount. Given that Danzo had abandoned deeper probing due to the pressing time constraints, yet still foolishly wasted time in circular motions, Naruto, who was concerned about the flaws in his overall plan but lacked the time to verify everything thoroughly, found it advantageous to feign ignorance and play along with Danzo's game. At this moment, there were still 3 hours left before Naruto would discover the location of Danzo's pride, the headquarters of the Root Organization. As they ambled along, sometimes meandering and at other times pausing to rest, the elderly Danzo and the youthful Naruto engaged in a rhythm of intermittent movement, akin to a lengthy short trip. Eventually, they arrived at their destination, the base of a majestic tree, its trunk's girth almost impossible to gauge with the naked eye. I had initially believed that Danzo named his organization Root merely to echo his oft-repeated sentiment, that they were the roots deeply embedded in the earth, supporting the towering tree of Konoha hidden village from the shadows. This pyramid scheme has indoctrinated its members with grandiloquent slogans that are steeped in self-deception, and to my astonishment, it has indeed taken root deep within the earth. There is no false advertising. It perfectly aligns with the organization's name. Before me lies the exposed, gnarled roots that intertwine with the soil, while the figure of Danzo gradually burrows into the ground. As Naruto's tender heart trembles with agitation, his inner world is rife with fervent ridicule at the stark contrast between the humble entryway before him and the high-end, sophisticated concealments he had anticipated. After a brief pause, he leans in, deliberately tapping the roots to ascertain whether this scene is a fabricated illusion. With the mischievous demeanor of a 3-year-old, he pouts and stands with arms crossed, huffing in complaint towards Danzo. Humph. Grandpa Danzo, you're a liar. You promised to take me home for a grand meal, yet after all this time, I have yet to see your home. It seems you only brought me here to watch you climb trees. How could that be, Naruto? You and Grandpa have known each other for quite some time. When have I ever deceived you? Danzo replied, having cleared away the branches and debris concealing the entrance. He dusted his hands and turned back, maintaining a gentle smile to soothe Naruto's disgruntled feelings. After a moment, his gaze casually swept over Naruto's seemingly fragile form, subtly probing with the unique methods of the Root Organization. Indeed, I am taking Naruto home, but as I mentioned before, my home is quite far from here. I was concerned that you might lack the energy to walk back with me, so I thought to lead you along a shortcut that would get us home sooner. Naturally, Naruto, well aware of Danzo's suspicious nature, had prepared for such a scheme. This was one of the significant reasons behind his elaborate use of shadow clones for information relay. When the multiple shadow clone technique is employed, it notably disperses the chakra from the original body, leaving Naruto's vast chakra reserves, calculated solely from his own, excluding the chakra of the Nine Tails, depleted, knowing that he possesses the enormous reservoir of the Nine Tails within him, allowing for rapid replenishment of his chakra and enabling him to execute jutsu at will. Naruto views his limited chakra reserves, which barely surpass those of an average genin, as inconsequential. Thus, he approaches the creation of shadow clones with the mindset that more is better, leading to the conclusion that regardless of Danzo's probing, he could only ascertain that Naruto, aside from having slightly more chakra than his peers due to his mother Kushina's half-hearted Uzumaki lineage, was merely an unremarkable and easily deceived individual. Were it not for the pressing circumstances that necessitate harnessing the extraordinary power of the nine-tailed fox within this impish child to achieve an unexpected victory, it is unlikely that even under the direst of situations, he would ever demean himself to curry favor with Naruto. Moreover, the fact remains that Danzo himself has taken measures to obscure Naruto's identity as the hero's son, resulting in the boy enduring scorn and discrimination from the villagers during these past 3 years. This experience has honed his remarkable ability to act with finesse, enabling him to navigate social situations with ease. Consequently, the third Hokage, upon a sudden epiphany, has begun to command his forces to steadily pressure and undermine Danzo's authority. The once steadfast camaraderie between old comrades has now devolved into a bitter rivalry, with none daring to cast suspicion on the seemingly naive and capricious child as the instigator of the third Hokage's transformation. In a sense, this could be viewed as poetic justice. A shortcut home? Observing the once arrogant Danzo now compelled to adopt a facade of humility in his efforts to appease him, Naruto felt a refreshing exhilaration akin to sipping chilled juice on a sweltering summer day. While striving to maintain a neutral expression to conceal any signs of amusement, his body, swathed in heavy clothing, trembled slightly from the effort of suppressing laughter. Externally, he appeared to tilt his head innocently, while internally, his brow furrowed as he feigned contemplation of Danzo's words, whispering softly to tease the tense nerves of the elder. After enjoying the sight of Danzo's frustration as he clenched his fists, eager to react yet hindered by Naruto's control over the situation, Naruto decided to withdraw gracefully. Just before Danzo could lose his composure, he smiled childishly and declared, "Well, that's true. Someone as wonderful as Grandpa Danzo has never lied to me." In his efforts to deepen Danzo's trust, Naruto shook his head, deliberately masking his weariness, and put on a compliant demeanor, feigning renewed energy as he dashed forward on his short legs. He embodied the persona of a curious and excitable child, effortlessly portraying innocence as he swiftly entered the dark hole revealed at the base of the massive tree. Shortly thereafter, utilizing the natural echo within the cavernous passage, he exclaimed with delight, "Wow, Grandpa Danzo, come here. It's so magnificent inside. I've never seen such peculiar stones before. They're beautiful." Indeed, it seemed he had been overly cautious, perhaps due to the relentless pressure from Hisashi, leading to a state of heightened anxiety and paranoia. As always, under the guise of exceptional acting, Naruto's performance was flawless. In Danzo's eyes, Naruto appeared to be a clever yet obedient child, occasionally lacking in decorum, playfully jesting with him. To Danzo, Naruto was nothing more than a naive child devoid of any ulterior motives, prompting him to reflect on whether he had become overly paranoid of late. He could not help but reveal that nauseatingly hypocritical smile in response to Naruto, cautioning him to proceed slowly, warning that any misstep could lead to pain. "Hey, okay, I understand." Just as Danzo followed Naruto into the cave, his withered hand concealed beneath his robe formed the final hand seal of a jutsu. He deftly conjured a low-level wind release technique, skillfully manipulating the disguise stacked nearby to obscure the cave's entrance, erasing all traces of their passage, rendering it indistinguishable from when they first arrived before the colossal tree, as if nothing had transpired. However, Danzo, engrossed in his focus on Naruto, failed to notice a white-haired man standing with arms crossed atop the crown of another giant tree, silently observing the entire scene. Vortex Naruto, how intriguing. Truly, he is the son of Minato. This audacious yet meticulous little fellow mirrors his father, both enjoying their reckless autonomy. The old man was right, Minato and Kushina. You have given birth to an exceptionally remarkable child. As the gentle breeze stirred, the man's crimson vest fluttered slightly, his gaze, which had been scrutinizing Naruto and Danzo, gradually lifted with a hint of a smile, reflecting a sense of satisfaction. Rest assured, Minato and Kushina, no matter what price I must pay, I will do everything in my power to protect this child. The warm sunlight cast upon the man, his forehead protector, distinct in style and design from the standard issued by the Hidden Leaf Village, gleamed brightly, accentuating the bold script that adorned it. Before entering the Root Organization's headquarters, Naruto found himself bewildered by Danzo's seemingly straightforward and candid revelation of the entrance's concealed location and method of access. He mistakenly believed Danzo had already seen through his disguise and had preemptively set a trap for him within the cave. Although he maintained a carefree demeanor as he stepped inside, he heightened his vigilance internally, feigning curiosity and exclaiming in awe while discreetly scanning his surroundings. It was only after navigating the first fork in the strait shadowy underground passage that he realized it had all been a false alarm. As Naruto ventured beyond the corner, he encountered a bifurcation with 13 paths, each capable of accommodating no more than 2 individuals at a time. It was evident that among these, only one route was correct. Given Danzo's notoriously suspicious nature, it was likely that this torturous choice of 13 was merely the beginning, even if faced with subsequent dilemmas such as 26 or 39 options, or even more convoluted methods to obscure the true path. Naruto would not be surprised in the slightest. It was no wonder that Danzo, after meandering for a considerable time, suddenly became so decisive. It appeared he was merely confirming whether he was being followed, completely disregarding Naruto's presence. It seemed Naruto had been foolishly engaging in a battle of wits with the air itself. The intricate underground passage resembled a complex root system, truly befitting the name of the root organization. This alone was enough to effectively prevent any intruders from inadvertently stumbling upon the correct route to the root's headquarters. There was no need for additional security measures. As Naruto surveyed the 13 pathways, all strikingly similar in size and appearance, he began to comprehend why the Third Hokage, despite years of collaboration with Danzo, had failed to acquire detailed intelligence about the root's stronghold. In fact, he was utterly unaware of its precise location, compelling him to resort to sealing portions of Kakashi Hitachi's memories to ensure his role as a spy could remain concealed. Kakashi had to navigate the treacherous waters of deception, enduring humiliation and betrayal of the Third Hokage in exchange for significant contributions to the root organization, ultimately earning Danzo's favor and selection as a spy station near the Third Hokage. Had it not been for Danzo's desperate assassination plot against the Third Hokage, which exposed his true ambitions and forced Kakashi to reveal his identity as a spy, Kakashi might have successfully infiltrated the root organization as a trusted confidant, thereby gaining access to more valuable intelligence. Although Danzo's failed conspiracy led to his current disadvantaged position and the loss of a formidable wood-release ninja like Yamato, it also severed an essential source of intelligence for the Third Hokage. This left him in the dark, compelling him to reluctantly approve Naruto's reckless endeavor. In retrospect, one might ponder whether the assassination attempt by Danzo should not have occurred during the Third Hokage's precarious reinstatement. Kakashi should have long since revealed his identity as a spy. The timeline of events has shifted by more than 3 years, and I can't shake the feeling that it is due to the relentless pressure from the Third Hokage that Danzo has resorted to this plan, which is rather uncharacteristic of him. When did this old scoundrel become so principled and conscientious? Could it be that this is a historical alteration brought about by the butterfly effect of time travel? If so, I ought to be wary of the possibility that this old rascal's repugnant trump card might surface prematurely. As my thoughts raced, Naruto's expression of surprise and delight remained unchanged. He cast a casual glance back at Danzo, who was gradually drawing near. With a grin spreading across his face, he opened his arms wide, exuding excitement as he dashed down the leftmost corridor, as if he had discovered a new continent, beckoning the relaxed Danzo. "Grandpa Danzo, look over here. There are so many paths. In this scenario, I recall that in picture books, it usually goes like this. Grandpa Danzo, could there be treasures hidden within? Shall we go treasure hunting? What do you say, Grandpa Danzo? Hey, slow down, little rascal. Wait for Grandpa. My old bones can barely keep up with your antics." For some reason, under Naruto's gaze, Danzo felt an unsettling sensation, as if his entire being was laid bare, devoid of any privacy or secrets. He instinctively covered his right arm with his left hand and, while feigning a response to Naruto, narrowed his eyes to scrutinize him closely. Yet, despite Naruto's exceptional acting skills, he could only conclude that this little rascal was merely an innocent and easily amused child. How peculiar. Why do I always find myself doubting that this little brat, who tires so easily from a bit of exertion, could pose any threat to me? A tantrum or a fit? After several attempts to discern any unusual behavior, Danzo was left to soothe the inexplicable sense of crisis that occasionally surfaced within him. Pausing momentarily, he feigned interest in Naruto's excited chatter while observing the carefully designed fork in the path. He took a few steps closer to prevent the mischievous Naruto from getting lost in this labyrinthine underground passage, then bent down to gently lift Naruto back into his arms, a hint of a fond smile gracing his lips. "Is there a treasure buried here? That sounds like a splendid idea, Naruto. How could Grandpa have overlooked that? But it's quite late now. After such a long walk, your stomach must be growling. Let's return home and enjoy a hearty meal before we embark on our treasure hunt." "Really? That is fantastic. I knew Grandpa Danzo would take the best care of me. as Naruto observed Danzo approaching with outstretched arms. He instinctively suppressed the twitch of his lips while extending his pudgy little hands in anticipation of being embraced. Once within close proximity, he lifted his cherubic face, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he joyfully leapt into Danzo's embrace. Yes, let it be known, Grandpa Danzo, that you must accompany me for a delightful treasure hunt. Despite the revulsion he felt towards Danzo's penchant for unsolicited affection, Naruto harbored a desire to unleash a Rasengan upon the man, obliterating this loathsome relic of the past. However, he was uncertain whether Danzo still possessed that infamous trump card capable of evading any lethal assault. Furthermore, his mission encompassed not only the assassination of Danzo, but also the discovery of the Root organization's headquarters, aiming to eradicate this malignant faction that could betray Konoha at any moment. This was to prevent the core members of Root, already conditioned to be fiercely loyal to Danzo, from scattering and lurking in the shadows of the village, seeking vengeance at any cost. Left 1, right 3, right 2 humph. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. So I shall allow you to revel a moment longer, old man. With his arms encircling Danzo's neck, cleverly concealed from his line of sight, Naruto stifled the urge to unleash a barrage of chakra. While feigning a docile demeanor, nestled within Danzo's embrace, he discreetly observed the trajectory of Danzo's movements, occasionally gasping in childlike wonder as he suppressed a smile at the corner of his lips. Yes, just like this. Take me to the treasure trove of your beloved Root organization. The true treasure hunt had commenced. Regardless of the veracity of his suspicions, caution was paramount. If they proved true, it would imply that Danzo possessed a card capable of turning the tide of their confrontation, quietly feigning drowsiness in Danzo's arms. Naruto lazily rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned, subtly nudging deeper into the embrace. This perfect blind spot provided him the ideal cover to furtively memorize the route to the Root organization's lair, while simultaneously calculating the worst-case scenarios that could arise from the deviation of history. Given such a blatant divergence, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for Danzo to have acquired that detestable life-saving technique in advance. If his right hand had indeed been modified with cells from Hashirama Senju hidden beneath his cloak, this mission's complexity would undoubtedly escalate severfold. No. It was not too late to mend the situation. He needed to swiftly confirm with Grandpa Hiruzen and Uncle Fugaku. As Naruto, a steadfast believer in the principle of preparedness, felt a flicker of doubt and ominous premonition rise within him, he disregarded the fact that the number of shadow clones he had previously dispatched was nearly depleted. He resolutely released yet another clone, currently training in a third outdoor survival training ground, absorbing its training achievements to enhance his own skills. Simultaneously, he shared his concerns and speculations with the shadow clone stationed in the Hokage office, responsible for communicating with the third Hokage, Grandfather Jiraiya. Do you know where Uncle Fugaku is right now? Upon receiving the memories from the original Naruto, the shadow clone effectively possessed all of Naruto's thoughts and mindset at that moment. As its tightly shut eyes opened, words rushed forth, addressing the third Hokage, who was anxiously pacing nearby, awaiting news of Naruto's safety. Finally some news. Where is Fugaku? The third Hokage, his entire focus on the shadow clone before him, sensed the transmission of important information the moment the clone opened its eyes. The fact that the clone remained intact rather than dissipating was a reassuring sign that Naruto was safe and sound, as his previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He was about to inquire further when he was unexpectedly interrupted by the eager words of the young clone. Fugaku? Right now? Yes. He should be working in the police department. Instinctively responding to Naruto's inquiry, the third Hokage's gaze involuntarily lingered on the clone's youthful yet surprisingly mature visage. The confident smile that typically graced his features vanished, replaced by an unmistakable expression of anxiety and concern. What's the matter, Naruto? Is something wrong? Please. I urgently need you to summon Uncle Fugaku. I have a crucial hypothesis that requires immediate confirmation. In the face of urgency, Naruto set aside the formalities of respect, gazing through the Hokage office's expansive windows toward the direction of his original self, fist clenched and teeth gritted as he articulated. I need to know how many members of the Uchiha Clan who perished in these years of war had their Sharingan awakened to the three-tomo state. Have the remains of the deceased come into contact with Danzo or the Root organization? The three-tomo Sharingan? I haven't kept track of whether Danzo has dealt with this matter, the third Hokage replied, raising his arm to signal the Umbu lurking nearby to relay the message. With a perplexed expression, he continued, however, what prompted you to ask about this so suddenly? Naruto? Have you encountered some trouble? It seems I have been somewhat negligent. I can only hope I am overthinking this. Otherwise, this operation harbors a fatal flaw we have never contemplated. Even if it ultimately proves to be a mere redundancy, we must prepare thoroughly. This is a crucial reason why Naruto has not revealed any signs of weakness over these past 3 years. As the third Hokage has already dispatched someone to summon Fugaku as per his thoughts, Naruto takes a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous beating of his heart. Once his rapid breaths have somewhat stabilized, he pauses momentarily before raising his gaze to meet the third Hokage's questioning eyes, and he speaks with measured weight. I suspect that Danzo may have surreptitiously acquired the power of the Uchiha Clan Sharingan, particularly a highly unique and costly secret technique that necessitates the combined strength of both the Senju and Uchiha clans to execute. This secret technique, while related to the mysteries of the Sharingan, is preserved in detail due to the first and second Hokages hailing from the Senju clan, which has long been in conflict with the Uchiha. However, the stringent execution conditions Naruto describes are exceedingly rare. As the third Hokage murmurs softly, he soon grasps the gravity of the situation, his eyes widening with disbelief while his voice inadvertently rises several octaves. You mean to say, it cannot possibly be? The third Hokage's apparent familiarity with the secrets of the Sharingan astonishes Naruto, connecting this understanding to the man's identity. He begins to comprehend that this world cannot be easily navigated solely by the narrative of the original work. There are boundless unknown possibilities, far more perilous and intriguing than he had previously imagined. Yes, you are correct. I speak of the most formidable genjutsu, Izanagi, which can reset any harm inflicted upon the user, capable of altering life and death, and transforming reality itself. With the third Hokage now informed, Naruto feels no hesitation in revealing the existence of Izanagi. Should anyone later question how he came by such secrets, he will attribute it to his parents, asserting confidently that it is information they bequeathed to him. And if anyone remains unconvinced, they may confront Minato and Kushina directly. Although it feels somewhat unjust to place undue blame upon his parents, who were innocent, he reflects that since engaging with the third Hokage and others, he has already drawn upon the many burdens that have been unfairly placed upon Minato and Kushina. They likely would not object to one more accusation against their beloved son. At this moment, Naruto surmises that the shadow clone within the Hokage office is likely confirming with Izanagi and Fugaku whether Danzo has had any contact with the Sharingan. All that remains now is to patiently await the return of news. As Naruto dispelled his shadow clones, he nestled contentedly in Danzo's embrace, seemingly drifting into a peaceful slumber. With the corner of his eye, he attentively monitored their path while privately processing the training insights relayed back to him upon the dissolution of his clones. Realizing the potential gravity of the issues at hand, he unconsciously pressed his lips together, hoping that his concerns were unfounded. If he could not deliver a decisive blow to render this old man incapable of further mischief, the consequences would be dire. Just as the remaining clones were oblivious to the events experienced by the original before the memory transfer, Naruto, too, could not acquire the information he sought until the clones actively dispelled themselves. The possibility that Danzo might have preemptively grasped the concept of Izanagi disrupted Naruto's meticulously crafted plans, which were always based on the progression of the original storyline. Now, in the heart of enemy territory, he was compelled to act without delay. Unless Naruto intended to recklessly reveal the existence of the Flying Thunder God technique by teleporting away in Danzo's presence, he found himself powerless to delay his offensive. The sole piece of good news was that, during the consecutive dispelling of his shadow clones, Naruto's chakra had largely replenished. Moreover, the fruits of his diligent training alongside the clones were gradually being absorbed and assimilated by his original self, leading to a continuous enhancement of his strength, a small comfort amidst the turmoil. Had they nearly arrived? As Naruto pondered the best strategy to counter Izanagi, he noted that Danzo's pace was steadily quickening, the frequency of intersections diminishing significantly, signaling that they were approaching the roots of the organization. Time was no longer on Naruto's side for leisurely contemplation, so he steeled himself, casting aside his apprehensions. It was time to proceed step by step. After all, from the moment he resolved to rescue the small family, he had anticipated that history would eventually diverge beyond his control. He simply hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. He had thought he would first manage to eliminate Danzo, this malignant tumor, before any unforeseen complications arose. This was not to say that if Danzo truly possessed Izanagi, Naruto would be powerless against him. Should he truly resolve to eliminate Danzo with his hidden cards, it would not pose too great a challenge. After all, while Danzo was adept at manipulating power and skilled in deceit, his strength was the weakest among the many shadowy figures Naruto needed to contend with. It is worth noting that, according to the precise information gleaned from Itachi, another key player whose importance could determine the fate of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui, was not only alive and well but had not yet attained the Manjiki Sharingan. Danzo had no reason to ambush Shisui. Furthermore, given the relentless assaults from the Third Hokage that left Danzo on the defensive, he was cautious enough to personally negotiate with Naruto, making it unlikely that he would distract himself with plans to extract Shisui's Sharingan. The right eye, still unbound and visible, served as the best evidence supporting this hypothesis. In other words, regardless of how history may evolve, at present, Danzo can only be presumed to possess the ability to invoke Izanagi. However, it is an undeniable fact that he lacks the capacity to employ the mind-controlling jinjutsu, Konoha. Furthermore, in the original narrative, Danzo extravagantly utilizes Izanagi as though it were a mere substitution technique, and he has not demonstrated any other abilities related to the Sharingan apart from Izanagi and Konoha. This serves as sufficient evidence of his ineptitude in wielding the power of the Sharingan. In stark contrast, we have Kakashi Hatake, who, despite sharing the same lineage of the Sharingan, has mastered its abilities to an extraordinary degree, earning a formidable reputation as the copy ninja. Though Danzo possesses a greater number of Sharingan than Kakashi, and the effects of Konoha are indeed formidable, the extent to which he has developed and utilized the Sharingan pales in comparison. The adage rings true: one must sacrifice something to gain another. The disparity in the efficiency of Sharingan usage clearly indicates that, while Danzo has been able to conduct his clandestine operations from a position of power, he has simultaneously become detached from the rigors of combat and the sharpening of his own skills, having distanced himself from the life and death crises found on the battlefield. If we were to view this through a gaming lens, for Naruto, Danzo would merely be akin to a formidable foe, one who possesses a few resurrection crosses in the cells of Hashirama Senju, capable of rapid recovery, requiring repeated defeats to exhaust completely. If one attempt fails, then summon the true monster, Kurama, and annihilate him thoroughly. It is precisely because Naruto is acutely aware of Danzo's relative weakness among the many shadowy figures he must contend with that he feels compelled to act with utmost caution and discretion, adhering closely to the original narrative to avoid revealing too many of his trump cards. Moreover, if Uchiha Obito, masquerading under the name of Uchiha Madara, were to discover that Naruto, as the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, possesses such astonishing potential for growth, he would likely spare no effort to eliminate Naruto during his vulnerable youth, a period when he is far from capable of confronting him directly. As for why Obito did not take such action in the original narrative and during these 3 years, it is probably because he deemed that Naruto, who has faced ostracism and isolation from the villagers due to Danzo's machinations, posed little threat. Rather than risking the assassination of Naruto, which could lead to the emergence of a new jinchūriki capable of mastering Kurama's power, Obito chose to focus his energies on advancing the Moon's Eye plan, which necessitates the acquisition of crucial pieces to facilitate the capture of tailed beasts through the Akatsuki's formation and recruitment. He sought to manipulate the Fourth Hokage, using his Sharingan to turn him into a puppet to command, thereby transforming the entirety of the hidden mist village into his own private army, a far more advantageous endeavor. Thus, should Obito ever recognize Naruto's potential threat to exceed his expectations, Naruto speculates that Obito would eagerly expend great effort to personally eliminate him. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that Obito has shown no hesitation in dealing ruthlessly with his former mentors, Minato and Kushina. Thus, when confronted with Naruto, who shares no prior connection or bond with him, he would likely act with even greater decisiveness and resolve. This is also a significant reason why Naruto endured 3 years of inhumane treatment, only to choose to communicate with the Third Hokage when he resolved to alter the fate of his small fan. The more ostentatious one is, the quicker one meets their demise. It is a foolish endeavor to send subordinates from low to high to merely enhance the protagonist's experience and facilitate their ascent, ultimately leading to their own downfall, a concept that exists solely in the realms of anime, novels, or films. To survive longer, one must feign ignorance, maintain a low profile, and embody the guise of a pig to eat the tiger. This is the true path. As Naruto internally mocked and jested, he feigned waking from slumber, rubbing his eyes to regain his composure, striving to present a gentle, affectionate smile while upholding the image of his obedient persona, all the while suppressing the urge to confront Danzo directly. Once Danzo finally led Naruto out of the winding underground passage to a significantly more spacious location, in front of a meticulously constructed underground building serving as the root organization's assembly hall, Naruto hesitated. His movements faltered, and he stared in disbelief at the shadowy structure illuminated by candlelight, his eyes widening in astonishment. The building's rounded form, with the flickering flames revealing the outlines of the familiar Hokage office, bore an uncanny resemblance to the iconic structure of Konoha. However, it was not merely the architectural similarity that left Naruto astounded. It was the true location of the Root Organization's headquarters. Shortly after entering the tunnel, Naruto had sensed that the distance between himself and the shadow clone at the Hokage office was diminishing. Distracted by other thoughts and the imperceptible nature of the change, he had initially dismissed it. Now, as he intended to determine the position of the shadow clone to avoid disrupting communication with the third Hokage, he unconsciously realized that the faint connection he felt with the shadow clone stationed within the Hokage office was directly above him. In other words, the elusive headquarters of the Root Organization, which had always evaded detection, was situated directly beneath the Hokage office. The nearly identical design and the profound significance of its location revealed Danzo's ambition to usurp the third Hokage. Meanwhile, as Naruto's body drew closer to the Root Organization's headquarters under Danzo's guidance, Uchiha Fugaku, summoned by the third Hokage, hurriedly arrived at the Hokage office. The bond with Minato Namikaze compelled Fugaku Uchiha to place his trust in Naruto, the son of his dear friend. Additionally, the timely visit from the third Hokage, who expressed his apologies and engaged in sincere discussions with Fugaku on several occasions, gradually led him to accept the harsh reality that the recent plight of the Uchiha clan was largely due to the machinations of Danzo Shimura. As hatred and resentment shifted towards the true culprit, the long-standing rift between the Uchiha clan and the village dissipated, allowing for reconciliation. Moreover, the third Hokage had discreetly hinted to Fugaku about impending judgments against Danzo for his misdeeds, prompting Fugaku to gladly decide to lead his clan in cooperation with the Hokage's plans. Thus, upon hearing of the Hokage's summons, he hastened to the office without delay. "Third Hokage, is there something urgent that requires my presence?" Fugaku inquired, breathless from his swift journey as he approached the closed door of the Hokage's office. His heart raced in response to his vigorous exertion, yet as he pushed open the door, his gaze instinctively darted around the room. His attention was abruptly captured by the sight of several identical young boys, all bearing familiar smiles. "Naruto, what are you doing here? How could you, a mere child, be involved in this matter?" His concern for Naruto's safety led him to question the third Hokage directly, disregarding the usual hierarchy. This only further confirmed the Hokage's regard for Naruto, yet he felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. It was indeed Naruto who had exposed Danzo's hypocritical facade, and, seizing the moment during a crucial juncture when the third Hokage could not counter his claims, had voluntarily offered himself as bait. However, in a twist of fate, Naruto chose to follow Danzo into the depths of the Root Organization's headquarters, acting according to his own volition throughout the ordeal. Although there had been discussions with the third Hokage, it was as if Naruto had suddenly altered his course, leaving no one but himself aware of his true intentions. While he had undoubtedly surprised the Hokage, Naruto had also become an unexpectedly unconventional ninja in the annals of the Hidden Leaf Village, often causing the kind-hearted elder's heart to race with both excitement and trepidation. This was hardly the scenario the third Hokage envisioned for Naruto's involvement. If one were to set aside responsibility and focus on personal feelings, the Hokage would have preferred to cherish and protect this precious child, compensating for the love the village had failed to provide over the past 3 years. How could he bear to let Naruto face danger? Yet, this child was anything but easy to manage. His propensity for audacious acts, coupled with a reckless disregard for his own safety, left the third Hokage feeling both exasperated and proud. It is with great delight that one observes Naruto's character, which bears a striking resemblance to that of his heroic parents who selflessly dedicated themselves to their village. With the right guidance and nurturing, he could flourish into an exceptional successor to the position of Hokage. However, it is equally disheartening to witness Naruto's premature maturity and understanding, which evoke a profound sense of concern. His ability to think independently in critical moments allows him to make the most appropriate choices. Yet it also leads him to adopt a strategy of deception, wherein he chooses to reveal his true intentions only after the operation has commenced. By that time, even if the third Hokage wishes to retract his orders, it is too late to halt the inevitable course of action. Upon hearing Fugaku's anxious inquiries, the third Hokage experiences a sense of unspoken grievance, akin to a child harboring unexpressed sorrow. "Calm yourself, Fugaku. Do not be so hasty," he advises. casting a sidelong glance at the seemingly gentle child beside him. Upon noticing the scrutiny, Naruto playfully sticks out his tongue and makes a cheeky face, causing the third Hokage to involuntarily twitch the corners of his mouth. He lowers his head, using the wide brim of his Hokage hat to conceal his peculiar expression, and continues in a measured tone, "In truth, it is not I who sought you out, but rather our little strategist who is in search of you, Fugaku. Have you not been curious all along about who the true mastermind behind this operation is, aside from Narashikaku, the public face of our strategy?" While the third Hokage's words ring true, Fugaku, perplexed by the term little strategist, misinterprets the Hokage's averted gaze as a sign of his displeasure towards him. His voice lowers as he softly inquires, but as he observes the choice of words and the occasional glances towards Naruto, he begins to entertain a nearly fantastical realization. Staring wide-eyed at Naruto, he exclaims, "Lord Third Hokage, you cannot possibly mean to say that it is this child, Naruto, who orchestrated everything." Fugaku's incredulous reaction, devoid of the dignified demeanor expected of a clan leader, alleviates some of the third Hokage's embarrassment. He nods slightly in affirmation of Fugaku's conjecture, using the motion to mask the tremors of suppressed laughter that betray his old, playful spirit. Faced with the third Hokage's tacit approval and the innocent, blinking eyes of Naruto, Fugaku suddenly feels as though he is caught in a whirlwind. As a leader who has weathered the storms of war and possesses a wealth of life experience, he has always considered himself someone who has encountered significant challenges. Thus, he believes that no matter the nature of the news, be it sorrowful or joyful, it should not provoke any excessive emotional responses from him. However, the reality is that, after recently being overwhelmed with joy upon receiving the unexpected news of a dear friend's offspring surviving, I now find myself startled and exclaiming in astonishment due to the remarkable feats achieved by the same individual. This has caused the previously unblemished worldview of Fugaku to subtly reveal cracks. I apologize, Uncle Fugaku, for troubling you amidst your busy schedule. But this matter is of utmost importance, and I must verify it with you immediately. Seeing the third Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku enveloped in an awkward silence, Naruto, who had remained quiet until now, felt compelled to break the tension. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze to meet Fugaku's incredulous stare, his lips parting slowly as he earnestly inquired, "Uncle Fugaku, I wish to know how many members of the Uchiha clan, who perished in the last war and during the rampage of the Nine Tails, possessed the three-tomo Sharingan." "Perhaps a dozen or so," Fugaku replied. "As for whether Danzo had any direct or indirect contact with their remains, I must admit I haven't paid attention." The serious expression on Naruto's face, reminiscent of Minato's, momentarily caused Fugaku to mistake him for his dear friend. Before fully processing the situation, he instinctively responded, "However, if you wish to know, you can inquire with the caretaker of the Uchiha clan cemetery. Those who could awaken their Sharingan to such a degree are considered elite within the Uchiha clan. To prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from stealing or leaking secrets about the Sharingan, all contact with outsiders, whether in life or death, is meticulously documented and preserved." Fugaku's inability to provide direct evidence regarding Danzo's capability to activate Izanagi took Naruto by surprise, but after hearing Fugaku's explanation, he felt a sense of understanding. After all, Danzo had always projected an image of a stern, unsparing individual, devoted solely to the village's welfare, and was one of the three advisors within the Konoha elders. As a high-ranking official in Konoha, he could easily access the remains of the Uchiha clan under the pretense of assisting in the retrieval of fallen warriors, especially since the root organization, while cloaked in secrecy, was known to be a loyal and elite force supporting Konoha. Is that so? Then, Uncle Fugaku, if we were to send someone to investigate now, how long would it take to ascertain the precise information? Round trip, it would take about an hour. And considering the time needed to sift through records for verification, it would likely require half a day, Fugaku replied thoughtfully. As he pondered his response, he became subtly aware of a peculiar tension in the air and, after estimating the time, turned to Naruto with a puzzled expression. "Why do you ask? Have you encountered some trouble? What prompted you to suddenly bring this matter to my attention?" "Indeed, we have encountered considerable trouble, and this predicament is rather significant." Present in the room are only Naruto, the third Hokage, and Fugaku, with the third Hokage as trusted confidants discreetly guarding the vicinity of the office. Without concern for information leakage, he candidly relayed his earlier speculation regarding Danzo's potential possession of the formidable genjutsu Izanagi to Fugaku. "What? Izanagi? That is a perilous forbidden technique within the Uchiha clan, with exceedingly stringent conditions for its execution, long sealed away. Although perplexed by how this youthful child came to know of the Uchiha clan's esoteric techniques, it was evident that the immediate priority, as Naruto suggested, was to swiftly verify whether Danzo had indeed come into contact with and desecrated the remains of the heroic spirits to illicitly extract the Sharingan. No wonder you were in such a rush to find Uncle. All right, I understand. I shall return immediately. However, before Fugaku could finish his sentence, a cloud of white mist suddenly erupted beneath Naruto's feet, and by the time the mist dissipated, Naruto had vanished from sight, disappearing almost instantaneously. Shadow clone technique? When did this child learn such a technique? The sudden disappearance of his figure confirmed the presence of multiple Narutos, and Fugaku's heart, continuously stimulated by the surprises, began to grow numb and accustomed to the unexpected revelations. Never mind, it is too late now. I must temporarily set this matter aside as I have just received information from the original body. At the very moment Naruto was conversing with the third Hokage and Fugaku, another Naruto, seated with his eyes closed in meditation, opened his eyes with a complex expression and slowly rose to his feet. After shaking his head slightly, he turned to face the two who had also grown tense beside him and continued, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Good news and bad news? The mention of too late caused the third Hokage's previously relaxed demeanor to tighten once again. The significance of this information was unmistakable, especially since it could compel Naruto to alter his decision, even to the point of voluntarily dispelling the shadow clone engaged in conversation. After a brief pause, he made his choice without hesitation. Let us hear the good news first. The good news is that the original body has located the headquarters of the Root organization, and, in a certain sense, the concealment site of the Root organization is surprisingly close to us. Close to us? How can that be? This unexpected revelation left the third Hokage astonished, even causing him to exclaim in a somewhat flustered manner. It is known that the Hokage's office serves as a crucial institution of power within the Hidden Leaf Village, with surrounding buildings subjected to meticulous and periodic scrutiny. Therefore, if the Root organization were indeed so near, it would have been discovered long ago. Where exactly is it located? And what is the bad news you mentioned? The third Hokage, racking his brain for any possible location that could serve as a hidden base for the Root organization, could not help but grow increasingly anxious and press Naruto for answers. This is yet another piece of unfortunate news I must convey. Danzo has established a base resembling the Hokage's office within his Root organization, indicating that his ambition to become Hokage has been brewing for quite some time. As I spoke, Naruto's shadow clone exhibited an increasingly peculiar expression. After finishing my statement, he unexpectedly clutched his chest, gasping for breath. After a prolonged pause, he managed to point downward and continued, albeit hesitantly, stating that beneath the ground. Before he could complete his thought, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. Including the shadow clone engaged in conversation, the remaining numerous clones in the office simultaneously dissipated into white smoke. Even the shadow clone stationed at the third outdoor survival training ground vanished in like manner. The cessation of the shadow clone's communication function leaves us with two possibilities. Either Naruto intends to reclaim all his chakra and training experience to swiftly restore himself to optimal fighting condition, or his original self has suffered an irreparable injury or is in a state of uncontrollable rage, rendering him incapable of sustaining the existence of these clones. In Chapter 57, the peril faced by the prince prompted the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to eagerly volunteer for battle. The prince's remarkable charisma was not merely a stroke of luck. It was a result of Naruto's painstaking efforts, gradually accumulating influence through his actions. Although the prince is only 3 years old, he has already faced numerous challenges prior to his encounters with Danzo. When he assisted Hinata, his identity as a jinchūriki led others to mistakenly believe he was acting on behalf of the third Hokage's will, thereby inadvertently resolving the nascent misunderstandings between the Hyuga clan and the third Hokage. During his encounter with and guidance of little Tintin, he not only created opportunities to meet Itachi Uchiha, but also gained assistance from his brother, successfully connecting with Fugaku Uchiha. Upon revealing his lineage, the unexpectedly profound bond between Minato and Fugaku significantly enhanced their mutual goodwill, allowing Naruto to gain Fugaku's trust with minimal obstacles and persuade him to extinguish thoughts of rebellion in their infancy. Considering all this, the third Hokage, who had been somewhat restrained by the Elder Council's machinations, suddenly found the confidence to confront Danzo directly and gain the upper hand. This newfound assurance stemmed not only from 3 years of recuperation, which restored the third Hokage's prestige and power, overshadowing the Elder Council, but also from Naruto acting as an intermediary, persuading the two most formidable clans in Konoha to align with him. Thus, the current Third Hokage stands as a figure of strength and unity, while Danzo, preoccupied with schemes to usurp the Hokage's position, remains mired in the petty tactics of 3 years past, ultimately leading to his inevitable downfall. In the present moment, the prince has subtly emerged as the beloved figure within the Hokage faction, no longer merely supported by the Third Hokage, but also bolstered by the formidable backing of the prominent Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Under such circumstances, should Naruto desire it, restoring his identity as the son of a hero would pose no challenge. The reason he refrains from doing so is that he is acutely aware that his adversaries extend beyond Danzo. He deliberately chooses to maintain a low profile, planning to continue his ruse of playing the fool, thereby remaining inconspicuous in the hidden Leaf Village. Apart from the Third Hokage and the two involved parties, Hiashi and Fugaku, no one else is privy to this truth. In summary, while Danzo mistakenly believes he has acquired a trump card in the prince, he fails to realize that the prince is not his asset but rather a veritable hornet's nest that, once disturbed, will unleash a tumultuous storm of consequences. Incidentally, when Hiashi suddenly rushed in to offer his assistance, both Fugaku and the Third Hokage were equally bewildered. If one were to express their internal turmoil through an emoji, it would closely resemble a perplexed face, reminiscent of the iconic black man questioning life meme. Just as Hiashi did not foresee Naruto's significance being enough to compel Fugaku to kneel and plead for a rescue operation, Fugaku was entirely unaware that Naruto could command such respect from Hiashi, who disregarded the presence of his sworn enemy, and, in a rare display of calmness, referred to Fugaku as brother, clearly to avoid any discord that might impede the timely rescue of Naruto. Indeed, this unintentional yet sincere collaboration would halt the deterioration of relations between the two clans, gradually mending their ties. In time, as Hinata and Sasuke mature, they would guide these two powerful factions to become steadfast allies of Naruto, though those developments lie in the distant future. Is the organization's main base underground? Does that imply a subterranean warehouse or basement? Bang! What? Naruto has new intelligence surfaced so soon? How intriguing. Naruto's seemingly irrelevant direction left the Third Hokage, who was focused on investigating the surface structures surrounding the Hokage building, somewhat perplexed. As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, attempting to digest and comprehend this new information, the sudden sound of a shadow clone dispelling instinctively led him to believe that Naruto had more news to share. Without hesitation, he turned slightly to inquire directly of the individual involved for clearer intelligence. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of the increasingly pallid and distressed expression of the young lad before him. After a moment of surprise, he sensed something amiss. An ominous premonition began to unfurl within him, causing this seasoned elder, accustomed to maintaining composure in turmoil, to exclaim in alarm, "Naruto!" A sudden cacophony erupted, echoing with a series of sharp sounds. Before the Third Hokage could articulate his thoughts, the shadow clones, once placidly seated, dissolved into wisps of white mist one after another. Almost immediately, the clone responsible for communication with the Third Hokage collapsed to the ground, clutching its head. Its visage contorted in a grotesque display of agony before vanishing amidst the smoke. Was this the result of Naruto intentionally retracting the clones as their mental energy reached its zenith? Fugaku, who stood by witnessing this bizarre occurrence, possessed a less profound understanding of Naruto's true nature compared to the Third Hokage, who frequently observed through a crystal ball. Naruto's youthful naivete served as a significant veil, greatly impairing Fugaku's assessment of his actual prowess. The sudden dissolution of the shadow clones bore a striking resemblance to the natural reaction of a ninja who, upon exhausting their mental energy, would voluntarily dismiss the clones to avert the risk of mental disarray or collapse. The abruptness of this event left Fugaku momentarily oblivious to its underlying anomalies. However, it did not take long for Fugaku to discern the gravity of the situation from the Third Hokage's suddenly grave expression, which was devoid of its previous mirth. The shadow clones, as entities created by the technique, possessed independent consciousness, inheriting the essence and memories of the original upon their creation while retaining the state of the user at that moment. Thus, any alteration in the clone's physical state due to an attack, healing, or mental fatigue of the original would not affect the clones. In essence, if Naruto had retracted the clones, they should have dissipated seamlessly, not with the grotesque turmoil witnessed moments prior. Unless Naruto, compelled by dire circumstances, had prioritized the retraction of other clones to transfer his consciousness, memories, and experiences, the pained expression of the remaining clone would remain inexplicable. This indicated that the last remaining clone was deliberately retained to relay the true plight of its original, reflecting the suffering Naruto was enduring. The anguish he faced was already overwhelming, rendering him incapable of articulating a plea for help, let alone conveying detailed information. What has transpired, Naruto? Why, dear child? Do you refuse to heed your grandfather's counsel? The third Hokage had been in a constant state of anxiety since Naruto's encounter with Danzo, fearing unforeseen calamities. Initially relieved upon hearing of Naruto's discovery of the Root organization's headquarters, he was soon dismayed to find that his deepest fears had indeed materialized. Third Hokage-sama, I implore you to grant me permission to lead a team at once to rescue Naruto. At the very moment when the third Hokage was consumed by frustration and regret. Clenching his fists in contemplation of a strategy, the anxious Kakashi, who had been waiting outside for a considerable time, could no longer suppress his emotional turmoil. He suddenly appeared, half-kneeling before the third Hokage, gritting his teeth as he volunteered for the task. As a subordinate, Kakashi understood that despite his unique status as the sole surviving disciple of the fourth Hokage, his current actions could be perceived as disrespectful. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns any longer. Watching his most cherished individuals, Obito, Rin, Minato-sensei, and Kushina-sensei, leave this world one after another, while feeling utterly powerless, was a torment Kakashi had long endured. He could not bear the thought of Naruto, the continuation of his mentor's legacy, facing a similar fate. He implored the third Hokage for permission. Observing the usually reticent and icy demeanor of his subordinate openly express his genuine feelings was both heartening and somewhat amusing for the third Hokage. Kakashi, if you are worried that this young man might be incapable of bearing such a heavy responsibility. Just as the third Hokage was about to speak to soothe Kakashi's fervent emotions, a moment of silence led Fugaku, standing nearby, to mistakenly believe that the third Hokage doubted Kakashi's ability to undertake the crucial mission of rescuing Naruto. He interjected, I can immediately summon the elite members of our clan and personally lead the rescue. We will thoroughly investigate all suspicious buildings surrounding the Hokage's office and uncover the true location of the Akatsuki's base to save Naruto. The arrogance cultivated from years of holding high office dissipated entirely in that moment, as Fugaku half-kneeled before the third Hokage without hesitation. Disregarding the possibility that this display could be used by the clan elders as evidence of submission to the Hokage, his sincere urgency was palpable. Fugaku's unexpected and astonishing initiative left the third Hokage momentarily dazed, as if he were ensnared in an unreal dream. It must be noted that the Uchiha clan is renowned for its pride, and as the clan leader, Fugaku epitomized this characteristic, even during Minato's lifetime. The third Hokage had never witnessed Fugaku display any semblance of humility, let alone such a willingness to volunteer for battle. This remarkable transformation in Fugaku occurred following Naruto's interaction with him, leading the third Hokage to quietly marvel at the profound charisma hidden within this typically unassuming young man. Minato. Kushina, you have raised an extraordinary child. While the third Hokage pondered this, the surprises brought forth by Naruto were far from over. Fugaku, this is where you are mistaken. In terms of combat prowess, perhaps your Uchiha clan's Sharingan holds an advantage, but when it comes to reconnaissance, that is the forte of our Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Leave such matters to me, a professional. Moreover, speaking as a father, Naruto has aided my daughter on 2 occasions and has shown considerable care for Hinata. It is precisely for this reason that my precious daughter has long since developed an affection for that insufferable brat, although it displeases me somewhat. If I were to remain idle at such a moment, I would surely earn her resentment. Suddenly, the closed office door was thrust open, and the leader of the Hyuga clan, clad in a ninja vest and adorned with a forehead protector, approached the bewildered third Hokage with a hearty laugh. Without hesitation, he knelt partially on the ground, suppressing his mirth to restore a serious demeanor, and earnestly requested. Enunciating each word with conviction, the elite forces of the Hyuga clan are assembled and ready to depart. We implore the third Hokage to grant us permission for an internal search. What? You must be joking. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is far superior to your measly Byakugan. Since the fall of the Senju clan, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have been regarded as the strongest families in Konoha, leading to frequent clashes and mutual disdain. At this critical juncture, Fugaku's unexpected appearance was met with irritation. After a moment of surprise, he instinctively retorted with indignation, When have you ever bested me in guessing games before? For goodness sake, you cheated with your Byakugan. Isn't that enough to demonstrate that the Hyuga clan is better suited for this search and rescue mission than your Uchiha clan? Fine, I concede your point. But this time, I won't argue with you. However, Don't say I didn't warn you. If your search efficiency is too low, I will not hesitate to lead the charge myself. And once the location of the Akatsuki's headquarters is discovered, do not act recklessly. Since when does the Hyuga clan have to heed your words? You yourself admitted that the Uchiha's Sharingan is more suitable for this kind of infiltration and rescue operation. Leave it to me. Ah, I will, rest assured. Fugaku's unexpected shift in demeanor left Hisashi astonished, as he had anticipated a prolonged argument. Once he regained his composure, the laughter in his eyes deepened. The previously existing rift, not one of deep-seated animosity, between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans began to dissolve through their collaboration towards a common goal, the rescue of Naruto. This interaction sowed a small seed for future reconciliation between the two clans. Cough, cough. It seems you both are completely disregarding my presence as the third Hokage. Observing the lively exchange between the two, the diminishing presence of the third Hokage prompted him to clear his throat, redirecting the attention of those present back to himself. Naruto, your grandfather truly did not err in his judgment of you. At such a young age, you have succeeded in persuading both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to set aside their long-standing prejudices and choose collaboration. Without a doubt, you are destined to surpass not only your grandfather, but every Hokage that has come before you. Until that day arrives, your grandfather will ensure that you encounter not a single misstep. As he gazed upon the harmonious scene of the two clans joining forces, an image he had never dared to envision, Third Hokage felt a profound sense of pride and solace for Naruto. After a moment of contemplation, he clenched his teeth, casting aside all doubts, and issued his command with a wave of his hand. Very well, the situation is dire, and there is no time for hesitation. Fugaku, you must lead your clan to follow Naruto's intelligence and proceed through the underground passage to the root organization's headquarters at Hisashi. Immediately conduct a thorough search of all buildings surrounding the Hokage building to determine if any secret passages leading to the root organization's base exist. The repercussions of our actions will fall upon my shoulders. You need only to pursue your tasks with vigor, regardless of how the process unfolds. I have but one demand. At all costs, ensure the safe return of Naruto Uzumaki. As Danzo remained blissfully unaware of the hornet's nest he had stirred, prompting the mobilization of all elite forces in Konoha, let us shift our focus slightly forward in time to uncover what Danzo has truly orchestrated against Naruto. Well, this place is enormous. Although the route under Danzo's guidance involved many unnecessary detours, upon finally arriving at the headquarters of the root organization, which marked the completion of one of his two primary objectives, Naruto could not help but exhale with relief, disguised by his youthful appearance. He presented himself as a curious child, his lips parting to conceal the smile that crept upon his face amidst his momentary relaxation. Hey, Grandpa Danzo, come quickly. That building up ahead looks incredibly, ultra similar to the Hokage's office back in the village. Could that be Grandpa Danzo's home? It looks so impressive. Surely this must be the adage that the most dangerous places are often the safest. To carve out a space and establish the root organization's headquarters beneath the Hokage office, an area that would easily escape anyone's notice, explains why the third Hokage dispatched so many personnel for reconnaissance yet found no trace of it. Truly, darkness lies beneath the lamp. Danzo, that old rascal, is indeed quite cunning. However, it is no longer a concern. Once I relay this final piece of intelligence regarding the location of the root organization's headquarters to Grandpa Hisashi, this old man's well-concealed secret base will soon be exposed for all to see. As Naruto pondered amidst his light-hearted musings, his clandestine actions did not cease upon arriving at the headquarters of the root organization. He took the initiative to dispel the shadow clone that had long been engaged in discussions with the third Hokage regarding the exchange of intelligence, yet had failed to relay the feedback to his original self. While digesting and organizing the content of the dialogue between the shadow clone, the third Hokage, and Uchiha Fugaku, he sought answers to his most pressing concern, whether Danzo had indeed come into contact with the coveted three-tomo Sharingan. Simultaneously, he conveyed the correct route of the last branch of the underground passage, along with the coordinates of the root organization's headquarters, located directly beneath the Hokage office building, to the other shadow clones. This would enable the rapid transmission of the latest intelligence to the third Hokage and others. Up to this point, despite the considerable time wasted due to Danzo's intentional delays and the potential oversight of an early vulnerability presented by the technique Izanagi, overall progress remained smooth and was still within the parameters of Naruto's envisioned plan. He believed that as long as he could ascertain whether Danzo had engaged with the three-tomo Sharingan and, if so, the extent of that contact, He could rectify the disadvantages left by previous miscalculations, coupled with the critical and potentially lethal information regarding the location of the Root organization's headquarters. Naruto felt he could firmly grasp the tempo and initiative of this operation in the palm of his hand. However, this very thought led Naruto to gradually relax his previously taut nerves, resulting in a decline in both his perception and vigilance. This momentary lapse caused him to expose a fleeting vulnerability, which was met with sudden developments. What? Even Uncle Fugaku cannot ascertain whether Danzo has encountered a Sharingan of that caliber? He must await verification from the gravekeeper responsible for the Uchiha Clan's burial grounds to cross-reference the records? How could this be? No wonder the Shadow Clone has not returned with any news for so long. They must be concerned that this grim tidings would disturb my mindset and actions. Mastering the Shadow Clone technique with remarkable proficiency, Naruto swiftly absorbed the memories of the Shadow Clone. Thus, he was confronted with the unexpected grim news that even Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha Clan, was uncertain of Danzo's interactions with high-level Sharingan. In light of this, he resolved to devise further strategies to buy himself more time. If he were to err in judgment due to insufficient intelligence during this first official operation, allowing that old coot Danzo to feign death with Izanagi and escape, it would render all his efforts futile. Wait a moment, why has that old man Danzo made a sound for so long? The initial joy that had filled Naruto's heart swiftly dissipated upon the arrival of disheartening news. His thoughts began to whirl once more. And it wasn't long before he discerned the subtle oddity of his current predicament. Typically, Danzo would feign agreement and respond immediately to Naruto's words. However, at this moment, he remained utterly silent, not uttering a single word. In the interval of Naruto's distraction, the distance between them had not shifted in the slightest. Instead, there arose a series of cautious, trivial sounds from behind, reminiscent of someone meticulously disassembling something. Could that old coot have truly transplanted the Sharingan in advance and be preoccupied with unsealing the seal on his right arm? Contemplating this, Naruto felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his instincts screaming alarms within him. He endeavored to maintain an expression of confusion while continuing to call out to Danzo, all the while turning around to discern what mischief the long silent figure was up to. Come on, Grandpa Danzo. What are you doing? Danger, Naruto. The voice of Kurama, the nine tails within him, thundered in his ears like a clap of thunder. Foreseeing a dreadful event and bellowing in a frantic warning, don't turn around. Do not face him. For heaven's sake, do not. Your most detested scent? Naruto pondered. Even as Kurama, sensing the looming threat, urgently roared a warning. Alas, it was too late. The moment Naruto hesitated, momentarily stunned by Kurama's alarm, his body involuntarily turned to face Danzo. Yes, just like that, my good child. Look, Grandpa has a gift for you, Danzo finally spoke. His words laden with insidious allure, exploiting the crack in Naruto's awareness. As Naruto's gaze was irresistibly drawn to Danzo, it met the ghastly sight of the pale right arm adorned with a gruesome, crimson eye embedded within it. The Sharingan, in its three-tomo state. I understand now. That old man seeks to harness the power of the Sharingan to control Kurama. I must avert my gaze from, my head. Why is it suddenly so painful? As if it's about to explode? As Naruto's consciousness began to sharpen, the three-tomo of the Sharingan embedded in Danzo's arm began to rotate slowly, warping Naruto's perception like a funhouse mirror. Amidst the sudden, intense headache and the overwhelming stimuli of Kurama's beastly eyes being assimilated into the crimson three-tomo Sharingan, Naruto, despite his resolute will, could not suppress the cries of anguish as he clutched his head. My head. It hurts so much. The heart-wrenching cries echoed as Naruto, consumed by agony, could no longer attend to anything else. He rolled on the ground, struggling desperately to divert the pain he endured. Gradually, the whisker marks on his youthful visage solidified, resembling the true fur of a wild beast. His fingernails began to extend at a visible pace, easily shredding the stone tiles beneath him, crafted from precious minerals. Excellent. Everything is progressing smoothly. That self-proclaimed Uchiha Ibito has not deceived me. The Sharingan truly possesses the ability to control the nine tails. He cackled with delight. Now that the jinchūriki is in my grasp, I shall see what you can possibly use to contend with me. The astonishing sight of a mere 3-year-old effortlessly shattering precious stones was a spectacle that even Danzo had not anticipated. Yet, he soon found himself laughing triumphantly at Naruto's overwhelming power unleashed during his transformation into the tailed beast. This childish game can finally come to an end. Uzumaki Naruto, you are remarkably akin to your foolishly naive parents. The three of you are so easily deceived. But rest assured, you once claimed that your grandfather Danzo cherished you above all else. As he spoke, Danzo's lips curled into a slight smirk, reminiscent of a fond memory. He leaned closer to the incapacitated Naruto, who lay on the ground, too tormented to struggle, merely twitching slightly, with narrowed eyes and a faint smile. He adopted the hypocritical demeanor he had worn since their first encounter, sneering softly as he spoke. Once I have disposed of Hiruzen, you will hold no further value to me. I shall emerge as the hero who slays the fox and rescues the village, personally sending you to reunite with your parents. Suddenly, a shuriken, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, shot from the shadows behind Danzo. By the time he sensed the impending danger, it was far too late to evade. He adjusted his stance in a desperate attempt to avoid a fatal blow, yet it struck deep into his right arm, narrowly missing his precious Sharingan by mere inches. The searing pain forced Danzo to momentarily relinquish his grip on the Sharingan's power. Damn it, who dares? He bellowed, seething with rage. Regarding your plan, I must object. The name Naruto was given by me, the master of his father, Minato. In my eyes, this child is akin to my beloved grandson, while you dare to claim kinship and harm him? From the shadows emerged a towering figure. His hair as white as snow, radiating fury. His fists were clenched, veins protruding from his forehead protector, his face contorted in a fierce snarl, resembling a feral beast poised to strike. Did you have my consent, you wretched cur? I wondered who had the audacity. It turns out to be none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Alas, it seems I have underestimated the determination of that scoundrel to eliminate and suppress me. He has gone to great lengths to retrieve you, this wayward soul, from outside the village. Although it has been some time since I last encountered the individual before me, the striking white hair and the distinctive oil-slick forehead protector are sufficient for Danzo to discern the identity of the intruder disrupting his affairs. As his initial anger subsided into calmness, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Naruto, who writhed in agony beside him, his face contorted in pain, confirming that his crucial trump card was swiftly unleashing the power of the Nine Tails and entering the state of tailed beast transformation as planned. He nonchalantly withdrew a shuriken from his arm, allowing the wound to heal rapidly under the enhanced regenerative capabilities bestowed by the First Hokage's cells. With a veneer of composure, he toyed with the shuriken, now stained with a hint of crimson, and after a brief pause, he derided the visitor with a sardonic tone, revealing the latter's name. For a formidable warrior like you, it is indeed no easy feat to conceal your presence and engage in the petty act of stalking. To have followed me here without betraying a single clue, I wonder, is this an ability honed from your clandestine exploits around the world? Or perhaps you're prying into the women's hot springs? Danzo's mocking words, combined with Naruto's increasingly feeble cries, compelled Jiraiya to acknowledge a profound sense of regret. In the aftermath of his hasty action, he lamented not taking better aim and instead piercing the old fool's head to end his miserable existence. You filthy old scoundrel. I thought I had sufficiently grasped the vile nature lurking beneath your hypocritical facade, yet I never anticipated that, driven by your selfish desires, you would spare not even a child. First, you shattered this boy's childhood, branding him as a malevolent demon in the eyes of the villagers. Now, you audaciously target the power of the Nine Tails within him. You are acutely aware that the boy's body cannot withstand the corrosive force of the tailed beast chakra when it spirals out of control. You are seeking to take his life. Amidst his words, Jiraiya paid no heed to the taunts and insults hurled at him. His gaze remained fixed on Naruto, while his right leg slowly shifted back, stabilizing his stance, his fists unfurling to assume the customary starting position of a combatant. I offer you one final opportunity, Danzo. If you wish to die with some semblance of dignity, release Naruto at once, or else. His voice, low and menacing, bore an uncanny resemblance to the absurdity of a ritualistic dance, yet at that moment, the familiar smile that usually graced Jiraiya's face was conspicuously absent. Instead, his eyes blazed with fury, resembling a vengeful specter risen from the depths of hell. Were it not for Naruto, now incapacitated and lying merely a few meters from Danzo's feet, Jiraiya would not have held back. The initial attack would not have been merely a warning shuriken but a tempest of ferocious onslaught. Oh, and what will you do otherwise? Kill me? The expression you wear is indeed intimidating, but alas, you lack the resolve to disregard him, do you not? As a sordid politician who spends his days scheming and manipulating the hearts of others, Danzo effortlessly perceives Jiraiya's predicament, one fraught with trepidation and internal turmoil. With an audacity that knows no bounds, he savagely plants his foot upon Naruto's tender abdomen, who lies on the ground, writhing in agony. The excruciating pain rekindles Naruto's struggle, causing him to convulse and roll about, his previously muffled cries echoing hauntingly through the desolate underground cavern once more. Ah, listen, Jiraiya. What exquisite music this is. It is a lamentable shame that I was absent when the foolish parents of this wretched child met their demise. I truly missed a splendid performance. A regret I shall bear for eternity. Danzo, you vile scoundrel. Release Naruto. Jiraiya, who had been suppressing his anger for fear of provoking the mad dog that is Danzo, finds himself incensed as he witnesses the shameless old cur intensifying his torment of Naruto. Overwhelmed by a sense of indebtedness to Naruto, who has survived against all odds, Jiraiya's fury boils over, and he instinctively raises his hand to conjure a rapidly spinning, resplendent, and lethal Rasengan, prepared to leap into action. Yet, under the threat of Danzo's next move, he is forced to clench his teeth and disperse the attack. For Danzo has drawn a kunai glinting with a menacing sheen. Pressing it gently against Naruto's delicate neck, the blade piercing slightly, tainting its brilliance with a stark crimson hue. The message is clear, regardless of Jiraiya's intentions to strike. Danzo will first extinguish Naruto's life. Yes, very good. That is more obedient. Witnessing Jiraiya's visage contort with rage, as though he could devour Danzo whole, the latter breathes a sigh of relief, further realizing the unexpected significance of Naruto as a bargaining chip. With a smirk of cold derision, he taunts, I wonder what benefit there is in Hiruzen's efforts to secretly retrieve you? He has neither been able to prevent his dear friend from defecting nor win the affection of his beloved. Even more tragically, he has missed the chance to see his precious, foolish apprentice who so carelessly squandered his life over trivial matters one last time. You are nothing but a tapestry woven with failure. Even now, having traversed great distances back to the village, what can you achieve by discovering my secret lair? Merely witness this wretched child march toward his demise, experiencing once more the despair of helplessness. Or perhaps, you revel in this sensation? If I were you. After enduring such repeated failures, I would seek solitude to end my own misery, sparing myself the embarrassment of public disgrace. Ha 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 ha. As one of the direct disciples of the day, the individual before him, in his scornful words, equated to a veiled critique of the Third Hokage, who, despite possessing the esteemed title of the god of shinobi and having been meticulously guided by the legendary First Hokage, had merely produced a fool, inept at achieving success and adept only at causing failure. In his moment of glee, Danzo's attention was wholly fixated on Jiraiya, to the extent that he overlooked a glaring and fatal flaw, the jinchūriki of the tailed beasts, notorious for being the village's ultimate weapon, exhibited a terrifying destructive power upon entering their tailed beast form. This was true even for the 3-year-old Naruto. In his hubris, Danzo not only neglected this almost axiomatic truth but also held Naruto, who was akin to a ticking time bomb prepared to unleash chaos with his transformation, wholly unguarded in his embrace. The consequence of this oversight was dire, as Naruto, with his eyes transformed into beastly crimson orbs, instinctively retaliated against Danzo's life-threatening assault. His right hand, now adorned with the fierce claws of red-tailed beast chakra, ruthlessly pierced through Danzo's chest, shattering his heart in one decisive blow. Ugh! You little beast! The unexpected, excruciating pain radiating from his chest caused Danzo's smile to freeze and dissipate. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed down at the little one, who was supposed to be nothing more than a sacrificial lamb on the chopping block. I granted you the potential for explosive power, and you dare to ha. Clearly, Naruto, whose consciousness was succumbing to his beastly instincts, had no intention of indulging Danzo's ramblings. With a slight retraction of his arm, he drove his claws deeper into Danzo's chest cavity, mercilessly shredding the remaining internal organs before withdrawing his blood-soaked, warm, and viscous hand, now smeared with fresh flesh. After a brief pause, he delivered a powerful kick, toppling the gravely wounded Danzo to the ground. In a fit of vengeful fury, Naruto stomped down on Danzo's abdomen, causing a vibrant fountain of blood, mingled with shattered organs and bone fragments, to erupt from the gaping wound in his chest, all while he unleashed a primal roar of rage. Naruto, my child. Has it truly come to this? Have you lost all control? Witnessing Danzo's demise at the hands of Naruto, Jiraiya felt a bittersweet satisfaction, but soon grew concerned about whether he could manage to revert Naruto from his tailed beast state and restore his true consciousness. However, before Jiraiya could act upon his thoughts, an extraordinary scene unfolded, altering his focus entirely as he silently activated the body flicker technique and vanished from sight. In the very instant Jiraiya disappeared, Danzo's lifeless body, which should have been growing cold, began to twist and dissipate into the air, only to be replaced by a completely unscathed Danzo, now standing before Naruto. Damn it, I was too careless. I never anticipated that I would squander a precious Sharingan on this little beast. What a travesty. As Naruto had long feared, Danzo, having undergone a transformation through the transplantation of the first Hokage cells into his right arm, not only gained the ability to control the Sharingan and rapidly self-recover, but also, through the fusion of the powers of the Senju and Uchiha clans, was capable of employing the life-saving technique Izanagi, sacrificing one of his Sharingan to erase all unfavorable conditions, including death itself. Although Danzo was unable to fully harness the power of Izanagi, significantly diminishing its duration, it was still sufficient to pull him back from the brink of death. A beast is indeed a beast. How dare he rebel and slay his master? You need only obediently submit to your new master. Despite the miraculous power of Izanagi allowing Danzo to rise from the dead, the sheer humiliation of being killed by a mere 3-year-old child ignited a furious rage within him. Immediately upon resurrection, he raised his right arm once more, intent on utilizing his remaining Sharingan to reclaim Naruto, or rather the rampaging Nine Tails, for his own purposes. You shall not succeed. Rasen Shuriken. However, having long been absent from the battlefield and the life and death crises that accompany it, Danzo's combat instincts inevitably dulled. His focus solely on seizing control of the tailed beast within Naruto while neglecting the presence of Jiraiya. In this lapse, he was easily approached from behind by Jiraiya, who executed a swift body flicker technique, leaping and delivering a furious, high-velocity, azure chakra sphere straight to Danzo's temple. The destructive force of the Rasengan shattered Danzo's head with the ease of crushing a watermelon. As brilliant blood blossomed forth, Danzo's plans crumbled, his frail and aged body swaying before finally collapsing forward, marking his second demise. A technique capable of resurrection? How truly sinister. Yet you can no longer use Naruto's life to threaten me, ignoring the immense lethality possessed by the jinchūriki in their tailed beast form. How foolishly you have brought misfortune upon yourself. Not long after, as Jiraiya fixated on Danzo's headless corpse, which once again transformed into a livid, living form, he let out a dissatisfied grunt. Eager for retribution, he cracked his knuckles, his voice gradually chilling as he declared with deliberate intensity. Now it's time for us to settle the score. Brace yourself, you dog. What you've just done to Naruto has already infuriated me. Even if you can return from death, I will ensure that I make you suffer until you can die no more. Although the divine power of Izanagi allowed Danzo to escape death once more, the number of Sharingan on his right arm, already limited, now saw two of its precious 3 Tomo eyes gradually closing. The price of activating Izanagi was eternal blindness, rendering them useless relics. Having experienced the taste of death twice, Danzo's facade of hypocrisy crumbled, leaving him grimacing with rage, his features contorted in a loathsome expression. The tremors coursing through his body were uncontrollable, exacerbated by the loss of 2 precious 3 Tomo Sharingan in such a short span of time. It is well known that the Uchiha Clan holds their cherished Sharingan in the highest regard, for any who successfully awaken their eyes. Regardless of the strength or number of Tomo, their remains, particularly those iconic crimson eyes, are returned to their clan's specially designated burial grounds, safeguarded at any cost. Despite Danzo's efforts, utilizing every means available through his root organization, he could scarcely obtain even a single arm's worth of Sharingan, much of which consisted of lesser 2 Tomo or even 1 Tomo eyes, serving merely as inadequate substitutes to augment the power of the 3 Tomo. The true 3 Tomo Sharingan capable of activating Izanagi for self-preservation is exceedingly rare. Each use diminishes their number. Even Jiraiya, unaware of the details, found Danzo's right arm grotesquely adorned with Sharingan. Yet, losing 2 3 Tomo eyes was a significant blow, enough to cause even the scheming Danzo considerable anguish. This loss severely impaired his grip on the Nine Tails, rendering him incapable of the complete control exhibited by Uchiha Obito during his earlier appearance in the village. Ironically, this left the fearful old man no choice but to abandon his plans to force Naruto to unleash the full power of the Nine Tails. Well, you all have done quite a splendid job, Danzo thought bitterly, witnessing his meticulously crafted scheme on the brink of success only to be thwarted at the last moment. Even he, who prided himself on being unflappable amidst the tumultuous tides of fate, could not suppress his anger, his face darkening as he repeated the word well thrice. His eyes, which had been squinted in a facade of amiable grandfatherly demeanor, abruptly widened, revealing the unbridled fury and murderous intent swirling within. He raised his hand, clapping in a feigned display of approval before pausing to deliver his chilling declaration. But your penchant for making empty boasts has not changed one bit. Murder? Huh. Do not forget, this is the headquarters of my root organization, my territory. It is not your place to flaunt your bravado here. As soon as Danzo's words fell, shadows adorned with peculiar masks reminiscent of the Umbu swiftly emerged from the depths or the shadows, appearing as if they were trapped in an illusion. These countless figures rapidly coalesced around the three individuals, transforming the previously precarious situation where Naruto, being forced into a tailed beast transformation and on the verge of losing control, was flanked by the eager Jiraiya into a remarkable reversal of fortune. Haha, I initially thought you possessed some formidable trump card. Have you finally decided to send your lackeys to their demise? He taunted. You wretched mongrels, have you forgotten? I am a being of shadow-level power. No matter how many minions you possess, they are merely appetizers delivered to my doorstep. While stalling for time with his words, Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, who was emitting low growls in a warning akin to a wild beast, his youthful features increasingly distorted by the beastly transformation. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation. A premonition guided him to believe that even in this state of rage, where the power of the Nine Tails threatened to consume his very essence, Naruto would never harm him in the slightest. Is that so? Yet, I would prefer to believe in the principle that two fists cannot contend with four hands. This truth even eluded the second Hokage, who was once hailed as the swiftest in the ninja world. Moreover, those capable of remaining here on standby possess at least Jonin-level strength, far surpassing the formidable gold and silver horn forces sent to hunt us during the First Ninja War. Even if you are a shadow-level powerhouse, you are still but a mortal, destined to exhaust yourself and perish in this encounter. As Danzo coldly mocked, he subtly instilled in his subordinates the notion that even shadow-level warriors are not invincible. After a brief pause, assessing that his core members, who had long since lost their identities through inhumane training and had become loyal warriors, were primed and ready, Danzo's previously ashen complexion softened considerably. With a dry wave of his hand, he issued a command, his face morphing into a hypocritical guise of righteous indignation, proclaiming loudly, "How audacious to dare offend the authority of my root organization! Truly a fool, deserving of death. Everyone attack. Eliminate this rebellious traitor." Almost instantaneously upon Danzo's command, the surrounding root members, whether performing hand seals or drawing weapons, unleashed their strongest attacks in unison. The once dim and silent underground world erupted into a radiant and bustling spectacle. TCH, this is exactly why I said you political puppeteers are so tedious. You always have to ramble on before resorting to an all-out brawl. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Do you really think I fear you? As the overwhelming onslaught of murderous intent surged towards him like a tempest, Jiraiya's expression remained one of disdainful amusement, seemingly untouched by the impending chaos. Rather, he appeared to relish the moment, akin to a cat toying with its prey. After keenly assessing the trajectory of the attacks, which were deliberately aimed away from Naruto, his trump card, Jiraiya felt liberated to unleash his full potential. Calmly, he brought his left thumb to his lips, biting down to draw blood before marking his right palm with it. He swiftly performed a series of hand seals, and then struck the ground before him with force. This space seems ample enough for my old comrades to stretch their limbs. Now, let your old eyes witness the true might of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. With the incantation of the summoning technique, a peculiar black sigil rapidly unfurled from Jiraiya's palm upon contact with the earth. A sharp sound rang out, reminiscent of hundreds of smoke bombs detonating, as a vast cloud enveloped Jiraiya entirely, obscuring him from view. The subsequent onslaught directed at him plunged into the mist, only to be met with the sound of clashing before falling into an eerie silence. Has it been resolved? Of course. What are the legendary Sannin of Konoha but mere trifles? Jiraiya mused. He was astonished that his opponent had chosen to stand resolutely in place, allowing the concentrated barrage to strike him without any form of defense, as if underestimating their organization. Haha. Such a degree of concentrated firepower would undoubtedly obliterate even the resilient First Hokage if he were to endure such treatment. I dare say that foolish creature has likely perished without a trace. Jiraiya's astonishing decision to remain motionless led the root members present to instinctively believe he had succumbed to the overwhelming assault, causing them to lower their guard and exchange jests about his seemingly suicidal folly in an effort to curry favor with Danzo. However, Danzo himself was not as optimistic as his subordinates. The ominous premonition that had plagued him did not dissipate with Jiraiya's apparent demise. Instead, it intensified his feelings of dread. Despite his shortcomings, this man was one of the rare ninjas to survive an encounter with the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. And he should not have made such a foolish blunder. Could it be that he had merely struck a shadow clone? Although the distinct sound of the attack's landing confirmed otherwise, Jiraiya's esteemed title as one of the legendary Sannin, recognized by the very demigod of the shinobi world, hinted at his formidable strength. Thus, while outwardly mocking him, Danzo found himself involuntarily increasing his vigilance, his gaze fixed intently on the lingering thick fog before him, ever wary of the unforeseen twist that might arise. Regardless, he must be silenced on the spot. He possesses far too much knowledge. This insufferable brat must not be afforded the opportunity to relay the intelligence of the root organization S-base to Danzo. Oh dear. Is this the elite of your esteemed root organization? Such an ineffectual assault barely qualifies to evenage my partner. However, in light of your arduous efforts, allow us to reciprocate with a little something of our own. Just as Danzo, feeling an inexplicable impatience, intended to dispatch his subordinates into the mist to ascertain Jiraiya's fate, Jiraiya's voice suddenly resonated from within the white fog. His robust tone not only confirmed his unscathed condition amidst the previous relentless bombardment, but also heralded the commencement of a counterattack. Humph. I knew this insufferable brat would not perish so easily. Yet, amidst being encircled and facing imminent danger, he still dares to shout about launching a counteroffensive? Such folly. All listen to my command. Although Danzo's expression bore a hint of regret upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the numerical superiority and home field advantage led him to dismiss Jiraiya's threats. After pinpointing Jiraiya's general direction, he raised his hand, prepared to issue commands for a sustained suppressive assault on his surrounding root members. Yet, he suddenly realized a possibility he had previously overlooked, causing his face to blanch as he roared in an attempt to rectify the situation. No, scatter. However, Danzo's physical response ultimately lagged behind his thoughts by a beat or two. Before he could fully articulate the urgent warning swelling in his throat, an oddly dense, high-pressure water column erupted from the mist, accompanied by a piercing whistle, rotating in a clockwise manner. Even though the ninjas surrounding the mist were elite members of the root organization, they were caught off guard and swiftly toppled by the immense force of the high-velocity water. While it did not inflict substantial harm upon these trained ninjas, it left them with a slick, oily substance glistening on their bodies. How peculiar. Am I overreacting to such a blusterous attack? The sudden strike, combined with the broad reach of the water column, inevitably subjected even Danzo, positioned at the back, to its cleansing rush. Staggering back a few steps to regain his footing, he pondered why Jiraiya's counterattack was so feeble. Instinctively wiping the viscous liquid from the corner of his eye with his finger, as he brought it to his nose to sniff, he rubbed it between his fingers, attempting to discern its nature. Wait, this isn't water. It's oil. Now, Jiraiya. Haha, splendidly done. Leave the finishing touches to me. Let it all burn to ashes. Fire style, oil flame bullet. As Jiraiya's words echoed once more, the root ninjas, who had been toppled and confused by the water column's onslaught, suddenly found themselves filled with terror as they witnessed the previously innocuous water column flickering with ominous flames. In the next moment, it transformed into a fan-shaped wall of fire, ablaze with searing heat. Amidst the scattering sparks that danced through the air, flames surged forth, tracing the remnants of the water column's earlier assault, morphing into a voracious tongue of fire. In the blink of an eye, it expanded rapidly from the center of the white mist, transforming the entire battlefield into a hellish inferno. Water release, water barrier, water release, water dragon bullet technique, water release, water chaotic waves. The prowess of water release, which had garnered the attention of Danzo and secured a place in the root organization as an elite reserve, was not to be underestimated by the assembly of ninja present. These warriors were far from being mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Instinctively, they rebounded from the initial shock of the surprise attack. Upon discerning the fiery onslaught, they collectively, without the need for Danzo's command, unleashed their most adept water-based jutsu in a bid to counter the flames. Among them were those foolishly daring enough to adopt an offensive stance, akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. The variety of water release techniques erupted, swiftly enveloping the battlefield in a visible haze of mist. As they endeavored to use the elemental theory of water overcoming fire combined with their numerical advantage to suppress Jiraiya's counterattack. Yet, just as they had previously underestimated Jiraiya while overestimating their own strength, the members of the root organization once again misjudged the peculiar nature concealed within the ferocious flames. My water barrier can't last even a second? How is that possible? Ah, my eyes, my eyes. This infernal flame cannot be extinguished by water. Wait, is it just my illusion? I was struck by the water dragon bullet technique. Yet why does the fire seem to intensify? No, I do not wish to perish. Danzo-sama, save me, please. The water conjured through ninjutsu, upon contact with the flames Jiraiya exhaled, failed to extinguish the fire. Instead, it provoked the scalding oil hidden within the flames, causing it to explode, thereby expanding the reach of the fire's assault, making it more rapid and unstoppable. The air was filled with horrifying shrieks that echoed across the battlefield. The members of the Root organization, overly complacent, never anticipated that utilizing water release against fire release, a strategy that should typically yield success, would instead result in a disastrous escalation when confronted with the unique combination of toad oil and fire release from Mount Myaboku. The tightly encircled ironclad formation, intended to ensnare Jiraiya, inadvertently allowed him to maximize the effectiveness of the toad oil flame bullet. In the very moment Jiraiya initiated his counterattack, Danzo's proud and arrogant subordinate suffered a significant blow. Even Danzo himself, caught unawares, met a fiery demise under the gaze of his subordinates. Consequently, the combat strength and morale of the Root organization began to plummet irretrievably. Damn it, I've wasted another Sharingan. How infuriating. Jiraiya, I will surely kill you. In a brief span of time, experiencing the sensation of death for the third time tightened the already withered visage of Danzo into an even more contorted grimace. As the blood drained from his face, rendering it as pale as parchment, he gritted his teeth and bellowed in the direction where Jiraiya was shrouded in mist. If you manage to walk out of this organization alive today, I vow never to be human again. Ha ha ha, Danzo, you old fool, what jest are you making? Jiraiya retorted mockingly. To possess such a heartless cruelty towards a child, what audacity do you have to still consider yourself human? You ought to be deemed a beast, no. You are undoubtedly a wretched creature even lower than a mere animal. As Danzo faced an onslaught of relentless attacks that left him with no means of escape, he was compelled to activate Izanagi for a second chance at life, unleashing a torrent of curses. Jiraiya, upon hearing Danzo's words that seemed to echo a ludicrous jest, erupted into laughter, his derision unrestrained. The white mist that concealed Jiraiya's form gradually dissipated under the searing heat of the inferno, revealing him once more. His eyes narrowed with fury. Accompanying his reappearance were three colossal toads, whose enormous shapes rivaled that of tailed beasts. This initial strike was merely a small token of greeting to my comrades. Now that they are aware of what you have done to Minato's son, they, like me, are eager to tear you apart, you old wretch. The toad Ken, wielding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, stood resolute. The toad Bunta, brandishing a gigantic pipe and bearing a scarred face, exuded a roguish demeanor. The silent and stoic toad Hiroshi, armed with twin blades, completed the trio. Summoned by Jiraiya from Mount Myaboku, these formidable summoning beasts, capable of standing against tailed beasts, turned the tide against Danzo. The numerical advantage that Danzo had relied on through his Root organization swiftly vanished. Nearly a third of his forces perished in the infernal blaze conjured by Jiraiya and Bunta's combined techniques, and even the seemingly invincible figure of Danzo, revered as a near-divine leader by his followers, was rendered helpless, consumed by the flames before the eyes of many. The dual blows to morale and combat strength obliterated the advantages Danzo once held, instantly reversing the situation. Damn that Jiraiya! If it weren't for this bastard's interference, the power of the Nine Tails would have long been mine. How frustrating it was. Although Izanagi allowed Danzo to escape death once more, it came at the cost of sacrificing one of his already scarce and precious three-tomo Sharingan. In the midst of the chaotic circumstances, he found it difficult to erase the undeniable truth of his demise witnessed by all, leading to a rapid decline in morale that was utterly irretrievable. The previously confident Danzo's expression twisted into a grimace, as if he could squeeze water from it. He instinctively raised his hand to cover his grotesque right arm, riddled with Sharingan, and muttered through clenched teeth, cursing the timing of this intrusion, arriving just as he was beginning to adapt to the transplantation surgery performed by Orochimaru. If he could fully master the power of the Sharingan and the first Hokages would release techniques, there would be no place for this clown to create chaos in his territory. Indeed, as you described, Jiraiya, Danzo possessed the ability of resurrection. Having witnessed him turn to ash from the fire release oil technique, he now seemed as vibrant as ever, cursing incessantly, a truly vexing and troublesome ninjutsu. As Danzo miraculously rose from the ashes, Fukasaku couldn't help but frown, taking a deep drag from his enormous pipe. He exhaled a long plume of smoke. Instinctively turning his head at the sound behind him, his gaze settling on the petite figure of the tailed beast-transformed child, recklessly tearing through the encirclement of root members, annihilating their defenses with ease. With a complex expression, he continued, "This familiar and distasteful chakra, so it is this little brat. Minato, as Hokage, has indeed been quite competent. Even using his own newly born son as a vessel for the Nine Tails, he has presented us with a formidable challenge. Wentai, now is not the time for idle chatter. If we do not intervene, that child will surely succumb to the overwhelming chakra of the Nine Tails and perish." The usually silent Kanjiro murmured, shifting his stance to better shield his brothers. As he noticed Wentai glanced his way, he startled and interrupted himself, retracting his neck and stumbling over his words. I'm clumsy, so I don't quite grasp the timing of conversation. I apologize for interrupting you, brother. Kanjiro, you are a powerful giant toad in your own right. Must you continue to be so timid? Have a bit more confidence. Observing his brother, who was nearly at his level yet still lacked self-assurance, Fukasaku felt an urge to pin him down and deliver a sound thrashing. However, given the current situation, as Kanjiro pointed out, was still precarious, he suppressed his frustration, flicked the ash from his pipe, and carefully stowed it away. Very well, I shall speak with you later. It is rare for the three of us to be summoned together. We must make the most of it. All of you, stay alert. Let loose and fight without restraint. If anyone shames themselves in front of Minato's son, do not blame me for the repercussions upon our return. Kanjiro, the task of protecting that troublesome brat falls to you. As the eldest among the trio of toads, the formidable Wentai not only possessed the greatest strength but also exhibited remarkable leadership qualities, with a swagger that belied his authority. He was acutely aware of the strengths and weaknesses of his two younger brothers, adeptly devising the most suitable strategies for the current circumstances. With his amphibious limbs resting upon the hilt of his short blade at his waist, he narrowed his eyes, suppressing the murderous intent within him, and directed a piercing gaze towards the elusive Danzo, hidden amidst the chaotic throng. Pay attention, everyone. Ensure that Danzo remains unharmed. He is my quarry. How dare he lay hands on the child of my sworn brother? Do they believe I, as their leader, am to be trifled with? By all that is sacred, I shall personally obliterate this wretched old fool. As his words echoed, Wentai's cheeks swelled alarmingly, and with each passing moment, the oppressive aura emanating from him intensified, suffocating to those nearby. In mere seconds, he reached the pinnacle of his might, then opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of chakra, materializing into a colossal water sphere that surged forth like a cannonball, cleaving through the ground with a piercing, shrill sound, aiming directly at Danzo. This was Wentai's signature technique. The water release, Iron Bomb. Its power rivaled even that of the One-Tail's Wind release. Coming back for more? How audacious. Do they think my organization is feeble? Time and again, I have been underestimated and disdained, treated like a mere pawn by an arrogant beast. This affront has ignited a fury within Danzo, who, aware of Wentai's location, chose to reveal himself amidst the crowd, bellowing orders, "Everyone, advance. Block it with Earth Barrier." In that moment, it became evident how Danzo's brutal and ruthless indoctrination had stripped his followers of their emotions, molding them into obedient and bloodthirsty assassins. The previously disheartened members of his organization rallied at the sound of his command, as if they had found their anchor, swiftly assembling like a well-oiled machine. They began weaving hand signs to erect sturdy earthen walls, while even the injured, who had been lamenting their plight, momentarily forgot their pain and channeled their chakra into the effort, fortifying the defenses into an unyielding bulwark, nearly insurmountable. Boom. As the events unfolded with remarkable swiftness, Wentai transitioned from a powerful offensive to the defensive formation of the root organization, erecting an earthen barrier to withstand the impending assault. In the span of mere 3 or 4 seconds, the deafening sound of an explosive detonation reverberated through the cavernous underground, as the iron cannonball, with its overwhelming force, shattered the earthen wall, breaching it halfway. Yet, guided by the experienced members of the root organization, the projectile's trajectory was subtly altered by the upward curve they had meticulously concealed. Ultimately, it failed to claim Danzo's life before piercing the final barrier, narrowly grazing the top of his head by less than 3 inches and crashing into the rocky ceiling above, fading away amidst a distant roar. Oomph, ha ha ha. Despite enduring the impact of the iron cannonball at close range, Danzo sustained minimal injury, though the force was sufficient to send him staggering backward, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the moment before the earthen wall's illusion crumbled completely, he retreated, stabilizing his footing as he laughed heartily, using the dust kicked up by the collapsing wall to mask his bravado. What of the leader you claim to be? In the end, it does not change the fact that you are merely a shameless pawn, spouting nonsensical bravado. Did you truly believe you possessed any formidable prowess? Yet, you failed to breach my defenses. TSK, Danzo, how utterly shameless you are. Was Wentai's recent assault truly thwarted solely by your defenses? Jiraiya, having summoned the trio of toads, sat cross-legged above Wentai, expending considerable chakra to recuperate. Upon hearing Danzo, he could not suppress a sardonic smile. Gradually rising to his feet, arms crossed, eyebrows raised in a patronizing manner. Oh, forgive me. I had forgotten that in addition to your lack of shame, you also lack something exceedingly vital. Lack something vital? Humph, cease your empty bluster. Witnessing the Root organization successfully repel Wentai's formidable strike, Danzo's confidence swelled once more. In an effort to rally morale and buy time for the recovery of his subordinates, he maintained a facade of calmness, hands clasped behind his back, responding with disdain. As one of the 3 esteemed advisors of the Konoha elders, I stand just beneath the highest authority. The Root organization is teeming with talent, possessing every conceivable resource, making the notion of lacking anything utterly absurd. Oh, is that so? Then open your eyes wide and scrutinize the current situation. Your greatest asset, Naruto, whom you held in such high regard, has long since escaped your encirclement. In other words, you possess no leverage with which to threaten anyone. Breathing heavily from the excessive chakra expenditure, Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at the remnants of the Root organization's encirclement. Rendered impotent after one of his toads had dispatched a member, the smile on his face deepened, and he lightly tapped his temple. A smirk playing on his lips as he teased, how amusing. The iron cannonball wielded by Wentai possesses the formidable capability to nearly shatter Orochimaru's formidable defense of the Rashomon. Surely you do not naively believe it could be thwarted by the clumsy stratagem of layered earthen walls? Do not be foolish from the very outset. It was merely a feint designed to divert most of your forces in order to shield Jiraiya. The truth has indeed demonstrated, as I previously articulated, that while intelligence is a valuable asset, it is regrettable that you lack it. Humph, the legendary Sannin of Konoha? Merely a group that cannot bear defeat. Wait, is that direction where the Nine-Tails brat is? Initially intending to ridicule Jiraiya, Danzo found himself unable to acknowledge the bitter truth of his defeat in a direct confrontation. Upon noticing the general direction of Jiraiya's gaze, his expression abruptly shifted, and he hastily redirected his focus to confirm his suspicions, only to behold the immense form of Gamakichi charging into the encirclement of the Root organization, wreaking havoc with a display of magnificent prowess. Within less than half a minute, his previously bright countenance turned ashen once more. So that was your intent all along, to protect that little brat? You truly are remarkable, Jiraiya. Ah, have you finally discerned the truth? It appears you possess at least a modicum of intellect. Let me calculate, perhaps the size of a mung bean? Do not take offense. I have generously considered our shared history and given you a bit more than you deserve. There is no room for further leniency. Witnessing the fruits of the executed plan yield results far exceeding expectations, Jiraiya felt a weight lift from his heart, allowing him to engage in idle banter with Danzo. Thus buying time, he continually provoked and distracted Danzo with his words, while simultaneously feigning nonchalance. Raising his hand to clap his mouth and discreetly swallowing a military ration pill to expedite his chakra recovery. Concurrently, he signaled to Gamakichi, through the subtle communication unique to the toads of Mount Myaboku, to avoid prolonged combat and swiftly retrieve Naruto from the encirclement, reuniting with Wentai. If I may say, your Root organization does indeed possess some merit. It is unfortunate, however, that it is burdened by a foolish leader who lacks discernment. Alas, how pitiable. As fate would have it, just as Jiraiya concluded his remarks, Naruto, who had previously charged into the encirclement of the Root organization and created chaos, appeared to have finally exhausted the Nine-Tails chakra that had surged forth in his frenzy. His movements gradually slowed, the crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloping him dimming significantly. And he staggered forward, collapsing to the ground as if succumbing to a deep unconscious state, while his fate remained uncertain and worrisome. One cannot deny that this unintentional cessation of Naruto's rampage mitigated the risk of collateral damage, thereby facilitating a smoother and more effortless rescue operation for Gamakichi. To understand, Jiraiya summoned all 3 of the formidable summoning beasts of Mount Myaboku, Frog Winta, Frog Kin, and Frog Hero with a singular intention, not only to assert dominance and alter the course of the battle against Danzo, but also to ensure he had ample support to manage any unforeseen circumstances that might arise during Naruto's volatile state. The sight of Naruto collapsing and losing his ability to resist was far beyond Jiraiya's expectations, yet it filled him with joy and relief. Certainly, Naruto's unexpected unconsciousness proved advantageous not only for Jiraiya but also for Danzo, whose grasp on the battle was steadily slipping into Jiraiya's control. This situation presented Danzo with an exquisite opportunity to reclaim Naruto, a pivotal piece in this intricate game. The chaotic surge of the Nine-Tails chakra seemed to have subsided. Could it be that the uncontrollable state was finally at an end? In this moment of collapse, fortune appeared to favor Danzo. Despite the temporary inability to fully control the Nine-Tails after losing 3 Sharingan, as long as he could dominate that troublesome brat Naruto, victory would still rest in his hands. As the saying goes, a fall teaches wisdom. Although Danzo had often made foolish decisions in his high position due to repeated setbacks, being cornered had surprisingly brought this cunning old fox back to a state of calm. After casting a fleeting glance at the Sharingan embedded in his right arm, he regained his composure and decisively commanded, "Prepare the Hell Swamp. Stop that toad. Do not let it near my Nine-Tails." The old man's mind was indeed quickening. Upon hearing Danzo's orders, Jiraiya's previously relaxed demeanor shifted dramatically. As a master of earth and fire techniques, he was acutely aware that the Hell Swamp was a common earth technique that transformed the ground beneath the enemy into a swamp with a powerful gravitational pull, effectively binding and restricting their movement. Though originally devised to target humans, its singular application against the massive frog kin would seem inconsequential, akin to a mere puddle. However, if the remaining members of the root organization managed to execute it in unison, it could very well ensnare frogkin for a day and a half. No, I cannot allow him another chance to reach Naruto. Wenta, hero. Do you even need to ask, you fool Jiraiya? As the leader, how could I possibly stand idly by while someone plots against my brother? In a flurry of thoughts, before Jiraiya could issue a command to intercept, Frog Wenta and Frog Hero, having sensed the change in circumstances, swiftly coordinated their actions. The two colossal beings, with astonishing agility, leaped toward the root member who was hastily forming seals to cast the Hell Swamp. In a magnificent display of strength, they drew their beloved blades and unleashed a powerful horizontal strike. You bothersome pests, perish! In the blink of an eye, as the blade gleamed with lethal intent, blood erupted in a gruesome spectacle, and nearly half of the targeted ninjas were cleaved in two before the sound of slicing air even reached their ears. As blood gushed forth, staining the earth beneath, the gruesome sight of exposed entrails and shattered bones flowed profusely from the gaping wounds. It was evident that survival was no longer an option. The technique known as the blade draw, one of the signature skills of Gamabunta and Gamaken, despite lacking the enhancement of chakra infusion, wielded an overwhelming physical advantage due to its colossal stature and the sheer weight of the weapon itself. This formidable technique was so powerful that even similarly sized summoning beasts dared not withstand its might. I've caught up. The audacity of attempting to snatch a person right under my nose is truly laughable, old man. You seem to have a rather inflated sense of your own organization as significance. From the moment the summoned beast launched its attack, successfully interrupting the root members as they attempted to cast their jutsu, I witnessed their failure to evade my strike, resulting in their bodies being cleaved in two, lifeless and unable to unleash even the slightest threat against us. This allowed Jiraiya to carefully cradle Naruto in his palms and regroup with his comrades. As the weight of his worries finally lifted, upon seeing the faint movement at the corner of Naruto's mouth, a sign of life, Jiraiya's spirits soared. Relaxing his demeanor, he placed his hands on his hips and mockingly addressed Danzo, whose remaining subordinates had suffered catastrophic losses. You can no longer use Naruto as leverage against me. He has been successfully rescued. Your defeat is all but certain. Surrender now, and perhaps I shall grant you a dignified end. Indeed, as Jiraiya had proclaimed, the members of the root organization had suffered grievous casualties at the hands of the trio, and the beast transformed Naruto, with Naruto deemed crucial for a turnaround. Now beyond Danzo's grasp, despair must have settled within him, eroding his will to fight. Oh, is that so? However, just as Gamaken stood beside Jiraiya, cradling the unconscious Naruto, a peculiar smile crept across Danzo's otherwise grim visage, as if a scheme had come to fruition. What are you waiting for? My dear child, now is the time to strike. Danzo, surely your intellect has not diminished to the size of a mung bean? Jiraiya began to gloat, but his words were abruptly cut short by a muffled groan, filled with disbelief and pain. As he glared down in shock, he beheld the small, bloodied hand of Naruto, still clasped in the crimson-tailed beast cloak, protruding from his own body. Naruto, you. Jiraiya. Hey, are you all right? although the angle obstructed Jiraiya's view of the unfolding horror. He sensed the sudden absence of Naruto's presence from Gamaken's grip, felt the warm droplets cascading onto his skin, and heard the strange, anguished cries from his ally, as well as the dwindling life force emanating from Naruto. A chilling realization crept over him, leading Gamabunta to drop his beloved short sword into the ground. A mix of disbelief and dread in his voice. Yet, Jiraiya was evidently too preoccupied to respond to his companion's calls. Naruto, you. Despite all his meticulous calculations, Jiraiya could never have anticipated that the very orphaned disciple he devotedly sought to protect would, in a moment of utter vulnerability, transform into a lethal arrow that pierced through his body and soul with devastating force. The dual agony surged through him, engulfing his consciousness and causing his body to tremble violently. With his last vestiges of strength, he struggled to detach himself from Naruto's piercing claws, staggering a few steps forward before he collapsed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He cast a furious glare at the smiling architect of his despair, Danzo, who stood not far below, his voice a feeble but defiant growl. Danzo, you are truly despicable. Oh, despicable? Haha, this is merely the simplest of tactics. The power of the Sharingan is not something a mere child can easily escape. Besides, did you think you were the only one capable of feigning distraction? Fool. Though he paid a grievous price, Danzo could not suppress his elation upon witnessing the towering figure of Jiraiya, whom he had always regarded as a thorn in his side, finally fall. Carefully masking his glee with an air of mock seriousness, he tapped his temple, mimicking Jiraiya's earlier boastful proclamation about the value of intelligence, lamenting, alas, you possess none, Jiraiya. Danzo's mocking words struck Jiraiya like a heavy blow, further draining the already fragile vestiges of his strength. In a desperate attempt to rise and obliterate the loathsome figure before him, Jiraiya's resolve faltered. Instead, he succumbed to the final flicker of life, collapsing heavily atop the head of Fukasaku, the elder toad sage, the once mighty Sannin of Konoha now lifeless, his eyes wide open in perpetual disbelief. Curse that wretched man. Even in death, he remained so restless. As Jiraiya roared in a final, desperate effort to rise, his formidable presence turned monstrous under the weight of despair. Even the usually unflappable Danzo felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation and helplessness until he witnessed Jiraiya's body slump once more, breath extinguished. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief, greedily inhaling the air around him. After a prolonged moment, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ah, Jiraiya, you dare to challenge my root organization alone? Truly, you are as brave as you are foolish. Carry your ignorance to another world, where you shall forever regret your audacity to oppose me. Without the slightest hesitation, he disregarded the peculiar expressions of the root organization's survivors and paid no heed to the crumbling image of himself. In a moment of unrestrained fury, he unleashed a torrent of invective, feeling an inexplicable sense of suffocating impotence towards a mere dying man. Only after this outburst did Danzo's tumultuous emotions begin to settle, his distorted and menacing visage gradually transforming back to the calm, inscrutable facade he often wore. He beckoned with a sense of pride to the one who had vanquished Jiraiya, Naruto Uzumaki, the weapon of slaughter uniquely belonging to the root organization, now thoroughly ensnared and controlled by the Sharingan. Come here, little one, come here. Perhaps due to the excessive use of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto's body was overwhelmed, and his once vibrant eyes had become the crimson orbs of a beast. His countenance appeared increasingly feral, yet his movements were sluggish and stiff. After tumbling from Gamabunta's back in a rather undignified manner, he gasped for breath, pressing his limbs tightly against the ground, crawling forward with a clumsy gait, resembling a true wild animal as he followed Danzo's call. Come here, good child, to Grandpa Danzo, he coaxed, his tone gentle and encouraging. At that moment, Naruto displayed an undeniable weariness, his combat prowess visibly diminished, which Danzo regarded as a rare and commendable trait. Internally, he recalibrated his assessment of the potential devastation Naruto could unleash once properly conditioned. However, the precious three-tomo Sharingan that had been diminished through the use of Izanagi significantly weakened Danzo's control over Naruto and the Nine-Tails. To prevent a repeat of the previous uncontrollable incident, Danzo resorted to re-establishing the benevolent grandfather image he had painstakingly crafted in Naruto's mind, speaking softly and warmly to guide him closer. You've done very well, my good child. Come to Grandpa Danzo. He has many, many rewards for you. The term rewards, seemingly simple and unremarkable, was in fact a pivotal control switch that Danzo had subtly instilled during their interactions, a method he had found most effective for brainwashing children. Upon hearing Danzo's incantation-like whisper, Naruto, who had been struggling to stabilize himself on the ground, suddenly froze. His movements became awkward as his left hand pressed down on the right, which he had been attempting to lift, resulting in a comical tumble. As anticipated by Danzo, he began to murmur the word reward, striving to steady his quaking body, gradually repositioning himself back on the ground. After a brief pause, he slowly lifted his head, following the sound of Danzo's voice. My reward. Yes, indeed, that is correct. As I observed Naruto's demeanor increasingly aligning with the characteristics of someone who has been thoroughly brainwashed, Danzo's sense of self-satisfaction burgeoned. He couldn't help but call out to Naruto with an exaggerated gentleness, claiming it was a reward meant solely for obedient and well-behaved children like him. However, as Danzo's gaze met Naruto's gradually rising eyes, the elation within him dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a paralyzing fear that engulfed him like a plunge into icy depths. Naruto's eyes, which should have radiated negativity with a crimson hue, had transformed into a serene, deep blue, glimmering with disdainful laughter. Indeed, you old fool, I am entitled to a reward. And the reward I desire has been clear from the very beginning. It is your life, Danzo. The childlike, tender voice paired with Naruto's cheerful visage, which once embodied the obedient demeanor Danzo had long been accustomed to, now reflected a chilling killing intent emanating from Naruto's very essence. This overwhelming aura compelled Danzo to envision a reaper, scythe in hand, advancing toward him with an unsettling grin, ready to harvest his soul. This profound sense of despair and dread, erupting from the depths of his soul, had only surfaced before during a life-threatening ambush he suffered while following the second Hokage. No, it was even more intense than that. Uzumaki Naruto, what on earth are you? His limbs grew cold, losing sensation, weighed down as if filled with lead. And despite his brain's desperate attempts to send commands to his body, he found himself utterly immobilized. He struggled to utter a sound, instinctively seeking answers, only to discover that the once small, delicate figure before him had transformed into a golden afterimage, vanishing entirely. Where is everyone? Very well, as you wish. I shall claim my reward. In a frenzy, Danzo scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for that seemingly harmless, petite figure, but in the next moment, a voice, eerily playful as if mocking him, plunged his heart into an abyss of despair. The world around him began to spin rapidly, coalescing into a whirlwind of chaos. What is happening? That cannot be. Amidst the confusion, just as Danzo's consciousness began to fade into darkness, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Naruto's small form, coupled with the disdainful expression on Naruto's face as he flicked the blood from his hands, standing beside the heavy, headless corpse of Danzo himself. How is this possible? In the next instant, the activation of Izanagi pulled Danzo back from the desolate void of death. Breathless and incredulous, he leaned forward weakly, collapsing onto the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. That little brat was merely a child of just over 3 years. I had even managed to control him with my Sharingan. There should be no reason for him to possess such formidable strength. Oh dear, just as I suspected, the 5-3-tomo Sharingan. Indeed, it seems I must kill you 5 times. By the way, don't you find this at all peculiar? Upon the demise of the contract holder, the summoned beast shall immediately return to their original habitat. In other words, the trio of Toads, Frog Winta and his companions could not possibly remain unscathed upon Jiraiya's death on this battlefield, nor would they idly witness me, the slayer of their master, depart without seeking retribution, would they? However, before Danzo could untangle the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, Naruto's voice, cold and chilling like a whisper from a demon, once again resonated in Danzo's ears, compelling him to instinctively raise his gaze. There, he beheld Naruto seated with a casual demeanor upon a makeshift throne crafted from the mangled corpses of root members. His interest piqued as he gestured upward with a finger. If I were you, I would endeavor to recall the most beautiful moments of my life before those 3 compress you into a mere pancake. As Naruto's words, pronounced with deliberate enunciation, reached Danzo's ears, he suddenly realized that the once prominent trio of Toads had vanished from his sight. In their place, thick shadows rapidly spread and expanded beneath him, growing from small to large. The prowess of the Sharingan is not something easily escaped by a mere child. However, I am no ordinary child, and you? Despite possessing 5-3-tomo Sharingan, you have failed to harness even 30% of their power in a single-eyes normal state. You are nothing but a waste of potential. From the beginning to the end, I have merely been indulging you in this charade, playing along with your antics. Did you truly believe you were the only one capable of feints? Fool. Naruto's tone shifted from a youthful lilt to a mocking, sardonic cadence. He raised a bloodied finger to gently tap his own temple, mimicking Danzo's earlier smug expression while regarding him with a gaze that dripped with pity. A smile blooming on his lips. Ah, how unfortunate it is that you lack the gift of intellect. In the brief span of mere seconds. From Naruto's sudden assault to Danzo's activation of Izanagi to restore his form, everything transpired with remarkable swiftness. The illusion of Naruto succumbing to the chaotic influence of Danzo's Sharingan and transforming into a tailed beast faded, and he vanished from view, only to reappear moments later, delivering a Rasengan that obliterated Danzo's skull from behind. The splatter of brain matter and blood marked a stunning achievement of severing the enemy's head amidst a tumultuous battlefield, all accomplished in less than 2 seconds. Such astonishing speed, akin to the golden flash of yore, rendered the root members present incapable of reacting in time to defend Danzo or thwart Naruto's advance. Even Danzo, having narrowly escaped death with the aid of Izanagi to reconstruct his body, remained in a state of disbelief and confusion, his mind ensnared in chaos. Consequently, his ability to adapt to this sudden turn of events lagged by a notable margin. Certainly, having long anticipated this outcome, Naruto would not be foolish enough to remain stationary and provide Danzo and the root organization with the opportunity to retaliate. His prolonged patience was not merely for the sake of slaying Danzo once more, rather. It marked the moment when he irrevocably decreed the onset of a countdown to death for Danzo and his subordinates en route. Ah, how remarkable the performance of this little rascal. Just moments ago, I nearly believed he had truly pierced my heart. As Naruto maintained his tailed beast transformation in a state of reckless fury, diverting the attention of Danzo and the root ninjas towards himself, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Jiraiya, who had seemingly perished due to Naruto's betrayal, suddenly sprang to life from atop Fukasaku's head, his earlier expressions of resentment and fury having completely dissipated. He gently patted the blood-stained hole in his red vest left by Naruto, a mere inch from his body yet untouched by the fabric of his inner garments. While reminiscing about the moment when Naruto pretended to be unconscious in Fukasaku's grasp, silently conveying a message to him, a smile of relief and gratitude graced his face. Stay still and trust me, the outstanding charisma and adaptability of Naruto truly reflected the lineage of Minato and Kushina. Hey, Jiraiya? You little rascal, you're really unharmed? Although Fukasaku had sensed Jiraiya's lingering presence through the unique perceptive abilities and contract bonds of Mount Myaboku, his irritable demeanor was uncharacteristically subdued as he refrained from hindering Naruto's leap. However, feeling the resurgence of his partner's former restrained aura above him, Fukasaku's anxious heart finally found solace, prompting him to tease Jiraiya to mask his previous concern. TSK, 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 how dull. You were wailing like a slaughtered pig. I thought you had kicked the bucket. Impossible. I'm Jiraiya, the esteemed sage of Mount Myaboku and one of the legendary Sannin. I shall not perish until Tsunade agrees to marry me. Throughout this exchange, Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed upon Naruto, where he discerned echoes of his beloved student within that seemingly frail silhouette. As he recognized familiar spatial fluctuations in Naruto's subsequent explosive assault, he was momentarily taken aback, his mouth twitching involuntarily as he grasped his silver hair in disbelief. What the hell? The Flying Thunder God technique? Damn it. That rascal Minato never even taught me this. How had this child mastered such a formidable tailed beast transformation while retaining his composure, effortlessly executing the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique? Truly, he is deserving of being called my son. What other secrets does this child harbor? This is no longer a question of whether potential can surpass that of the Fourth Hokage. Rather, it is evident that Watergate and Kushina have given birth to a truly monstrous prodigy. Surely, the teacher cannot be suffering from senility to forget this fact, can he? Is this child truly only 3 years old? Ha ha ha. Otherwise, how could one say that comparing people can lead to despair? You often boast about the legendary status of the Sannin, yet if that child had been born in your generation, the title of one of the Sannin would surely change hands. As Watergate's former summoning beast partner, Gamabunta, though not as perceptive as Jiraiya, could still discern the uncanny swiftness and agility in Naruto's actions, reminiscent of Watergate's own style, which brought a smile to the usually stern-faced Gamabunta, who found himself teasing Jiraiya while simultaneously acknowledging Naruto's prowess. Go away, why must you bring up such topics? I lamented, don't you see that I'm feeling down? Could you not offer some comfort to my fragile heart? Though I grumbled and complained, the moment I witnessed Naruto's hidden strength, my smile grew increasingly radiant. Pretending to be wounded, I clutched my chest and retorted, my words interrupted by the sight of Danzo's serious demeanor returning. As he crouched down to ruffle Gamabunta's head and continued, enough of this, that old fossil has come back to life again. Fine, let us not argue this time, Gamabunta. Ken, Hiroshi, let us, as elders, not leave all the troublesome matters to Naruto alone. As Naruto had anticipated. Even without understanding the truth behind Danzo's resurrection, relying on the sacrifice of the Sharingan to activate Izanagi, Jiraiya and the trio of frogs would not idly stand by while Naruto was encircled. Almost at the moment Danzo was forced to exhaust a significant amount of chakra to resurrect himself, Naruto sensed a significant shift occurring behind him. The three massive figures, comparable to hills, leaped into action to launch a second wave of deadly assaults. Taking advantage of the brief moment of stiffness Naruto experienced after activating the Flying Thunder God technique. If I were you, I would reflect on the most beautiful moments of this life before being turned into a meat patty by them. Meanwhile, Naruto was not idle. Although unable to launch a coordinated offensive, he seized the opportunity to signal Danzo to look up as the trio of frogs descended, effectively blocking all avenues of escape and diverting the still-dazed Danzo's attention. Boom. With the ground shaking violently from the trio's descent, Danzo's frail form, which had only recently regained its strength, was once again reduced to a puddle of blood, as the formidable Danzo activated his Izanagi in a state of desperation. Reappearing on the battlefield, the fifth and final Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo on his right arm, began to slowly close. Thus, after being relentlessly vanquished by Naruto and Jiraiya, Danzo's greatest safeguard, the Izanagi, rendered ineffective due to the absence of the necessary sacrifices for its activation, was ultimately nullified at the moment of the fifth defeat, leaving him incapable of invoking it again. Boom. The thunderous roar, akin to a mighty avalanche unleashed by the trio of toads, reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground beneath. Before Danzo could fully recover from the shock created by Naruto's surprise assault, his entire being was brutally crushed into a pulp by the immense weight of 3 colossal beings plummeting down upon him. Even shortly thereafter, when Izanagi miraculously pulled him back from the brink of death, it could not alter the fact that the fifth and final Sharingan on his arm was irrevocably shutting its eyelid, permanently extinguishing its light. The complete obliteration of his 3 tomo Sharingan not only significantly diminished Danzo's already feeble ocular prowess, but also signified that he was left with but a single thread of life, recently reclaimed from the jaws of death. In other words, should Danzo suffer another fatal blow at this juncture, he would truly find himself crossing into another realm to confess his sins to his mentor, the second Hokage. Furthermore, with Naruto resolutely intent on eradicating any future threats, it seemed at this time, even the reanimation jutsu would not afford Danzo the opportunity to return to the realm of the living. Simultaneously, an old adage rings true: misfortune seldom come alone. Besides being unable to activate his Izanagi to preserve his own life, Danzo's audacious ambition to usurp the powers of both the Senju and Uchiha clans exacted a grievous toll upon him. As he sacrificed all 5 of his remaining Sharingan as offerings to activate his Izanagi, the chakra within him rapidly waned due to the continuous use of forbidden techniques. Even with the enhancement provided by the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, implanted within him, he could not withstand the insatiable demands of such consumption. The intense rejection between the Hashirama cells embedded in his right arm and Danzo's own genetic makeup became increasingly difficult to suppress due to the lack of chakra, causing his pale arm to convulsively twist and contort. In a startling display, vibrant green branches began to sprout and grow rapidly from the surface of his skin, enveloping much of his body, rendering him a grotesque hybrid of man and tree. It was precisely due to the myriad flaws stemming from the transplantation and modifications that, despite repeatedly escaping peril through the seemingly invincible Izanagi, Danzo now found himself incapable of countering Naruto and Jiraiya. His overexpenditure of chakra, coupled with the backlash from the reckless use of Izanagi, left him utterly defenseless, with even a minor misstep threatening to culminate in an explosive demise induced by the uncontrollable Hashirama cells, sparing Naruto and Jiraiya the trouble of having to intervene personally. All of this unfolded precisely as Naruto had meticulously orchestrated. As he had anticipated, there truly exists no free lunch in this world. The transplantation of the Sharingan and the Senju cells, intended to activate Izanagi, significantly augmented Danzo's vitality. However, such gains came at a cost. His over-reliance on forcibly appropriated external powers inevitably led to a severe reduction in the combat prowess he was originally meant to possess. Due to the instinctive rejection reactions of his body, despite being a formidable figure of the same generation as the Third Hokage, he was effortlessly dispatched by younger adversaries. In the words of Naruto from his previous life, this was a classic case of success and failure resting on the same shoulders. How could this mere whelp dare to defy my will? This is unforgivable, utterly unforgivable, as his entire arm, burdened beyond its limits, was assimilated by the Sinja cells and transformed into a vibrant, life-giving tree. The intense agony feedbacking to his brain drove Dan to the brink of mental collapse. Experiencing the sensation of death 5 times in quick succession, beads of sweat cascaded down his face as he roared like a beast in a fit of rage. Though he appeared fearsome and menacing, ready to strike at any moment, the frantic fear and instinct for survival he desperately concealed within his darting eyes could not escape the notice of Naruto, who had long since become adept at perceiving the hearts of men after enduring 3 years of relentless ridicule. To Naruto, Dan's actions were akin to those of a pitiful beast, panic-stricken and futilely struggling in the face of inevitable doom. The only distinction lay in Naruto's potential pity for a mere beast, allowing it a chance at survival. While confronting this loathsome elder who remained unrepentant even at death's door, he harbored no thoughts other than to exact a bloody retribution. How delightful, how utterly fascinating. It appears that the esteemed elder of Konoha, one of the 3 great advisors, Dan Shimura, in the face of life and death, is no different from the beasts I hunt in survival training. Oh, but wait, those beasts at least fight with all their might, whereas you, old man, are likely preoccupied with thoughts of how to survive by any means necessary. As Dan cast a glare filled with resentment towards him, Naruto's smile only widened. Slowly clapping his hands as if to toy with a dying prey, taking a keen interest in the blustering dance. Just as I suspected. Without those 5 Sharingan capable of activating his Izanagi, you are nothing but a hollow shell of strength. What a gaze you possess. Are you defiant? Open your eyes and behold your current self, old man. Not only can you no longer wield the power of your Sharingan, but even the cells of the first Hokage are now beyond your control, are they not? Attempting to intimidate Naruto with your gaze? What an absurd joke. This feeble attempt at intimidation pales in comparison to the fury of Kurama when he is agitated. And even the disapproving glances of Uchiha Itachi when he feels jealousy are far more terrifying than your futile posturing. Unexpectedly. The strategy for a counterattack that I, an old man, have meticulously devised for so long has ultimately stumbled upon my own trump card. Faced with the oppressive demeanor cultivated over years in a position of power, I remain composed and adept. Naruto, exhibiting an unexpected maturity that far surpasses his age, made Danzo realize that he had not been toying with the naive and gullible boy, who had long sought recognition after being treated as a monster by the entire village for 3 years. Instead, it was he himself who had been blissfully ignorant and self-satisfied all along. The stark contrast, coupled with the revelation of his schemes, led Danzo to a state of despair, prompting him to lift his head and laugh maniacally in anger. Very well, I concede that you possess talent, you wretched spawn, in the game of kings and pawns. I acknowledge my defeat, but do not revel in it. Even if you manage to kill me, I shall ensure you follow me to the grave. As a jinchūriki with such cunning, you are akin to a ticking time bomb for Konoha, far too dangerous. Let this be my final act for the village. As he spoke, Danzo's previously pale and dejected visage suddenly flushed with a morbid crimson. He tore apart his clothing, revealing a gaunt upper body marked with the black sigils of the Sure Four symbol seal. A formidable technique capable of sealing everything within hundreds of meters into his own corpse, leading to mutual destruction. By the heavens, the Sure Four symbol seal. You old fool. Are you serious? Jiraiya, who had been commanding the trio of toads to support Naruto while simultaneously enjoying the spectacle of Naruto humiliating Danzo, was taken aback. It felt akin to the moment one prepares to lift a beautiful maiden's skirts only to discover, with a jarring shock, that she is, in fact, a cross-dressing boy. The dramatic shift felt like plummeting from paradise to the depths of hell, causing Jiraiya to involuntarily spit out the soldier pills he had been chewing. Understanding the terrifying power of the Sure Four symbol seal, his expression changed drastically, and he forgot about wiping the remnants from his face as he shouted urgently at the still nonchalant Naruto. Stop playing around, Naruto. Either eliminate that scoundrel immediately to prevent him from using the Sure Four symbol seal, or run while you still can. Otherwise, it will be too late. Oh. The Fourth symbol seal? It sounds quite formidable. I am so frightened. However, contrary to Jiraiya's expectations, upon hearing his warning, Naruto showed no signs of preparing to attack or flee. Instead, he sat cross-legged, genuinely curious, and even gestured for Danzo to proceed. Go ahead, use it. If your Fourth symbol seal can harm even a single hair on my body, I will consider myself defeated. Huh, my little ancestor. This is not the time for jokes. In stark contrast to Naruto's leisurely demeanor, Jiraiya had expected him to heed the warning and employ the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly eliminate Danzo once more. Instead, Jiraiya felt a chill in his heart, wishing he could take this disobedient little brat and spank him soundly while urgently commanding the trio of toads. Wentai, use the iron cannonball. We don't have time to gather strength now. Ignore the rabble from the root organization. Once the Fourth symbol seal is activated, they will accompany Danzo to the grave. Hurry and take Naruto back to Mount Myaboku with reverse summoning. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya, do you realize the urgency now? It's too late. You little wretch. You shall descend into hell with your regrets for not listening sooner. Initially worried that the swift-moving Naruto might interrupt his hand seals, Danzo had even contemplated sacrificing his subordinates to buy himself those crucial seconds needed to activate the Fourth symbol seal. However, upon seeing Naruto seemingly oblivious to the seal's terrifying nature and still lounging about, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, fearing that Naruto might change his mind. Danzo unleashed the fastest hand seal of his life, laughing maniacally as he proclaimed, I, Danzo Shimura, have fought for the village for decades. Buried deep in the darkness to protect the light of Konoha. Everything I do is for the betterment of the village and its safety. I cannot allow such a dangerous spawn to exist. Activate. For symbol seal. With Danzo's piercing roar, the black hexagram etched upon his body began to change and spread rapidly. Damn. I was a step too late to stop that wretch. Jiraiya cursed. If I had known, I would have ended him with a single iron cannonball. Naruto. Why must you be so stubborn? As Danzo successfully activated the Fourth symbol seal, the Toad trio had yet to grasp Naruto to teleport him back to Mount Myaboku, leaving Jiraiya in a state of frustration and regret. However, before he could fully succumb to sorrow over losing another important person, an unexpectedly dramatic scene unfolded before his eyes. Despite having completed the final hand seal, the fearsome Fourth symbol seal showed no signs of activation. Instead, it gradually transformed into the Fourth symbol seal, completely sealing away Danzo's already dwindling chakra. It didn't activate. It turned into the Fourth symbol seal? That can't be right. The hexagram on that wretched dog was indeed the Fourth symbol seal. The determination in his eyes and the hand seals he performed were all genuine. What on earth is happening? Jiraiya's fragile heart raced like a roller coaster, disbelief coursing through him as he tugged at his cheeks to confirm he wasn't dreaming. He instinctively glanced toward Naruto, who, unfazed and beaming with a smile, seemed to be the cause of this unexpected turn of events. How is this possible? Why has my Fourth symbol seal turned into the Fourth symbol seal? Not only was Jiraiya filled with confusion, but even Danzo, who considered himself doomed, could not anticipate the anticipated pain after closing his eyes for a prolonged period. Instead, he was jolted back to reality by a wave of searing weakness coursing through his body. In a fit of rage and despair, he suddenly realized, fixing his gaze upon the grinning Naruto before him, it's you? Isn't it? You're the one responsible for this. Uzumaki Naruto, what have you done to me? It seems you're not particularly dull after all, deducing so swiftly that it was my doing. Naruto replied with an air of confidence as he rose leisurely from the ground, brushing the dust off his backside. With a playful squint and a teasing shake of his finger towards Danzo, he chided, Oh dear, old man. Did you not realize that I endured all those times you held me in your grasp? Not without purpose? Perhaps you've forgotten that under the illustrious shadow of my heroic Hokage father, I have my mother, a skilled ninja in sealing techniques. Her prowess matching that of my father, supporting him. In a certain sense, my mother is even a mightier existence than my father. As Naruto spoke, he sensed the approach of the large force led by the Third Hokage, and with the secondary objective of annihilating the root organization seeming perfectly achievable, he decided not to waste any more time on Danzo. With a sudden push, he propelled himself forward, his enhanced physical abilities from his tailed beast transformation allowing him to swiftly close the distance to Danzo, who was rendered nearly powerless due to his chakra being sealed. Raising his right hand, he formed the Rasengan, which solidified in the blink of an eye, before it penetrated Danzo's chest, shattering his heart. To flaunt your pitiful sealing techniques before the Uzumaki clan? How laughably foolish. once firmly planted on Dan's already petrified body. Naruto couldn't help but scoff at the sight of Dan's eyes wide open in furious disbelief. As Dan's consciousness began to fade, Naruto regarded him with a gaze of mock compassion, delivering his words with deliberate emphasis. For the village? Spare me. From beginning to end, you were merely a selfish man, dragging the village down for your own gain. No sooner had he spoken than a dull thud echoed as the last remnants of Dan's strength ebbed away, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Shimura Dan's, a man who had long concealed himself in the shadows under the guise of righteousness while serving his own interests, ultimately met his demise, brought about by his own ever-expanding ambition, perishing in the dark underworld without respite.